Chapter 1. June 26, 2002, marks a monumental moment in the realm of basketball in the Dragon Country. The illustrious Yao Ming, bearing the fervent hopes of basketball enthusiasts nationwide, made his entry into the NBA, the pinnacle of professional basketball, as the first overall pick. On the same day, Ye Feng, who had registered for the NBA draft, remained virtually unknown domestically and, unsurprisingly, went undrafted. Is it really necessary to be so reckless? It's perfectly fine to love basketball and even venture to America, but why sell your house, especially in the magical city? Selling it at this moment is truly a catastrophic loss. Having traversed 2.5 days, Ye Feng, who had come to accept his current predicament, could not help but feel exasperated when reflecting upon the actions of his predecessor. What was even more disheartening was that the predecessor, having just finished his freshman year and having only served as a bench warmer at the University of Kentucky in the NCAA, boasted dismal statistics. An average of merely 2.3 points, 1.2 rebounds, 1.8 assists, and 1.2 turnovers per game, yet had the audacity to take a leave of absence to enter the NBA draft. How could he possibly have been selected? NBA teams are not naive. Aside from possessing slightly better speed and an appealing appearance, the predecessor was hardly remarkable and, in the realm of basketball, lacked any discernible advantages. Only a fool would choose him. Now, a rather pressing question loomed before Ye Feng. What was he to do after being undrafted? Had he just recently traversed into this world, he would likely have given up on basketball altogether. With his current physical attributes, unless his father was a mogul, there was no conceivable way he could enter the NBA as a player. Knowing full well that the outcome would be failure, any effort thereafter would be futile. But now, at the very moment the NBA draft concluded, an unexpected message appeared before Ye Feng. The draft has ended. The Superstar Pinnacle template system has been activated. The system has detected that the host was not selected by any team and is now searching for a basketball superstar pinnacle template that aligns with the host's current status as an undrafted player. Upon realizing this information, Ye Feng was overwhelmed with joy. I too am now someone with a cheat. Coach, I am determined to play in the NBA. However, it seemed he had celebrated prematurely, for the system appeared to be malfunctioning, remaining stuck in the search mode. Surely it won't remain inoperable simply because it cannot find a suitable template? After a full 3 hours, just as Ye Feng was on the verge of giving up, a new system message finally appeared. Template search successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Ben Wallace Pinnacle template. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? I'm a guard, and you give me Ben Wallace's template? Is this really okay? With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and feeling somewhat fatigued, Ye Feng promptly nodded. Fusion. In an instant, he felt as though he were immersed in a warm spring, every part of him, down to each cell, radiating warmth. Simultaneously, a wealth of basketball experience suddenly flooded his mind. The focus was primarily on defense and rebounding. It was not a forced indoctrination, it felt akin to embarking on a second life, where Ye Feng became Ben Wallace, battling on the basketball court for over a decade and amassing countless experiences. His personal abilities experienced a significant enhancement. The entire process lasted approximately 1 minute. Fusion successful. The system ensures a minimum fusion rate of 50. The current fusion rate between the host and the Ben Wallace Pinnacle template stands at 50. This can be further enhanced through training and competition. So basically, this means I've just received a subsistence allowance, Ye Feng remarked, unable to suppress a sigh. Yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable, for he could distinctly feel the changes within himself. Not only was he brimming with newfound strength, but the 10 years of experience in the NBA also proved immensely beneficial. Undoubtedly, even with merely a 50 fusion rate, his prowess had received a considerable boost. After all, Ben Wallace, a player who began as an undrafted athlete and eventually became an NBA superstar, had something to offer. Before him, the system information reappeared. Personal attribute panel unlocked. Please review the contents at your leisure. Second template unlock conditions. Join an NBA team and start 5 regular season games. No time limit on the task. The second template. I wonder how my current attributes measure up and whether they are sufficient for joining the NBA. Ye Feng felt a surge of anticipation, yet remained acutely aware. If it truly proves impossible to join the NBA, I can always end my leave of absence and return to the college team for another year in the NCAA. Having fused with the Ben Wallace template, while the positions may differ, the significant enhancement in strength would surely allow him to secure a starting position on the college team. The University of Kentucky boasts a commendable reputation and exposure. If he performs exceptionally, the chances of being drafted in the next election could be substantial. Of course, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Time is of the essence, barring necessity. He truly wished to avoid wasting another year. With a silent affirmation, Ye Feng began to examine his current attribute status. Ye Feng. Age, 19 years. Gender, male. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Wingspan, 202 Zentimeter. Strength, 75-92. Speed, 80-82. Stamina, 83-91. Explosiveness, 72-80. Body coordination, 76. The first aspect that caught his eye was Ye Feng's physical attributes. Aside from coordination, all other attributes had seen significant improvements and had yet to reach the pinnacle state of the Wallace template, leaving ample room for further enhancement. Next came the various basketball attributes. Dunking, 73-86. Layup, 68-75. Mid-range, 56-58. Three-point, 53. Free throw, 75. Ball handling, 68-70. Breaking, 63-70. Passing, 71-73. Defense, 80-95. Rebounding, 77-97. Overall rating, 70. NBA regular rotation. Evaluation, a power-oriented defensive guard with immense potential, yet severely lacking in scoring ability and possessing only average ball handling and playmaking skills. Note, values in parentheses indicate the attributes post-100 template fusion. Physical coordination, three-point shooting, and free throw percentages have already surpassed the peak levels expected of Ben Wallace, thus leaving no room for improvement. Fixating on the overall rating and evaluation, Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief given his current abilities. As long as he was granted an opportunity, playing in the NBA should pose no issue. But then the question arose, where would this opportunity come from? A sudden knock at the door interrupted Ye Feng's thoughts. Rising to answer, he was greeted by a young Caucasian man in his 30s, and pertinent information about him surfaced in Ye Feng's mind. Philip, his agent. Since signing, they had only met once. He was the agent for Tayshaun Prince, and had learned that Ye Feng had also registered for this year's NBA draft, expressing a willingness to represent him, resulting in a one-year contract. For this, the predecessor had paid a fee of $5,000. My dear Ye, I regret to inform you that you were not selected. Though the words were regretful, a smile adorned Philip's face. According to the terms of our agreement, if you do not get selected, our agent contract will be void. So, before Philip could finish his sentence, Ye Feng interjected. No. Philip, you seem to have forgotten that the contract stipulates you must arrange at least 3 NBA team tryouts for me. If memory serves, I've only attended 1 tryout, leaving 2 more opportunities. Ye, your passion for basketball is admirable, but regrettably, the NBA is a battlefield for geniuses, and your talent clearly does not reach that level, Philip replied, his expression indifferent. Noticing this, Ye Feng's demeanor turned serious. Philip, I assume you wouldn't wish to find yourself in the defendant's seat. 3 days later, Ye Feng flew to Detroit. Not wishing to bear the burden of a lawsuit, Philip ultimately chose to compromise. Their agent contract was rendered void after Philip painstakingly secured 2 additional tryout opportunities for Ye Feng. Thus, Ye Feng arrived for this trial loan. With less than $4,000 remaining, he had no inclination to admire the sights of Detroit and promptly made his way to the Palace of Auburn Hills, located 80 kilometers outside the city. The public transportation in America left much to be desired. This was particularly frustrating for Ye Feng, who was accustomed to the efficient transportation of his previous life, yet thankfully, he arrived at his destination without incident. Despite the Pistons' poor reputation in the league, often labeled as the bad boys, for undrafted players and free agents, the opportunity to play in the NBA outweighed any concerns about the team. After all, they had little choice in the matter. With me included, there are 7 individuals in total. Judging by their heights, 4 of them are likely guards, and the competition is indeed quite fierce, Ye Feng observed quietly. As the sole representative of the yellow race present, he naturally attracted considerable attention. Sensing the disdainful and amused gazes directed his way, Ye Feng maintained a composed demeanor. In the realm of basketball, skill is paramount, and in the NBA, he was merely of ordinary rotational caliber. However, when it came to these individuals, who left no impression on him and lacked NBA-level prowess, Ye Feng felt confident he could handle them effortlessly. Before long, Smith, the assistant coach responsible for the Pistons' tryouts, arrived on the court. Prior to the scrimmage, a series of physical and technical basketball assessments were conducted. After assimilating the peak template of Ben Wallace, Ye Feng had only engaged in casual games at local courts a few times and had practiced alone to adapt to the changes in his physicality and skills. To be honest, he had no clear conception of just how strong he had become. This testing session provided an opportunity to gauge his limits, with professional personnel present. The players auditioning were certainly more skilled than those he had encountered on the playground, and Ye Feng was eager to explore his boundaries. There were only 7 participants in total, and the assessments were completed in under half an hour, with results yet to be announced. However, Ye Feng could discern from the astonished expressions of the staff that his performance had been quite commendable. Next came the actual competition. With only 7 trial players, the Pistons roster had just finished a season and were still on break, making it impossible for them to come to the gym. Thus, they could only engage in 3-on-3 play. It was indeed rather casual. As the only Asian participant, Ye Feng found himself isolated, relegated to the sidelines for the time being. Unbeknownst to him, Smith was currently perusing his physical assessment report, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Initially, he had not intended to grant a tryout to an unproven Asian guard lacking NCAA credentials, deeming it a mere waste of time. However, after establishing contact with Philip, the agent for Princeton, who had made various requests and even offered to cover his own travel and accommodation expenses, Smith reluctantly acquiesced. Little did he expect Ye Feng to deliver a significant surprise. This physical conditioning is on par with most guards in the league. Has the intensity of NCAA competition escalated so much? Smith found himself intrigued by Ye Feng. He promptly summoned a staff member and whispered instructions. Moments later, Ye Feng made his entrance. The player who had just been substituted, a young black man, clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. He had not yet had the chance to showcase his abilities before being replaced, casting a fierce glare in Ye Feng's direction. Ye Feng glanced back dismissively. "Brother, I suggest you buy a ticket home." "What do you mean?" the young man retorted angrily. Ye Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. "Nothing of consequence." Without allowing further dialogue, he stepped onto the court. Having observed the 6 players for a few minutes from the sidelines, Ye Feng gained a preliminary understanding of their skill levels. The player who had just exited the game was by far the weakest. Who else could they have substituted? The competition resumed. Soon, as Ye Feng prepared to make his mark, he identified a significant issue. Everyone was primarily focused on showcasing their own skills rather than collaborating. Passing? That was non-existent. Nevertheless, Ye Feng had no intention of displaying his mediocre offensive abilities. Defense was his forte at present. As for offense, with his 68 ball handling and 63 driving skills, he was left to pursue a power-based style. Starting from beyond the three-point line, he began to back down into the paint, the scene too beautiful to behold. With my current defensive capabilities, I should be able to handle them with ease. Ye Feng was determined to give it his all. On the makeshift team, the larger player missed a layup, allowing the opponent to secure the rebound. The smaller player quickly dribbled past half court and, upon realizing that Ye Feng was defending him, wore a look of delight. However, before he could make a move, Ye Feng closed in aggressively, seeking physical contact and reaching out decisively. The intensity of his defense was at its peak. In the current NBA, hand-checking was still permitted, allowing defenders to place a hand on their opponents. The sudden assertiveness of Ye Feng's defense left the smaller player momentarily flustered. He discovered that the guard he had underestimated possessed remarkable strength and an aggressive defensive style, far exceeding his expectations. Still distracted, are we? Ye Feng feigned to steal with his left hand, prompting the opponent to hurriedly protect the ball, while his right hand swiftly shot out. Smack! The basketball was emphatically swatted away, and with a quick dash, Ye Feng secured possession, immediately hearing his temporary teammates call out. "Pass it here. Give me the ball. Just pass it." Originally, Ye Feng intended to emphasize his defensive prowess, leaving the offensive responsibilities to his teammates. After all, kindness was in his nature. However, the commanding tone of these 2 individuals greatly displeased him. If it looks bad, so be it. He would handle it himself. With a resolution in mind, Ye Feng swiftly dribbled past the half-court line without hesitation, crashing into the small white player who had just been intercepted by him. Lacking finesse, he compensated with sheer force. My goodness! It felt as though he had been struck by a truck. The unsteady small white player was knocked to the ground, his face etched with fear. How formidable I am! Initially intending to gradually maneuver his way in, Ye Feng suddenly realized that such intricacies were unnecessary. Bursting into the three-point line, his feet planted on the free-throw line, Ye Feng leaped after 3 steps. The opposing black player in the paint immediately approached. In midair, as they collided, Ye Feng observed that while the opponent was indeed tall, their strength was comparable to his own. Fueled by the momentum of the impact, Ye Feng gained the upper hand, successfully scoring amidst the confrontation. Smith, who had witnessed Ye Feng's transition from defense to offense, was taken aback. The defense appeared quite commendable, demonstrating an understanding of how to leverage his advantages. His basketball intelligence seemed impressive. Smith's regard for Ye Feng increased yet another notch. It appeared he might have stumbled upon a gem. This is the essence of battle readiness. On the court, this must be the sensation of playing like a street baller. As Ye Feng reminisced about his rudimentary playing style, which should have felt unsightly, he surprisingly experienced a flicker of exhilaration. The street ball approach seemed rather appealing after all. The match continued, and Xiaobai was evidently irked by his previous offensive failure, eagerly demanding the ball to retaliate. Unfortunately, his teammates disregarded his intentions and opted for individual plays. The defensive efforts of his own team were woefully inadequate, allowing the opponents to penetrate the basket. Just as an adversary prepared to leap for a thunderous dunk, Ye Feng swiftly approached from the side, executing a formidable block. With his left hand, he swatted the ball, and with his right, he deftly snatched it, securing possession. Landing gracefully, he ignored the pleas of his two teammates, who were struggling defensively, and independently dribbled past half court. He surged forward with remarkable speed. Recalling how he had previously subdued Xiaobai with his strength, this time, Xiaobai refrained from foolishly pressuring him. As for Dehe, he was still lagging behind. With no defenders in sight, Ye Feng smoothly penetrated the basket and delivered a powerful dunk. Excellent. Smith on the sidelines nodded in approval. In the ensuing moments, facing opponents who were now gripped by fear, Ye Feng played with relentless aggression. His defense was impenetrable, while his offense showcased a series of robust charges. Charge. Charge. Yet another charge. Both ends of the court displayed his dominance. In a mere 15 minutes, Ye Feng led his team to a decisive victory over their rivals. The once lively gym was now left with Ye Feng as the sole trial participant. The outcome was unmistakable. He was selected. What about Philip? Didn't he accompany you? Smith inquired. Ye Feng smiled. Our time together has concluded. I currently have no agent. It is his loss. I believe so as well. They exchanged knowing smiles. In the time that followed, Ye Feng and Smith seamlessly avoided further mention of Philip, transitioning instead to discussions regarding contract matters. Upon recognizing his own prowess, particularly when he realized he could easily dominate the other trial participants, Ye Feng felt no surprise at his valued status. Ye, your defense has truly impressed me. In my view, you possess the caliber to establish yourself in the NBA. It is astonishing that a player of your caliber received so little playing time in the NCAA. Smith was lavish with his praise, yet his tone shifted. However, you must understand that this was merely a standard trial, and your opponents were of average ability. You still need to prove yourself on the NBA stage. Therefore, we can currently offer you a 1-year non-guaranteed minimum salary contract, with a pre-tax salary of $200,000. I need to think about it. Ye Feng did not make an immediate decision, for he still had one more opportunity for trial. No problem, within a week. Once you have made your decision, feel free to call me. We warmly welcome your joining, Smith said, his demeanor remarkably cordial. Ye Feng possessed commendable skills, particularly sharp on the defensive end, and at the tender age of 19, he had ample room for improvement. For a player who had scarcely appeared in the NCAA and had yet to step onto an NBA court, a 1-year non-guaranteed contract was already a considerable show of faith. The NBA was not lacking in prodigies. While Ye Feng's abilities and potential were promising, they had yet to reach a level that Smith deemed indispensable. He believed that ultimately, Ye Feng would indeed join the Pistons. Upon leaving the Palace of Auburn Hills, Ye Feng took a day to rest in downtown Detroit before flying to Los Angeles the following morning. In stark contrast to the declining automotive city, Los Angeles, as the second largest city in America, was undoubtedly far more glamorous. With his finances strained, Ye Feng had little time to indulge in sightseeing. Upon disembarking from the plane, he headed straight to the arena. At 3:15 p.m., he arrived at the Staples Center. With the trial time so imminent, he suspected that Philip was being deliberately provocative. As he pondered this, Ye Feng stepped into the arena. Los Angeles boasted two NBA teams, the Lakers and the Clippers. The former had just achieved a remarkable three-peat and was now poised to pursue an epic fourth consecutive championship. The latter, however, languished at the bottom of the league, having failed to reach the playoffs for 5 years. Initially, Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised to learn of his trial in Los Angeles. However, upon discovering it was with the Clippers, his excitement swiftly diminished. Following the Lakers' 3 consecutive championships, it seemed they were on the brink of a tumultuous period, and joining them now felt ill-timed. Conversely, the Clippers were indeed struggling, a team of diminished strength that might offer him more playing opportunities, though regrettably, their owner was rather unsavory. Holding on to a backup option, Ye Feng remained unfazed, contemplating that he could always head to Detroit. Although the place was somewhat dilapidated and the atmosphere less than ideal, he had his former NCAA teammate, Prince, there to provide support. Moreover, the Detroit Pistons' roughness was directed towards their opponents, As a teammate, he would not face such concerns. Reality did not afford Ye Feng much time to ponder these matters. As the Los Angeles Clippers tryouts commenced, once again, he found himself amidst a group of relatively unknown trial participants, yet he brimmed with confidence. After all, being part of a team located in Los Angeles meant that far more aspiring players were present compared to Detroit. There were as many as 13 individuals vying for a chance. During the physical tests, Ye Feng astounded everyone once more. With his current athletic prowess, aside from his slightly lacking explosiveness, he exhibited remarkable qualities befitting a 19-year-old. However, as the sole Asian participant, he found himself relegated to the bench during the competitive segment. After 20 minutes of trial scrimmage, he was only called upon 10 minutes in. With the increased number of players on the court, the space became somewhat constrained. Nonetheless, this posed little issue for Ye Feng, who once again dominated defensively. His aggressive offensive tactics, bolstered by a strength rating of 75, were simply too formidable for ordinary guards to withstand, let alone these players struggling to find a foothold in the NBA. Unless they resorted to reckless offensive fouls, nobody was truly committed to competing. Within moments, Ye Feng emerged as the most captivating presence on the court. His above-average physical attributes, coupled with exceptional strength, suggested that even in the NBA, his bulldozing style of play could yield a measure of success. The Clippers' assistant coach, Bacon, nodded subtly in approval as he observed Ye Feng's successful defensive maneuvers, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. It was indeed astonishing that such a talented defender had not garnered playing time in the NC. It simply should not have been the case. At that moment, no one noticed a figure in training attire by the player's entrance, who, like others, had taken note of Ye Feng, his gaze growing increasingly bright with intrigue. The scrimmage soon concluded, lasting less than 10 minutes, during which Ye Feng endeared himself to Bacon. Besides Ye Feng, a towering African-American center was also retained. He was offered a one-year non-guaranteed contract, amounting to $250,000. Bacon wore an expression that seemed to say, "You should be grateful." To his astonishment, the expected look of surprise did not manifest. Ye Feng appeared remarkably composed, not at all resembling a player who had been overlooked by the NBA draft. This reaction was quite understandable. After all, the Pistons also offered such non-guaranteed contracts. The only difference was that the Clippers' salary package included an additional $50,000. After taxes, he would take home less than $200,000. In this era, an annual post-tax income of $100,000 was considered quite substantial in the United States. What Ye Feng received was merely a minimum salary contract, which explained why so many aspired to join the NBA. It was indeed lucrative. "I'm sorry, I need some time to think it over. I cannot give a definitive answer right now," Ye Feng replied, refraining from making an immediate decision. In response, Bacon seemed unperturbed, saying, "I hope you can give me an answer within 3 days." Ye Feng nodded in agreement, then departed the office under the envious gazes of the nearby African-American center. Not far from there, he was intercepted by a figure. "Hi, rookie, I need a practice partner." Turning towards the voice, Ye Feng was taken aback by the familiar face before him. How can it be him? Thump, 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 the basketball danced at his fingertips, and the rhythmic sound of dribbling filled the air. Observing the fierce opponent before him, Ye Feng focused intently, slightly bending his knees to assume a defensive posture. Without waiting for the other to make a move, he charged forward to apply pressure. His body was nearly pressed against the opponent's, with his right hand constantly attempting to steal the ball while his left rested on the opponent's waist, gauging their next move as he exerted all his defensive might. However, the tactics that had proven effective during the tryout scrimmage fell short this time. The opponent maintained a remarkably steady grip on the ball, revealing no weaknesses. Feeling the equal strength and unpredictable rhythm of the dribbling, Ye Feng dared not lose focus, keeping his eyes fixed on the opponent's shoulder. In a duel of skill, victory could hinge on a mere moment. In the blink of an eye, the opponent suddenly surged forward, an explosive burst of power causing Ye Feng to perceive only a fleeting shadow before his body instinctively reacted to defend. Yet, he was still shaken off, finding himself at a half-body distance from the opponent. As he turned, shifting his weight, he suddenly realized the opponent had unexpectedly halted and changed direction, slipping past him from the other side. It was too swift. Straining to turn and continue applying defensive pressure, what met his eyes was the increasingly distant figure of his opponent. With a mere 67 points in explosive power, Ye Feng's acceleration was sluggish, and he could not keep up, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, the defense was futile. Watching his opponent penetrate the paint and score with a powerful one-handed dunk, his mood soured. Yet, this was hardly surprising, for he was up against a superstar of the NBA caliber. As his opponent landed gracefully and turned around with a cool demeanor, he remarked, 21-2, rookie. Surely you can do better than this? Ye Feng retorted, veteran. Has no one ever told you that your arrogant demeanor is quite deserving of a smack? Narrowing his eyes, Ye Feng contemplated, this strength, this explosiveness, this ability to change direction, pure, unadulterated top-tier talent. And yet some dare to claim that Kobe's talent is not formidable. Indeed, the one challenging him in this one-on-one was none other than the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. The Lakers had just completed a three-peat, and their celebratory parade had only recently concluded. Rather than resting or attending commercial engagements, this fellow had chosen to seize the opportunity presented by the absence of other sporting events at the Staples Center to come practice, coincidentally witnessing Ye Feng's trial scene, which piqued his interest. Thus, this confrontation ensued. Ye Feng faced a disheartening defeat. Rookie, as an aspiring professional basketball player, you must learn to let your game speak for you, not your fists, Kobe scoffed. In response, Ye Feng coolly replied, eloquent words. Yet I seem to recall that particular veteran has never won a fight. You. It seemed he had struck a nerve, as Kobe retorted, continue. Come on. With the prospect of a paid practice session being offered, Ye Feng certainly would not decline. Initially, he had intended to refuse the opportunity to practice alongside Kobe. However, the compensation was simply too generous to overlook. Regardless of the outcome, as Kobe's practice partner in a 21-point game, Ye Feng would earn 300 yuan. For someone whose total assets barely exceeded 3,000 yuan, it was a challenging offer to refuse. The second round commenced swiftly. Facing the formidable opponent in Kobe, Ye Feng resolved to give his utmost effort. After several minutes, the second round concluded. The outcome was predictable. Both offensively and defensively, Ye Feng was clearly at a disadvantage, ultimately leading to another defeat. Such an exceptional talent, a superlative guard adept in both offense and defense, finds himself, at present, unable to match the prowess of his opponent. The score stands at 21-4, a commendable improvement. Kobe, as ever, is vocally irreverent, his words laced with sarcasm. Unfazed, Ye Feng maintains his composure. Shall we continue? Kobe smiles, eager for the challenge. Following his championship victory, he had scarcely touched a basketball for over 2 weeks, and now, faced with a determined and commendable sparring partner, he is reluctant to conclude their session too swiftly. Ultimately, they engage in 5 matches, concluding with a decisive score of 5 o'clock, Kobe leading, Ye Feng trailing. Reflecting on his earnings of 500 million yuan, the frustration of defeat dissipates considerably. At this stage of his development, it is entirely understandable that he cannot compete with a superstar of Kobe's caliber. A fleeting loss signifies little. He can always reclaim victory in the future. Were it not for the overwhelming fatigue, he would gladly have played several more games. The experience of facing a superstar like Kobe has granted him invaluable insights. Rookie, your defensive capabilities are quite commendable, yet unfortunately, you have encountered me. Ignoring Ye Feng's eye roll, Kobe regards him with a hint of admiration. Would you be interested in joining the Lakers? Is it truly wise to so openly attempt to poach talent? Ye Feng chuckles softly. Initially, he had little desire to become embroiled in the complexities surrounding the Lakers, but circumstances have shifted. His change of heart is not due to Kobe's charisma or persuasive prowess. Rather, it is the realization of his own incremental improvements in strength, defense, and breakthrough abilities. Considering Kobe's reputation as a training fanatic, joining the Lakers could provide him with frequent opportunities for high-intensity, high-caliber one-on-one matchups, greatly benefiting his further integration of the foundational skills exemplified by his mentor, Big Ben. The Clippers and the Pistons could not provide him with what he desired. Once he fully assimilates the attributes of the dominant player template, his strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding capabilities will soar above 90. At that point, he will undoubtedly be unmatched among guards in terms of power and rebounding prowess. Starting with a defensive foundation and subsequently incorporating other templates to enhance his offensive attributes, a promising future awaits him. At this moment, observing that Ye Feng had not outright rejected him, Kobe immediately grasped the situation. Please provide me with your contact information. The team will reach out to you within the next few days. All right, Ye Feng nodded, smiling as he added. But I must make it clear that if your offer is less favorable than that of the Clippers, I will not be joining. The contract we will present to you will undoubtedly reflect your capabilities, Kobe replied earnestly. Ye Feng shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. The two reached a verbal agreement and soon parted ways. He found a hotel near the basketball court, dropped off his luggage, and went out to have a simple dinner before returning to rest. Unfortunately, his finances were tight, and the vibrant nightlife of Los Angeles was not something he could indulge in at the moment. He anticipated waiting a couple of days for a response from the Lakers. But to his surprise, that very night, before he had even fallen asleep, he received a call from the Lakers' assistant general manager. They arranged to meet the following morning to sign the contract. The amount was once again beyond Ye Feng's expectations, a one-year contract worth $450,000, a fully guaranteed deal. Was Kobe's influence within the Lakers truly that significant? The next morning at 10 o'clock, Ye Feng successfully signed the contract with the Lakers. As a player of the Lakers, he would officially enter the NBA in the upcoming season, donning the jersey number 10. Although he had considered choosing number 24, which he quite liked, he ultimately decided against it, opting to give a nod to Kobe. After all, he would need this player's assistance to rapidly assimilate the dominant player template. Having sold his house back home and with no relatives to visit, Ye Feng chose to remain in Los Angeles. After receiving an advance on half his salary, he rented an apartment near the team's training facility for convenient access to daily training. The Staples Center was primarily leased to the Lakers and Clippers, and most of their regular practices took place at their respective training facilities. The 10-minute walk from his apartment to the training facility proved to be convenient, saving him the expense of purchasing a car. After taxes and contributions to the league, his annual salary of $450,000 would amount to just under $240,000. After taking the advance of nearly $120,000, he spent $20,000 on rent, leaving him with $100,000 to survive on in Los Angeles for the next 6 months. It was indeed a tight budget, and every penny would count. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this period, Ye Feng led a remarkably disciplined life, far removed from the distractions of the nightlife. Each day, he diligently practiced at the Lakers' training facility, initially training alone. He was soon joined by Kobe, whose presence significantly elevated the intensity of their workouts. The two would exhaust themselves before parting ways. Ye Feng would leave on his own, while Kobe was picked up by Vanessa. This was somewhat exasperating, as he was already fatigued and then had to endure the sight of their relationship. As their encounters became more frequent, Ye Feng grew acquainted with Vanessa, who took the initiative to strike up conversations. At first, he felt indifferent, but gradually, he began to comprehend her intentions. With Kobe spending countless hours with him and Ye Feng striking good looks, it was evident that Vanessa might have developed an inclination toward him, which he found rather amusing. After several days of rigorous training, bolstered by an increasingly systematic regimen, Ye Feng further assimilated the attributes of the Ben Wallace template, resulting in a notable enhancement of his personal skills. Ye Feng, age, 19, gender, male, height, 191 centimeters, weight, 81 kilograms, wingspan, 202 centimeters, strength, 79, 92, speed, 81, 82, stamina, 85, 91, explosiveness, 70, 80, coordination, 76, dunking, 76, 86, layup, 70, 75, mid-range shooting, 56, 61. Three-point shooting, 53, free throws, 75, ball handling, 70, penetration, 66, 70, passing, 71, 73, defense, 85, 95, rebounding, 79, 97, overall rating, 73, NBA regular rotation. Evaluation: a powerfully potential-filled defensive guard with severely lacking scoring ability and poor ball handling skills. Note: the values in parentheses reflect attributes after complete template assimilation. The most significant improvement has undoubtedly been in his defensive attributes, which reached 85 points, qualifying him as a competent defender in the NBA, especially with a top-tier scorer like Kobe as his training partner. Ye Feng felt a renewed sense of determination, aspiring to maximize his template integration before the commencement of the new season's regular games. The exhilarating realization of his continuous growth was incredibly motivating. As mid-July arrived, the Summer League commenced as scheduled. As a newcomer and an undrafted player, despite signing a guaranteed contract, Ye Feng was still required to participate. On that day, within the training facility, he encountered his teammates from the Summer League. The temporary team was primarily composed of rookies, reserves, undrafted players, and free agents associated with the Lakers. Including Ye Feng, there were 4 guards in total. Standing at 198 meters, Kareem Rush. Selected as the 29th pick in the first round of the draft by the Raptors and subsequently traded to the Lakers, was the most prominent player on the team. Lacking any recollection of this player's presence in the NBA, Ye Feng did not pay him much heed. Their inaugural match was against the Warriors. The Summer League generally garners little attention, as it lacks heavyweight stars. However, the Warriors boasted a player with whom Ye Feng was quite familiar, the future general, Gilbert Arenas. Entering the NBA as a second-round pick, Arenas had an impressive season with the Warriors, averaging 9 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 steals per game. The arrival of this individual for the Summer League was an unexpected surprise for Ye Feng, who found himself filled with anticipation. His wait was not prolonged. On the third day following the team's assembly, the inaugural match against the Warriors commenced. Within these 3 days, Ye Feng had successfully won over all his teammates and earned the trust of Tex Winter, the Lakers' assistant coach, who would serve as the head coach for the Summer League. Consequently, he was appointed as the starting point guard for this Lakers Summer League team, perfectly positioned to compete against Arenas. At this moment, all players had taken to the court. Initially, Ye Feng had assumed that the Summer League would attract only a sparse audience. However, reality greatly exceeded his expectations. As thousands of spectators filled the venue, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Playing under such circumstances brought considerable pressure, yet to his astonishment, he felt no trace of nervousness. Rather, he was brimming with eagerness. Even more surprising to Ye Feng was the realization that he was not the only player with yellow skin on the court. "Hello, Wanggu," Ye Feng greeted as he approached. Sharing the same skin tone and nationality while being abroad made the encounter feel extraordinarily familiar. It was evident that De Ji did not recognize Ye Feng. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Ye Feng. I participated in this year's draft, but unfortunately, I was not selected." Noticing De Ji's scrutinizing gaze, as if he were trying to recall something, Ye Feng elaborated. "I have not undergone systematic basketball training in my home country. I came to the United States to study at my own expense, joined the university basketball team, and played for a year in the NCAA. You are quite brave," De Ji remarked with genuine admiration. Ye Feng smiled and replied, "In terms of outcomes, I would say I have succeeded." "Have you signed?" De Ji asked. "Yes, I signed a 1-year contract with the Lakers." "That's wonderful," De Ji expressed with a hint of envy. During the previous 2 seasons, he had been with the Mavericks, yet he had not received ample playing time. And with the upcoming season lacking a renewal of his contract, he was now facing the prospect of being without a team. In preparation for the Summer League, he chose not to report back to the national team. Should no team express interest in signing him afterwards, he may find himself in a precarious situation. The attitude of the Domestic Basketball Association weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with a sense of fatigue. After a brief conversation, they agreed to meet post-game, and Ye Feng returned to his half of the court to warm up. Observing De Ji's somewhat burdened silhouette, Ye Feng sighed, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. It was a pity that De Ji had only just joined the NBA and lacked influence within the Lakers. Otherwise, he might have been able to lend a helping hand. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Ye Feng focused his attention on the impending match. To truly establish himself within the Lakers, mere recognition from Kobe would not suffice. He needed to demonstrate his worth on the court. Gilbert Arenas could serve as a valuable stepping stone. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, the Lakers' Summer League opener against the Warriors commenced. Standing at 6 feet 11 inches, Somela Samako successfully out-jumped De Ji, granting the Lakers the opportunity to initiate their offensive. Seizing the ball, Ye Feng charged forward, forcefully barreling through the pressing Arenas. "What?" Arenas was taken aback. The Warriors had concluded the previous season tied for the worst record in the league alongside the Bulls, failing to qualify for the playoffs. He had long since entered vacation mode, harboring a sense of frustration. Originally, he had come to the Summer League with the intention of dominating the competition and venting his displeasure, yet in the very first play of the game, he nearly found himself overpowered by an obscure Asian guard. Is this a joke? At this very moment, Ye Feng could not care less about his opponent's feelings. Charging forward, he resembled a truck racing at full speed, forcefully penetrating the paint, overwhelming the Warriors' interior defense, and executing a powerful dunk that elicited gasps from the crowd. "My goodness, this Asian player is incredibly dominant. He may not appear particularly muscular, yet his strength is remarkable." Gilbert was nearly sent flying. "And I wouldn't mind being knocked down by him. Gilbert surely possesses more talent than this. Perhaps he just hasn't found his rhythm yet. Let's observe. This Asian player is intriguing. I wonder if he hails from Korea or Japan." Could he possibly be from the Dragon Nation? Unlikely. That Dragon Nation player, Yao, looks entirely different. While this man possesses such striking features, they must be from different countries. Within the arena, Ji was equally astonished. Memories of their earlier parting flooded his mind, recalling Ye Feng's words about letting up during the match, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. With your skill level, why would I need to go easy on you? Simultaneously, he felt perplexed. With Ye Feng's caliber, he shouldn't be so unknown domestically. How could he have no recollection of him? The game continued, and the Warriors regained possession. Embarrassed, Arenas promptly passed the ball, seeking out Ye Feng. Rookie, don't get cocky. I was just unprepared earlier, which is why you got lucky. A dismissive nod from Ye Feng indicated he had no intention of engaging in banter with this player. He was ready to raise the intensity. He denied Arenas the opportunity to break through, closing in and actively seeking physical confrontation. As anticipated, Arenas, who had just concluded his rookie season, undoubtedly possessed talent and skill. Yet he had not yet reached his peak. Especially in terms of physicality, he was lacking, much like many fresh entrants to the league. Why is his defense so formidable? Arenas was taken aback again. His intention to reclaim his footing on the offensive end led him to signal his teammates to clear out. As the most prominent and valued player on the current Warriors roster, his teammates obediently created space for a one-on-one with Ye Feng. However, despite multiple attempts, as the shot clock dwindled, he realized that relying solely on his abilities in this entangled struggle, he could not shake off Ye Feng's defense. His teammates merely watched from the sidelines, showing no inclination to assist. This situation has indeed become quite awkward. Ultimately, it was the interim head coach of the Warriors Summer League who realized the predicament, calling out from the sidelines for the honest and steadfast Ji to set a screen. Arenas possesses explosive athleticism of the highest caliber, while Ye Feng's explosiveness is merely rated at 70, a significant discrepancy. After being momentarily obstructed by Ji, it became increasingly challenging for him to catch up, the distance widening significantly. However, his teammates reacted swiftly, surrounding Arenas with a concerted effort. The latter attempted a forced shot, but the basketball ricocheted off the rim. To my astonishment, Ye Feng managed to seize the rebound ahead of Ji, pivoting and launching forward with a powerful dribble. As the defense closed in, Arenas approached rapidly. Learning from past encounters, he refrained from seeking physical contact, instead maintaining close proximity to exert defensive pressure. The attention of the other Warriors players was predominantly focused on Ye Feng, affording him the opportunity to cleverly pass the ball to the unguarded Kareem Rush on the right. Rush penetrated towards the basket, but was thwarted by the defensive players converging in, failing to score. Arenas, sprinting ahead, attempted to secure the rebound, but found himself pushed aside by Ye Feng, who effortlessly claimed the offensive rebound and scored with a simple layup. Frustration enveloped Arenas. With 4 points and 2 rebounds, including 1 offensive rebound, Ye Feng's exceptional individual defensive prowess was unmistakably on display. In less than a minute, he had captured the attention of all spectators present. His defensive skills were outstanding, rebounding abilities commendable, explosiveness average, speed decent, and strength remarkable. Numerous scouts from various NBA teams were present, all fixated on Ye Feng, ready to evaluate his performance. From this moment forth, the scouts resolved to closely monitor Ye Feng. On the court, the Warriors initiated a new wave of offense. Once again, it was Arenas at the helm, this time avoiding close engagement with Ye Feng, launching directly into a strong drive. Leveraging his impressive explosiveness, he successfully created a 2-step distance from Ye Feng, though not entirely evading his defense. Just as Ye Feng contemplated Arenas' next move, preparing to counteract, he unexpectedly executed a sudden stop-and-pop jumper from the free throw line. The release was exceptionally swift. Though the choice appeared somewhat haphazard, Ye Feng reacted with alacrity, extending his right hand to obscure Arenas' line of sight. The shot clanged off the iron. Samako secured the rebound and promptly passed it back. Ye Feng's ball-handling skills were average, yet to capitalize on his strengths, he immediately activated his explosive pace upon receiving the ball. Arenas internally lamented his predicament. Facing an opponent of Ye Feng's caliber, logic seemed insufficient. Ye Feng denied him any opportunity for a technical showdown, opting instead for sheer force to dominate the encounter. How exasperating. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of helplessness. A profound despondency had settled in. Who is this peculiar individual that has emerged seemingly from nowhere, lacking any prior notoriety? At this moment, any previous disdain that Arenas held for Ye Feng had dissipated, as he now regarded him as an equal. On the basketball court, it is performance that speaks volumes. Ye Feng demonstrated his prowess through undeniable skill. Throughout the subsequent minutes of the game, Arenas made several attempts, only to realize that facing Ye Feng's defense in one-on-one situations yielded a dismally low success rate. Out of 5 shots, he managed to score merely once. Continuing on this path would not only be his choice, but would also be met with disapproval from his coach and teammates. Thus, a shift in offensive strategy was imperative, relying more on his teammate screens to seek viable shooting opportunities, which significantly improved his success rate. However, the point differential continued to widen, primarily due to Ye Feng's exceptional performance. On the defensive end, whether in isolation or providing assistance, Ye Feng showcased remarkable capabilities, effectively overpowering his opponents with a decisive advantage, consistently achieving success. Offensively, he became a force to be reckoned with, employing his strength and speed to relentlessly drive to the basket, executing a variety of dunks and layups. The notion of shooting from distance? It was simply non-existent. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Warriors, thanks to Ye Feng's phenomenal statistics: 31 points, 3 assists, 13 rebounds, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. Scouts who observed the entire match added a new commendation in Ye Feng's evaluation column: exceptional stamina. Due to the generally modest skill level of the players and the relatively low intensity of the Summer League, the schedule has been tightly arranged, with matches occurring almost daily. The Lakers have been engaged in consecutive battles against the Miami Heat. In the first match, the formidable duo of Butler combined for an impressive 43 points, leading their team to victory. Caron Butler and Russell Butler are both rookies this year. The former is an aggressive scorer, excelling as a wing player, albeit with somewhat lacking defensive capabilities. The latter is a quintessential 3 and D player, proficient in both three-point shooting and defense. However, both are still in the nascent stages of their careers. In contrast, the Summer League showcased the defensive prowess of Ye Feng, who, despite being 10 centimeters shorter, exhibited a significant advantage on the defensive end. Ultimately, after 35 minutes of play, Ye Feng achieved an astonishing shooting percentage of 80%, scoring the highest in the game with 33 points and securing 15 rebounds, 6 of which were offensive. In addition to these statistics, he recorded 2 assists, an impressive 6 steals, and 3 blocks, demonstrating his dominance on both ends of the court. However, in the subsequent third match against the Clippers, a team he had previously tried out for, the interior combination posed considerable challenges for the Lakers. Chris Wilcox, possessing remarkable athleticism, frequently dazzled the audience with explosive dunks. Melvin Ely also delivered an outstanding performance. Both are towering figures at 2.08 meters, and despite Ye Feng's commendable rebounding abilities and strength, he found it difficult to compete with them. His driving style on the offensive end faced considerable restrictions due to the congested paint. After several attempts yielding mediocre results, Ye Feng wisely altered his strategy, opting to drive and dish. This adjustment proved effective. In this match, Ye Feng exerted himself fully, playing the entire 40 minutes, with each Summer League quarter lasting 10 minutes. Although he scored only 18 points, he achieved a personal best of 12 assists in the Summer League, finally embodying the role of a point guard, along with 7 rebounds, 5 steals, and 2 blocks. His performance remained exceptionally impressive, leading the team to a 7-point victory over the Clippers, marking their 3rd consecutive win in the Summer League. Nevertheless, the issue of having a singular scoring approach became glaringly evident. When faced with proficient interior players and a well-positioned defense, his scoring efficiency significantly declined. A guard who cannot shoot is too easily targeted. Nonetheless, it is commendable that he recognized the ineffectiveness of relentless drives and opted for passing instead. Tex Winter nodded appreciatively. As the head coach of the team, he chose not to intervene or alter tactics when Ye Feng encountered challenges on the offensive end during the match. Instead, he opted to observe how Ye Feng would adapt in real time. The outcome undoubtedly pleased him. Even though Ye Feng's passing lacked technical sophistication and his organization was rather mediocre, his willingness to pass and his understanding of how to win were indeed commendable. If only Bryant possessed such adaptability as Feng, Winter sighed. His 2 absolute core players were one lazy and the other stubborn, leaving little room for peace of mind. Ye Feng was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, yet he knew that addressing them could not be accomplished in a short span of time. His primary focus remained on further assimilating the template of his mentor, Big Ben. As for enhancing his offensive capabilities, he could only pin his hopes on unlocking the second template. To achieve that, 2 conditions needed to be met: joining an NBA team, which had already been fulfilled, and starting 5 games during the regular season. Initially, he would undoubtedly be a substitute, as the Lakers' starting point guard, Derek Fisher, enjoyed the unwavering trust of Phil Jackson. However, starting just 5 games seemed achievable this season, didn't it? Shaking his head, Ye Feng chose not to dwell on an uncertain future and instead focused on the present. With a 3-game winning streak already accomplished, could they dare to hope for a 6-game streak, thereby achieving an undefeated summer league? Reality swiftly dealt a heavy blow to Ye Feng. In the 4th game against the Suns, the Lakers' interior defense was thoroughly penetrated by the towering and physically gifted Amar'e Stoudemire. Despite Ye Feng's formidable strength attribute of 79, which would typically overwhelm most rookie players, he found himself outmatched by Stoudemire, a prodigious talent who possessed both height and heft. After spending 33 minutes on the court and recording a modest stat line of 11 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, Ye Feng reluctantly tasted the bitterness of his first defeat. The sensation of failure was indeed disheartening, yet he recognized the necessity of adaptation. For he was not yet sufficiently strong. Had he possessed a more diverse offensive arsenal, with consistent shooting or incisive drives, the game would not have unfolded so unflatteringly. Defeat was merely a stepping stone for Ye Feng. He was not one to be easily disheartened. He resolved to reclaim victory in the next encounter. All the frustrations and disappointments were subsequently unleashed in the face of the Mavericks. Witnessing Ye Feng's relentless drives that left opponents reeling, De Gea, who had come to the venue to offer words of encouragement, felt his presence was somewhat redundant. A man who had boldly sold all his properties back home to pursue his basketball dreams in America was unlikely to succumb to despondency over a single loss. In this match, Ye Feng once again showcased his exceptional physical attributes, playing the entirety of the 40 minutes and scoring a personal best of 42 points since the commencement of the Summer League, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Mavericks. With this victory, the Lakers had but 1 game remaining in the Summer League, facing none other than the Rockets, who had selected Yao Ming with the 1st overall pick in the current draft. Regrettably, Yao was still in his home country and thus could not participate in the Summer League. This filled Ye Feng with a profound sense of regret. As for Yao Ming's endeavors following his retirement, it suffices to say that his performance during his NBA career is undeniably deserving of respect. He is indeed the preeminent figure of basketball in the Dragon Kingdom. However, now that Ye Feng has traversed through time, Yao Ming must gracefully concede his position to become the second. Without Yao's participation and lacking any other significant rookies or players in the Rockets, Ye Feng led the team to victory with relative ease. In his former life, he had been a pseudo-fan of the Rockets for a time, and with his frustrations from previous losses to the Mavericks largely expended, he played with a newfound gentleness, achieving victory without strife. With a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, the Summer League concluded. Over 6 matches, Ye Feng showcased his multifaceted abilities, with both his strengths and weaknesses clearly delineated. Simultaneously, he captured the attention of numerous teams, particularly those seeking to bolster their bench depth and in need of immediate impact players. Upon the scouts reporting Ye Feng's status, these teams eagerly began reaching out to the Lakers management. At the moment, Lakers executive vice president Mitch Kupchak received multiple trade requests concerning Ye Feng. He appeared somewhat bewildered. However, he swiftly grasped the situation with the assistance of his aide's explanations. It seemed that this Dragon Kingdom talent was indeed quite formidable. Kupchak perused Ye Feng's Summer League statistics with keen interest. Typically, he would dismiss individual data from this level of competition and would hardly pay attention to players from his own team participating in the Summer League. Yet, the interest from various teams regarding Ye Feng piqued his curiosity. As the unequivocal core of the team, endowed with the freedom to shoot at will, Ye Feng played over 30 minutes in each match, and given his inherent prowess among Summer League players, his statistics were naturally impressive. Nevertheless, Kupchak placed little value on such aesthetically pleasing figures. He primarily sought the evaluations from coach Tex Winter and the team's scouts regarding Ye Feng, a defensively strong guard. He had yet to develop a shooting ability, relying solely on layups and dunks for scoring, thus relegating him to a backup role. Upon reaching this juncture, Kupchak lost interest. Even though Ye Feng was only 19 and possessed ample room for growth, the Lakers, as a franchise of prestige, could not afford to grant young talents excessive time, nor were they inclined to wait for gradual development, unless the player were a transcendent basketball prodigy. It was evident that Ye Feng had not yet reached that echelon. "What is Phil's stance?" Kupchak inquired. The assistant replied candidly, "He is still on vacation. But it seems Winter has already mentioned this Dragon Kingdom talent to him, and Dragon Kingdom phone comes highly recommended by Kobe. Decline those trade requests, Kupchak instructed. For a newcomer with an average trading value, it hardly seems worth the trouble to provoke the team's head coach, Phil Jackson, and potentially create animosity with the team's core perimeter player, Kobe Bryant. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who was on the brink of being traded, he concluded the summer league and bid farewell to DeJi before returning to his apartment in Los Angeles, resuming his training regimen with gradually increasing intensity. On the third day back in Los Angeles, after a lapse of nearly 10 days, he encountered Kobe once more. They exchanged few words before diving straight into one-on-one duels. With your level of fame, you shouldn't be so idle, Ye Feng inquired, his focus unwavering as he fixated on the ball-handling Kobe. Having endured the rigors of 6 summer league games, his defensive prowess had improved by a single point, now standing at 86. However, this slight enhancement proved insufficient against Kobe. The suffocating defensive tactics that had overwhelmed other guards in the summer league were rendered ineffective against the seasoned player. Out of 10 defensive attempts, he might succeed only 2 or 3 times. Even in a relaxed state, without peak competitive form, Kobe would undoubtedly become more lethal once he fully engaged in game mode, further diminishing Ye Feng's chances of success. Swish. In the face of Ye Feng's defense, Kobe executed a perfectly arched fadeaway jumper, landing gracefully before stating flatly, "The intensity of the summer league pales in comparison to the regular season, let alone the playoffs. Rookie, you have no grounds for pride. I have no pride either." Ye Feng sighed inwardly, yet retorted defiantly, "Veteran, would it kill you to tone it down?" Without giving Kobe another moment to respond, he urged, "Let us continue. Today, we'll see who falls first. Just you wait," Kobe replied, brimming with confidence. "Arrogant rookie, today I shall dominate you." After more than an hour, the duel reached its conclusion. Ye Feng had exhausted the last vestiges of his stamina, reluctantly coming to a halt and collapsing onto the floor, staring up at the ceiling. "By the time the regular season begins, I will be even stronger than I am now. Remember your words. You have no right to be complacent." Kobe, drenched in sweat, knew that today's training plan would be impossible to follow. Though he still stood upright, his energy reserves were nearly depleted. Having personally experienced Ye Feng's prowess and rapid progress, Kobe was acutely aware of how extraordinary it was. Such swift improvement was nothing short of terrifying. How could an ordinary person advance at such a pace? It was simply inconceivable. This is also a significant reason for his regard towards Ye Feng. The astonishing pace of progress ignites great anticipation for his future. Naturally, to prevent Ye Feng from becoming arrogant, Kobe would never voice such sentiments aloud. At this moment, upon hearing Kobe's instructive words, Ye Feng chose to disregard them. He possesses a clear understanding of his own progress. Arrogance is out of the question, unless he were to elevate all attributes to a perfect score of 99. In the time that followed, Ye Feng continued to train diligently at the gym each day, while Kobe occasionally came by to practice alongside him. This can be regarded as the tacit understanding achieved between the two individuals. During this period, as time progressed, Ye Feng, who had gained a modicum of popularity from the Summer League, saw his fame swiftly wane, ultimately fading from the memories of the fans. In contrast, the remarkable performance of DeJi in the Summer League earned him a 3-year contract with the Clippers. However, this came at a cost. For his failure to return home for national duty led to his expulsion from the national team. In Los Angeles, Ye Feng initially hoped to train alongside DeJi. But regrettably, after finalizing his contract, the elder brother returned to his homeland. Unbeknownst to him, due to his outstanding performance in the Summer League and the connection to DeJi, he had already garnered recognition among certain figures in the domestic basketball community, including the esteemed Yao Ming. Upon discovering that there was another compatriot in the NBA, a guard no less, in addition to himself and DeJi, Yao Ming was filled with excitement. The national team, while not lacking in exceptional interior players, faced a conspicuous deficiency in the guard position. If Ye Feng could indeed make a mark in the NBA, it would signify substantial talent, perfectly addressing this pressing issue. With this thought, Yao Ming grew increasingly eager for his upcoming journey in the NBA, looking forward to meeting Ye Feng and engaging in competitive play on the court. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained blissfully unaware, wholly devoted to his training. As time quietly slipped into October, less than a month remained before the commencement of the new season's regular games. With the preseason set to begin shortly, the coaching staff was the first to conclude their break, initiating preparations for the new season, while players gradually returned. It was not until October 10th that the Lakers held their first assembly of players for the new season. However, an unfortunate piece of news emerged. The team's star player, Shaquille O'Neal opted to undergo toe surgery just as the new season was about to commence. The surgery and subsequent recovery would require at least 2 months, meaning O'Neal would miss the preseason and a minimum of 15 regular season games. This news undoubtedly serves as a significant blow to the Lakers, who are poised to embark on a new season in pursuit of a 4th consecutive championship. Aside from Shaquille O'Neal, they lack other formidable interior players. In a league where dominance in the paint is paramount, the Lakers will undoubtedly face immense pressure at the onset of the season. Regarding O'Neal's decision not to undergo surgery during the offseason and to announce it just before the preseason, Ye Feng refrains from offering any commentary. His primary focus lies in his own development. Having engaged in intensive training and benefited from Kobe's mentorship, Ye Feng has made considerable strides. Although he has not completely assimilated the template of Ben Wallace as anticipated, his improvement is substantial. Previously, when playing 10 games against Kobe, he could only defend 2 or 3 shots. Now, he has elevated that number to 5 or even more, provided Kobe does not exploit any loopholes. In Kobe's own words, Ye Feng's defensive prowess has reached elite levels within the league, particularly highlighted by his formidable strength among guards, which has become his sharpest weapon. In the face of such overwhelming power, technical skills become less relevant. Ye Feng, aged 19, is a male standing at 193 centimeters with a weight of 84 kilograms and a wingspan of 204 centimeters. His attributes include strength, 89, 92, speed, 82, stamina, 89, 91, explosiveness, 80, coordination, 78, dunking, 86, layups, 77, mid-range shooting, 64, three-point shooting, 56, free throws, 79, ball handling, 73, driving, 71, passing, 74, defense, 89, 95, rebounding, 89, 97. With an overall rating of 83, NBA starter, he is evaluated as an excellent strength-based defensive guard, albeit with a deficiency in mid to long-range scoring capabilities and average playmaking skills. It is uncertain whether the changes in American dietary habits, the recent increase in training intensity, or his youth and potential for growth are the reasons. But Ye Feng has experienced a growth spurt, increasing in height by 2 centimeters. At just 19, he still possesses developmental potential, and 193 centimeters is not his ultimate limit. A swift glance at the panel reveals an overall rating of 83, allowing Ye Feng to clearly comprehend his current state of capability. Any NBA team with a guard who is not a star could rely on his abilities as a starter. His only shortcoming lies in his scoring ability. Currently, aside from strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding, all other attributes have reached the level of full integration with Ben Wallace's template. In fact, in aspects such as coordination, layups, and mid-range shooting, Ye Feng surpasses even the peak Ben Wallace, who was relatively average on the offensive end. This realization led Ye Feng to understand that after merging with the template of a certain superstar, his innate talents had not been overshadowed. If, in any specific attribute, his talent surpassed that of the integrated superstar, he could enhance it through training, reaching a level beyond that of his counterpart. Currently, Ye Feng's offensive prowess had indeed exceeded the peak capabilities of the renowned player, known as Big Ben. However, this was not a matter of pride. After all, this was Big Ben, who truly possessed little talent on the offensive end, and his overall abilities were quite mediocre. The 4 strongest attributes of Big Ben, strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding, were all stagnating at 89 points. It had been nearly 10 days without any progress, indicating that mere daily training would likely not suffice. He would need to engage in more high-intensity matches. Ye Feng mused. With a maximum score of 100, an attribute rating of 89 was already remarkably exceptional. Not to mention, as a guard, an 89 in strength was indeed outstanding. It was likely that most interior players in the NBA did not possess such a high-strength attribute. In any case, during confrontations, Kobe had ceased to challenge him head-on. Ye Feng held great anticipation for the upcoming season. As for Shaquille O'Neal's absence, to be honest, he did not particularly mind. After all, the situation had already become a certainty, and dwelling on it served no purpose. Moreover, no one would concern themselves with his opinion. Each person has their own role to fulfill. The matter of O'Neal was not one for Ye Feng to contemplate. That was a concern for the coaching staff and management. Although O'Neal was not present, the team successfully completed its first gathering for the new season. The composition of the roster was not significantly different from the previous season. With both core players still in place, Besides Kobe and O'Neal, the only other player who could be considered outstanding was Derek Fisher. He was also the only player on the Lakers, apart from the two superstars, to average double digits in scoring. The dominance of the OK combination was evident. Fisher was Ye Feng's direct competitor, ostensibly a point guard. To secure a starting position, he needed to outperform Fisher. A resolute glimmer shone in Ye Feng's eyes. While it would certainly be much easier to dominate in the bench lineup, he preferred to compete against formidable adversaries. High-intensity confrontations would also be more beneficial for further merging his templates. Not to mention, unlocking the second template required Ye Feng to start in 5 games. This compels him to vie for a starting position. Soon, Ye Feng's attention is captivated by a figure emerging from the aisle, Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Lakers. This marks the first encounter for Ye Feng with the other party. He observes a kindly, tall old man who possesses no particularly distinguishing features. Previously, Tex Winter, who served as the interim head coach during the Summer League, followed Phil Jackson closely, his gaze initially not landing on Kobe, but rather on Ye Feng. Winter, appearing considerably more robust, clearly has not relaxed during this period. With a smile on his face, he recognizes Ye Feng's diligent attendance at the training facility, noting how he has even ignited Kobe's competitive spirit. What began as occasional visits has evolved into a daily commitment. Naturally, Winter is aware that no coach despises a hard-working player. If that player is both industrious and possesses considerable talent, the admiration only deepens. Ye Feng exemplifies such a player. With the arrival of Phil Jackson and the coaching staff, all necessary personnel, save for Shaquille O'Neal, have gathered for the new season's inaugural assembly. As training has not been scheduled, Phil Jackson merely offered words of encouragement before stepping aside. The subsequent phase involves testing, overseen by Winter and the assistant coaches alongside various staff members. Among the players, the most outstanding in physical condition are undoubtedly Ye Feng and Kobe. Other players, having indulged over the holiday, did not fare as well in the tests. The once cheerful expressions of Winter and his colleagues began to shift towards seriousness upon witnessing the testing results. However, upon seeing Ye Feng and Kobe's results, astonishment spread across their faces, even catching the attention of Phil Jackson. It was evident that their gazes were continually drawn to Ye Feng. Clearly, your testing results have astonished Phil and the others. Kobe remained remarkably composed, evidently anticipating this outcome. The two engage in at least 5 one-on-one matches daily, each to a score of 21 points. As Ye Feng's abilities have grown, Kobe must exert himself fully to achieve a decisive victory. In his position of disadvantage, Ye Feng would never hold back, giving his all in every encounter. Thus, Kobe is well aware of Ye Feng's current physical prowess and skill mastery. He understands how astonishing this capability is for an undrafted player who has never played in the NBA. The absence of any lackadaisical players is inconsequential. With both myself and Feng present, victory remains attainable. Kobe exuded an unwavering confidence. The testing phase concluded swiftly, and the coaching staff would soon devise a targeted training regimen aimed at ensuring the players restored their physical and competitive form before the commencement of the regular season. As for the immense surprise that was Ye Feng, Phil Jackson found himself increasingly eager with anticipation. However, rather than directly addressing these matters, he merely cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng before turning to depart. Ye Feng, naturally, sensed this, true talent will inevitably shine. He firmly believed that he could not only establish a foothold within the Lakers but also make a significant impact. The 4 consecutive championships that the Lakers failed to achieve in his past life might now be within reach. As the formidable mountain that is the Spurs may not be insurmountable with his presence. This is his ambition. With this thought, Ye Feng glanced at Kobe, who, having disbanded but not intending to return, responded without hesitation, "Shall we do it? Let's do it." Outside the three-point line, Ye Feng held the ball with both hands, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at the poised Kobe before him, sweat cascading down his chiseled jawline. In that fleeting moment, he sprang into action. With an explosive power rating of 80, combined with a speed of 82 and a remarkable strength of 89, Ye Feng's driving maneuver became extraordinarily sharp. Once he successfully launched himself, his impact and destructive force were formidable. Without additional weight, Kobe, still the agile little flying man, possessed commendable strength among guards. Yet he dared not confront Ye Feng's brilliance directly. With the new season on the horizon, he wished to avoid injury. Unable to engage in a head-on clash, he resorted to sidestepping and defensive disruption. Having entered the league in 1996 and completed 5 seasons, during which he secured a three-peat as a core player. Kobe possessed a wealth of experience and was highly adept on the defensive end, his effort undeniable. However, against Ye Feng's unreasonable and explosive charge, Kobe found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Although Ye Feng was right-handed, he was equally proficient with his left. With Kobe on his right, he would control the ball with his left hand. Conversely, he would use his right, always striving to keep the ball as far from his opponent as possible. Once again, Kobe found himself unable to seize the opportunity for a steal as he trailed Ye Feng into the paint. In the air, they clashed. And with a noticeable disparity in strength, Kobe was forcefully shoved aside, merely watching as Ye Feng executed a powerful left-handed dunk to score. Your ability to handle the ball with your left hand is commendable. However, in an actual game, your opponents will not grant you such ample one-on-one opportunities. Other players will certainly come to assist in defense, thus magnifying your inadequacies in ball control, Kobe imparted sagely. Ye Feng comprehended Kobe's intent. I shall dedicate more time to refining my ball handling skills. Indeed, Kobe wore a look of a mentor pleased with his pupil. Observing this, Ye Feng smirked. Let us proceed. The score is currently 10-18. Do not entertain thoughts of what you cannot achieve, such as defeating me. Whether you can succeed or not is irrelevant to mere words. One must truly engage in the endeavor to discern the outcome. Very well. I shall enlighten you about the harshness of reality. The contest continued. Leveraging his physical advantage, Ye Feng scored consecutively, altering the score to 16-18. In the subsequent possession, under pressure, he attempted a layup that rimmed out, failing to convert. Following this, Kobe sank 3 consecutive baskets, claiming victory in this bout. Rookie, you have lost, Kobe declared with an air of triumph. Picking up the basketball, Ye Feng passed it over. Spare me the chatter. Let us have another round. Today shall conclude here. Unlike previous occasions where he would exhaust himself before departing, this time Kobe exhibited remarkable restraint. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng inquired. Puzzled, is your younger sibling urging you to return to submit your homework? Submit homework? Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon observing Ye Feng's expression, he, as a man, quickly grasped the implication. Where do you conjure these flirtatious remarks? Kobe's lips twitched. Furthermore, I am older than you. You ought to refer to Vanessa as sister-in-law. In that case, when we dine out, you shall foot the bill. Why should I? Because of your age. Kobe found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. When dining with Michael Jordan, it was always the latter who picked up the tab. When asked why, the answer was simply due to Jordan's seniority. Without further contention, Kobe offered a reason that Leaf could not dispute. Vanessa was 7 months pregnant, and he needed to return home to be with his wife. Reflecting on his own status as a single man, Leaf suddenly felt a desire to seek a girlfriend. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. As a player for the Lakers, finding a woman in Los Angeles would be remarkably straightforward. Yet, Leaf chose not to pursue this path. At this stage, his focus remained on enhancing his basketball skills, as he believed that women would only hinder his shooting speed. Initially intending to practice alone while Kobe attended to his wife, Leaf could not resist Kobe's generous invitation and ultimately accompanied him to his villa, where he reunited with Vanessa after a long absence. Vanessa, nearly 7 months pregnant, had begun to show, and she rarely left the villa unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Kobe's villa was spacious, equipped with excellent facilities and numerous caregivers, with family members occasionally visiting to keep her company, ensuring she did not feel lonely. It was evident that Kobe cared deeply for Vanessa. However, Leaf's perspective soon shifted. Is this really what you're serving, Vanessa? He exclaimed, taken aback by the steak, fruits, nuts, and bread laid out on the dining table. Are these things meant for human consumption? Kobe questioned, his confusion evident. Vanessa, seated beside him, mirrored his bewilderment. Observing their expressions, Ye Feng realized he must enlighten them about the essence of food. He promptly rose and inquired, what ingredients do you have at home? Noting the perplexed looks on Kobe and Vanessa's faces, he shifted his gaze to the housekeeper nearby. She rambled on about various items. With a clear understanding, Ye Feng cut to the chase. Since I'm here, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Can you cook? Chinese cuisine? Kobe asked, astonishment etched on his face. Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly. I am from the Dragon Nation. Naturally, I will prepare dishes from my homeland. With that, he disregarded the two and strode into the kitchen. Despite Kobe and Vanessa's seemingly modest eating habits, the kitchen was stocked with an abundance of high-quality ingredients and an array of cooking utensils, though they lacked the know-how to utilize them. It was a classic case of having many tools but lacking the skill. Skillfully handling various ingredients, Ye Feng decided to prepare a delightful chicken stew with mushrooms, a low-sugar sweet and sour pork, and finally, a salad infused with Chinese flavors. As Kobe and Vanessa observed Ye Feng's flurry of activity, their initial bewilderment and skepticism transformed into shock and anticipation, spurred by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Americans have a penchant for sweets, and Vanessa and Kobe were no exceptions. However, a pregnant woman and an athlete must be cautious of excessive sugar intake. The low-sugar sweet and sour pork was an impeccable choice, complemented by a salad rich in Dragon Nation flavors, promising an exquisite taste. In his previous life, Ye Feng had a profound appreciation for diverse culinary delights and a passion for cooking and experimenting in the kitchen. After savoring the exquisite flavors of Western cuisine in America, he decisively chose to create his own dishes. The fusion of local American flavors with traditional Chinese culinary techniques not only resulted in a more delectable taste, but also offered a unique and distinctive flair. When in Rome, one must embrace the local customs, after all. In terms of outcome, Ye Feng's culinary endeavor was undoubtedly a resounding success. By the time the chicken stew with mushrooms was served, the sweet and sour pork and salad had already been devoured, leaving Kobe and Vanessa visibly yearning for more. They both relished the improved chicken stew, nearly finishing every drop of the broth. The only adjustment they needed to make was to their dining habits, as Americans typically prefer individual servings rather than sharing a dish. However, this was a minor hurdle. In the face of exquisite cuisine, habits can be easily overcome. Feng. If you weren't playing basketball and focused on your culinary skills, you could certainly carve out a successful career, Kobe remarked with genuine admiration. Vanessa chimed in, Feng, you truly are remarkable. Sister-in-law, such praise should not be given lightly, Ye Feng chuckled. Kobe. Vanessa. After resting for over half an hour post-meal, Vanessa began to feel drowsy and decided to head upstairs for a nap. Ye Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Kobe, and together they made their way to the indoor gym beside the villa to continue their training. As was customary, the duel concluded only when both participants were utterly exhausted. The outcome was rather unremarkable. The following day, the coaching staff promptly devised a corresponding training regimen, and with the assistance of professional personnel, Ye Feng's training efficiency undoubtedly saw a significant enhancement, while the intensity remained exceedingly high. Thus, time progressed steadily, and the preseason was on the verge of commencing. After this period of team practice, Ye Feng's life returned to a semblance of regularity. He became quite familiar with everyone on the Lakers, apart from Kobe. He also gained a clearer understanding of the factional dynamics within the team. Despite Shaquille O'Neal's irresponsibility in choosing to undergo toe surgery just as the new season approached, thereby missing numerous games and avoiding training altogether, the majority of the players still looked to him for guidance. Notably, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, and Devin George were the most prominent among them. With Kobe's rapid ascension in skill and his relative youth compared to O'Neal, he increasingly garnered the attention of the management, gradually establishing his influence within the team over the past 2 seasons, effectively forming his own faction. However, he was no longer isolated. Thanks to Kobe's recommendation, Ye Feng had the opportunity to sign with the team, and the two often spent time together, leading Ye Feng to be marked as a member of Kobe's faction. Generally, there were no conflicts with Horry and the others. They adhered to the tactical rehearsals as dictated by the coaching staff. Yet, it remained uncertain what the situation would be once Shaquille O'Neal returned. The remaining role players in the team, under the leadership of Derek Fisher, assumed a neutral stance, adeptly navigating both sides. Fisher's approach was undoubtedly the most astute, ensuring he did not offend either faction and thereby securing a certain level of influence within the locker room. To be candid, Ye Feng was not particularly concerned about the factional dynamics. His sole focus was on playing well and enhancing his skills. However, being immersed in the situation made it challenging to remain entirely detached. His relationship with Kobe was quite close, and aligning with him posed no significant issues, provided it did not hinder his progress or the overall competitiveness of the Lakers. Reality did not grant Ye Feng the luxury of dwelling on such matters. As the preseason was set to commence, their first opponent was the city rival, the Clippers, featuring Elton Brand, a formidable inside presence averaging over 20 points and 10 rebounds. Alongside exceptional players such as Corey Maggette, Andre Miller, Lamar Odom, and Quentin Richardson, the Clippers roster appeared robust, yet these players had failed to establish effective chemistry, rendering the team's competitiveness rather mediocre, as they could not even secure a playoff berth. The Lakers fielded a starting lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Devin George, Kobe, and Fisher. The absence of O'Neal notably diminished the team's interior competitiveness. Nevertheless, Robert Horry had considerable experience defending against stout inside players like Elton Brand and displayed a commendable defensive attitude. As the new season commenced, Brand appeared to be out of rhythm, while the Clippers' other big man, Lamar Odom, seemed to be in a daze, habitually distracted. Consequently, the Lakers did not find themselves at a significant disadvantage in the paint. Conversely, Kobe quickly found his rhythm, scoring with ease both inside and outside, effectively dismantling the Clippers' defense. Although Kobe's skills were still maturing, his athleticism was exceptional, and his scoring explosiveness was nothing short of terrifying. Thanks to Kobe's stellar performance, the Lakers quickly established a dominant position. Seated on the bench, Ye Feng observed the unfolding action with keen interest. It was unclear whether the Clippers were simply weak or if the season had not truly commenced yet, leaving them out of shape after an indulgent break. At that moment, he felt a compelling urge to prove himself on the court. Soon enough, his opportunity arrived. Just past the midway point of the first quarter, Phil Jackson summoned Ye Feng from the bench. The Lakers substituted their entire lineup, introducing a full bench squad. Samaki Walker, who had predominantly played as the starting power forward in the previous season's regular games, was the most recognizable player in this lineup. During the team's practice sessions, Ye Feng typically played alongside him. The other three teammates included Brian Shaw, Mark Madsen, and Tracy Murray. Rick Fox, having suffered a muscle strain during training a few days prior, was sidelined for this game. The Clippers, in turn, seamlessly replaced their starting lineup as well. On the court, Ye Feng faced Kenyon Dooling, who was of similar height but noticeably smaller in build. After crossing half-court, Ye Feng initiated a powerful drive. What a brute! Kenyon Dooling wore an expression of disdain. As a seasoned veteran in his third year, he possessed a wealth of defensive experience and positioned himself directly in the path of Ye Feng's drive. However, before he could steady himself, Ye Feng surged forward. Unperturbed, Dooling chose to confront him, oblivious to the sympathetic gazes of his fellow Lakers players surrounding him. Bang! In the instant of collision, the previously composed Dooling felt as though he had been struck head-on by a several hundred-pound bull, his body soaring 2 meters away like a kite severed from its string. As he fell to the ground, a singular thought consumed his mind. My goodness, how can this guy possess such strength? Ye Feng's formidable display evidently startled the other Clippers players, causing their defenses to falter. To the spectators, it appeared as though the Clippers collectively offered a salute to Ye Feng, passively watching him penetrate the paint, elevate with full force, and execute a powerful one-handed windmill dunk. Only at that moment did the crowd awaken to the spectacle before them. When did our team acquire such a powerhouse? I remember him. He was extraordinary during the Summer League. Observing closely, if he can consistently maintain this level of performance, he could become a secret weapon within our bench lineup. Our greatest challenge has been the lack of competitiveness in our reserves. If he can swiftly develop into a viable asset, it would be splendid news. After all, our season's goal is a 4th consecutive championship. Am I the only one who finds him incredibly handsome? I want to date him. Is that the expression of someone wanting to date? You are simply attracted to him. For the Lakers fans, Ye Feng was undoubtedly a stranger. However, as the arena announcer soon relayed information about him, everyone became acquainted with his name. Whether he would be remembered would depend on his subsequent performance. The game continued. On the defensive end, observing the still-shaken Dooling, Ye Feng did not immediately close in, instead taking a moment to analyze the tactical approach of the Clippers lineup. Well, it seemed they had no clear strategy, merely relying on their strongest player. The ball quickly found its way into the hands of Quentin Richardson. The rookie in his third year averaged over 13 points per game last season, showcasing both his driving and shooting prowess. On our side, Tracy Murray clearly struggled to contain his opponent, being easily shaken off with a few swift changes of direction. There it was, a mid-range shot from the free throw line. The familiar touch at his fingertips causing a slight smile to grace Richardson's lips. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the side, slapping the basketball away with force just as it was released. The resounding slap struck the ball, reverberating painfully against Richardson's face, causing his expression to stiffen and his mood to plummet. His gaze immediately darted over. Who was it? The only response was the swiftly retreating silhouette of Ye Feng. He wished to pursue, yet found himself unable to keep up. Just after crossing the midline, a teammate passed the basketball to him. Ye Feng caught the ball and took long strides, charging towards the basket. Ahead of him stood only Kenyon Dooling and Marco Jarek, the two defenders from the Clippers. As they witnessed Ye Feng barreling towards them with the ball, emanating an aura that seemed capable of crushing all obstacles in his path, they hesitated for a fraction of a second, recalling their modest salaries within the team. Moreover, this was merely an inconsequential preseason game, prompting both to offer only a token defense. They watched once more as Ye Feng executed a thunderous dunk, scoring with ease. Upon entering the game, he had already tallied 4 points and even made a steal, showcasing a remarkable performance that made him the brightest star on the court. As the team switched roles, the Clippers regained possession. After a series of passes, the ball eventually found its way back to Richardson. Gazing into the focused and piercing eyes of Ye Feng, who had switched onto him, Richardson felt as though he had been targeted by a ferocious beast, causing him to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly steadied himself, confident in his own abilities, and assumed a stance ready to break through. Yet, before Richardson could make his move, Ye Feng adeptly closed in, disrupting his offensive rhythm. This defense, Richardson sensed the gravity of the situation. While maintaining a solid grip on the ball, he sought for an opening to penetrate the defense, only to find Ye Feng's positioning impeccable and his defense exceedingly tight. The aggressive intensity of Ye Feng's defense was overwhelming, leaving Richardson bewildered. How could this rookie be so formidable? What perplexed Richardson even more was the fact that someone with such prowess had garnered no recognition whatsoever. In the pre-game analysis, the head coach had failed to mention Ye Feng at all. Is this reasonable? After several attempts without achieving a breakthrough and with little time left on the clock, Richardson relinquished his pursuit and prepared to pass. Sensing his intent, Ye Feng deliberately feigned a flaw, then swiftly reached out to intercept. With a sharp sound, the pass was thwarted. A few steps away, Brian Shaw seized the basketball and immediately passed it back. The ensuing scene mirrored the previous ones, as Ye Feng basked in the spotlight once more, adding another 2 points to his tally. On the Clippers bench, DeJi, who witnessed the entire sequence, was astounded. After just over 2 months apart, he had grown so much stronger. How is that even possible? Simultaneously, on the Lakers bench, Kobe expressed his satisfaction with Ye Feng's performance. A player who could compel him to give his all in a matchup deserved such a display. Even though it was merely a preseason game, the commitment was unwavering, a mentality that resonated with him. Truly, he was a worthy friend. Equally impressed with Ye Feng was Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, who had already been astonished by Ye Feng's prowess during the team's regular training and scrimmages. Such extraordinary physical talent and remarkable basketball skills have regrettably resulted in exclusion, leaving one unable to even take the court in the NCAA. Is this scientific? Accompanying this thought is a sense of relief. Fortunately, Ye Feng did not achieve fame and seemingly faced unfair treatment in the NCAA. Thankfully, the team heeded Kobe's recommendation and chose to sign Ye Feng. Otherwise, such a remarkably capable player with immense potential would certainly have slipped away from the Lakers' grasp. Signing Ye Feng at the minimum salary is indeed a tremendous bargain. It is regrettable that the contract is only for 1 year. A player of his caliber should have a contract akin to the 7-year deal previously given to Pippen. However, judging by Ye Feng's demeanor and conduct, he is unlikely to make such a foolish decision. Pippen? With Feng on the team, the strength of the bench has significantly increased. Observing the court, his defensive prowess is striking. He not only neutralizes his direct opponent, Kenyon Dooling, but also, through active help defense, greatly restricts Richardson and, by extension, the entire perimeter offensive capability of the Clippers. The defensive prowess and range displayed are truly astonishing. Against the Los Angeles Clippers bench unit, Ye Feng exhibited dominance on both ends of the court. A player who has never participated in the NBA delivered such an extraordinary performance when facing a team of NBA caliber, which undeniably attests to his remarkable skill. If he were to be integrated into the starting lineup, one wonders what the outcome would be. Would he be able to coexist harmoniously with Kobe? Once the idea took root, Phil Jackson found himself unable to suppress the urge to experiment. The first quarter concluded swiftly, with Ye Feng gracing the court for nearly 6 minutes, during which he amassed an impressive tally of 17 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The sole criticism lay in his role as a point guard, eschewing assists in favor of assuming the mantle of a finisher. However, Ye Feng's performance was undeniably remarkable, marked by exceptional efficiency, further aiding his team in extending their lead, thus silencing any detractors. Entering the second quarter with a commanding 19-point advantage, it was unexpected that Ye Feng remained on the court, joining Kobe and 3 other Lakers starters. It appeared that Ye Feng ignited a defensive fervor within Kobe, who, upon entering the game, displayed relentless tenacity on the defensive end. Coupled with Ye Feng's equally fervent defense, the Clippers' backcourt found itself utterly overwhelmed. Andre Miller experienced a sense of exasperation struggling against Ye Feng while also contending with Kobe's occasional assistance in double-teaming. This is merely the preseason, not the playoffs. Can we still be friends? Corey Maggott has encountered a similar predicament, his spirit visibly diminished, faced with the formidable prowess of Kobe, who matches his strength, as well as the even greater force of Ye Feng. His scoring efficiency plummets. On the offensive front, with Kobe drawing defensive attention, Ye Feng finds it remarkably effortless to navigate the court. Benefiting from 3 months of rigorous training together, the two have developed an intimate understanding and remarkable synergy. Even with a passing ability rated at only 74, Ye Feng consistently delivers the ball to Kobe whenever he seeks it. While the precision may lack at times, the timing is invariably impeccable. Similarly, the usually reluctant passer, save for Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe alters his approach whenever Ye Feng successfully penetrates the defense and creates an opportunity. He readily dishes out the ball. Their offensive collaboration flows seamlessly, each augmenting the other's assists, leaving Derek Fisher on the bench utterly astonished. Is this still the Kobe he once knew? How can he be so approachable? Was he not merely playing a role before? Suddenly, he feels that his position as a starter this season may be in jeopardy. At this moment, Phil Jackson's eyes gleam with excitement. Having always been an ardent admirer of the triangle offense, he observes the harmonious synergy between Kobe and Ye Feng, a stellar backcourt duo excelling in both offense and defense. An idea begins to blossom in his mind, the desire to devise a unique strategy tailored for the two of them. It promises to be both intriguing and formidable. However, as reality sets in, Phil Jackson's expression shifts to one of conflict. It has become evident that integrating Ye Feng into the starting lineup allows for a coexistence with Kobe. More accurately, it is Kobe who willingly shares the ball with Ye Feng. This revelation is indeed delightful. Crucially, Ye Feng has not betrayed Kobe's trust. Similarly, should Ye Feng be placed within the bench lineup, his contributions would be equally remarkable. In contrast, if Derek Fisher were to lead the bench unit alone, he would undoubtedly struggle to match Ye Feng's prowess in both offense and defense. Contemplating these factors, Phil Jackson found himself at a loss. Beep. The final buzzer echoed, signaling the conclusion of the contest between the Lakers and the Clippers. The former's players wore expressions of ease, filled with laughter and camaraderie, while the latter's team trudged off with heads bowed, eager to escape the arena. The outcome was unmistakable. The final score stood at 111-76, a staggering margin of 35 points, rendering it a veritable rout. It is rare for a preseason match to display such a lack of regard for an opponent. Yet, one cannot entirely fault the Lakers in this instance. Throughout the final quarter, Phil Jackson fielded an entirely bench lineup, with Ye Feng relegated to the sidelines. The team's competitive edge seemed diminished, yet the gap did not significantly close. One can only attribute this to the Clippers' own deficiencies. In the course of 22 minutes on the court, Ye Feng amassed an astonishing tally of 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, showcasing an efficiency that was nothing short of remarkable. He undoubtedly emerged as the standout player for the Lakers in this game, leaving an indelible impression on the fans who gathered at the Staples Center. Compared to the Summer League, the preseason undeniably garners far greater attention. Ye Feng's name began to resonate with a wider audience across America. Furthermore, thanks to Yao Ming's entry into the NBA as the first overall pick, interest in the league has surged domestically, particularly with Ye Jianlian's successful signing with the Clippers. Consequently, many fans and media outlets in China have begun to closely follow this matchup. Beyond the realm of basketball professionals, a portion of the domestic audience has also come to recognize Ye Feng's presence, aware that across the vast ocean, in the highest echelons of professional basketball, there exists a compatriot guard. Ye Feng remains oblivious to this burgeoning recognition. With the preseason underway, the commencement of the regular season cannot be far off. The team has entered a phase of intense preparation, striving to restore the players' competitive state fully before the regular season commences. Both physical and mental readiness are essential. Preseason games are ongoing, and the Lakers have triumphed against teams such as the Grizzlies, led by Pau Gasol, as well as the rebuilding Nuggets and Cavaliers, and the Suns. Remaining undefeated, Ye Feng averages 23 minutes of playtime, achieving impressive stats of 20 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, leading the team in efficiency. His performance is undeniably remarkable, ranking second in scoring only to Kobe. This has made it evident to all that the Lakers have unearthed a gem this season. With the already formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, both in their prime, the addition of such a potent talent seems like an unexpected windfall. The call for a four-peat is frequently echoed, much to the chagrin of other teams in the league vying for the championship, who can only mutter their frustrations about the scouting and collegiate system. Such an outstanding player has surprisingly garnered no recognition, which seems rather implausible. Conspiracy theories have even emerged, suggesting that Ye Feng has engaged in a clandestine trade with the Lakers, deliberately concealing his prowess. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands that this is improbable. Amidst the tumult, the Kentucky University basketball team, alongside the Pistons and Clippers, teams that Ye Feng previously auditioned for, find themselves thrust into the spotlight. The head coach of the Kentucky basketball team feels deeply wronged. During his college years, Ye Feng did not exhibit such formidable strength and athleticism. Otherwise, he would not have gone undrafted. Had he possessed such prowess at that time, a starting position would have been assured, and they could have advanced much further in March Madness, perhaps even clinching the championship. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. As for the Clippers and Pistons, the latter is filled with regret, lamenting that had they offered a more lucrative deal, Ye Feng might have chosen to stay. Conversely, the Clippers are engulfed in anger, for they had him for a trial, only to have him whisked away by Kobe, leading to their subsequent frustration. Is this truly acceptable? Among all these teams and personnel, the one who undoubtedly feels the most neglected is Philip. Initially, he signed a contract with Ye Feng merely to swindle 5,000 yuan, never believing that Ye Feng possessed the potential to enter the NBA. This attitude led to a rather unpleasant relationship between them, yet he managed to extricate himself from this burden. Now, you inform me that Ye Feng is a veritable cash cow. Regret fills me to the brim. I wish I could slap myself for my short-sightedness. In stark contrast, Prince, treated as a treasure, appears decidedly ordinary. At this moment, the preseason has concluded, and the regular season is about to commence. Ye Feng has no time to dwell on trivial matters. I wonder how Phil Jackson will utilize me in the regular season. Throughout the preseason, Ye Feng never started a game, always coming off the bench, yet he spent considerable time on the court alongside the starting lineup. Averaging 20 minutes per game, nearly half of that time was shared with starters like Kobe. He is quite eager to discover whether he will secure a starting position in the regular season, but he remains utterly perplexed by Phil Jackson's intentions. The old man displayed an air of enigmatic composure every day, exuding the demeanor of a sage, which came across as rather pretentious. Since pondering the matter proved fruitless, Ye Feng decided to cease his contemplation and focus on his own performance. He found solace in the fact that, after enduring the trials of the preseason, his defensive attributes had finally surpassed expectations, reaching an impressive score of 90, officially entering the ranks of the elite. Once he fully assimilated the template, his defensive prowess would astonishingly rise to a formidable 95, a benchmark worthy of the best defensive player accolade. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. On the evening of October 29th, the long-awaited opening game of the Lakers' regular season commenced as scheduled, with the formidable Spurs as their opponents. Armed with the talents of Tim Duncan and the strategic guidance of the illustrious coach Greg Popovich, along with the enduring competitiveness of David Robinson, the Spurs boasted a robust lineup bolstered by the growth of numerous role players. This season, their strength was indeed formidable. Having faced the dominant Lakers in the previous two seasons and suffering bitter defeats in the playoffs, the Spurs were undoubtedly driven by a thirst for vengeance. This adds a significant amount of tension to the clash between the two teams. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Steve Smith, Bruce Bowen, and Tony Parker. The formidable twin towers in the paint exhibit unparalleled strength, while the seasoned veterans alongside the newcomers present a commendable competitiveness. The San Antonio Spurs boast an exceptionally powerful starting lineup. What is even more daunting is their bench. Malik Rose, Manu Ginobili, Claxton, Steven Jackson, and Steve Kerr. Although many are seasoned veterans, it is undeniable that these players possess distinctive qualities and formidable skills. In contrast, the Los Angeles Lakers, lacking Shaquille O'Neal in their starting lineup, face a significant disadvantage, and their bench is hardly comparable unless it includes Ye Feng. Given that the Lakers succumbed to the Spurs in the previous season's playoffs, such an outcome is understandable. Their opponents are indeed formidable. Contemplating this, Ye Feng is quite curious about how his presence might alter the Lakers' odds against the Spurs. The twin towers of the Spurs present a considerable challenge for him, especially as he currently lacks a stable mid-range and long-range shooting ability. Should he make a significant impact on the offensive end against the Spurs, it would undoubtedly bode well for encounters with other teams in the league. Phil Jackson has arranged a starting lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Devin George, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. As anticipated, Ye Feng did not make the starting roster. Beep. The whistle sounds, and the game begins, confronted by the imposing twin towers of the Spurs. The Lakers' interior combination of Samaki Walker and Robert Horry evidently pales in comparison. Few hold any optimism for their prospects. However, there is a silver lining. Tim Duncan's performance in this match is far from stellar. Despite having a seemingly assured offensive strategy, he failed to convert his opportunities. It is apparent that his competitive form has yet to fully resurface at this early stage of the season. As for David Robinson, his role has shifted primarily to supporting Duncan, contributing his height and experience to the team. One cannot realistically expect a 38-year-old player to shoulder more responsibility. It is now the year 2002, and the intensity of NBA defense is exceedingly high. Aggressive plays and collisions are commonplace, particularly for interior players. The game often resembles a brawl as much as it does a sport, with the intensity reaching remarkable levels. The once mighty David Robinson now finds his tank running low, and one can expect him to conserve energy during the regular season. Consequently, the Spurs' advantage in the paint is not as pronounced as one might anticipate. While their offensive efficiency falters, the Spurs' formidable defensive prowess continues to exert considerable pressure on the Lakers. From the outset, Kobe Bryant unleashed his offensive might. Yet faced with Bruce Bowen's relentless defense and the various double teams and help from other Spurs players, his efficiency remained mediocre. The performance of the Lakers' supporting cast was even more disheartening. Following their 3 consecutive championships, these players exhibit a significant lack of motivation, and their form has noticeably declined from the previous season. Moreover, one must concede that Greg Popovich's mastery in instilling a robust defensive system and fostering defensive tenacity within the team is truly remarkable. Even players of modest talent can, under his guidance, unleash their potential within the framework of the system. This placed immense pressure on the Lakers, particularly on the role players within the team. Both sides exhibited low scoring efficiency, leading the match into a defensive battle. The lack of support from teammates compelled Kobe to focus more intently on individual offense. If passing to teammates resulted in lower efficiency than pursuing his own shot, what incentive remained to pass? Consequently, he became a target for the Spurs, resulting in a series of turnovers. Derek Fisher, possessing a resilient heart, was a player the team could rely upon during critical moments. However, his foot speed was rather slow among guards, making him appear sluggish when matched against the swift Tony Parker. His inherent scoring ability was somewhat average, requiring a strong point to draw defensive attention. Yet, with Kobe opting not to pass, even if opportunities arose, he could not secure the ball. If Fisher lacked ball control, the situation for others was even more dire. The Lakers seemed ensnared in a vicious cycle. Observing this, Phil Jackson furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping across the bench before finally settling on Ye Feng. "Feng, go warm up." Acknowledging the directive, Ye Feng rose to perform some light exercises on the sidelines. Noticing the circumstances surrounding Ye Feng, Greg Popovich, who had been keenly monitoring the Lakers bench, immediately recognized the situation. Is he going to enter the game? Prior to the match, Popovich had conducted thorough research on Ye Feng, even watching relevant game footage, and it was impossible for him to not feel a twinge of envy. At just 19 years of age, this prodigious athlete merely needs to refine his shooting skills to ascend to the ranks of all-star caliber players without any doubt. Even if he cannot emerge as the cornerstone of the franchise, he could undoubtedly serve as a reliable second option. The Lakers have essentially acquired a ready-to-play talent. Inciting a sense of envy in others, why couldn't the Spurs seize such an opportunity? Contemplating the aging veterans and the inexperienced youngsters within his team, Coach Popovich inevitably feels a twinge of fatigue. Were it not for his insistence and requests, David Robinson would have long since retired. And both Steve Smith and Steve Kerr are poised to hang up their jerseys after this season. Consequently, the Spurs' roster strength is sure to diminish. Thus, this season, they are resolute in their pursuit of the championship. However, they must not be overly ambitious. After all, I already have Tim Popovich muses. Returning attention to the court, the Spurs gradually gain the upper hand amidst a fierce contest. As the first quarter approaches its midpoint, Ye Feng is substituted into the game, with the Lakers currently trailing by 5 points. The Spurs also make changes, with David Robinson and Steve Smith exiting as Malik Rose and Danny Ferry enter the fray. The ball is firmly in the Spurs' possession. Prior to the game, Popovich had emphasized the need to focus on Ye Feng. Tony Parker, displaying restraint, protects the ball with composure beyond the three-point line, denying any opportunity for a steal. He deftly navigates through a screen, creating a two-step advantage. Yet instead of driving to the basket himself, he elegantly dishes the ball to the moving Tim Duncan. The execution is graceful and the timing impeccable. Tony Parker feels a sense of satisfaction with his assist. Suddenly, Parker's expression freezes. It appears as though Ye Feng anticipated Parker's pass, having prepared in advance. The moment the ball is released, he springs into action. His wingspan of 2.04 meters proves advantageous as he successfully intercepts the pass. Kobe is already in motion. However, Ye Feng refrains from passing to him, as Bruce Bowen cunningly positions himself in the passing lane between Ye Feng and Kobe. With a mere 74 in passing ability, the precision and timing of his passes can only be deemed mediocre, making them susceptible to interception. He must play it safe, ignoring Kobe's call for the ball. Ye Feng skillfully dribbles past half-court, leaving the Spurs players astonished. Is there truly another player on the Lakers, aside from Shaquille O'Neal, who dares to disregard Kobe? Conversely, the expressions of the Lakers players appear considerably more subdued. Such a scene had been witnessed countless times during the preseason, rendering it an ordinary occurrence. The coach remained silent, and Kobe did not exhibit genuine anger, which only deepened their indifference. Back on the court, Ye Feng crossed half-court and immediately surged forward, while Tony Parker, reluctant to even put up a fight, gracefully stepped aside. His slight stature made him hesitant to confront the oncoming force, successfully penetrating the lane. Danny Ferry stepped up to defend, his imposing height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters exerting considerable pressure on Ye Feng. Alas, he was but a decorative pillow. A mere collision sent him flying. However, just as Ye Feng leaped, a tall and formidable figure soared towards him. Indeed, he was soaring. With quick reflexes, Ye Feng adeptly altered his trajectory mid-air and passed the basketball. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Tim Duncan who had come to contest his shot. Thankful for his foresight, Ye Feng mused that otherwise, his attempt would have surely been swatted. Upon landing, he retreated to the baseline, ensuring he would not be inadvertently harmed by his teammates. Meanwhile, Kobe, with his diminutive hands, barely managed to secure the slightly errant pass. He leaped high, launching the ball into the hoop over the back of the unsuspecting Duncan. The atmosphere within the Staples Center erupted. Beautifully executed. That dunk was magnificent. Ye Feng exchanged high-fives with Kobe in celebration. Duncan, still reeling from the humiliation of being dunked on just 2 steps away, felt his mood darken as he twitched his lips in displeasure. In the subsequent play, Duncan quickly positioned himself in the paint, and without hesitation, Tony Parker delivered the ball. Uncle Ho defended diligently, yet could not prevent the impending onslaught. The score remained a 5-point margin. However, as Duncan turned, the Lakers had already completed their inbound pass. Fast break. Kobe led the charge, with Ye Feng trailing closely behind. The former received the pass and drove straight into the Spurs' interior, drawing defenders before reciprocating with a perfectly timed lob. With impeccable timing, Ye Feng landed and soared into the air, seizing the basketball with both hands and forcefully slamming it down into the hoop. Boom. With an exhilarating display of power, the resounding slam dunk electrified the arena, elevating the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson appeared quite pleased, reveling in the chemistry blossoming between Ye Feng and Kobe. He contemplated increasing the duration they shared the court, confident in their youthful vigor and stamina. Meanwhile, on the Spurs bench, Greg Popovich furrowed his brow, pondering strategies to counteract the situation. Yet, he found himself at a loss for effective tactical responses. It is indeed challenging to create a masterpiece without the right materials. With the current roster, even containing Kobe proved to be a formidable task, and the addition of the astute Ye Feng made matters even more difficult. On the court, spurred by Kobe's emphatic dunk, Tim Duncan began to seize control of the game, not only scoring himself, but also drawing defenders and assisting his teammates with 3-point shots, leading the Spurs' fierce offensive onslaught. On the Lakers' side, they relied entirely on the prowess of Kobe and Ye Feng. In one-on-one situations, no one dared to claim they could limit Kobe, prompting the Spurs to allocate a significant defensive effort towards him. This granted Ye Feng a relatively unimpeded avenue for offense. Tony Parker's defense was as flimsy as paper, and Bruce Bowen had to focus on guarding Kobe, leaving him unable to provide assistance. Therefore, Ye Feng merely needed to be mindful of Duncan's positioning, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Stone Buddha. On the court, he could drive and collide at will, as no one could contend with him. Once Duncan approached, he would simply pass the ball out. After undergoing the trials of the preseason, Ye Feng had become exceedingly proficient in this drive-and-dish technique. The score oscillated back and forth, remaining within a 5-point margin creating a highly competitive atmosphere. The intensity of defense had notably increased compared to earlier stages. At this juncture, the match had transcended the realm of an ordinary regular season game. Both the Lakers and the Spurs regarded this contest with an intensity that surpassed typical regular season stakes. In the inaugural battle of the new season, both teams aspired to ascend over one another. The first quarter concluded in this manner. Upon Ye Feng's entry, the scoring efficiency for the Lakers surged considerably, as he amassed a comprehensive stat line of 4 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 assists within the quarter. Kobe, meanwhile, achieved the highest individual score of the quarter with 15 points. The Lakers collectively managed only 23 points in that quarter, nearly monopolized by the two of them. On the Spurs side, Duncan delivered an impressive 13 points in the quarter, showcasing his own excellence, as the team garnered 25 points, leading by 2. At the onset of the second quarter, both teams fielded entirely substitute lineups. The Spurs bench was formidable, posing a significant challenge to both the Lakers and Ye Feng. Indeed, Ye Feng remained on the court during the second quarter, while Derek Fisher, who had rested for half of the first, made his entrance. Consequently, Ye Feng transitioned from point guard to shooting guard. Noticing the robustly coiffed Manu Ginobili across from him, Ye Feng smiled slightly, ready to make an impact. Aware of Ye Feng's unmistakably mischievous gaze, and recalling the reckless style he exhibited in the first quarter, coupled with Coach Popovich's emphatic warnings prior to entering the game, Ginobili felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He wondered whether his slender limbs could withstand the onslaught. Since the Spurs had won the jump ball in the first quarter, the Lakers began the second quarter with possession. Derek Fisher dribbled to the three-point line of the Spurs, glanced at the frail figure of Clay Skelton before him, hesitated for a fraction of a second, and ultimately decided against taking the shot himself, opting to pass the ball instead. Without any preamble, Ye Feng received the ball and immediately launched into a powerful drive. Ginobili was knocked off balance, nearly falling, his expression one of utter despair. Even guarding Kobe had not felt this suffocating. He truly possesses a physique akin to that of a formidable bull. Which defender can withstand such relentless assault? Certainly not this one. With both Duncan and David Robinson absent from the court, Ye Feng boldly penetrated the paint, only to be immediately met with a double team. It was evident that Popovich had devised a targeted defensive strategy, unwilling to grant him an easy scoring opportunity. However, Ye Feng was not obstinate. Recognizing the scarcity of chances on his end, he swiftly altered his approach and opted to pass the ball. The unguarded Samaki Walker received the pass and executed a two-handed dunk. What a beautiful pass! Walker exclaimed, exhilarated. Ye Feng smiled and exchanged a high five with him, remarking, "Your dunk was spectacular." "Indeed, I concur." Walker wore a look that indicated he appreciated Ye Feng's discernment. Without further discourse, Ye Feng hastily returned to defense. Trouble loomed. On the Spurs bench, Popovich wore a furrowed brow. Initially, he believed that Ye Feng's restraint was a result of sharing the court with Kobe. Now that Kobe was sidelined, he anticipated Ye Feng would, like many other burgeoning talents in the league, be eager to showcase his skills. To his surprise, he was mistaken. Ye Feng remained composed, not allowing himself to become flustered. Truly, fortune smiled upon the Lakers. How wonderful it would be if such a promising talent were to join us, Popovich mused, his eyes betraying a sense of yearning. With Tim Duncan in the paint, Ye Feng and Parker on the perimeter, and a Gin Billy on the bench, the vision was too splendid. The future of the Spurs appeared bright. Alas, it was merely a fantasy, an unattainable dream. No renowned young star would willingly choose to join the Spurs. The match continued. Despite this being Gin Billy's inaugural season in the NBA, he had already garnered Popovich's trust. Holding a position on the court akin to that of Claxton, the two formed the offensive nucleus of the Spurs' second unit. It was evidently implausible for Ye Feng to defend against two players simultaneously. He chose to focus on the agile and graceful Gin Billy, leaving Claxton to Fisher. The perennial issue resurfaced. Old Fish, or rather, now still Little Fish Fisher, found himself at a disadvantage when confronted by a nimble guard. Standing at 180 centimeters, Claxton was swift and agile, causing Fisher considerable discomfort. Ye Feng too felt the strain, as Gin Billy drew him away from Claxton, rendering him unable to assist defensively. Allowing Gin Billy to roam free was an even less palatable option. All he could do was hope that the opponent would miss their shots. Yet, Claxton was in fine form this game. If complete restriction on defense was unattainable, then reclaiming dominance on the offensive end was the only recourse. A singular skill can conquer all. Ye Feng began to frequently penetrate the paint, seizing every opportunity to shoot, while passing the ball when the chances were less favorable. In the absence of Tim Duncan and David Robinson, it proved exceedingly challenging for the Spurs to contain Ye Feng with a solitary player, thereby granting him ample space to showcase his talents. Walker and Medvedenko emerged as the principal beneficiaries. Often overlooked by the Spurs, they feasted on easy baskets. The first half of the game swiftly passed, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, the Lakers displayed slightly superior efficiency, capitalizing on open shots. The score reached 39-37, with the Lakers gaining a 2-point lead. Both teams made substitutions, and as Ye Feng remained on the court, Popovich's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more, casting a glance towards the Lakers bench, where the composed Phil Jackson sat, pondering, regardless of one's prowess. Is it truly wise to rely on a mere 19-year-old in such a manner? Reality soon provided its answer. Popovich believed that Ye Feng's high-intensity playstyle, marked by relentless defense and physical exertion, could not be sustained for long. Yet, Ye Feng completed the entire second quarter alongside Kobe, helping the team extend their lead to 6 points. Duncan's remarkable 27-point first-half performance ultimately proved futile, as it did not translate into a lead for the team. Scoring, no matter how prolific, held little significance without a corresponding advantage. In the second half, Ye Feng continued to exert himself, joining forces with Kobe as they both exhibited exceptional play on both ends of the court. Despite the Spurs' dominance in the paint, they utterly dismantled the Spurs' perimeter defense, seizing the advantage. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, thunderous applause filled the air, accompanied by jubilant cheers. With Shaquille absent, Lakers fans initially feared the worst for this match. However, the combination of Kobe and Ye Feng in the backcourt delivered an unexpected delight. Kobe's prowess was well acknowledged, requiring no further elaboration. Ye Feng's performance, however, was the most astonishing revelation of the game. It was truly hard to fathom that at just 19 years of age, and having gone undrafted in the pivotal selection process, the scouts within the league had failed to recognize his potential. In 37 minutes of play against the formidable Spurs, Ye Feng recorded an impressive 21 points, 6 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. The partnership of Ye Feng and Kobe in the backcourt was undeniably formidable, making it difficult to conceive of any other duo in the league that could rival their prowess. Once Shaquille returns and the team reaches its full potential, we shall become an unprecedented force. The prospect of a 4th consecutive championship seems to be beckoning us. The Lakers fans began to express their admiration and dreams, their satisfaction with Ye Feng immeasurable. Of course, if Ye Feng were to perform poorly in subsequent games, their demeanor would likely shift dramatically. Fans are quite pragmatic. Aware of this reality, Ye Feng would not allow himself to become conceited due to a single stellar performance. Gaining a position in the starting lineup was his utmost priority. As the regular season progressed, the integration of the Big Ben template would inevitably reach its peak, requiring little effort on his part. Thus, Ye Feng now yearned to unlock the second template as swiftly as possible. Lost in thought, Ye Feng walked down the corridor, only to be intercepted by a striking figure. "Feng, may I ask you a few questions?" Ye Feng nodded in assent. The woman was stunning, her physique epitomizing Western beauty, though she was not to his taste. "First, congratulations on what can only be described as a flawless debut," the beautiful reporter began, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. "After witnessing your performance, we are intrigued. Given your evident talent, why were you previously unable to take the court in the NCAA? Was there an element of unfair treatment?" "Not at all. I am grateful to the coach for the opportunity to join the team and for assisting me in securing a scholarship, which has been immensely beneficial." Ye Feng replied sincerely, deftly avoiding her trap. "As for my lack of playing time, perhaps I was simply too low-key." "Low-key?" "Indeed," Ye Feng responded with a gentle smile. His handsome features and deep-set eyes captivated the reporter, yet he had no desire to continue the conversation. With a wave, he briskly departed, preferring the allure of women with an Eastern charm. Upon returning to the locker room, he casually discarded the small note the reporter had slipped him into the trash. The voice of Kobe echoed in his ears. "You performed admirably in this game. Quite the feat. To hear words of praise from you," Ye Feng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Kobe seemed to reconsider, his demeanor returning to seriousness. "You must continue to refine your shooting and ball handling skills. That will lead to a transformative change." Yes. "Now that sounds more like you," Ye Feng replied, a hint of appreciation in his tone. At the post-game press conference, Phil Jackson brought only Kobe with him, perfectly aligning with Ye Feng's preference, as he was never fond of dealing with reporters. Merely the thought of it was cumbersome. A more low-key development suited him best. Nevertheless, he underestimated the impact of this match, not to mention the accolades that Kobe and Phil Jackson lavished upon him during the conference. In matters of comparison, one often fears the juxtaposition. Unlike Ye Feng's nearly flawless debut performance, the first game of fellow countryman Yao Ming, who entered the NBA as the first overall pick, was nothing short of disappointing. Coming off the bench for 11 minutes, Yao attempted one shot without success, finishing with a dismal tally of 0 points, 2 rebounds, 2 fouls, and 3 turnovers, an abysmal display that starkly contradicted his status as a top draft pick. Many American basketball enthusiasts and meddlesome media outlets began to label him a bust. This lackluster performance left the Chinese fans, who had hoped to see Yao showcase the prowess of Chinese basketball in the NBA, greatly disheartened. In contrast, Ye Feng truly shone. This revelation has led many basketball enthusiasts in the country to turn their attention to Ye Feng. Meanwhile, in the United States, he has once again caught the interest of various teams and the league. In his debut season, facing the formidable San Antonio Spurs, he delivered an impressive performance with statistics of 20 points, 6 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Such a feat is rarely accomplished by first-year rookies in the annals of NBA history. Previously, they recognized Ye Feng as a commendable player, but they were astounded by the sheer strength of his performance. The pivotal factor lies in the presence of the iconic duo, who have just completed a three-peat and are now aiming for a 4th consecutive championship with the Lakers. This compels all teams to regard him with utmost seriousness. Coaches are particularly troubled by Ye Feng's direct and aggressive style of play on the offensive end. Those teams lacking exceptional interior defenders can already envision their perimeter defense being overwhelmed. Even more disconcerting, and indeed unbelievable, is Ye Feng's seasoned and formidable approach on the defensive end. He does not resemble a typical rookie in the slightest. It is well known that effective defense requires a certain level of game experience, accumulated playing time, a proactive defensive attitude, and a measure of physical talent to master the art of defense. Despite his limited experience and playing time, Ye Feng possesses an astonishingly robust defensive ability, leaving many baffled. Yet they must confront the reality. Beyond the teams, media, and fans, David Stern has also taken note of Ye Feng. The success of Yao Ming as the first overall pick undoubtedly benefited from the support of the league's commissioner. Currently, Yao has yet to acclimate to the pace and intensity of NBA games, and in light of his poor performance in his debut, it is astonishing that an undrafted player like Ye Feng could shine so brightly, leaving Stern greatly surprised. He had been aware of Ye Feng's potential and capabilities, yet he perceived a significant gap between them and Yao. To his astonishment, reality has unfolded in an entirely different manner. After repeatedly reviewing highlights of Ye Feng's performances, Stern found his gaze drawn irresistibly to Ye Feng's strikingly handsome visage, which starkly contrasts with that of Yao Ming. The brilliance of Ye Feng's basketball prowess further captivated him, prompting a shift in his internal calculations, rather than channeling all resources into a single player. It would be prudent to diversify investments to ensure security. The NBA, at its core, is a commercial league driven by the imperative of profit. Presently, Ye Feng has showcased immense commercial potential to David Stern, who is undoubtedly willing to allocate resources accordingly. With little time to dwell on such matters, Ye Feng has already embarked on a flight to Portland with his team. This is the nature of the NBA. Once the regular season commences, players become exceedingly busy, predominantly traversing the expanse of the United States. It is noteworthy that the regular season comprises a total of 82 games, with each team playing 41 at home and 41 away. Typically, teams engage in 3, and at times 4, games within a week, resulting in a tightly packed schedule. Given the vastness of the United States, players are often found either en route to away games or returning to their home base. In such circumstances, Ye Feng realized that he lacked the energy to concern himself with anything beyond the competition and training, which were already sufficient to occupy his time. Women? He simply had no inclination to seek companionship. In the second game of the regular season, they were set to face the Portland Trail Blazers on their home turf. Compared to the formidable San Antonio Spurs, who had demonstrated exceptional strength in the Western Conference and throughout the entire NBA over the past 2 seasons, the Blazers appeared rather ordinary, managing to reach the playoffs, but falling outside the top 4 in rankings. Confronted with such an opponent, Ye Feng noticed that, apart from Kobe, his teammates seemed remarkably relaxed. Phil Jackson made no effort to intervene, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Is the coach always like this? Ye Feng inquired. Understanding the implication, Kobe cast a glance at the dazed Phil Jackson on the sidelines and nodded. Phil prefers to allow us to awaken through adversity rather than expend words on motivation and reminders. Quite the character, Ye Feng chuckled. Kobe shrugged, non-committal. While he disapproved of such a lax approach, he was reluctant to create discord with Phil Jackson during the regular season. Thus he remained silent. The thought of the slothful Shaquille O'Neal and Phil Jackson sharing a similar demeanor and getting along harmoniously only deepened his frown. It was rather disconcerting. With a game scheduled for that evening, the training session was brief and of low intensity, concluding swiftly. They had no opportunity to explore Portland and instead prepared at the hotel. After a meal, Ye Feng and his teammates made their way to the Moda Center. The game commenced as scheduled. Initially, despite the team's overall relaxed atmosphere and facing a relatively weaker opponent in the Blazers, they anticipated an advantage. However, the situation proved less straightforward than expected. Rasheed Wallace dominated the Lakers' interior defense, while Damon Stoudemire, an archetype of the player Fisher dreaded facing, posed a significant threat from the perimeter. The Lakers' defensive performance, both inside and outside, was mediocre. Even though Kobe started strong, scoring consecutively, the score remained neck and neck, failing to establish a clear lead. Unable to discern Phil Jackson's emotional state from his expression, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, focusing intently on the game. The perspective of an outsider can often be clearer. In the realm of the Trailblazers, the players capable of posing a significant threat were limited to Rasheed Wallace and Damon Stoudemire, with the remaining three being rather mediocre. Relying solely on Kobe, equilibrium could essentially be maintained, and once he took to the court, there would be little cause for concern. However, Phil Jackson's subsequent decisions took Ye Feng by surprise. Kobe was substituted, leaving Ye Feng to bear the burden with the bench players. In contrast, the Trailblazers persisted with their starters, keeping Rasheed Wallace and Damon Stoudemire on the floor. One cannot deny that Damon Stoudemire truly embodies his nickname Mouse in the house. His ball handling is exceptional, pace brisk, and his penetrative skills are sharp, all while displaying cleverness in his play. Unfortunately, his lack of height, falling under 6 feet, coupled with a slender build, renders him susceptible to becoming a defensive liability on the court. Ye Feng relished such opponents, as he could easily exploit them. The only formidable challenge was Rasheed Wallace, whose towering height of 6 feet 11 inches made him seem like an impenetrable wall in the paint. Upon driving to the basket, Ye Feng would invariably have to contend with him, whether attempting a dunk or a layup. This presented a considerable dilemma. The Trailblazers did not resort to double-teaming him, leaving scant opportunities for his teammates to find open shots. Given the caliber of his bench companions, their scoring efficiency was notably poor unless presented with wide-open looks. Ye Feng's initial struggles with shooting ability became apparent. Simultaneously, the evident shortcomings of the Lakers' bench unit were glaring. Phil Jackson seemed to have anticipated this scenario well in advance. He remained unperturbed, calmly observing Ye Feng as he actively sought a breakthrough on the court, murmuring in a tone only he could hear. Lacking mid-range and long-range shooting capabilities makes one too easily targeted, and you are not yet equipped to carry the team. In comparison to the starters, your role as a sixth man within the bench unit better serves the interests of the team. The first quarter of the game concluded swiftly, with the Lakers holding a slender lead of 1 point over the Trailblazers. Ye Feng played for nearly 6 minutes, achieving a commendable tally of 7 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. His performance, particularly in seizing offensive rebounds, posed significant challenges for the Trailblazers. What was even more astonishing was Ye Feng's ability to read the game. Unbeknownst to him, Phil Jackson had begun to favor allowing him to lead the bench unit. Faced with a lackluster offensive performance from the team, Ye Feng, through persistent attempts, quickly discovered a means to break the deadlock, drawing fouls. His free throw attribute reached an impressive 80 points, with a commendable shooting percentage. The crucial aspect was his ability to inflict damage in the paint. If he managed to draw multiple fouls, Rasheed Wallace would inevitably have to be cautious, risking a substitution. Without Wallace anchoring the paint, the Trailblazers' other interior defenders appeared somewhat inadequate, resulting in a marked increase in the efficiency of Ye Feng's penetrating style of play. However, the opposing team remained astute, avoiding traps. Nonetheless, to prevent fouls, their defensive intensity was noticeably diminished. This provided Ye Feng with ample opportunity to showcase his talents. The team managed to conclude the first quarter with a narrow 1-point lead, largely thanks to Ye Feng's remarkable contributions. During the second quarter, Ye Feng remained off the court and watched as Kobe led the starting lineup to gradually extend their advantage, feeling a sense of relief. It wasn't until there were 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter that he re-entered the game, with the Lakers already holding a 6-point lead over the Trailblazers. Derek Fisher stayed on the court, prompting Ye Feng to shift to the shooting guard position. Faced with the Trailblazers bench players, Ye Feng utilized his exceptional defense and overpowering drives to help the team increase their lead to 16 points. It became evident that having Ye Feng contend against the opponent's substitutes was akin to a significant disparity in skill level, showcasing a clear advantage. After all, no team would be so extravagant as to keep a talented interior player on the bench. Witnessing this situation firsthand, Phil Jackson unexpectedly placed both Ye Feng and Kobe on the court simultaneously in the second half. The results were nothing short of outstanding. Damon Stoudemire faltered under the relentless pressure from the duo, making several mistakes. Inside, Rasheed Wallace found it challenging to manage both players. Moreover, Kobe's exceptional individual skills allowed him to score effortlessly, even when faced with Wallace's defensive efforts. Kobe, like a ferocious beast, demolished every obstacle in his path with sheer power. His extraordinary athleticism, coupled with excellent technique, rendered him nearly unstoppable on the court. Ye Feng watched in admiration, pleased to witness such prowess. It was clear that as long as Kobe was on the floor, the defensive focus of the opponents would invariably shift towards him, significantly alleviating the defensive pressure on Ye Feng. On the court, he exhibited remarkable efficiency, as his shots were predominantly either layups or dunks, ensuring a high shooting percentage. The duo seamlessly orchestrated a decisive victory. The final quarter devolved into mere garbage time. Phil Jackson found himself in a quandary, experiencing a truly blissful dilemma. Considering Ye Feng's impressive stamina, having him lead the bench while simultaneously sharing the starting lineup with Kobe for an extended period seemed feasible. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Derek Fisher and suddenly perceived flaws in a player he once deemed adequate, even capable of taking on critical responsibilities in clutch moments. He now found him less appealing compared to Ye Feng. Fisher? The match concluded swiftly, with the Lakers triumphing without much peril. Ye Feng scored 22 points in this game, marking his second consecutive performance with over 20 points, a feat that sets him apart among rookie players. Beyond his scoring prowess, his defensive contributions were undeniably remarkable. The statistics of 2 steals and 2 blocks fail to encapsulate the extent of his impact on the defensive end. Those who witnessed the game are well aware of the immense pressure Ye Feng exerted on the Trailblazers, particularly when he shared the court with Kobe. Their combined defensive capabilities and coverage were formidable, both displaying a willingness to defend tirelessly, thus achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. To be candid, Ye Feng does not resemble a typical rookie. He exudes intelligence and composure on the court, with a defensive steadiness akin to a rock, causing significant challenges for the opposition. Were this year's draft to be reordered, I believe Ye Feng would rightfully secure a position within the top 3 picks. Can we criticize his shooting? One must acknowledge that it is unreasonable to expect more from a 19-year-old first-year rookie. He is already exceptionally talented. Ye Feng is fortunate to have joined a prestigious team like the Lakers, and I hold immense admiration for Phil's audacity in granting him substantial playing time and opportunities, a decision I could not have made. Yet it has proven to be a wise gamble. In the post-game press conference, Rasheed Wallace, who scored a game-high 33 points, along with the head coach of the Trailblazers, expressed their admiration for Ye Feng in their remarks, almost to the point of attempting to recruit him. With such flattering recognition from the opposing side, Kobe and Phil Jackson naturally refrained from taking advantage of the situation, allowing the Trailblazers an avenue of grace. The NBA encompasses more than mere basketball. It involves the intricacies of human relationships. Having bypassed the press conference, Ye Feng, freshly showered and dressed, settled in the locker room when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. This is his personal phone number. There are no more than 10 people in the entire United States who possess it. Ye Feng chose to answer. Hello, Ye Feng, this is Yao. Ji has given me your contact information, Yao began to explain. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng displayed a look of surprise. Hello, brother Yao. Why are you calling so late? I just finished watching your game against the Trailblazers. Considering the time, you must have already taken a shower. So I thought I would call to seek your advice on a few matters. Yao appeared quite earnest. Still, as he reflected on Yao's actions post-retirement, Ye Feng found himself hesitant to judge. However, during his playing days, Yao was undoubtedly a basketball player deserving of respect. Brother Yao, you are too polite. Please feel free to ask me anything. I will answer without reservation. Thank you. Yao then proceeded to inquire about how to quickly integrate into the team and adapt to the pace of NBA games. From the perspective of an observer from another realm, Yao's abilities were without question. He was merely in a phase of adjustment. Once he acclimated to the rhythm and intensity of the NBA and showcased the skills he possessed, all doubts would dissipate. Without holding back, Ye Feng shared all his insights with Yao. The two conversed for nearly half an hour, ultimately agreeing to meet up when the Rockets faced off against the Lakers in mid-November. Why do I feel like I am the senior here? Ye Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Yet, to be candid, this feeling was rather enjoyable. As he interacted with Yao, he found a favorable impression of him, and he resolved to assist this elder brother whenever possible. Next, the Lakers would return to Los Angeles to face the Clippers. Although it was termed an away game, the presence of Lakers fans would likely outnumber that of the Clippers, making it feel more like a home game. The team had a day of rest ahead. Though they would not have a break, daily training would still take place. On this day, Shaquille O'Neal, who had recently undergone surgery and was in recovery, arrived, stirring a ripple of excitement within the Lakers, who had just started their regular season. "Hi, my dear brothers, your favorite Big Shark is back." O'Neal's exuberant personality was evident even before he made his entrance, his exaggerated calls echoing through the air. In contrast, Kobe appeared rather taciturn. No wonder his camaraderie within the team was lacking. Comparisons inevitably revealed disparities. Ye Feng glanced at Kobe, whose lips twitched in response. The latter seemed to sense something and turned to look, his gaze carrying an inexplicable warmth that sent a shiver down Ye Feng's spine. "I watched both of your games. Ye Feng, you truly exceeded expectations. It's hard to believe someone like you went undrafted in the selection process. Were those scouts blind?" Approaching with purposeful strides, O'Neal firmly clapped his hand on Ye Feng's shoulder, exuding an air of confidence. "Rest assured, in the Lakers, the Big Shark has your back." Feeling the weight of that powerful hand, Ye Feng smiled and remarked, "Is this the strength of the league's premier center? If you keep this up, I might just fall apart." "Haha, it seems the league's foremost center has already taken a liking to you," O'Neal responded, clearly pleased with the title. In light of this, Ye Feng nodded and added, "I wonder when our league's top center will return. I'm eagerly anticipating winning the championship alongside you." "To secure a championship in my rookie season, what a thrilling thought." "Fear not, the Big Shark will be back in a month, with the league's best center on our side. The championship will be within our grasp." O'Neal laughed heartily, as if claiming the title were as simple as quenching one's thirst. Kobe, observing the jovial exchange between Ye Feng and O'Neal, felt a twinge of envy and couldn't help but interject, "Shaquille, you shouldn't have chosen this moment to undergo surgery." Ye Feng, O'Neal. Well, that certainly put a damper on the conversation. Noticing O'Neal's sudden shift in demeanor and Kobe's serious expression, Ye Feng finally understood why the Lakers had fallen short of the championship that season. "All right, the Big Shark has matters to attend to. I plan to throw a party on my day off. Ye Feng, you wouldn't decline, would you?" "Of course not. Kobe will join us as well." Kobe, ready to protest, was interrupted by Ye Feng. "For the sake of team unity and the championship, Kobe, I trust you wouldn't refuse, would you?" "Aye." The words that nearly escaped his lips retreated, leaving Kobe feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he nodded, "I will attend." "This is intriguing." O'Neal's gaze swept between Ye Feng and Kobe, taking in the moment. In the past 2 seasons, during the parties he hosted, Kobe would rather engage in extra practice at the arena than attend, displaying a certain disregard. Yet now, due to Ye Feng, he has made a concession, which has piqued Shaquille O'Neal's interest in Ye Feng. After exchanging a few more words, O'Neal turned to leave. His recovery has been remarkably swift, requiring no crutches at all, Ye Feng mused. Meanwhile, he heard Kobe's voice. "You can go, but why must you drag me along?" "Kobe, surely you wouldn't want rumors of discord among the core players to emerge, potentially affecting team morale in the pursuit of the championship, would you?" "You." He felt inclined to retort, yet Kobe found himself at a loss for words. With a huff, he turned back to his training. Observing this, Ye Feng's smile widened. "Wait for me, let's have another game. I will outplay you. You've said that countless times. Yet the reality is that my defensive efficiency against you is improving," Kobe replied. "Enough talk, let's compete." Ye Feng found a secluded corner to engage in a one-on-one showdown with Kobe. Not far away, Shaquille O'Neal, who was conversing with Horry and other players, couldn't help but cast his gaze over, murmuring, "This Dragon Country Feng has quite an impressive defense." Indeed, he did not resemble a rookie at all. The key was his astonishing rate of improvement, which was truly remarkable. With the addition of Dragon Country Feng on the perimeter, winning during the regular season felt significantly easier. Both he and Kobe were willing to exert themselves defensively, while on offense, they could greatly disrupt the opponent's defense, making the game much more manageable. Horry and Devin George, among others, held Ye Feng's abilities in high regard. In practice, they initially sought to challenge him, but ultimately found themselves bested. Ultimately, basketball is a game that speaks to one's prowess, and Ye Feng had won their respect through his skills. Observing their admiration, O'Neal's expression grew somber. Within just 2 regular season games, Ye Feng had earned the team's acknowledgement, and notably, his rapport with Kobe was quite strong. Reflecting on the management's attitude towards him, he regretted his decision to undergo toe surgery at the season's outset. It felt as though he had been robbed of his place. He resolved to recover swiftly and return to the team. O'Neal cherished the Lakers and adored the vibrant city of Los Angeles. He did not wish to leave. Meanwhile, during their duel, Kobe and Ye Feng discussed O'Neal. "Kobe, you know that for the team to contend for the championship this season, Shaquille is an indispensable force." Ye Feng murmured. Kobe's expression darkened. "That lazy bum? If he wishes to rest during the regular season, let him. What truly matters is winning the championship in the end." Ye Feng emphasized that, as Kobe's prowess ascended, Shaquille O'Neal, aging and witnessing a decline in his competitive standards, would inevitably lose his position as the team's leading figure. There was no need to rush for an elevation in status. However, Ye Feng noted that while Kobe harbored aspirations of claiming the top spot, he had not overtly expressed such intentions. It seemed plausible that the influence of the team's management played a significant role in this dynamic, a matter that was beyond his purview to consider. Ye Feng contemplated ways to ease the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal, allowing Kobe the opportunity to secure a few more championships. Regardless of whether he chose to remain with the Lakers or venture to another team as the primary leader, possessing the honor of championships would undoubtedly enhance his reputation and lend greater credibility to his ambitions. "I understand," Kobe replied, his expression earnest. He then executed a powerful drive, abruptly halting for a fadeaway jump shot. Although he could not be blocked, Ye Feng had indeed pushed his own limits to the utmost. With a resounding swish, the net fluttered. The basketball sailed through the hoop effortlessly. Kobe's athleticism was extraordinary, and combined with the deceptive nature of his fadeaway jump shot, it became exceedingly difficult to contest, leaving only the hope that Kobe might miss his own shot. In this recent confrontation, Ye Feng unfortunately faced defeat. Yet he garnered 16 points, drawing ever closer to victory. After 2 regular season matches, his strength attribute has ascended to an impressive 90 points. A mere 1-point difference. Yet it bears significant implications. At present, the still unburdened Kobe cannot withstand his prowess. The team's daily training concluded swiftly. Shaquille O'Neal arrived and departed just as quickly, exchanging greetings with everyone and engaging in a brief conversation with Phil Jackson before leaving. However, he expressed his intent to support the team in the upcoming match against the Clippers, evidently eager to showcase his presence. The following evening at the Staples Center, the final score read 103-85, aligning perfectly with widespread expectations as the Lakers triumphed over the Clippers with ease. The new season commenced with a triumphant 3-game winning streak, positioning the team alongside the unbeaten Mavericks at the pinnacle of the Western Conference and the league. In this match, O'Neal honored his word by attending, performing numerous amusing antics that captivated the audience. Indeed, O'Neal possesses a unique talent for elevating the atmosphere. Inspired by his presence, Kobe played less than 30 minutes yet achieved a remarkable 35 points, the highest in the game. Ye Feng, too, continued his efficient performance, playing for 29 minutes, amassing 20 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, making his presence felt on both ends of the court, undiminished by Kobe's brilliance. Even when both players shared the court, Ye Feng radiated his own brilliance, capturing attention. As for Kobe, I have little to critique. He remains the preeminent shooting guard in the league. In response to reporters' inquiries, O'Neal generously lauded Kobe, stating that, based on this game alone, Kobe's performance was nothing short of perfect and formidable. It would be foolish to dismiss such excellence with insincerity. Without delving into deeper accolades, O'Neal continued in astonishment. As for Long Guifeng, I must say that, in my recollection, aside from Michael Jordan, no player has reached such heights in their rookie season. Upon hearing this, the reporters were left utterly astounded. They understood the intent to commend Ye Feng, but such high praise was unexpected. Is this truly acceptable? However, given Ye Feng's performance in these 3 regular season games, it is hard to conceive of anyone, aside from Michael Jordan, who could surpass him at this stage as a rookie. Upon this realization, a multitude of journalists found their eyes alight with intrigue. An undrafted player? No. This is the second coming of Michael Jordan. Such extraordinary prowess guarantees him the title of this year's Rookie of the Year well in advance. A perplexing enigma. Why did Ye Feng go undrafted? Averaging 20 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks per game. If the draft were to be redone this year, the top pick would undoubtedly change hands. The following day, various basketball media outlets seemed to have reached a consensus, showering Ye Feng with accolades. Reading these headlines, Ye Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Am I truly as exceptional as you claim? Do not become enraptured by such reports. Today they may elevate you to the status of a basketball deity, yet should your performance falter on the court, they will swiftly label you as the greatest bust in history. The words of Kobe suddenly echoed in his mind. Shrugging, Ye Feng chuckled. I am merely an undrafted player. How remarkable can I be? For a moment, Kobe found himself at a loss for a retort. To compete in the NBA is a significant achievement for an undrafted player. From this perspective, even if the worst outcome occurs, namely, an inability to progress further and merely maintaining his current level of performance, Ye Feng has already attained success. Well then, enough of that. Do not forget to drive over to pick me up tonight, Ye Feng reminded. Kobe raised an eyebrow. Do you not know the way? How could I possibly know the location of Shaquille's house? You do not have a car? No car. You before Kobe could utter a word, Ye Feng interjected. Just tell me whether you will or will not. Kobe, taken aback, remarked, I've never encountered someone so assertive while seeking a favor. Ye Feng smiled with confidence. In response, Kobe nonchalantly nodded. Yes, you are indeed bold, so bold that you remain single. Frankly, I am beginning to question your preferences. How dare you? With that, Kobe declared, I'm off now. I need to return home to Vanessa. I will come back for you later. Without allowing Ye Feng a chance to respond, Kobe departed, moving with a speed and transition that was unprecedented. Soon, the gym was left with Ye Feng as its sole occupant. Due to the absence of a game today, the team had been granted a day off. Shaquille took the opportunity to announce a party for the evening, even though they were set to face the Trailblazers at home the following night. As this was an invitation from the team's leader, the others naturally felt compelled to attend unless there were insurmountable reasons to decline. Previously, only Kobe had dared to refuse such invitations within the Lakers. This individual undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary level of basketball prowess and innate talent. However, his interpersonal skills leave much to be desired. Especially considering his current lack of elevated status within the basketball community, he is prone to offending others. It is quite apparent to any discerning observer that the relationship between him and Shaquille O'Neal has deteriorated. Even without a contest for the team's leadership or the subtle machinations of the management, their camaraderie has waned significantly. That evening, Kobe arrived punctually, driving a sleek black sports car. Rookie, don't be envious. You'll have one of these someday, Kobe remarked coolly, as he struggled to enter the passenger seat. Ye Feng shook his head, saying, while the sports car is indeed stylish, it lacks comfort. I would prefer a larger vehicle in the future. You are quite pragmatic. Kobe replied, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. With a firm press of the accelerator, the black sports car transformed into a fleeting blur, speeding off. A journey that typically would take over half an hour was completed in less than 15 minutes, a feat only conceivable in Los Angeles. In any other American city, he would undoubtedly have been pulled over by the police. When you reach my level, the police will not stop you either, Kobe said nonchalantly as he exited the vehicle, leaving Ye Feng with a desire to express his frustration. However, he decided to show some consideration for this individual, as he would need his assistance for the return trip. Upon entering O'Neal's lavish villa, Ye Feng realized how naive he had been. In his limited experience, he had equated parties with gatherings for singing, chatting, watching movies or television, and enjoying delectable cuisine. To his astonishment, O'Neal had orchestrated a veritable feast of indulgence. Is this the quintessential American party? Quite intriguing. Upon entering, my gaze was immediately captivated by the stunning young women, adorned in scanty attire, gathered by the poolside. Among them were several whose physiques and beauty were precisely to my taste. Rookie, to attain success in the NBA, you must first learn to master your own body, Kobe admonished, striding purposefully into the villa. As I observed Kobe's swiftly retreating figure, I redirected my attention from the women and smirked, thinking, you, who cannot even control your own impulses, dare to lecture me. With that, I took a step forward and followed him inside. Upon entry, I became the focal point of numerous curious gazes. As a burgeoning superstar in the NBA, my future shines brightly, coupled with my striking good looks. I have become the object of desire for many so-called socialites in Los Angeles, as well as those wishing to alter their fates through charm. Yet, I have always lived a life of routine, making it difficult for them to find an opportunity to approach me. Having attended the same soiree, and under the veil of night, an opportunity presented itself. Perceiving the fervent gazes upon him, Ye Feng let out a quiet sigh. Truly, I am rather exceptional. Feng, how delightful it is to encounter you here. A statuesque figure, likely exceeding 175 centimeters, with full lips and a voluptuous silhouette, exuding a vivacious and exuberant spirit. Her gaze decidedly assertive, a quintessential American beauty. She appeared somewhat familiar, though Ye Feng could not recall her name. Nevertheless, he sensed that this young woman would undoubtedly achieve fame in the future. Otherwise, she would not linger in his memory. Yet, what relevance did that hold for him? Perhaps in the eyes of Europeans and Americans, she was a stunning beauty, her physique undeniably striking, but she did not align with his personal aesthetic. If he were to indulge, it would be with those who matched his preferences by the poolside. You are rather premature in your delight. Maintaining an air of tranquility, Ye Feng circumvented her and proceeded toward the villa. You. Kourtney Kardashian laughed incredulously. Quite the character, aren't you? However, I find it appealing. Unbeknownst to him, this American lady would later be renowned as one of the NBA's greatest defenders. Dismissing her presence, Ye Feng swiftly located Shaquille O'Neal, who was engaged in lively conversation with a host of Lakers players. Surrounding them were numerous young women, whose appearances were likely to suit their tastes. Ah, our esteemed rookie has arrived. Even if he were to claim the title of Rookie of the Year, it would hardly compare to the resounding acclaim of the league's premier center. Unlike Kobe, whose prowess and dedication could sway others, O'Neal was distinctly a straightforward individual. While not entirely submissive, one must accord him due respect. Upon hearing Ye Feng's commendatory words, O'Neal erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! I am growing increasingly fond of you. My boy, we should certainly engage more in the future. The prowess and potential that Ye Feng exhibited had undoubtedly earned O'Neal's recognition. Now, it remained to be seen whether our league's premier center could lead me to a championship. Ye Feng unabashedly expressed his fervent desire for the championship. In response, O'Neal donned a confident expression. Isn't it just a championship? No problem at all. First, focus on healing your injury. Even without you, we can still secure the title. The voice of Kobe interjected. The once vibrant atmosphere abruptly chilled, causing O'Neal's smile to falter. Ye Feng found Kobe's manner of communication rather amusing. Not everyone appreciated such an approach. However, it seemed that O'Neal and the others were already accustomed to Kobe's Jordan-esque demeanor, and the ambience quickly rekindled. Men, after all, often converse about cars, houses, women, and even other men. Due to his youth, Ye Feng was unable to indulge in alcohol, opting instead for fruit juice and soft drinks. As for food, barbecued steaks and hamburgers failed to entice his appetite. He reluctantly settled for a bit of grilled meat. The barbecue chef's skills were mediocre, rendering the flavor rather average, though it did manage to preserve the meat's original taste. Nevertheless, O'Neal and the others appeared to relish their meal, clearly unaccustomed to finer dining. In contrast, Kobe, who had savored Ye Feng's culinary creations, dined with great decorum. Did Khloe Kardashian seek you out? Kobe's gaze shifted toward him. Ye Feng shrugged. She did. Their family tends to be rather pragmatic. However, with your potential and prowess, it should pose no issue. Yet, you must not squander excessive time and energy on meaningless commercial endeavors. Before Kobe could finish his earnest advice, Ye Feng interjected. I ignored her, stunned into silence. Kobe had yet to respond when O'Neal, eavesdropping, incredulously exclaimed, Khloe has beauty and a stunning figure, and you dismissed her? I'm not fond of that type, Ye Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. He then gestured toward the young women by the poolside, tall and elegantly proportioned, whose appearances aligned more closely with his aesthetic preferences. I prefer those. Then go and strike up a conversation. The women at my party have their own desires. With your looks and potential, you should have no trouble, O'Neal chuckled. Kobe offered no rebuttal, simply nodding in agreement, feeling slightly tempted. Yet recalling the unfortunate circumstances Kobe had faced in a previous life, Ye Feng maintained his composure. There won't be any issues, will there? I cannot guarantee that. O'Neal was undoubtedly aware of Ye Feng's concerns, yet he remained uncertain. After all, none of the women attending the party seemed to be of reputable character. Nevertheless, Ye Feng was not yet at a point of overwhelming impatience. After exchanging a few more words with O'Neal, he retreated to a relatively quiet corner. Sipping juice while observing the lively and chaotic atmosphere of the party, he felt somewhat out of place, aware that it might take some time to fully acclimate to such an environment. During this time, numerous women approached him, their eyes revealing ambition and desire. Among them were several who matched Ye Feng's aesthetic preferences, yet he ultimately chose not to take any of them home. For some reason, he simply could not muster any interest. The journey back consisted solely of him and Kobe in the car. "I thought you would bring a woman back tonight," Kobe remarked. Surprised, yet he held Ye Feng in even higher regard. The ability to restrain one's primal desires, combined with remarkable talent and a diligent attitude, assured that Ye Feng would undoubtedly go far in the NBA. "I suppose I'm just a bit timid," Ye Feng shrugged. With a promising future ahead, he was unwilling to fall victim to a trap or be consumed by fleeting pleasures, much like Kobe from his past, who bore the weight of a certain reputation for a lifetime, even though all knew he was the true victim. Yet, that did not prevent others from teasing him or making light of the situation. The mere thought was awkward and unsettling. Thus, if he were to seek companionship, it would be with someone of substance. Engaging in a genuine relationship was not an unacceptable notion. As for sacrificing an entire forest for a single tree, Ye Feng was not prepared to make such a choice, unless he encountered someone particularly special, suitable for a lifelong partnership. After all, as long as he was swift in his decisions, even if it meant cycling through 100 short-lived relationships, no one could rightfully criticize him. At worst, he would be deemed fickle. Having a sense of caution is indeed a commendable trait. Kobe nodded. Deeper words eluded him, as he had only recently graduated from high school. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, this particular party hosted by O'Neal had already attracted the attention of reporters, many of whom lay in wait around the Villa district, capturing photographs of every attendee. That evening, O'Neal organized a pool party, which was attended by the entire Lakers team, leading to sensational reports of their indulgences appearing in various newspapers, drawing considerable public interest. NBA players enjoy substantial incomes, are young, vigorous, and brimming with energy. Not everyone possesses the relentless diligence of Kobe. Others inevitably seek alternative outlets to channel their exuberance. From time to time, players are spotted entering nightclubs and other entertainment venues, or participating in rather extravagant parties. However, it is rare for an entire team to be photographed in such a manner, particularly that of the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers. Consequently, the attention and discourse surrounding them is significantly greater than that of teams from smaller markets. Having just secured 3 consecutive victories, the team seemed to relax, leading to a sense that the Lakers might not progress far this season. They had never exhibited such behavior in the previous 3 seasons, having achieved a three-peat. A degree of complacency could be understood. After all, they are not machines, and having amassed numerous accolades, is it not permissible for them to enjoy themselves? That said, the fact that the entire Lakers roster attended raises questions about their level of relaxation, though at least it demonstrates a sense of unity among them. Previously, the media often claimed that Kobe and O'Neal were at odds, suggesting that they did not meet privately. This time, the rumors were effortlessly dispelled. As for that young man from Dragon Country, Feng, being just 19, was it truly appropriate for him to attend such gatherings? What could possibly be problematic? At worst, he would abstain from alcohol, and Kobe appeared to take good care of him, diligently escorting him to and fro. Their relationship seemed quite amiable. Strikingly, amidst the many beautiful women at O'Neal's party, neither of the 2 men left with anyone. In the midst of Vanessa's surveillance, discussions among fans and onlookers flourished on Friendster, the largest social platform in the United States. Naturally, the management and coaching staff of the Lakers were promptly informed of the situation, yet their reaction was rather subdued. After all, this is Los Angeles, where hosting parties is quite commonplace. As long as it does not interfere with the team's performance in the regular season, it is deemed acceptable. Should Ye Feng and his team suffer consecutive defeats in the upcoming games, this incident would likely be scrutinized. The following evening at the Staples Center, the 4th game of the regular season commenced as the Lakers faced the Portland Trail Blazers in a much-anticipated rematch. The Blazers' starting shooting guard and locker room leader, Derek Anderson, made his return from injury, bringing the team back to full strength for revenge. Derek Anderson, endowed with remarkable athleticism, comprehensive skills, and extensive experience, proved to be a formidable opponent. However, he was met with the relentless defense of Kobe Bryant, a rarity among superstars who often refrain from exhaustive defensive efforts for fear it might hinder their offensive prowess. Yet, Kobe is indeed one of those exceptional athletes who excels at both ends of the court. Under Kobe's intense scrutiny, Derek Anderson's scoring efficiency dwindled. While Damon Stoudemire continued to perform admirably, Derek Fisher found it challenging to contend with such a nimble and agile adversary. Drawing from their previous encounter, Phil Jackson employed various double-teaming and trapping strategies against Rasheed Wallace, effectively curbing his impact on the game. Relying solely on Damon Stoudemire was evidently insufficient for the Blazers to seize an advantageous position. In terms of scoring efficiency, Kobe surpassed him significantly. Despite frequently being jested about his shooting struggles, Kobe's true shooting percentage among the 4 elite shooting guards remains the highest, a testament to his prowess. Moreover, this was the 8th iteration of Kobe, whose athletic ability was at its zenith, resembling a ferocious beast on the court, a truly daunting presence. Once Ye Feng took to the court, the Lakers' advantage became even more pronounced, though the margin had yet to reach a definitive lead. It wasn't until midway through the 4th quarter, when Rasheed Wallace succumbed to his 6th foul and exited the game, that the balance of victory tilted decisively in favor of the Lakers. The victory, however, was hard-fought. Ye Feng exhaled with relief. He played for 27 minutes, recording 17 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Although he fell short of the coveted 20-point mark, which was somewhat disappointing, it is important to note that statistics do not wholly encapsulate his impact on the game. Much of his energy was devoted to defensive efforts. Ye Feng, having not sustained a scoring performance of over 20 points in this match, do you feel a sense of regret? The beautiful reporter paid no heed to Kobe, who had remarkably scored a staggering 37 points, and instead made her way briskly towards Ye Feng. In response to her words, Ye Feng smiled and replied, "There is nothing to regret. As long as the team secures victory, I would be content even if my scoring in each match were limited to single digits." With that, he swiftly departed, leaving no room for further inquiries. This woman is evidently up to something. Even the most meticulous plans can have their flaws. It is wise for him to maintain a distance. A few steps away, Phil Jackson heard Ye Feng's response and nodded to himself. It had been a long time since he encountered such a pragmatic young prodigy. His resolve strengthened. He was determined to urge the management to expedite the contract renewal with Ye Feng. Such a prodigy should not be undervalued by other teams. Unlike the arrogant Kobe or the lazy and greedy Shaquille O'Neal, the diligent and pragmatic Ye Feng, with his remarkable potential and outstanding abilities, undoubtedly garners greater admiration. However, in terms of team significance, Ye Feng still pales in comparison to the dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe, particularly in scoring prowess. Leadership, too, requires a certain audacity, which cannot be overstated. Phil Jackson remains oblivious to the fact that Ye Feng has never aspired to seize the role of the team leader. He merely views this as a platform for his own development. After the game, there was no obligation for Ye Feng to attend the press conference. Following a refreshing shower, he engaged in light-hearted banter with Fisher and a few others in the locker room. Without waiting for Kobe's return, he departed the arena, intending to walk back to his apartment for some rest. Not far along his path, he was greeted by the blaring of a car horn as a sleek sports car sped towards him, coming to a halt at the roadside. The window slid down slowly, revealing the smiling face of Khloe Kardashian. "Feng, would you like a ride?" she inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "Thank you, but my home is nearby. I can walk." Ye Feng replied with a smile of his own. "That's truly unfortunate," Khloe remarked, not pressing the matter further as she drove away. Observing in the rearview mirror that Ye Feng continued on his way, seemingly indifferent to her presence, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Could he possibly be gay? Despite my overtures, he remains utterly unmoved. With no time to dwell on such thoughts, Ye Feng rested for the night and the following afternoon flew with the team to Cleveland. By the time they arrived at the hotel, dusk had already fallen. The fatigue of travel was evident on everyone's faces. The Lakers' next opponent was undoubtedly the Cavaliers. If all went as expected, Ayton would be selected by the Cavaliers next year, embarking on his journey to greatness. For now, however, Ye Feng could only face Ricky Davis, the sole player who had once been his senior in his professional career. Of course, whether Ayton acknowledges this is another matter, but Ricky Davis certainly holds that belief. Consequently, after Ayton joined the Cavaliers for a season, he was traded to the Celtics. One must recognize their position. In a bid to enhance their chances of securing the first overall pick, the Cavaliers had predictably entered a rebuilding phase this season. Facing such an opponent, no one anticipated the Lakers encountering difficulties. Yet, as fate would have it, surprises were indeed in store. Competing away from home, weary from travel, and subjected to the cacophony of jeering fans at the Cavaliers arena. The Lakers began the game in a rather lackluster state. In this match, it remains uncertain who or what triggered a shift in strategy. But sensing his own average competitive form, Kobe opted for a different approach to assist his team. He relinquished his fixation on personal scoring frenzies and instead chose to orchestrate play. This decision unveiled the issues that had been concealed beneath the Lakers' previous victories. Apart from Ye Feng and Kobe, the other players on the team had yet to regain their competitive edge. While allowing them to play supportive roles posed no significant problem, assigning them critical responsibilities exposed their frail performance. Kobe successfully drew the defense and passed the ball, yet his teammates failed to convert, leaving him in a state of frustration. With his passing proving ineffective, he was compelled to take matters into his own hands. But faced with the Cavaliers' double-team strategy and his own subpar form, his efficiency dwindled. Although this season seemed destined for mediocrity, the Cavaliers were clearly unwilling to concede to the reigning champions, the Lakers. Observing the unfavorable situation, Phil Jackson opted to substitute Ye Feng into the game earlier than anticipated. However, the outcome did not meet expectations. With the towering Zydrunas Ilgauskas standing at an imposing 7 feet 3 inches, every time Ye Feng drove into the paint, he felt as though he were confronted by a mountain, rendering the basket nearly invisible. The struggle persisted. Even when he passed the ball, his teammates faced similar challenges. It was imperative to devise a strategy to secure a starting position in 5 games to unlock the second template. Otherwise, he would remain excessively passive in such circumstances. Ye Feng resolutely contemplated this. Opportunities must be seized, and he prepared to discuss this matter with Phil Jackson, albeit after the match. With a mediocre success rate on the offensive end, he resolved to exert greater effort on defense to reclaim his standing. Ye Feng proactively switched defensive assignments with Kobe, matching up against the Cavaliers' star player, Ricky Davis, and became increasingly tenacious in rebounding, thereby allowing Kobe to concentrate more on offense and regain his rhythm through repeated attempts. This is currently the most effective method he can conceive. Under the formidable defense of Ye Feng, Ricky Davis's offensive efficiency has notably diminished, and the Cavaliers' overall offense has also been rather mediocre. Thus commenced a defensive battle characterized by missed shots. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 17-19, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. In the second quarter, Ye Feng remained on the court until there were less than 4 minutes remaining, when he was finally substituted. The situation remained tense. During the first half, after nearly 16 minutes of play, Ye Feng recorded personal statistics of 5 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. While his offensive contributions were minimal, his defensive performance was consistently stable and exceptional. At halftime, the Lakers managed to equalize the score, returning to square one. The team showed signs of resurgence. Yet their key scorer, Kobe, continued to struggle, preventing the offense from gaining a decisive momentum. During the halftime break, the commentators summarized the first half of the game. It was evident that the Lakers' performance was subpar, which undoubtedly provided the Cavaliers with an opportunity, suggesting they might defeat the reigning champions. Ye Feng appeared to be encountering difficulties in this match. However, it was clear that even without significantly contributing to the offense, he was making substantial contributions through his defense, successfully guarding Ricky Davis. I have been following Ye Feng for quite some time, and it is truly astonishing that such a sharp and seasoned defender is merely 19 years old. He has indeed been favored by fate. No, to my knowledge. The people of Longwood do not believe in deities. That is truly unfortunate. At this moment, during the halftime break, the Lakers players have returned to the locker room. While addressing their personal physiological needs, they are also striving to adjust their physical and mental states. As usual, Phil Jackson did not enter the locker room, choosing to leave the space for Ye Feng and his teammates. According to him, everything that needed to be said had already been addressed prior to the game, making repetition unnecessary. At first glance, this seems quite reasonable. The head coach's habitual inaction during the regular season necessitates that someone within the team must step up during such moments. Ye Feng glanced over at Kobe and noticed that he was entirely uncommunicative, his head down and silent, leaving Ye Feng uncertain whether he was dissatisfied with his performance in the first half out of frustration or simply disinclined to speak. The atmosphere in the locker room felt somewhat oppressive. As time ticked away, with the game about to resume, and no one having spoken, Ye Feng could no longer contain himself. Hey, guys, we're tied now, we're not trailing, so there is no need for such a gloomy atmosphere. As the attention of everyone converged upon him, Ye Feng continued, Ricky Davis has me and Kobe to contend with. and that giant from the Cavaliers indeed poses a significant challenge for us. However, his stamina is a considerable concern. His performance will surely wane in the second half. And that presents us with an opportunity. Let us stay focused. While defeat may be inevitable, I do not believe our winning streak will falter in Cleveland. Without pausing, Ye Feng continued, despite our lackluster performance in the first half, we managed to tie with our opponents. There is no way we can perform worse in the second half. Thus, the advantage lies with us. Indeed, the advantage is ours. Derek Fisher echoed loudly. Originally, he had intended to speak, but Ye Feng had beat him to it. Considering Ye Feng was merely a freshman, albeit a talented one who had won the trust of the head coach, the teammates might not have placed much weight on his words. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the entire team's focus shifted, their expressions reflecting newfound respect for Ye Feng's moment of discourse. This revelation astonished Fisher. He recognized that hesitation was no longer an option. He promptly voiced his agreement, declaring, "Leave the scoring task to me. Victory will be ours." Kobe's fierce determination infused the team with renewed vigor. The intermission concluded swiftly, and as the Lakers re-entered the court, their momentum had evidently returned. Observing this transformation, Phil Jackson inquired about the locker room dynamics, and upon learning of the situation, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. It was actually Feng who stepped up. He possesses leadership qualities. An intense sense of urgency surged within him. With such an exceptional rookie, signed for only 1 year at a paltry salary, any other team could easily poach him if they had the slightest inclination. A raise. A new contract. These matters must be addressed without delay. On the court, the second half commenced. Phil Jackson deployed a lineup that had not previously taken the floor. Kobe transitioned to small forward. Feng assumed the role of shooting guard, and Derek Fisher occupied the point guard position. The interior featured Robert Horry and Samaki Walker partnering on the court. The Cavaliers fielded their starting lineup without hesitation. With possession of the ball, Derek Fisher controlled it beyond the three-point arc, utilizing Walker's screen to cut inside. Feng adeptly maneuvered into position, receiving the pass and driving diagonally toward the basket. Confronted by the towering Zydrunas Ilgauskas, he faked a shot before delivering a precise pass. Kobe, having anticipated the play and sprinted in from the perimeter, leaped to dunk over the 7 feet 3 inches Z. Caught off guard by Feng's deception, Z's reaction was a beat slow. The whistle blew. Frustrated, Z succumbed to the temptation of a foul. Although the dunk was thwarted, Kobe quickly recalibrated his mindset. He converted both free throws, giving the Lakers a 2-point lead. 3 times. Reflecting on Z's foul situation, Feng understood the implications and exchanged a knowing glance with Kobe. On defense, Feng diligently shadowed Ricky Davis, maneuvering around him and actively seeking physical confrontation, denying him any opportunity for an easy catch. In such circumstances, the Cavaliers adeptly shifted their primary offensive focus to the imposing figure of Big Z in the paint. Meanwhile, for the Lakers, the formidable duo of Uncle Ho and Walker executed a tight double team. Big Z opted to pass the ball, leading to an unguarded Darius Miles who executed a powerful dunk. A quick inbounds play from the baseline initiated a fast break for the Lakers. Kobe, seizing the moment, surged into the Cavaliers' paint, navigating through defenders to successfully complete a layup, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. The margin remained a mere 2 points. The Cavaliers persisted in their assault on the interior, with Big Z posing a significant threat. However, as Ye Feng astutely noted, his stamina issues became increasingly evident in the second half. His height and weight afforded him considerable advantages in the post, yet they also led to rapid fatigue. Under the Lakers' intentional strategy to expend his energy and provoke fouls, Big Z was substituted before the third quarter concluded, having accrued 4 personal fouls. With 2 more fouls leading to his exit, the Cavaliers struggled to find a significant threat within the paint, liberating Ye Feng's scoring potential. In conjunction with a somewhat off-kilter Kobe, who began to drive more towards the basket, the duo unleashed a 9-2 offensive surge, firmly establishing their dominance. For a Cavaliers team seemingly intent on capitulation, once they found themselves in a challenging situation, their competitive edge plummeted dramatically, entering the final quarter with a 12-point lead. Just as the Lakers united with resolve for a fierce contest, the Cavaliers swiftly conceded. This marked an addition to their winning streak. In the absence of Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers achieved a remarkable 5-game winning streak in the new season. In the latter half, Ye Feng made 4 of 5 attempts, scoring 8 points, and successfully converted 2 free throws, totaling 10 points in the second half, culminating in an impressive overall performance of 15 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. earning him the title of the game's most valuable player. Upon returning to the locker room and finishing his shower, he encountered Kobe approaching him. "Get ready. We're heading to the post-game press conference." At the press conference, Ye Feng realized he may have overestimated his own significance. The reporters primarily focused their attention on Kobe, with only a handful directing questions his way, attempting to steer the narrative. Unfortunately for them, Ye Feng was not easily swayed. It was still early in the season to discuss the Rookie of the Year honors. Amare was indeed impressive, but he was not without his own merits. As a first-year rookie, his playing time and ball distribution were contingent upon the head coach's tactical decisions. As long as the team emerged victorious, he had no objections. Kobe and Shaquille were irreplaceable superstars on their team, and if given the choice, he would wish for them to continue playing together for as long as they were united. They were invincible. As an undrafted player, I am immensely satisfied that the team's management is willing to offer me a 1-year guaranteed contract. At this moment, I prefer not to dwell on matters concerning the contract and salary. My focus is solely on the court and the game. Khloe Kardashian? I apologize, but I am not well acquainted with her, thus I cannot provide any commentary. Ye Feng faced the reporters' inquiries with unwavering composure, responding in a manner that was both meticulous and devoid of any apparent flaws to exploit. This alleviated the concerns of Phil Jackson, who initially regretted the decision to allow Ye Feng to participate in the post-match press conference. Such maturity for one so young. This is his assessment of Ye Feng. Such a young prodigy is likely to experience promising development in the NBA. It is time to urge matters along. How many days have passed? And that unreliable fellow Kupchak has yet to engage in contract negotiations with Feng. Phil Jackson harbored some dissatisfaction. Ye Feng's potential and prowess have become undeniably evident, with countless teams in the league eyeing this unrefined gem. If he were to be lured away due to contractual issues, it would represent a monumental loss for the Lakers. In stark contrast to Phil Jackson's sentiments, Kobe's mind was occupied with Ye Feng's statement about wanting to play alongside O'Neal, reflecting on his current relationship with O'Neal, as well as the management's subtle promises to him. He suddenly became acutely aware of the situation. If this continued, they would inevitably drift apart. Kobe's feelings towards O'Neal were complex. On one hand, he recognized the lazy giant's extraordinary talent and formidable abilities, which made them a highly competitive duo. On the other hand, he felt frustration at O'Neal's failure to appreciate his own gifts, coupled with a lackadaisical attitude and unwillingness to exert himself. Furthermore, Kobe yearned for the position of team leader. Now that his skills had improved, he was no longer content being the second in command. He aspired to be the foremost figure. Amidst these divergent thoughts, the post-game press conference concluded. As it was his first time attending, Ye Feng found it rather agreeable, far less troublesome than he had anticipated. Under the shade of a great tree, one finds comfort. With Kobe drawing the spotlight, he himself enjoyed a peaceful state. Upon returning to the hotel via team bus, he did not head straight to his room. After exchanging greetings with Kobe, Ye Feng sought out Phil Jackson. "Coach, can we have a word?" he inquired. Opportunities must be seized proactively, and Ye Feng was determined not to remain passive any longer. He intended to articulate his demands. Observing Ye Feng's earnest demeanor, Phil Jackson nodded. "Certainly." Watching Ye Feng and Phil Jackson depart side by side, Kobe pondered thoughtfully, though he did not dwell on it too much. Moments later, in a secluded corner of the hotel by the window, Ye Feng stated directly, "Coach, I want to be a starter." In response, Phil Jackson maintained his composure. Gazing out at the nightscape, "Your playing time per game is already significantly greater than Derek's, and your statistics surpass his as well. Is starting truly that vital? I wish to experience the feeling of being a starter and to compete against stronger opponents," Ye Feng replied earnestly. Ye Feng spoke whimsically. After a brief moment of silence, Phil Jackson turned his gaze towards him, stating, "Rather than placing you in the starting lineup, it would be more advantageous for the team to position you as the sixth man." Observing that Ye Feng did not contest this, Phil Jackson continued, "However, provided that it does not adversely affect the team's performance, I am willing to accommodate your wishes. Yet, promoting you directly to the starting position would be unjust to Derek. Therefore, I will have you alternating as a starter with Derek, and the final decision regarding who plays will depend on performance." If any other player had dared to make such a request, Phil Jackson would have merely rolled his eyes, suggesting they find a more suitable environment. However, Ye Feng's situation was different. Despite his words, Phil Jackson found himself uncertain whether to place Ye Feng in the starting lineup or as a substitute, particularly after realizing Ye Feng's stamina allowed him to play the entire first quarter and then continue into the second. Phil Jackson entertained the notion that including Ye Feng in the starting lineup might not be a poor choice, at least until Shaquille O'Neal's return. It would ensure the starting lineup retained formidable competitiveness. With a lack of strength in the paint, the perimeter would need to compensate. The presence of both Ye Feng and Kobe on the court meant the Lakers effectively possessed two physical anomalies and elite perimeter defenders. On the offensive end, the advantages were even more pronounced. With Kobe drawing defensive attention, Ye Feng, despite lacking long-range scoring ability, could leverage his raw power to perform effectively in offense. Moreover, with Kobe being an exceptional scorer, the team would not suffer from a lack of offensive firepower. Once O'Neal returned, the choices would become less challenging. After all, there were only so many possessions to go around. Both O'Neal and Kobe would demand significant portions of the ball, leaving little room for Ye Feng. At that juncture, he would undoubtedly become the designated sixth man for the team. At this moment, upon hearing Phil Jackson's response, Ye Feng smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much. You need not thank me. You possess the capability to be a starter," Phil Jackson replied. With his objective accomplished, Ye Feng engaged in a few more light conversations before retiring to his room. It was evident to anyone that Jackson intended to discuss an early contract renewal with the Lakers. Renewal, to be honest, Ye Feng had yet to reach a decision. For him, the Lakers represented merely a training ground, and he was uncertain how much his skills would enhance over the season. With O'Neal and Kobe in the mix, he could not remain the third option indefinitely. Of course, leaving would necessitate the assurance of having sufficient skill to lead any other team. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Feng grew increasingly eager about the imminent unlocking of the second template. It should not disappoint me. Following the conclusion of their match against the Cavaliers, the Lakers' next adversary will be their long-standing rivals, the Celtics. Despite the latter's struggles in the aftermath of Bird's retirement, they have only recently emerged from a 6-year hiatus from the playoffs, a rather awkward predicament. This is still within the context of the Eastern Conference, which is relatively weaker in overall team strength. Were they to transition to the Western Conference, the Celtics would undoubtedly fail to secure a playoff berth. In terms of team prowess, the Lakers hold a distinct advantage. However, unlike previous encounters with other adversaries, this time, there is a palpable sense of caution among all players. After all, they are up against the Boston Celtics. As two of the premier powerhouses in the current NBA, every clash between the yellow and green teams is electrifying, drawing immense attention. Moreover, this time, Ye Feng and his teammates are faced with the added challenge of playing away from home. The day following their game against the Cavaliers, the Lakers flew to Boston at midday, aiming to rest for a day and recalibrate both their physical condition and mindset in preparation for a fierce competition against the Celtics the following evening. The opposing team likely shares similar sentiments. Indeed, upon disembarking from the plane, Ye Feng immediately sensed the fervor of the Celtics fans. "Go back to Los Angeles. This is not your place. Kobe, without Shaquille, you won't even make the playoffs. Yellow-skinned, expletive. Do you think you can win Rookie of the Year? Go back to your own country. Expletive. Expletive you all." Having endured 5 regular season NBA games, 3 of which were played on the road, Ye Feng had long become immune to the so-called trash talk of American fans. After all, the insults tend to be repetitive. The English language, when it comes to cursing, is rather lacking in creativity. The advantage of this Chinese language is indeed substantial. Regrettably, these individuals are unable to comprehend it, rendering any effort futile. Observing Ye Feng's demeanor, which remained consistently tranquil, his assistant coach Winter nodded appreciatively as he continued to observe him discreetly. The mental fortitude displayed here is truly commendable. In stark contrast, the other players of the Lakers, even the battle-hardened and resolute Kobe, were expressions of discontent. Alas, if Feng could refine his mid-range and long-range shooting skills and enhance his ability to penetrate defenses, he could undoubtedly be nurtured as a core player, perhaps even the very cornerstone of the team. As the interim head coach for the Summer League, Winter resolutely elevated the inexperienced Ye Feng to the starting lineup, treating him as a pivotal player. He has always considered himself Feng's patron, instinctively favoring him. However, contemplating the current roster of the Lakers, Winter feels a sense of helplessness. Regrettably, with Shaquille and Kobe already on the team, it is implausible to grant him excessive ball-handling privileges or the status of a core player. Presently, Feng's significant share of possession largely stems from O'Neal's injury, which prevents him from playing, and Kobe's willingness to share the ball. Once O'Neal returns, everything will change. As the premier center in the league, he is guaranteed to demand a substantial number of touches, as will Kobe, if not more. with the team averaging around 80 possessions per game. These two would occupy half of that. The remaining 10 or so players would have to contend for the rest, and the outcome is predictable. Yet, that is a discussion for another time. After successfully departing the airport, the entire Lakers team arrived at the hotel they had initially booked, only to find they could not check in. The hotel management informed them that the rooms were fully booked, a clear case of deceit. Are we truly so unwelcome in Boston? Feng quipped. In response, Derek Fisher shrugged. Their performance has been dismal since Larry Bird's retirement, and we have just secured a three-peat. They are likely feeling envious. Feng, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, remarked, if we win by a wide margin tomorrow night, will they allow us to book our flights home? Very likely, Fisher laughed. Which means we might have to charter a bus instead. The drive from Boston to Washington takes only about 7 or 8 hours. That is quite manageable. In fact, traveling by car is far more comfortable than flying. Hey, are we truly in such dire straits? Should we even aim to win this game? What do you think? The other players joined in the banter, lightening the mood significantly. Where we are not welcomed, there will always be a place for us. The team temporarily rented a hotel farther from the game venue and successfully checked in. Considering the animosity they faced in Boston, Feng refrained from leaving the hotel to avoid any potential trouble. With no opportunity to practice basketball, he resorted to the hotel gym for weightlifting and running, albeit at a low intensity. The game was set for the following evening, and he could not afford to exhaust himself. In this era, mobile phones were still equipped with buttons, and their functionality was rather ordinary. For others, they might still hold a sense of novelty, but for Ye Feng, who had traversed time, they were quite tedious. There were no short videos, no diverse video applications, and not even a place to indulge in novels. Ye Feng realized that aside from diligently training, he found little else to occupy his time. Perhaps it was truly time to seek companionship. Lost in such musings, Ye Feng arrived at the gym, where, as expected, he encountered Kobe, who had already been training for a while. Rookie, you've become complacent, Kobe exclaimed, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ye Feng approached him. With such intensity in your training, will you still have the energy to play tomorrow night? Kobe replied, this level of fatigue can be restored with a good night's sleep. You're impressive. With a smile, Ye Feng took to a nearby area to begin his own workout. Initially, they were each focused on their own routines, but soon enough, Kobe's old habit resurfaced, his desire to compete in every regard. Observing this, Ye Feng decisively commenced strength training, and thus, the story unfolded without further incident. Until the conclusion of their workout, Kobe refrained from any further challenges through his gaze. The night passed in silence. The following evening, at the North Shore Garden Arena, the highly anticipated match between the Lakers and the Celtics commenced as scheduled. The venue was packed to capacity, the cheers of the crowd rising like a tidal wave. This game was also broadcasted live across the nation, with expectations running high. The Celtics fielded a starting lineup featuring Tony Batty, Antoine Walker, Paul Pierce, Eric Williams, and Tony Delk, with the latter serving as the point guard. The other 4 players towered above 2 meters in height. This is a lineup characterized by height. Antoine Walker and Paul Pierce are undoubtedly the cornerstone players of the Boston Celtics, particularly the latter, who has exhibited extraordinary individual performance over the past 2 seasons, averaging an impressive 26 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals last season. Given the current defensive intensity of the NBA, such statistics are truly remarkable. In this match, the primary focus of the Los Angeles Lakers defense is Paul Pierce. Shifting our attention to the Lakers starting lineup, it comes as a surprise that Ye Feng is actually a starter for this crucial game. It is indeed unexpected that Phil Jackson has boldly placed Ye Feng in the starting lineup. However, this decision can be understood. Ye Feng has demonstrated his capabilities with an average of 18 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks over 5 games, deserving of a starting position. Nonetheless, considering he is only 19 years old and has played merely 5 games, I believe he should continue to develop. Coming off the bench may be more beneficial for his growth than starting. Perhaps you are correct, but regardless of our discussions, Ye Feng is set to start this game, and one wonders how he will perform. Not only the commentators on site, but also the multitude of fans watching from their televisions are astonished and beginning to anticipate his performance. This is especially true for Lakers fans, who have been captivated by Ye Feng's earlier displays and regard him as a vital component of the team's strength. The Lakers starting 5 has now taken the court, comprising Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Kobe Bryant, Devin George, and Ye Feng. during the playoffs to prevent excessive fatigue among her players. It is common not to have stars directly match up against opposing stars. However, this consideration does not apply during the regular season. And Phil Jackson has directly matched Kobe against Pierce. Initially, there was an intention to assign Ye Feng to guard Pierce, but ultimately, given the significant disparity in height and weight, it was thought that the defensive effectiveness would be inadequate. So Kobe was assigned to defend him directly while Ye Feng provided support. Without delay, once both teams were positioned and ready, the referee promptly blew the opening whistle. Beep. The whistle sounded. The basketball was thrown straight into the air. Clap. During the jump ball phase, leveraging his height advantage, Tony Batty was the first to touch the basketball, deflecting it into his team's half. The Celtics organized their offense. Paul Pierce held the ball beyond the three-point line, with Kobe directly contesting him. Both players displayed considerable movement, engaging in a fierce contest. The referee remained composed, showing no inclination to whistle for a foul. Observing this, Ye Feng understood that the officiating standards for this match would be quite lenient, allowing him to strategize his defense accordingly. An exceptional defender must not only learn to observe their opponents but also to gauge the referees. Pierce was not particularly athletic, yet his technical skills were comprehensive. And he possessed substantial strength, with particularly powerful hips. However, Kobe was equally formidable, refusing to yield an inch. The two engaged in an extended battle on the perimeter. When Pierce realized that an advantageous shooting opportunity was not forthcoming, he did not cling to the one-on-one matchup. Instead, he signaled to a nearby teammate. Tony Batty immediately sprinted over, and with the help of a screen, Pierce adeptly evaded Kobe by 2 positions, executing a mid-range shot that swished through the net for 2 points. His release was swift, providing Ye Feng no chance to assist defensively. The score stood at 0-2, with the Celtics taking the lead. The Lakers gained possession. As Ye Feng dribbled across half-court, he noticed Kobe raising his hand high, his gaze resolute, emanating a palpable intensity, signaling his intent to retaliate with a score. Ye Feng promptly passed him the ball. In contrast to Pierce's strength-based approach, Kobe's style relied on his athleticism, rhythm, and technique to create separation. After a series of moves, he executed a beautiful fadeaway jump shot. The grace of his motion was striking, and the height of his jump was commendable. However, the shot unfortunately missed its mark. Pierce smiled momentarily, but his expression quickly froze as he witnessed an incredible play. Ye Feng soared from the free throw line like a meteor, reclaiming the rebound over Antoine Walker's head. Upon landing, he faked a shot, delivering a precise pass to Robert Horry, who had quietly retreated to the three-point line. Unmarked, Horry swiftly released a three-point shot. Swish. It went straight through the net. The score was now 3-2. What a splendid pass. Robert Horry was in high spirits. Ye Feng grinned and remarked, "Robert, you must be the best three-point shooting big man currently in the league, right?" Horry, slightly bashful, couldn't hide the joy sparkling in his eyes. Ye Feng's compliment was undeniably delightful to hear. The brother found himself in a predicament. The Celtics attempted to launch a fast break, yet the Lakers' defensive transition was swift, thwarting their efforts, leaving Paul Pierce with the ball. Tony Batty stepped forward to set a screen, colliding heavily with Kobe. The referee remained indifferent. Pierce, seizing the moment, surged toward the basket, poised to dunk, only to discover that Ye Feng had mysteriously positioned himself at his side. With a raised eyebrow, he swiftly altered his approach, without any intention of slowing down. He leaned in aggressively. Sensing the impending collision, Ye Feng deftly sidestepped at the last moment. Damn! Prepared for impact, Pierce collided with empty air, losing his balance and staggering backward. However, quick to react, he flung the basketball away, denying any opportunity for a steal. Yet as he fell, the sight of Kobe securing the ball shattered his heart. His gaze turned to Ye Feng, whose rapidly retreating silhouette came into view. That scoundrel! Pierce cursed inwardly. Kobe charged into the paint but opted not to shoot. Instead, he drew the Celtics' defensive attention before tossing the ball backward. All eyes followed the trajectory of the basketball, landing on Ye Feng, who was racing toward the Celtics' basket. With a powerful leap, he caught Kobe's perfectly timed pass and slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom. The alley-oop dunk was a display of unmatched prowess. The crowd at the North Shore Garden was momentarily stunned. Then, as if awakened, a cacophony of boos erupted, overwhelming the spectators' ears. The score reached 5-2, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. After a brief celebratory high-five, Ye Feng and Kobe swiftly transitioned back on defense. In the ensuing possession, the Celtics initiated their offense. Antoine Walker moved to set a screen, retreating beyond the three-point line. Pierce feigned an inside drive, flicked his wrist, and sent the ball soaring. Receiving it, Walker shot decisively. Duong. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find its mark. The area beneath the basket was crowded, with all eyes fixated on the airborne basketball. Suddenly, a figure clad in a Lakers jersey bearing the number 10 surged into the fray, leaping among the interior players to snatch the ball from the air. It was him again! Paul Pierce was infuriated. Despite their starting lineup boasting considerable height, their rebounding capabilities were rather mediocre. As a small forward, his average rebounds ranked second on the team, which spoke volumes. From the outset of the match, their rebounding issues became glaringly apparent. Ye Feng's relentless pursuit of the boards was exceptionally sharp, swift, precise, and fierce, leaving opponents utterly unprepared. Frustration mounted as he seized the rebound and, pivoting forward, advanced a few steps. Only to notice the Celtics' intention to double-team him, he opted to pass the ball. Devin George received it and continued the advance. Upon crossing half-court, he immediately passed to Kobe. Receiving the ball, Kobe forcefully drove inside, practically bearing Tony Delk on his shoulders, executing a deft layup in midair to score 2 points. The score stood at 7-2, with the Lakers extending their lead to 5 points. The cacophony of boos reverberated throughout the arena, as the fans were evidently dissatisfied with the home team's performance. The game pressed on, and Tony Delk, faced with Ye Feng's relentless pressure, stumbled while dribbling past the midline, with tight defense preventing him from accelerating. He lost his greatest advantage and had no choice but to pass. Pierce caught the ball, continuing to grapple with Kobe, still aided by his teammates' screens. He managed to shake off Kobe's tenacious grip. However, before he could gain momentum, an infuriating figure suddenly appeared before him. When did he arrive? Paul Pierce was taken aback by Ye Feng's unexpected presence. Undeterred, he prepared to charge forward. This time, Ye Feng did not yield an inch. He boldly advanced forward and discreetly signaled to Kobe, who was a few steps away. With a resounding thud, his feet seemed to take root like an ancient tree, establishing a solid defensive stance. Despite his height and weight not being advantageous, Ye Feng remained unyielded. This left Paul Pierce utterly astonished. How could this be? Reacting swiftly, he sought to evade the encroaching double team from Kobe and, finding himself in a dire predicament, decisively passed the ball. With a sharp sound, the basketball was intercepted cleanly by a single hand. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Kobe. Pierce was left bewildered. Why? With no time to dwell on Pierce, Kobe swiftly turned and advanced, unexpectedly opting for a direct three-point shot. With a resounding thud, the ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find the net, causing a frown to crease Kobe's brow. This evening, his shooting touch seemed somewhat lacking. The rebound was snatched by Tony Delk. But before he could make a move, he found himself subjected to Kobe's relentless defense. Having relinquished possession, he was determined to reclaim it himself. This is Kobe's basketball philosophy. Dirk felt discomfort, struggling to maintain possession. It was evident he could not mount an offense and instinctively passed the ball to Pierce. As soon as the basketball slipped from his fingertips, his expression shifted dramatically. Be careful. No sooner had the warning escaped his lips than Ye Feng suddenly appeared in the passing lane, seizing the ball into his grasp. Behind him, Pierce was left bewildered. First Kobe, and now you. You two are merely padding your steal statistics. It must be acknowledged that the synergy between Kobe and Long Guofeng on the defensive end was extraordinarily seamless. They hardly resembled first-time partners. Indeed, minimal communication was required. A mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding. The Celtics had suffered significantly in these two possessions at the hands of the duo. It was abundantly clear that when Long Guofeng and Kobe shared the court, the Lakers' perimeter defense was terrifyingly formidable, with their defensive radius, intensity, and coordination being truly fearsome. I have often pondered why someone as exceptional as Long Guofeng could not secure a place in the NCAA. You are not alone in this. I believe that basketball fans across America share this curiosity, and the head coach of the Kentucky Wildcats is already drenched in sweat. The commentators expressed their admiration and recognition of Ye Feng. On the court, after completing the steal, Ye Feng promptly passed the ball. Kobe spun free from Dirk's grasp, charging into the Celtics' paint, leaping with all his might to catch the pass, and executing an acrobatic alley-oop dunk. Boom. The score stood at 9-2, widening the gap to 7 points. The Celtics called for a timeout, realizing that the players were momentarily dazed by the fierce defense from Ye Feng and Kobe. The Celtics head coach decisively called for a pause. Upon resuming, the Celtics regained possession with an inbound pass. Ye Feng took a defensive stance, deliberately creating a two-step distance from Tony Dirk, ready for action. The moment the opposing team contemplated passing to Dirk, he would immediately tighten the pressure. Kobe adopted a similar approach. However, it appeared that the green team had discerned their intentions, and the ball was passed to Eric Williams. As Williams drove inward, Devin George maintained a relatively stable defensive position, not allowing himself to be shaken off. Paul Pierce swiftly maneuvered, receiving the basketball hand-to-hand, while Eric Williams cleverly set a screen to shield Kobe. Devin George timely switched to defend, but was momentarily unbalanced by Pierce's solid frame, revealing a clear defensive vulnerability. Just as Pierce was poised to release a shot, he abruptly altered his motion, opting to pass instead. His gaze fell upon Ye Feng, who had inexplicably arrived behind him. And he secretly exhaled in relief. This guy really has come over. Thankfully, I chose to pass, or I would likely have been blocked. Tony Delk received the ball and, facing the approaching Robert Horry, calmly passed it to the corner. The unguarded Antoine Walker seized the opportunity to take a decisive three-point shot. Duong. The chance was promising, yet it regrettably missed its mark. Walker felt a wave of frustration. Beneath the basket, Paul Pierce and Tony Batty reacted swiftly, firmly establishing their positions. Batty leaped to secure the rebound, feeling a sense of relief. However, as soon as he landed, he heard Pierce's urgent warning, "Watch out behind you." Huh? Tony Batty instinctively attempted to protect the ball, but it was too late. A hand, appearing almost spectral, reached in and swatted the basketball from his grasp. The hand belonging to none other than Ye Feng executed a deft steal, after which he opted for a long pass. Kobe had already sprinted ahead, and with no defenders in sight, he received the ball and charged towards the basket. With the ball held firmly in both hands, he executed a 180-degree turn midair, delivering a spectacular dunk. In the realm of practical dunking, Kobe still possessed remarkable prowess. The score stood at 11-2. Upon returning from a timeout, the Celtics not only failed to halt their downward spiral, but the point deficit continued to widen. This was a considerable blow to the players of the Celtics. In the subsequent plays, it was evident that Pierce and his teammates became increasingly aggressive on the offensive end. The officials remained silent. Ye Feng, not one to relent, escalated his defensive intensity. The referee's whistle pierced the air, immediately calling a defensive foul on Ye Feng. What the hell? Glancing at the composed referee, Ye Feng chose not to contest the call. He understood the nuances of home court officiating. All he needed was to adjust his defensive approach. However, while Ye Feng opted for restraint, Kobe was not inclined to endure. He strode directly to the referee. "I do not believe that this level of defensive action constitutes a foul." The referee replied sternly, "I am the official, and I have my own standards of judgment. I hope your criteria do not merely favor the home team." Kobe shrugged, refraining from further dialogue with the referee, and turned back. Arguing with the officials during the game is an unwise move. Your approach is commendable. Yet, mere tolerance will not earn you respect. You must also learn to apply pressure on the referees to express your stance. He then shifted his tone. Of course, given your current standing, it might be best to refrain from such actions for now. Keep striving, rookie. With that, he left no room for Ye Feng's response and walked away. Damn it. Ye Feng smirked, realizing, at this rate, I might as well become a disciple of the Mamba. Setting aside Kobe's final remark, it was evident he was imparting his wisdom. Throughout daily training and games, Kobe frequently shared such insights and pointers with him. He owed him a favor. Perhaps he could repay that favor with this season's championship, Ye Feng mused, as he refocused on the game. Antoine Walker's shooting touch was as frigid as Kobe's this match, leading to the ball naturally finding its way into the hands of Paul Pierce, who was in relatively better form. Under immense pressure, Pierce did not disappoint the fans. With Kobe defending tightly, he made a contested two-pointer, breaking the team's scoring drought. The score stood at 11-4. In the next possession, Kobe drove to the basket, drawing defenders before passing the ball to Ye Feng, who faked a shot and instead assisted Horry for a three-pointer. Horry's shooting was notably sharp this game. Ye Feng relished the opportunity to tally another assist. The score escalated to 14-4, widening the gap to 10 points. The Boston Celtics continue to rely heavily on Paul Pierce, who once again lives up to expectations by sinking a challenging mid-range shot. On the other hand, Kobe Bryant captivates the Celtics' defensive focus, allowing Ye Feng to find a more comfortable space to operate. Furthermore, Robert Horry is on fire, while Devin George and Samaki Walker willingly assume the role of supportive players, diligently engaging in the less glamorous aspects of the game. The Lakers exhibit commendable offensive efficiency. In contrast, the Celtics depend solely on Pierce's individual prowess, which ultimately proves to be less effective. Kobe's defensive intensity is formidable, making it nearly impossible for Pierce to maintain a high shooting percentage. Not to mention, Ye Feng frequently provides help defense and double teams, leaving Pierce isolated and unsupported given his teammates' average performance. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers have amassed an impressive 29 points, while the Celtics have only managed to score 15. The scoring gap stands at 14 points, showcasing the Lakers' significant advantage. Ye Feng, in particular, delivers a stellar performance with 8 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block in the quarter, trailing only Kobe, who scores 13 points. As the second quarter commences, the Celtics keep both Pierce and Antoine Walker on the court. This also reveals another issue they face, the weakness of their bench. One could even argue that they possess virtually no substitutes. It is astonishing that the roster for this match comprises merely 8 players. The head coach appears resolute in exhausting the starters. On the Lakers side, Kobe, having played the entirety of the first quarter, takes a moment to rest, while Ye Feng remains on the court, leading a group of substitutes including Derek Fisher and Brian Shaw, directly confronting Paul Pierce. The whistle blows, signaling the commencement of the second quarter. The Lakers gain possession of the ball. After the skirmishes of the first quarter, Pierce is acutely aware that Ye Feng is not merely an ordinary rookie. Although he may lack in mid-range shooting, he is formidable in other respects. In terms of strength, he is on par with himself. Particularly noteworthy is his tenacious defensive prowess, which leaves a lasting impression on Pierce. On the defensive end, Pierce eagerly volunteers to match up against Ye Feng. Undeterred, Ye Feng charges forward, unleashing his signature bull-like drive. Unlike other opponents, Pierce, prepared mentally, does not yield to the impact. He withstands Ye Feng's advance while keeping pace with his footwork. His expression, however, is somewhat fierce, accompanied by an array of unnecessary movements. This left Ye Feng feeling quite distressed. However, he never truly believed that his modest breakthrough abilities could suffice to confront an adversary of Paul Pierce's caliber. Seizing the opportune moment, he opted to pass the ball. Fisher received it just inside the three-point line, stepped back beyond it, and released a three-point shot. Duong. The execution lacked force, leading the basketball to clatter off the front rim and bounce away. What transpired next was an all-too-familiar scene for the spectators both inside and outside the arena, particularly causing a stir among the Celtics fans. It seemed as though Ye Feng had an uncanny foresight of the basketball's trajectory, as he dashed forward and snatched the rebound from the air. The Celtics were left utterly exasperated. There was simply no way to contend with him. Upon landing, Ye Feng feigned a pass to the perimeter, but instead maneuvered to the basket, enduring a physical foul from Antoine Walker, and successfully executed a layup for 2 points. The referee's silence was glaringly biased. The score stood at 31-15, with a 16-point gap. Given his team's substantial lead, Ye Feng chose to overlook the referee's partiality. As the Celtics initiated their next offensive play, Ye Feng took the initiative to match up against Pierce. In terms of strength, he held the advantage. Yet he was at a significant disadvantage in height and wingspan. With Pierce adeptly protecting the ball, attempting to steal, it was nearly impossible. Ye Feng could only manage to obstruct his line of sight without securing a block. His fingers grazed perilously close to Pierce's eyes. As a normal individual, encountering such defense without a clear view of the basket instinctively compelled Pierce to increase the force of his shot. The moment the basketball left his hands, his expression shifted dramatically. Rebound. Duong. The ball ricocheted off the back rim, soaring high, allowing Antoine Walker to position himself perfectly and secure the offensive rebound, converting it into another 2 points. The Lakers' bench players were evidently no match for him. Observing this, Ye Feng paid it no mind and sprinted towards the Celtics' half of the court, with Pierce closely trailing, denying any opportunity for a fast break. As the Lakers executed their offensive strategy, Fisher controlled the ball, utilizing a screen to extricate himself from his defender. Initially intending to pass, he was taken aback by the sluggishness of the Celtics' defensive switch, which left him with an unchallenged mid-range shot that he confidently sank for 2 points. Although he struggled to score under defensive pressure, he felt assured with an open shot. Since Ye Feng's arrival with the Lakers, Fisher had sensed a significant threat. He had attempted to reclaim the coach's favor through his own efforts and skills, but to no avail. As a point guard, Ye Feng's playmaking abilities were relatively average, and he lacked the long-range shooting prowess. Yet, his defensive capabilities were exceptionally formidable, exhibiting a level of strength that overwhelmingly surpassed that of typical guards. With sheer force, he could conquer 10 foes. The approach of forcefully attacking the basket, devoid of any technical finesse, proves exceedingly difficult to counter unless the opposing team is equipped with a superstar center. The crux of the matter lies in the extraordinary chemistry established between Ye Feng and Kobe on the court, which compensates for all of his shortcomings. Within the starting lineup, Kobe's brilliance undoubtedly shines the brightest, drawing substantial defensive attention from adversaries. Conversely, once Kobe departs from the court, Ye Feng emerges as the player most closely scrutinized by the opposition. Fisher suddenly feels the ease of playing alongside Kobe. Moreover, the Celtics bench is genuinely weak. Unless matched against Pierce, the other players, even Antoine Walker, exhibit merely average defensive capabilities. As the game proceeds, the Celtics regain possession. Determined to deny Pierce an easy opportunity to receive the ball and initiate an offensive play, Ye Feng boldly maneuvers to confront him, relentlessly seeking physical contact. Unwilling to back down, Pierce retaliates with equal tenacity. The two nearly engage in a wrestling match on the court, each striving to secure advantageous positioning. Pierce, frustrated, realizes that he cannot find a suitable moment to receive the ball in the short term. Consequently, the Celtics are left with no choice but to pass the ball to Antoine Walker. Fortunately, the latter does not disappoint this time, successfully scoring 2 points. With the change of possession, the Lakers embark on their offensive. Pierce retaliates in kind, aggressively contesting Ye Feng for positioning and pressing him with fierce defensive pressure. This was precisely what Ye Feng desired. As long as Pierce could be worn down, the other players of the Celtics would pose little threat, ensuring an effortless victory in this match. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Brian Shaw penetrated the lane and scored with a layup. Throughout the remainder of the game, Ye Feng and Pierce engaged in a direct confrontation, their fierce rivalry captivating both the spectators in the arena and those watching from afar. Such an intense level of competition was rare even in the playoffs, let alone during the regular season. The most astonishing aspect was the performance of Ye Feng, a rookie, who managed to hold his ground against Pierce without faltering, exhibiting an extraordinary physical prowess. Having already played a full 12 minutes in the first quarter without rest, and now facing such exhausting play in the second, Pierce, despite his youth, was not a machine. He began to tire and gasp for breath midway through the second quarter, his competitive edge noticeably diminishing. Noticing this situation, Phil Jackson on the Lakers bench was suddenly invigorated. It was impractical to expect Kobe to expend his energy recklessly, as the team needed his scoring power. However, having Ye Feng absorb the wear and tear seemed to benefit the Lakers immensely, particularly with Shaquille O'Neal's return on the horizon. If they faced a team whose core consisted of guards or small forwards, allowing Ye Feng to engage in such a war of attrition would elevate their chances of victory by at least 30%. The only lingering question was whether Ye Feng could withstand such high-intensity competition. Judging by his current performance against Pierce, he appeared capable. As the second quarter progressed and the deficit had ballooned to 19 points, with Kobe rejuvenated and ready to re-enter the game, Pierce felt utterly drained. Were it not for the Lakers being the opponents and the game being broadcast live across the nation, he might have contemplated conceding. Nevertheless, even if Pierce refused to surrender, the outcome of the match was all but sealed, for the Lakers had discovered the path to victory. For the remainder of the game, whenever Pierce was on the court, Ye Feng would be as well, engaging in a battle of endurance. The Celtics found themselves utterly helpless, resigned to their fate, particularly due to Antoine Walker's lackluster performance. Unable to alleviate the pressure on Pierce, as for Tony Delk and others, they were clearly no match for Kobe. At the moment the final whistle blew, amidst the frenzied boos of the crowd, a drenched and nearly exhausted Pierce could not help but release a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The final score was 97-68. With the Lakers decisively vanquishing the Celtics in a resounding victory in this storied rivalry. Kobe shot 17 out of 41 from the field, a perfect 7 out of 7 from the free throw line, and went 0 for 8 from beyond the arc, scoring an impressive 41 points, the highest of the game. In the second quarter, Ye Feng primarily focused on exhausting Pierce, taking few shots and ending up with only 12 points. However, he secured an impressive 15 rebounds, along with 7 assists, for steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing an equally remarkable performance. If one were to consider who left the most profound impression on the audience, it would undoubtedly be Ye Feng. The images of his relentless confrontation with Pierce were indelibly etched in the minds of all who witnessed the match. It was utterly brutal. In recent years, I have not seen a rookie perform with such dominance as Ye Feng, especially with his astute defensive skills. I must admit, I found myself quite overwhelmed by his prowess in tonight's game. No one could possibly refuse a teammate like him. He is simply too exceptional and selfless. If given the chance, I would certainly wish for a partner like Ye Feng, but regrettably, he did not come to our team for a tryout at that time. As for Kobe, does he even need my evaluation? He has long been among the league's elite players. We lost this time, but next time at the Staples Center, we shall reclaim victory. At the post-game press conference, Paul Pierce, though visibly discontent, maintained a commendable demeanor. His words were imbued with admiration and awe for Ye Feng, while he mentioned Kobe scarcely, perhaps believing he could have scored just as much under similar circumstances. His defiance was evident. Ye Feng did not attend the press conference. He was too fatigued. Defense is far more exhausting than offense, and all he desired now was a moment of rest. Nevertheless, the game yielded significant rewards. Not only did the team triumph, but Ye Feng also discovered that his stamina attribute had remarkably surpassed expectations, reaching 90 points, while his overall rating climbed to 84 points. With just 4 more starts, he would unlock the second template. Every beginning is challenging. Having achieved the first start, the second cannot be far off. According to Phil Jackson, Ye Feng would alternate starting positions with Derek Fisher. If he remains true to his word, after 8 more regular season games, Ye Feng will unlock the second template. It is tantalizingly close. I hope for a superstar template with stronger offensive attributes. Ye Feng was filled with anticipation. Reality, however, afforded him little time to ponder these matters. Following the intense clash with the Celtics, the Lakers were set to travel to Washington for a back-to-back matchup against the Wizards. The latter's overall strength was rather mediocre, merely hovering on the threshold of playoff contention in the Eastern Conference. Yet, the intrigue surrounding this upcoming game rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the recently concluded showdown against the Celtics. The reason was simple. Michael Jordan played for the Wizards, benefiting from the team's impressive 6-game winning streak. His individual statistics were equally remarkable, leading to Kobe being named the Western Conference's Player of the Week for the first week of the season. His prominence was undeniable. He was indeed one of the league's elite shooting guards. The clash between the current top shooting guard and the aging basketball deity was a topic brimming with significance. Rather than a mere confrontation, it felt more like a passing of the torch. Under the league's intentional direction, whenever the top 4 shooting guards faced off against the Wizards, the discourse often took on a tone of legacy and heritage. Among them, Kobe, who played a pivotal role in leading the Lakers to a triumphant three-peat and establishing a dynasty, possesses extraordinary personal abilities, excelling in both offense and defense, and bears a striking resemblance to Michael Jordan in his playing style. He is undoubtedly the most highly regarded player among the 4 prominent shooting guards. Comparisons with Michael Jordan are frequently made. In a back-to-back away game, one would expect exhaustion to set in, yet Ye Feng observed that Kobe appeared exceedingly exhilarated. On the journey from the hotel to the arena, he was even trembling slightly with anticipation. Was it truly necessary to be this excited? After all, it was merely an aging Jordan, Ye Feng mused. Even if he were to triumph over that old man, what joy could it possibly bring? In truth, Ye Feng, who had only begun watching basketball later in life, harbored no particular sentiments towards Michael Jordan. He had only glimpsed his prowess through various videos and highlight reels, acknowledging his greatness, but nothing beyond that. Given the current state of affairs, it was clear that in the forthcoming match, he would be tasked with guarding Michael Jordan, while he himself should focus on defending Jerry Stackhouse. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the bus swiftly arrived at their destination, and Ye Feng disembarked with the team. After a series of preparations and warm-ups, they returned to the locker room to await their entrance onto the court. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, he heard Fisher's exclamation, "Feng, you're in first place." First place in what? Ye Feng wondered. The rookie rankings. The locker room erupted in surprise. They were aware of Ye Feng's exceptional talent, but they had not anticipated that he would ascend to the top of the rookie rankings so swiftly. For an undrafted player to hold the #1 spot on the rookie list was akin to delivering a slap to the face of every NBA team that had passed him over. How many scouts would find themselves unemployed as a result? Yet, Ye Feng remained composed. It's merely the rookie rankings. It's not the regular season MVP list. There's nothing to boast about, he replied nonchalantly, showing little concern. You are remarkably calm, the others remarked with mixed expressions. If they had achieved such success in their rookie season, they would undoubtedly be boasting. Observing their reactions, Ye Feng shrugged. Given my statistics and our team's performance, isn't it quite normal for me to be ranked first among rookies? What is there to be surprised about? A collective desire to refute lingered in the air. Yet upon further investigation, it became evident that in the 6 concluded matches, Ye Feng astonishingly averaged 17, 8 points, 9 rebounds, 5, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 blocks per game, truly impressive statistics for a newcomer. In stark contrast, his most formidable rival, Amare Stoudemire, could only muster an average of 14-8, rendering any comparison utterly futile. It would be unreasonable for the rookie rankings to exclude Ye Feng from the top position. It was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the creaking of the door interrupted their thoughts as Phil Jackson entered, ready to impart the final tactical emphasis. Even in the absence of Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers continued to execute the triangle offense, with Kobe having already developed his skills for low-post play, establishing himself as a pivot. Ye Feng, on the other hand, was positioned for high-post support. This was the strategic framework, though actual gameplay would inevitably witness alterations. Due to his subpar mid-range shooting, Ye Feng often found himself deviating from the triangle offense, unable to adhere strictly to its principles. Nevertheless, Phil Jackson refrained from comment and instead tailored the team's tactics to accommodate him. The Zen master demonstrated a remarkable adaptability. Before long, the tactical briefing concluded, and the staff appropriately signaled for their entrance. The timing was impeccable. As the visiting team, the Lakers would take to the court first, met by the jeers of the Wizards fans. Fresh from experiencing the thunderous boos of the Celtics supporters, the Wizards fans seemed almost gentle, as if starved for a few days. Following this, the home team, the Wizards, emerged to the cheers of their supporters. The atmosphere reached its zenith with the arrival of the headliner, Michael Jordan. "Kid, tonight I will dismantle you." Jordan immediately sought out Kobe, casting a glance in his direction. A guard without shooting ability is like a toothless tiger, far too easy to exploit. "Rookie, if I were you, I would focus on honing my shooting skills." "I will," Ye Feng replied with a smile. Observing this, Michael Jordan raised an eyebrow. "Let us see if you can. As you are now, I could easily guard you with one hand. If you're not afraid of having your ribs shattered, then come and try to defend me." Ye Feng remained unflustered, seemingly triggered by an unwelcome memory. Michael Jordan cast a lingering gaze at Ye Feng before retreating to his half of the court. Noticing this, Kobe's lips curled into a smile. "Feng, well done." "I merely spoke the truth," Ye Feng responded. In this match, Ye Feng would come off the bench. However, upon observing the Wizards' starting lineup, he was taken aback. Jordan is a substitute too? In this match, the Wizards fielded a starting lineup of Kwame Brown, Brendan Haywood, Brian Russell, Jerry Stackhouse, and Larry Hughes, surprisingly omitting Michael Jordan from the starting 5. Both Haywood and Kwame Brown towered over 2 meters, resembling 2 great mountains standing resolutely on the court. On the perimeter, Jerry Stackhouse undoubtedly shone as a star shooting guard, while Larry Hughes also showcased considerable prowess. The bench, however, boasted the presence of the legendary veteran Michael Jordan, alongside Tyronn Lue, who was also a notable player in his own right. Being in the Eastern Conference, one would reasonably expect the Wizards to perform decently. However, their current record stood at a mere 2 wins and 3 losses. Ye Feng was intrigued by how they had managed such a performance and prepared to observe closely. The game commenced swiftly. Seemingly dissatisfied with Jordan's relegation to the bench, Kobe Bryant erupted from the start, attacking both inside and out, scoring with remarkable efficiency. To match up against Jordan, the Black Mamba had already primed himself for peak performance. Yet, with the opportunity to face Jordan eluding him, his frustration reached its zenith. The Wizards did not assign Jerry Stackhouse to contend with Kobe. Instead, they opted for the seasoned Brian Russell. The defensive effectiveness proved merely adequate. Of course, had Stackhouse, known more for his offensive prowess than defensive acumen, been tasked with guarding Kobe, the result likely would have been no different. Given their mutual inability to halt each other's advances, it seemed unnecessary to exhaust their core player. Focusing on offense, Stackhouse played with tenacity. However, facing Kobe, who matched him in height and surpassed him in strength, Stackhouse's signature move, the back-to-basket turnaround jumper, yielded only moderate success. Nonetheless, the Wizards possessed more than just Stackhouse as a scoring option. Larry Hughes also exhibited commendable scoring ability, proving to be a challenging matchup for Fisher, who struggled against such an athletic adversary. In the paint, Kwame Brown appeared somewhat inconspicuous, moving cautiously and exuding a lack of confidence. In contrast, Haywood exhibited a vigorous presence on the court, whether it was securing rebounds, setting screens, or engaging in post plays, displaying commendable spirit. While his contributions were solid, his scoring efficiency left much to be desired, rendering him somewhat of a rough player on offense, posing minimal threat. This rendered the Wizards' so-called Twin Towers ineffective against the Lakers, as their height advantage failed to exert any significant pressure. Instead, Larry Hughes relentlessly penetrated Derek Fisher's defense, scoring effortlessly and flourishing on the court. Observing this, Phil Jackson furrowed his brow slightly. In the past, he would have likely chosen to endure the situation, for apart from Fisher, there were no better alternatives on the team. However, this time, with less than 4 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the Lakers made a substitution. Ye Feng entered the game, replacing the visibly frustrated and helpless Fisher. Ye Feng's task was straightforward: to contain Larry Hughes. As for Jerry Stackhouse, being a protege of Jordan and groomed by the Wizards as his successor, Kobe could hardly tolerate him, tightly marking him on the defensive end, leaving no room for Ye Feng to worry. Larry Hughes possessed remarkable athleticism, yet his physique appeared somewhat frail. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Ye Feng endeavored to elevate the intensity of their physical confrontation, precisely at the threshold of the referee's judgment. He had not been idle on the sidelines. He had discerned the referee's standards early on. Why is he so strong? Hughes found himself in discomfort, akin to being ensnared by a robust python, rendered nearly immobile. Meanwhile, Kobe's defense against Stackhouse was equally formidable. Both of the Wizards' primary scoring threats encountered difficulties, their one-on-one efficiency plummeting, forcing them to rely on screens to escape defensive pressure, only to soon find themselves ensnared once more. The speed of the switches and support between Kobe and Ye Feng was astonishingly swift, their synergy exceptionally harmonious, creating an impenetrable web of defense on the perimeter for the Lakers. Sensing this predicament, Wizards head coach Doug Collins furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to adjust the lineup. On the court, Kobe suddenly sprinted over to double-team Larry Hughes, causing the latter to panic, which allowed Ye Feng to deftly execute a steal. The Lakers launched a fast break, surging forward, leaving the Wizards' two big men far behind, with only Brian Russell as the solitary defender ahead. Without losing momentum, Ye Feng barreled into the three-point line, directly colliding with the approaching Brian Russell. Bang! The two individuals collided heavily. The robust Brian Russell was knocked aside, visibly disheartened. With the only obstacle ahead cleared, Ye Feng took 3 swift steps and leapt, executing a one-handed slam dunk that brought the score to 9-6. With the Lakers leading by 3 points, the Wizards regained possession, but Stackhouse and Larry Hughes found themselves besieged by relentless defense, unable to shake free in a short span of time. In desperation, Brian Russell stepped forward to receive the ball. After catching it, he opted for a mid-range shot. Just as he was about to release the ball, a hand suddenly intruded into his line of sight, subtly altering the force of his shot. Duong. The basketball missed its target, and although Kwame Brown secured the rebound, he failed to maintain control, allowing Kobe to snatch it away. Advancing a few meters, Kobe executed a long pass. Positioned just inside the three-point line, Ye Feng caught the ball, barreled toward the basket, and forcefully shoved Larry Hughes aside for another straightforward, powerful dunk. The score now stood at 11-6. A 5-point gap, neither too large nor too small. With 2 emphatic dunks, the momentum clearly shifted in favor of the Lakers. The Wizards' head coach, no longer indecisive, turned his gaze toward Michael Jordan on the bench. The latter offered no verbal response, instead rising to warm up in preparation to enter the game. Observing Jordan's warm-up, the previously hostile crowd erupted in excitement, chanting the name of Michael Jordan. The sudden uproar startled players from both teams on the court, a testament to Jordan's immense popularity and prestige. As long as the basketball deity had not retired, others could only vie for second place. Shortly thereafter, having completed his warm-up, Jordan was substituted in, with Brian Russell exiting and Jerry Stackhouse shifting to the small forward position. Upon Jordan's entry, Kobe immediately abandoned Stackhouse, opting to confront the basketball god directly, his ambition evident in his determined gaze and fervent spirit. Stackhouse, it seemed, would have to contend with Ye Feng. In the Wizards' possession, from the corner three-point line, Ye Feng and Stackhouse faced each other, their eyes fixed on Jordan, who was engaged in a one-on-one with Kobe. Jordan chose to back down, with Kobe doing his utmost to hold his ground while seeking a chance to steal the ball. Yet, against the seasoned Jordan, Kobe clearly lacked the opportunity to succeed. As Jordan edged inward a few steps, he executed a turnaround jumper. Despite being 39 years old, his athleticism remained remarkably impressive. Swish. With unwavering precision, the phrase "the older, the more enchanting" aptly encapsulates Michael Jordan. Regardless of the reasons behind his decision to join the Wizards, his competitive spirit and prowess on the court are undoubtedly unparalleled. During a matchup against the Lakers, Ye Feng profoundly recognized this truth. Age did not deter Jordan from exerting his full defensive capabilities. His gaze was sharp, fixated on his counterpart, Kobe Bryant, exuding an unsettling aura. In a tit-for-tat exchange, Kobe responded with a nearly identical move, executing a mid-range shot that kissed the backboard before finding its way into the net. Subsequently, a fierce rivalry ignited between Jordan and Kobe, leading to a series of intense confrontations, with both demonstrating remarkable scoring efficiency. Ye Feng was astounded by Jordan's performance. At nearly 40 years of age, he faced the relentless defensive pressure from the youthful Kobe with remarkable poise, maintaining ball control and high efficiency. Truly deserving of the title god of basketball, his prowess was almost beyond belief. It leaves one to ponder how formidable he must have been in his youth. Astonishingly, despite Kobe's utmost efforts to defend, he was unable to contain Jordan's scoring. In such circumstances, Ye Feng would naturally not remain a passive observer. Seizing the moment, he swiftly executed a double team. The passage of time had inevitably diminished Michael Jordan's physical prowess. His body was no longer the formidable force it once was. Yet, his skills had reached an unparalleled zenith. Almost as soon as Ye Feng made his move, Jordan sensed it, immediately casting a piercing glance at Haywood, who promptly sprang into action. Haywood advanced with haste, not daring to waste a second. Before Ye Feng could close in, he positioned himself to thwart Kobe. The maneuver was nearly an elbow strike. In the era of small ball that followed, such an action would undoubtedly be deemed a foul, but in the current NBA, the referees turned a blind eye. Faced with Jordan one-on-one, Ye Feng dared not be complacent. Acknowledging the fear of youth, he engaged directly. However, Jordan had no intention of entangling himself. He simply pivoted and executed a fadeaway jumper, releasing the ball with remarkable speed. Ye Feng reacted with astonishing quickness, raising his hand for a defensive gesture that almost grazed Jordan's eyes. Unlike Pierce, even at this level of defense, Ye Feng's gaze remained resolute and unwavering. Swish! The sound of the net rippling behind him filled Ye Feng with a sense of helplessness. He had pushed himself to his utmost limits, yet still failed to prevent the score. Truly, the basketball god remained formidable even in his twilight years. Rookie, surely you possess more than this level, Jordan chuckled lightly, turning to retreat on defense. Watching the opponent's retreating figure, Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he simmered with unexpressed frustration. As the Lakers took possession, Kobe swiftly approached the Wizards' half of the court, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Against Michael Jordan, the Black Mamba was brimming with excitement, eager for every opportunity to face him one-on-one. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng ultimately chose to pass the ball. Aware of Jordan's willingness to defend, and relying on his exceptional innate talent and extensive game experience, Jordan's defensive prowess remained commendable at this stage. Furthermore, the referees afforded him certain leniencies, allowing him to engage in minor infractions without consequence. Kobe understood that he could not afford any lapse in concentration on the offensive end. Even when confronted by an elder statesman, he had to give his all to emerge victorious. After an unsuccessful aggressive drive, he turned to execute a back-to-the-basket play, attempting a fadeaway shot. Yet, what had worked against other defenders fell short against the legendary Michael Jordan. As Kobe spun and leapt to shoot, Jordan surged forward, closing the distance with remarkable speed, applying significant defensive pressure. Duong. The rebound clanged off the rim, failing to find its mark. At this stage, Kobe's shooting consistency still pales in comparison to that of his number 24 days. Observing this, Jordan smirked, ready to mock, only to discover that Kwame Brown, despite his optimal positioning under the basket, had his rebound snatched away by Ye Feng, causing his expression to darken. Useless. On the other end, having secured the rebound, Ye Feng assisted Robert Horry, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Assist 1. On the Wizards' side, Haywood displayed commendable skill, while Kwame Brown appeared somewhat lacking. Timid and far from assertive. Poor boy, one can only surmise he was left questioning his very existence after Jordan's reprimands. The game continued with the Wizards in possession. Stackhouse, ball in hand, attempted to leverage his height and strength for an aggressive play, yet Ye Feng maintained an exceptionally solid stance. No matter how forcefully Stackhouse exerted himself, it felt as futile as a drop in the ocean. Shifting his strategy, Stackhouse pivoted sharply for a drive, only to suddenly find the ball missing from his grasp. What? Turning around, he beheld Ye Feng having snatched the dislodged basketball, quickly advancing it up the court. Fast break for the Lakers. Kobe and Devin George sprinted down the floor, forming a swift offensive trident alongside Ye Feng, penetrating deep into the Wizards' territory. As they crossed the three-point line, Jordan abandoned his defense on Kobe to provide assistance. Seeing this, Kobe immediately raised his hand for the ball. Meanwhile, Devin George found himself wide open. Regardless of whom Ye Feng chose to pass to, it presented an exceptional scoring opportunity. Just as Michael Jordan anticipated Ye Feng's next move, ready to shift his defense, he suddenly realized that Ye Feng was now mere inches away. This is bad. The kid isn't planning to pass. Correct guess. No prize. Boom. With momentum already in his favor, Ye Feng exuded confidence, believing that apart from a select few powerhouses in the league, no one else posed a threat. The aging Michael Jordan could not halt his advance. Upon collision, amidst the gasps of the crowd, Jordan stumbled to the floor. Gazing up in astonishment at Ye Feng's retreating figure, in those profound eyes lay reflections of his own prime. Had it been in his youth, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Boom. With a two-handed dunk, Ye Feng ignited with fervor. Upon landing, he could not contain his exhilaration, high-fiving and chest-bumping with Kobe and Devin George to express his passion before finally turning back on defense. As he passed by the now upright and brooding Michael Jordan, Ye Feng wasted no time in delivering a taunt. "Old man, you weren't actually planning to stop me, were you? Rookie, don't get too cocky." Jordan's fury was palpable. In the ensuing possession, he signaled Kobe to step aside and turned his focus to Ye Feng. Although Kobe harbored reluctance within, he granted Jordan the courtesy, his gaze imbued with expectation. "The stage has been set, now shine, rookie." Memories of previous adversaries' evaluations of Ye Feng and their envious glances towards himself surged in his mind. The best aid? This fellow's aspirations extend far beyond merely being my assistant. A fierce determination gleamed in Kobe's eyes. He relished the challenge, for in this arena, the capable rise while the inept fall. This is an unchanging rule on the basketball court. If Ye Feng can truly persuade him, he would not mind taking the second place. Everyone competes fairly. At this moment, Ye Feng and Michael Jordan stand in a standoff at the three-point line, while the other players on both sides have wisely created space for them. The scene left both the audience and commentators utterly astonished. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had indeed embarrassed Jordan. Given Jordan's competitive nature, it was inevitable that he would seek retribution. However, no one anticipated that it would occur in such a manner. This was a privilege typically reserved for the team's absolute core. When did Kobe become so accommodating, willing to grant Ye Feng such an opportunity? At this moment, Ye Feng and Jordan stood in a tense standoff, with all eyes fixated on the two, leaving no room for distraction. "Rookie, you have provoked me." Michael Jordan's gaze was sharp as a blade. Ye Feng remained focused, replying, "Don't just talk. Let me feel the consequences of your anger. I hope you won't disappoint." "You will regret this," Jordan retorted, opting to initiate a back-to-the-basket play. Yet, Ye Feng was determined not to allow him the luxury of gradually encroaching into shooting range. The mid-range jumper was a weapon of the gods. And while Michael Jordan possessed an extensive arsenal, three-point shooting remained his relative weakness. Positioning himself firmly, Ye Feng anchored himself just a step inside the three-point line. Despite lacking the advantage in height and weight, his impressive 90-point strength attribute rendered him immovable. After several attempts, Jordan found himself unable to budge him. Feeling a surge of alarm, Jordan promptly altered his strategy, feigning a stubborn push before suddenly pivoting and charging past Ye Feng's left side. After stepping inward, he leaped unexpectedly. Eyes locked on the hoop, wrist flicking as he released the shot. Ye Feng, highly attuned, reacted instantly, yet he fell just short of the block. The difficulty of this shot was considerable. The outcome remained uncertain. The moment this thought sparked in his mind, he witnessed the basketball obediently slipping through the hoop. Swish. A mid-range shot found its mark. "Rookie, is this the defense you take pride in?" Jordan taunted, just as Ye Feng prepared to retort. He realized that this old man had already flaunted his prowess and dashed away, offering no opportunity for a response. The Lakers launched their offense. As the ball was passed to the baseline, the instant Ye Feng turned, he heard Kobe's urgent shout, "Beware of your back." Instinctively protecting the ball, a hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Upon focusing, he saw that Michael Jordan had mysteriously positioned himself behind him. Failing to snatch the ball, Jordan immediately initiated a relentless press. With Ye Feng's ball-handling ability at 74, he could only barely maintain possession, while his opponent had strategically secured a favorable position, denying him any chance to exert his strength. The various underhanded tactics and petty moves need not be elaborated further. At that moment, if Ye Feng were to forcefully exert himself, it would undoubtedly result in an offensive foul. Left with no alternative, he realized that passing the ball seemed to be his only viable option. "Is this all you can do, rookie?" Jordan taunted, throwing out disparaging remarks. Rather than recklessly engaging in a head-on confrontation, Ye Feng astutely seized the moment and delivered a pass. "Are you afraid?" "As a point guard, orchestrating the play is my primary duty," Ye Feng retorted defiantly, while internally resolving to improve. The next time he faced the Wizards in Los Angeles, he would likely have unlocked his second template, thus significantly enhancing his abilities. The humiliation of today would be repaid tenfold. A few steps away, Kobe received Ye Feng's pass. Faced with the tenacious defense of Stackhouse, he pivoted skillfully, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah as he drove towards the basket. Kwame Brown rushed to provide support, arms outstretched like a towering mountain. Undeterred, Kobe launched himself into the air. In the midst of the confrontation, he executed a layup with finesse, speed, power, agility, skill. In this moment, Kobe showcased his remarkably comprehensive and formidable personal prowess, leaving Ye Feng filled with envy. If only he possessed Kobe's ball handling and breakthrough capabilities, he would not find himself in such a passive position. "It will come. Everything will come in time," Ye Feng reassured himself. The match continued in the ensuing exchanges. Jordan took the initiative on the offensive end, seemingly intent on overwhelming Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng's exceptional strength and defensive abilities, epitomized by his dual 90s, were not to be underestimated. Despite Jordan's wealth of experience and masterful technique, basketball ultimately remains a contact sport, where mere skill and experience fall short without commensurate physicality. Faced with Ye Feng's relentless and exhausting defense, Jordan was frequently compelled to resort to more challenging shots, inevitably compromising his efficiency. In truth, relying on teammates for screens would have been the most logical strategy. However, the aging veteran found it difficult to set aside his pride. After 6 consecutive confrontations, Ye Feng successfully defended against 3 of them, suggesting a near stalemate. Yet, observing the visibly exhausted Jordan, gasping for breath, contrasted with Ye Feng, who, though drenched in sweat, maintained a steady breathing rhythm, it was evident that if the two continued in this manner, Jordan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Understanding this predicament, Michael Jordan opted not to pursue further one-on-one confrontations with Ye Feng. Instead, he began to leverage his intimidating presence on the court, drawing the Lakers' defensive attention before passing to his teammates to facilitate scoring opportunities. With the focus shifted away from Jordan, Ye Feng found himself matched against Stackhouse, whose brute force tactics proved ineffective against him. Meanwhile, Kobe had no intentions of holding back against the physically drained Jordan. Whether on offense or defense, he exerted himself to the fullest, actively seeking physical confrontations. This relentless approach led to Jordan being substituted before the end of the first quarter, as fatigue had become his most pressing issue. Time indeed spares no one. Without Jordan on the court, the Wizards reverted to the state they exhibited at the beginning of the game, with Stackhouse and Larry Hughes emerging as the primary offensive threats. However, faced with the relentless defense of Ye Feng and Kobe, who executed tight marking, synchronized double teams, and timely help defense, the scoring efficiency of both players was rather mediocre. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a 7-point lead over the Wizards, with a score of 25-18. In the second quarter, Ye Feng remained steadfast on the court, leading the team's bench players into battle. Much like the Celtics, the Wizards grappled with a severe shortage of available substitutes, fielding a mere 8 players for this match. With Jordan's stamina yet to be restored, his immediate return was unfeasible. Tyronn Lue, when confronted by Ye Feng, found himself at a disadvantage, while Stackhouse, who had played the entirety of the first quarter, required a respite. Similarly, Larry Hughes, having already logged 12 minutes, had earned the trust of the head coach. Yet, he felt no joy in this trust, as he caught sight of Ye Feng's piercing gaze, which resembled that of a predator fixated on its prey. Larry Hughes sensed an overwhelming dread. His body was fatigued, but his spirit felt even heavier. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with possession going to the Lakers. Ye Feng, with the ball, effortlessly brushed aside Larry Hughes. Tyronn Lue, who rushed to intervene, was sent sprawling. And moments later, Ye Feng collided midair with the towering Leitner, standing at 2 meters 11. In that instant of impact, Leitner's expression shifted dramatically, as the situation unfolded quite differently from his expectations. He watched helplessly as he was sidelined, allowing Ye Feng to ascend and score with ease. No matter how tall a slender reed may grow, it remains devoid of threat. The moment he made that shot, he gained a clear understanding of his opponent's capabilities. During the subsequent match, Ye Feng began to relentlessly assault the interior, whether by taking shots himself or assisting teammates, his presence on the court becoming overwhelmingly pronounced. Beneath his sheer power, all defenders appeared as mere paper tigers. Everyone was aware that Ye Feng would opt for a mindless drive, yet they remained incapable of stopping him. The atmosphere grew despondent. On the Wizards' bench, witnessing Ye Feng single-handedly dismantle their entire defense, Jordan fell into silence. Crucially, Ye Feng was not just a headstrong ball-dominant player. He was also adept at passing and willing to distribute the ball, making him particularly challenging to contend with. "Doug, do you think we have a chance to trade for Ye Feng?" Michael Jordan inquired softly, covering his mouth. Doug Collins, taken aback by the question, quickly realized and also covered his mouth. Ye Feng has only signed a 1-year minimum contract with the Lakers. His trade value is quite low. The Lakers would surely be reluctant to part with him. However, I have heard he has not renewed his contract with them, suggesting he may be inclined to leave. That's all we need. Michael Jordan was confident in his influence within the realm of basketball. He mused that if he extended an invitation, Ye Feng would likely be inclined to join the Wizards. Over the past 2 years, his poor draft choices, coupled with his meddling in the team's draft decisions, had drawn considerable criticism and ridicule from the media and fans alike, leaving him with a sense of pent-up frustration. If he could bring Ye Feng on board, it would surely silence all dissenting voices. Surely this time the foresight is not misplaced. It is a pity, had I known of Ye Feng earlier, I could have directly brought him to the Wizards during this draft, undoubtedly astonishing everyone. Jordan envisions a thrilling narrative. However, time cannot be reversed. Those scenes can only exist in imagination, never to materialize into reality. As for Ye Feng, he is currently held in high regard. Even if he cannot develop mid to long-range shooting abilities, his breakthroughs rely solely on sheer force, yet his overall prowess remains exceptional. Just his formidable defensive capabilities warrant a lucrative contract. With a partner like Ye Feng by Jerry Stackhouse's side, the team's performance would surely excel, allowing Jordan to retire with peace of mind. However, as the saying goes, third time's the charm, and with age weighing heavily upon him, Jordan distinctly feels the limitations of his performance on the court. To persist any longer would simply be an act of self-embarrassment. There is no need for that. After his retirement, he was acutely aware that he would not return to the game. Naturally, he had to consider the team's interests, as he was one of the owners of the Wizards. During this contemplative process on the court, Ye Feng was already leading the bench players to suppress their opponents. Their offensive momentum surged like a tidal wave, while defensively, they left Larry Hughes with no opportunities. The Wizards' scoring had come to a standstill, and the point differential swiftly widened to double digits. Doug Collins had no choice but to call a timeout and substitute in Stackhouse prematurely. This has stabilized the situation. By the time Kobe took the court, the point differential remained firmly in double digits, showcasing the Lakers' evident advantage. On the Wizards' side, the newly re-embarked Michael Jordan was eager to engage in a showdown with Kobe, attempting to claw back the score. However, he soon realized that Ye Feng had not left the game and was still on the court. Is it truly wise for Phil to rely on a mere 19-year-old player? Ye Feng, through his exceptional performance, provided Jordan with a definitive answer. There is no issue. He played an unprecedented 43.8 minutes, achieving a personal NBA regular season high, scoring 25 points, alongside 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. A near triple-double. He was awarded the most valuable player of the match. Despite the back-to-back away games, the Lakers' winning streak remained unbroken, triumphing with 7 consecutive victories. Currently, the Lakers hold the top position in the Western Conference and the entire league. As the game concluded, Michael Jordan approached without delay. "Rookie, you prevailed this time, but next time in Los Angeles, I shall reclaim this ground. Next time, we will be at full strength," he warned. Ye Feng offered a friendly reminder. Shaquille O'Neal is expected to rest for 15 regular season games. By then, the Lakers' sole shortcoming will be rectified. With Ye Feng and Kobe on the perimeter and O'Neal in the paint, the image would be breathtaking. However, considering the somewhat delicate relationship between O'Neal and Kobe, the implications of the Big Shark's return for the Lakers remain uncertain. Whether it will be more beneficial than detrimental is yet to be seen. Shaquille is formidable, but his return may not necessarily bode well for you, Jordan remarked before engaging in conversation with Kobe. It was evident that their rapport was quite amicable, exuding a sense of mutual respect, although unspoken. Kobe has always viewed Michael Jordan as his benchmark, striving diligently towards that ideal. Much of his skill set has been surreptitiously learned from Jordan. Naturally, Kobe would never concede to this. He merely wishes to be himself, not a mere imitation of Jordan. In that moment, reflecting on Jordan's earlier words, Ye Feng understood their meaning but felt no concern. As long as my strength is formidable enough, I shall remain unaffected. My contract spans only one season. If things do not pan out as desired, I can simply withdraw. Lost in thought, he turned towards the aisle, only to be intercepted by a female reporter. Feng, given your performance tonight, you are more than capable of starting for any team in the league, yet the Lakers only have you as a bench player. What do you have to say about this? I played nearly 44 minutes tonight, and my shot attempts were the highest on the team aside from Kobe. Does it truly matter whether I start or come off the bench? Ye Feng smiled, his strikingly handsome visage momentarily dazing the female reporter. By the time she regained her composure, he had already departed. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face as she recalled Ye Feng's earlier remarks. After nearly 44 minutes on the court as a substitute, possessing a significant amount of ball control, the issue of being a starter seemed rather trivial. In truth, Ye Feng's standing within the Lakers was akin to that of the second-in-command beneath Kobe. His prowess afforded him ample confidence. Following their back-to-back encounters against the Wizards, the Lakers' road trip had reached its conclusion. The forthcoming schedule appeared less demanding, as they were set to host the Hawks, Warriors, and Rockets in succession. Among these, Ye Feng was particularly attentive to the Rockets, home to Yao Ming. Ye Feng had consistently kept a close eye on Yao, who still seemed to be grappling with adaptation in the NBA, currently relegated to a bench role. The Rockets, however, were not overly concerned. They were willing to grant Yao the time and opportunity to acclimatize to the intensity of NBA competition, more than Yao's performance on the court. The Rockets owner was primarily focused on the financial benefits Yao brought. As the #1 draft pick entering the NBA, Yao garnered the attention of basketball enthusiasts nationwide, inevitably making the Rockets a favored team among fans, resulting in an impressive influx of viewership. With such popularity came financial gain. Yao's on-court performance had become somewhat secondary. Merely remaining with the Rockets sufficed. Naturally, exceptional performance would be even more welcome. For Yao, this situation presented both advantages and disadvantages. As the weight of expectation upon him was immense, Ye Feng contemplated that when they eventually met, he would have a meaningful conversation with you. After all, the NBA was not as daunting as it seemed, and with Yao's current capabilities, his prospects were not so bleak. Yet before facing the Rockets, the team would first contend with the Hawks and Warriors. The prowess of these two adversaries cannot be deemed formidable. The Los Angeles Lakers, having just endured a grueling away trip, find themselves somewhat fatigued, particularly as it is the early stage of the season, and the players have yet to attain their optimal physical condition. The relentless succession of away games poses a significant challenge to both their physical and mental fortitude. Fortunately, prior to their match against the Atlanta Hawks, the Lakers enjoyed a substantial 4-day respite, allowing them to recuperate and prepare themselves to confront their opponents in peak form. During this interlude, Ye Feng diligently adhered to his training regimen, maintaining a routine of 2 primary activities each day. He also made a visit to Kobe's residence. The Black Mamba extended a heartfelt invitation, which was genuinely difficult to decline. The reason was quite simple. Vanessa had developed a craving. Ye Feng's culinary skills had won her over. Only someone like Kobe would invite a teammate to his home to prepare a meal for his wife. In the days that followed, Ye Feng observed that Shaquille O'Neal had been increasingly frequenting the gym. Specifically, he appeared on every training day. It was unclear whether he was merely seeking a reprieve from boredom at home or if the Lakers' unblemished record instilled in him a sense of urgency. Ye Feng leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Through their interactions, he discerned that the relationship between O'Neal and Kobe was not as strained as he had initially presumed. They exchanged greetings whenever they crossed paths. However, the team's management seemed to harbor a somewhat nuanced attitude towards O'Neal. These issues would likely come to light upon O'Neal's return, but for now, there was little utility in dwelling on such matters. Rather than becoming entangled in these trivialities, Ye Feng chose to concentrate on his performance and personal development. On the evening of November 12th, at the Staples Center, the well-rested Lakers welcomed the challenge posed by the Hawks. O'Neal made an appearance at the arena to support the team, drawing considerable attention. Los Angeles is never short of stars and many celebrities, typically seen only on television or the silver screen, graced the venue, creating an atmosphere brimming with luminescence. Among them, the strikingly youthful Jessica Alba, who had already begun to make waves in Hollywood at the tender age of 21, stood out remarkably. How radiant she was during this period. Ye Feng mused. His encounters with Hollywood actresses were limited, but Jessica Alba left a lasting impression. It could be said that her beauty resonated deeply with his aesthetic sensibilities. Now, seeing her in person, he found her even more enchanting than on screen, unable to resist stealing a few extra glances. So, this is the allure that captivates you. The voice of Fisher echoed through the air. It was not only Fisher. Others within the Lakers organization followed Ye Feng's gaze and noticed Jessica Alba exchanging knowing smiles. Secretly relieved. As players of the prestigious Lakers, even those merely on the bench or on the fringes of the team are never devoid of female companionship. Yet, Ye Feng remained solitary, having even rejected the advances of exquisite women like Khloe Kardashian. This naturally prompted speculation about his orientation. Typically, due to Ye Feng's extraordinary strength and his identity as a Chinese national, presumed to possess martial arts skills, no one dared to broach the subject openly. Discussions were reserved for private gatherings. Especially given Ye Feng's frequent companionship with Kobe and his visits to Kobe's home, the rumors seemed all the more substantiated. Each individual harbored a subtle apprehension of catching Ye Feng's attention, a feeling that was somewhat irksome. Fortunately, Ye Feng's current demeanor affirmed his status as a normal man, easing the concerns of those around him. She aligns perfectly with my aesthetic, Ye Feng stated candidly. To be honest, witnessing his teammates settle down and indulge in a diverse array of romantic encounters had stirred some desire within him as a typical man. In response, Kobe nodded. Perform well in this match, and I shall provide you with her contact information. You know her? Ye Feng inquired, astonished. Kobe shook his head. I do not know her, but I have means to acquire her contact details. Then it is settled, Ye Feng replied. After stealing another glance at Jessica Alba, Ye Feng withdrew his gaze, choosing not to dwell on such trivial distractions, and instead focused his attention on the impending match. He reasoned that as long as he could establish a name for himself in the NBA, any woman would be within his reach. True strength lies in one's own prowess. The game commenced swiftly. The Atlanta Hawks boasted an impressive trio of star players, Sharif Abdurrahim, Jason Terry, and Glenn Robinson, rendering their core lineup highly competitive and well-balanced both inside and outside the paint. On paper, this appeared to be the case. However, in reality, Raheem was not as formidable as he seemed. His offensive prowess was indeed remarkable, causing significant trouble for the Lakers' interior defense. Yet, his defensive frailties presented a glaring weakness, allowing Robert Horry to rediscover his long-lost peak performance against him. Jason Terry faced similar challenges, exemplifying the classic dilemma of being offensively stronger than defensively capable, and his height, barely under 6 feet tall, posed a considerable issue. As for Glenn Robinson, having failed to secure a lucrative contract with the Bucks, he arrived at the Hawks this season with noticeably diminished motivation. Although he still averaged 20 points per game, his efficiency had noticeably declined. In facing these three, Ye Feng discovered that his aggressive, relentless style of play was remarkably effective, yielding high efficiency. Even Raheem, an interior player, could not match his physicality. Conversely, Kobe Bryant, under the Hawks' relentless pressure, exhibited average efficiency but managed to draw numerous fouls through persistent drives to the basket, ultimately scoring an impressive 28 points, the second highest in the game. In this match, Ye Feng surpassed the 30-point mark for the first time in his regular season career, achieving a total of 33 points along with 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Judging by the statistics, his performance on both ends of the court was nothing short of dominant. Ye Feng and Kobe combined for a staggering 61 points. The Lakers triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 99-88, continuing their winning streak, while Ye Feng contributed to the team's remarkable 8-game winning streak. His personal averages reached an astonishing 20, 6 points, 9, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3, 2 steals, and 2 blocks per game. Approaching averages of 20-10-5-3-2 is truly extraordinary. In the annals of NBA history, particularly among guards, few players have exhibited such prowess during their rookie season. Especially in the past decade, with the refinement of basketball rules, no first-year player has matched Ye Feng's exceptional per-game averages. However, it is essential to note that Ye Feng has only played 8 games thus far, with a substantial 74 regular season games remaining. The real challenges lie ahead. As teams become more familiar with Ye Feng's playing style and characteristics, they will undoubtedly devise strategies to counter him. Will Ye Feng encounter the proverbial rookie wall? And can he transcend it? This has become a topic of considerable attention and discussion. The majority of people maintain a positive stance. After all, Ye Feng's survival in the NBA is predicated on his defensive prowess and remarkable strength, unlike other rookies who appear rather frail. If he is unable to make an impact offensively, his defensive contributions will undoubtedly prove invaluable. For him, this is already sufficient. 2 days later, at the Staples Center, the highly anticipated match between the Lakers and the Warriors commenced as scheduled. Much like the Hawks, the Warriors also boasted a roster of formidable players. The versatile power forward Antoine Jamison, the youthful General Gilbert Arenas, the aggressive scorer Jason Richardson, and the self-proclaimed second-best center in the league, Eric Dampier. These are all stars who would gain legendary status in the years to come. Unfortunately, after the Warriors transitioned to a new arena and changed coaches and uniforms during the 1997 to 1998 season, it seemed as though a curse had befallen them. The team underwent constant upheaval and never managed to find stability, rendering their decent roster unable to achieve commendable results, ultimately failing to secure a playoff berth. From the outset of this match, the Lakers clearly dominated. The Warriors' overall coordination was mediocre, relying predominantly on individual skills for scoring, leading to a noticeably lower scoring efficiency compared to the Lakers. Coupled with Kobe's sudden eruption, scoring seemed effortless for him, with every shot finding its mark, as he executed an array of layups and dunks with ease, amassing an astonishing 45 points throughout the game. Such a diminutive flying hero is truly formidable. Ultimately, the Warriors succumbed to defeat. Having suffered a setback against Ye Feng during the Summer League, Arenas entered this match with a fierce desire for revenge. His recent progress has indeed been notable, yet Ye Feng's advancement has been even more pronounced. On the defensive end, he effectively subdued the young general, causing Arenas' shooting percentage to plummet below 30, a dismal performance. I shall repay this humiliation tenfold. With this declaration, Arenas departed without a backward glance. Ye Feng merely smirked. Is losing to me truly shameful? Such self-embarrassment is quite theatrical. At present, Arenas has yet to reach his zenith, posing little threat. Reflecting on the fact that he was starting consecutively due to Derek Fisher's sudden illness, Ye Feng felt a surge of delight, including this game. He has now started 3 matches, with 2 remaining to fulfill the conditions necessary to unlock the second template. After such a prolonged wait, hope of achieving this milestone finally glimmers on the horizon. However, his attention soon shifted to the imminent clash with the Rockets the following day. The regular season has progressed for over half a month, and he is finally set to meet the highly anticipated Yao Ming. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, this derby between Chinese players has garnered immense attention domestically, with millions of fans engaged in fervent discussions about the matchup. Yao Ming's entry into the NBA has prompted many well-off fans in China to begin following the league, leading them to discover a new realm. Initially unfamiliar with Ye Feng, fans were astounded upon researching the Lakers' performance and uncovering his remarkable statistics. In stark contrast to Yao's consistent single-digit scoring, Ye Feng had not dipped below 10 points in any of his 8 completed regular season games, accompanied by astonishing rebounding and defensive metrics that left many in disbelief. How could such a formidable guard emerge from the country without prior systematic training? It seemed implausible. Yet, the undeniable truth compelled acceptance. As information about Ye Feng proliferated throughout the nation, an increasing number of fans began to recognize him, intrigued by his journey. As they delved deeper into his story, they became his admirers and began to follow the Lakers games. People naturally gravitate toward strength, and there is no doubt that Ye Feng is a powerhouse in the realm of basketball. At least from a statistical perspective, he significantly outshines the current Yao Ming, making it impossible for them to ignore him. The Dragon Country Derby has ignited excitement even before the first whistle. David Stern, who was keenly attentive to the market in the Dragon Country, soon learned of this news. Aware that tens of millions of citizens from the Dragon Country might tune in to witness the match, the NBA understood the gravity of such an audience. Thus, they could not afford any missteps. Every arrangement had to be meticulously executed. What was initially a commonplace regular season game was elevated to an extraordinary level. The management of both the Lakers and the Rockets received the news and began to take this match seriously. Phil Jackson, who had previously felt indifferent about the outcome, considering even a loss could relieve pressure by breaking the winning streak, quickly shifted his focus. There was no room for apathy, especially with the team's owner, the venerable Jerry Buss, planning to attend the game in person. Should they lose, it would certainly be an embarrassing situation. The Rockets find themselves in a similar predicament. Thus, the day of the match has arrived. Initially, Ye Feng had hoped to meet with Yao Ming privately before the game for a meaningful conversation. Unfortunately, the constraints of reality did not permit such an encounter. The Rockets only arrived in Los Angeles the night before the game, and by the time they settled into their hotel, it was already past 9 in the evening. It was evidently not the most opportune moment to seek out Yao Ming, so Ye Feng refrained from doing so. The two merely conversed briefly over the phone. However, certain matters necessitate face-to-face discussions, as telephonic communication inherently lacks a certain essence. The absence of a private meeting with Yao Ming is undoubtedly a source of regret. Yet, the stunningly beautiful actress Jessica Alba, following a recent game with the Hawks, had shared her contact information through Kobe. Both are currently unattached and possess striking good looks. Jessica is a rising star in Hollywood, while Ye Feng shines like a supernova in the NBA. Their external attributes align harmoniously, leading to delightful exchanges over the phone. Tonight, Ye Feng has specifically requested front-row tickets from his team, inviting Jessica Alba to the arena to watch the game. She graciously accepted. This seems promising. Nevertheless, such considerations can wait until after the game. Ye Feng holds deep respect for Yao Ming, and to express this reverence, he is determined to give his utmost effort to secure victory on the court. It is likely that Yao shares a similar sentiment. This match, which will undoubtedly attract significant attention domestically, is one that neither Ye Feng nor Yao wishes to lose. At this moment, in the studio of the American TNT television network, Kenny Smith playfully remarked, "Charles, I have a strong premonition that Yao will score over 19 points in this game." Sitting beside him, Charles Barkley smirked, "I beg to differ. While Yao's height is indeed legendary, it is only that his other attributes are evidently insufficient to establish him firmly in the NBA. On the contrary, his fellow countryman, Ye Feng, although undrafted, has delivered an astonishing performance. Ye Feng's display has indeed been nothing short of sensational, facing Yao, who shares his nationality. We can only anticipate a performance that will not disappoint." At this juncture, Kenny Smith abruptly shifted his tone. "Similarly, I believe Yao will also surpass his previous performances against Ye Feng. So Charles, are you prepared to kiss a donkey's behind?" To be frank, Barkley felt a twinge of regret for hastily entering such a wager, leaving him in a state of anxiety. The thought of having to kiss a donkey's behind would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Longua, CCTV Sports will be broadcasting live the derby match between the Lakers and the Rockets. For this purpose, they have dispatched Air Ping to serve as the commentator for the event. In the studio, Sun Ping inquired with a smile, "Director Zhang, which side do you believe has the upper hand in this match?" Zhang, with a smile of his own, responded, "In terms of team strength, the reigning champion Lakers are undoubtedly superior. Although their starting center, O'Neal, is currently nursing an injury and cannot play, the team's overall strength remains formidable. Kobe Bryant can be considered the most powerful shooting guard in the NBA at present." After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Zhang's smile broadened as he continued, "Moreover, this Lakers team not only retains last season's championship roster, but has also welcomed our nation's exceptional guard, Ye Feng, thereby enhancing their overall prowess." Sun Ping further probed, "What are your thoughts on Ye Feng?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. Overflowing with admiration, Zhang replied, "I have meticulously reviewed all the game footage from Ye Feng's concluded season and discovered that this player possesses astonishing physical attributes, excelling particularly in defense. Unlike guards in our country, he relishes physical confrontations with his opponents. This quality is indeed remarkable." Reflecting on the current state of domestic defenders, Sun Ping nodded in agreement, his gaze falling upon the content displayed on the opposite board. He deftly steered the conversation towards Yao Ming, prompting Coach Zhang to understand and begin his evaluation of the towering player. In contrast to Ye Feng, domestic fans undoubtedly possess a far deeper understanding of Yao Ming. Having found no rivals within the country, Yao, through relentless effort and compromise, ultimately ascended to the highest echelons of professional basketball, the NBA, entering as the first overall draft pick. The domestic fanbase takes immense pride in this achievement. However, Yao has yet to fully acclimate to the intensity of NBA competition, which has left some fans feeling disappointed. Nevertheless, this does not deter their unwavering support for Yao as they continue to adopt the Houston Rockets as their favorite team. In the past, the Rockets almost exclusively captured the domestic audience's attention. In this lifetime, due to the influence of Ye Feng, numerous basketball enthusiasts in the country have begun to take an interest in the Los Angeles Lakers, ultimately developing an affinity for this prestigious team. Currently, many fans in the country possess a limited understanding of basketball, primarily gauging their knowledge through statistics and win-loss records. Consequently, the outcome of this derby match could significantly sway the sentiments of domestic fans, allowing the winning team to capture this burgeoning audience. However, Ye Feng remained unfazed by such considerations. With his prowess, he was destined to achieve fame throughout the Dragon Nation. Success was merely a matter of time. His sole focus was on securing victory in the game. At this moment, within the Lakers' locker room, Robert Horry curiously remarked, "I heard that this match will be watched by tens of millions in your country?" To which, an astonished Derek Fisher exclaimed, "Oh my God, tens of millions. Is it really possible to have that many viewers?" Rick Fox, returning from injury, incredulously inquired. As the gaze of his teammates converged upon him, Ye Feng responded with a smile, "Our country has nearly 1.3 billion people. Having a few tens of millions of fans is quite normal." Fox instinctively nodded in agreement, only to realize the absurdity of the statement. Normal? That's several tens of millions. In this world, the total population of the vast majority of countries does not even come close to that number. It is quite astonishing to contemplate. Upon hearing this, Kobe, who usually refrains from speaking in the locker room, unexpectedly chimed in. "Since there are so many fans from the Dragon Kingdom watching this match for you, Feng, you can afford to be a little selfish in this game. Indeed, we will all support you. We will not allow you to lose face in front of your hometown crowd." Robert Horry, who has consistently benefited from the assists provided by Ye Feng, immediately concurred. The other teammates naturally did not dissent, eagerly expressing their willingness to cooperate, especially since Kobe had spoken. In the absence of Shaquille O'Neal on the court, whatever Kobe decreed would be accepted without question. Observing this, Ye Feng smiled and replied, "Then I shall not be modest. However, this is contingent upon our victory. I prioritize the triumph of the team over my individual statistics." The words spoken brought a sense of comfort to all present. Even Phil Jackson, who was poised to enter the locker room, halted his steps, smiling as he turned away. It seemed there was nothing that required his emphasis. Shortly thereafter, as the visiting team, the Houston Rockets, completed their entrance, it was time for Ye Feng and his teammates to take the court. Ye Feng was the second to last to emerge, just behind Kobe, a display of prominence. In this match, Yao Ming remained a substitute for the Rockets, with the starting lineup consisting of Eddie Griffin, Kenny Thomas, Glenn Rice, Coutinho Mobley, and Steve Francis. The offensive capabilities of the backcourt were exceptionally strong, with veteran Glenn Rice bringing experience and a measure of outside shooting prowess to the team. As for the two players in the paint, to be honest, Ye Feng had little recollection of them. Shifting attention to the Lakers, Phil Jackson fielded a starting lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. This season, the Purple and Gold Brigade had been beset by injuries. Rick Fox had just returned for this match, while Devin George had strained a muscle during yesterday's routine training and would require a week of rest. Given the current roster situation, it fell upon Ye Feng to lead the bench players for this game. The players from both teams had already gathered on the court. Upon entering, due to the time constraints, Ye Feng had exchanged only a few words with Yao Ming before returning to their respective benches. At this moment, glancing at Yao Ming, who was seated on the bench and focused on the game, Ye Feng nodded in greeting, then steeled himself, concentrating intently on the match ahead. In this match, he must emerge victorious. With a resounding blow, the referee signaled the commencement of the game. Simultaneously, the basketball was tossed high into the air. At the pinnacle of its ascent, Eddie Griffin and Samaki Walker leapt nearly in unison, stretching their arms in a fervent attempt to touch the ball. Despite his slightly shorter stature, Griffin exhibited a remarkable athleticism, ultimately seizing the opportunity to make contact with the basketball first, directing it towards his team's half with a substantial advantage. Samaki Walker, having extended his record of unsuccessful jump balls, with only 2 victories out of 9 attempts, felt disheartened. The Rockets now held possession. Francis swiftly took control of the ball, advancing it rapidly beyond the 3-point line of the Lakers. Ye Feng immediately closed in, denying him any chance to initiate his play. Undeterred, Francis opted for a direct confrontation. After several attempts to break through Ye Feng's defense, he realized that his explosive physicality, which had proven effective against other point guards in the league, was futile against Ye Feng. This fellow was indeed formidable, Francis mused. Remaining composed, he locked his gaze onto Ye Feng. Dribbling low, he suddenly shifted to the left, taking a single step forward before executing a swift stop and turn, darting to the right. The speed of his movements was astonishing. The transition exhibited almost no pause, and the moment of propulsion revealed an undeniable ferocity. It was too fast. Ye Feng's static defensive prowess was undoubtedly among the elite in the league. Yet when confronted with an opponent possessing such explosive power, dynamic talent, and exceptional technique, his own 80-point explosiveness seemed insufficient. Even though he reacted promptly, exerting all his energy to shift his center of gravity and adjust his defensive stance, he still found himself 2 positions behind. While his defense remained intact, he could not confine his opponent beyond the 3-point line. However, Ye Feng was not alone in this battle. Almost instantaneously as Francis evaded him, Kobe stepped in to provide support. In such circumstances, most players would instinctively opt for a pass. Yet, driven by adrenaline, Francis persisted in his aggressive approach. Upon realizing his incapacity to escape, he boldly confronted the dual pressure from Kobe and Ye Feng, executing a sudden mid-range shot amidst the chaos. The challenge proved formidable, as the shot failed to find its mark. Beside him, the seasoned veteran Mobley shook his head in resignation, devoid of blame. He understood the futility of reproach. Francis's nature was unlikely to change throughout his lifetime, so he refrained from further comment. Upon seizing the defensive rebound, Robert Horry swiftly passed the ball. With a rhythmic bounce, the ball advanced rapidly. Noticing that Francis did not immediately press forward but instead maintained his position at the 3-point line, Ye Feng, poised just 2 steps away from the arc, abruptly surged forward with determination. However, Francis chose not to meet him head-on, instead adopting a defensive stance with arms crossed, ready to draw a foul. Refusing to grant his opponent an opportunity, Ye Feng, having conserved his energy, shifted direction and aimed to penetrate from Francis's left side. With the ball in his right hand and employing his left for a screen, he thwarted any attempt at a close steal. Leveraging his remarkable physical prowess, he forcefully drove into the Rockets' paint, threading a pass through the crowd to the unguarded Robert Horry. Accustomed to Ye Feng's robust passes, Uncle Horry effortlessly received the ball, stepped back to the corner beyond the 3-point line, and, after a brief adjustment, released a shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! It found the net with precision, marking a 3-point success. The score stood at 3-0, with the Lakers in the lead. On the Rockets bench, Yao Ming, who had witnessed the entirety of Ye Feng's offensive maneuver, felt a surge of astonishment. He recognized Ye Feng's exceptional strength, but was taken aback by the sheer intensity displayed. Even Francis, a player of extraordinary physicality among guards, could not withstand his advance. Is this truly human? It is utterly astonishing. Ye Feng is exceptionally remarkable. If he were to anchor the defensive line of the national team, they would undoubtedly be invincible in Asia. Even when facing defenders from Europe and America, he would not falter in confrontation. His prowess is simply extraordinary. The Yu began to envision the future, only to quickly realize, with a glimmer of envy and melancholy in his eyes, that he felt vastly inferior in comparison. He recognized that he had yet to adapt to the intensity of NBA competition. I too must swiftly establish my footing in the NBA, Yao resolutely resolved within himself. Meanwhile, domestic fans were equally astounded upon witnessing that play. This marked the inaugural viewing of the Lakers match for them, as prior sports channels had exclusively broadcasted the Houston Rockets games. After witnessing Yao Ming's struggles in the NBA, contrasting sharply with his dominance in domestic leagues where he was virtually unstoppable, fans were acutely aware of the disparity in competition. However, Ye Feng shattered their preconceived notions. It became evident that Asian players could indeed overpower both black and white opponents in terms of physicality, which was quite astonishing. In just a single offensive possession, Ye Feng's popularity surged dramatically among domestic fans. Inside the studio, Coach Zhang and Sun Ping were lavish with their praise. Ye Feng executed the play with remarkable logic, fully leveraging his strengths while selflessly passing to a teammate in a better position. From this moment, it was clear that Steve Francis had defended valiantly and other Rockets players had promptly converged, yet they still could not contain Ye Feng. His decision-making was outstanding. He was playing team-oriented basketball. To witness a player from one's own country excel in a foreign professional league is truly deserving of all commendation. As the game progressed, the Rockets initiated an offensive play. Francis unleashed his sharpest crossover, once again creating separation from Ye Feng. Faced with another impending double team from Kobe, this time he opted not to force a shot but instead passed the ball to Mobley. The moment the ball left his hands, Francis's expression changed. It seemed as though Kobe had anticipated the pass as he sprinted forward, arms outstretched, leaping into the air. Though his move lacked grace, its effectiveness was undeniable, successfully intercepting the pass. Observing the basketball soaring towards him, Ye Feng sprang into action, forcefully maneuvering past the earlier starting Francis to secure possession. Without a moment's hesitation, he made a long pass. Kobe, having just completed the steal, sliced through the heart of the Rockets' defense like a blade. Surprisingly, he chose not to shoot. Instead, after drawing everyone's attention, he executed a backward pass. A figure clad in the Lakers' number 10 jersey swiftly followed, leaping high, grasping the basketball, and with relentless momentum, slammed it down into the hoop. Boom. The exhilarating alley-oop dunk ignited the atmosphere, with cheers and applause surging like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Staples Center. In the front row, with an unobstructed view, Jessica Alba watched Ye Feng, now the center of attention, her eyes sparkling with delight. His strikingly handsome visage and subtly commanding physique compelled her to tighten her legs in excitement. The current score stood at 5 o'clock. Ye Feng had contributed 2 points and 1 assist, propelling the Purple and Gold Brigade into an impressive lead right from the outset. Targeted from the very beginning, Francis felt the pressure. In the subsequent offensive possession, he chose to continue his aggressive approach against Ye Feng, intensifying the physical contest. If he were to falter, he would no longer be Steve Francis. Kobe, as usual, opted for a double team. However, this time, he failed to secure a steal. Francis adeptly maneuvered to control the passing angle, and the basketball landed squarely in Mobley's hands. The latter shot immediately upon receiving the ball. Reacting swiftly, Kobe attempted to recover defensively, yet was still a moment too late. Swish. The mid-range jumper found its mark, breaking the scoring drought for the Rockets. The score was now 5-2. The Lakers regained possession. Ye Feng brought the ball past half-court, promptly passing it to Kobe, while he sprinted toward the corner, seemingly preparing to create space for Kobe's isolation play. However, upon reaching the corner, Ye Feng suddenly ignited, dashing along the baseline to the basket. Almost simultaneously, Kobe's pass arrived. Comfortably catching the ball without needing to adjust, Ye Feng soared, violently displacing Eddie Griffin, and scored with a layup. Francis was caught behind, unable to contest effectively. Kobe's timing on the pass was nothing short of impeccable, and Ye Feng once again showcased the brutal aesthetics of smaller players overpowering larger ones. It was sheer dominance. The current score stood at 7-2, still a 5-point gap. In the subsequent possessions, both the Rockets and the Lakers focused their offensive efforts on their backcourt, rendering the interior players mere supporting actors. The Lakers had no one to rely upon, while Rockets head coach Rudy Tomjanovich found himself waiting, only to realize that the defensive prowess of Ye Feng and Kobe's backcourt duo was evidently superior to the combination of Francis and Mobley. With a subtle edge in offensive capability, the disparity in scoring efficiency was glaring. As the game progressed, the margin began to widen. In light of this situation, Rudy understood that he needed to implement changes, otherwise, the game would likely slip away. Recalling the conversation he had with the team owner before the match, his expression grew considerably serious. Ultimately, with less than 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter and the Rockets trailing by 8 points, Yao Ming was substituted in for Kenny Thomas. With Yao's entry, the Rockets' interior height instantly improved. It was the Lakers' possession. Without hesitation, Ye Feng drove aggressively to the basket. Confronted by Yao's defensive presence, feeling the pressure of his towering height at 2.26 meters, he opted not to pass but rather launched himself into the air. The still slender Yao, unable to exert significant pressure in the confrontation, was instead pushed back 2 steps. Utilizing the backboard, Ye Feng scored the layup. Triumphing in this direct contest against Yao, the score gap had now expanded to 10 points. Yao, your defense is too gentle. You must adopt a more assertive approach. After playfully tapping Yao Ming's slightly awkward posterior, Ye Feng swiftly turned to return to defense. Time was of the essence, as Francis had already reached the midcourt. Unfortunately, Yao's baseline inbounds pass was delayed, preventing a fast break from materializing. It was evident that Yao and Francis had yet to establish a rhythm. With the fast break thwarted, they were forced into a half-court offense. The significance of this Dragon Country derby in the realm of basketball was well understood by the Rockets players. Previously, with Yao on the sidelines, they were powerless. Now that he was on the court, Francis suddenly regained his focus as the point guard. Once Yao firmly established his position in the paint, Francis promptly opted to pass him the ball. Much like Kobe, Francis possessed remarkable passing skills, contingent upon his willingness to distribute. Clearly, he was inclined to support Yao. As Yao received the ball beneath the basket, he faced Samaki Walker, his determination to win palpable. With intense focus, he executed 2 feints before swiftly pivoting to the baseline, finishing with a reverse layup that found its mark. The clean and decisive 2 points were a sight to behold. It was hard to fathom that a towering figure of 2.26 meters could possess such nimble footwork. Yao's performance dazzled onlookers. However, reality afforded him no time for celebration. As the Lakers immediately launched a fast break, Ye Feng controlled the ball, charging into the front court, feigning a drive before unexpectedly passing to the right corner. There stood Kobe, poised and ready, who caught the ball and shot with remarkable decisiveness. Swish! The sound of the net confirmed the three-pointer, extending the lead to 11 points. In retaliation, the Rockets initiated their own fast break. Yao, who had not yet returned to the defensive end, swiftly turned and raced to the Lakers' three-point line. He elevated, catching the pass and leaping 10 centimeters with a single hand to emphatically dunk the basketball. Boom! His fluid motion resembled that of a guard, eliciting applause from the Lakers fans within the Staples Center. After stepping onto the court, Yao scored 4 consecutive points, leaving a lasting impression. Wasn't this player deemed a draft bust? Yet, he seemed to possess considerable skill. With agile footwork, solid fundamentals, and seemingly high basketball IQ, he indeed demonstrated talent, though he still fell short of the lofty expectations typically associated with a top draft pick in my mind. As a fellow compatriot of Feng, I believe Yao must possess some capability. Comparatively, however, I still favor Feng. So do I. On the court, the match proceeds. The Lakers' interior players, whether it be Samaki Walker or Robert Horry, find themselves facing the formidable Yao Ming, standing at an impressive height of 7 feet 6 inches. With a commendable state of form and a significant improvement in mental fortitude, he no longer appears hesitant, but rather immerses himself in the game. However, his defensive efficiency remains rather average. Consequently, during the subsequent minutes of the first quarter, since the commencement of the regular season, the once silent Yao Ming, who had been subdued for over half a month, experiences a remarkable resurgence in this game. Regrettably, his stamina still leaves something to be desired amidst the high-intensity confrontations. His energy depletes rapidly. Within less than 5 minutes of the first quarter, he is already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, indicating that he will certainly need to rest in the second quarter and cannot continue to play uninterrupted. Nevertheless, his expression is one of great enthusiasm. In this match, he had, after a long absence, rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of competition. At least in terms of offense, he played with remarkable fluidity. However, defensively, he felt the strain from Ye Feng's forceful collisions, experiencing some muscle soreness. Despite possessing a significant height advantage, his defensive efficiency remained rather average. He pondered in frustration about the sheer strength of this individual, wondering what had contributed to such formidable power. Dwayne's internal monologue was laced with incredulity. Relying solely on brute strength to compensate for his physical shortcomings was indeed astonishing. In this regard, even Francis, who often boasted about his prowess as a super athlete, paled in comparison. The first quarter had concluded, and although Dwayne's presence afforded the Rockets an additional offensive option with exceptional efficiency, they struggled to contain Ye Feng and were even less capable of limiting Kobe. The Lakers also exhibited commendable scoring efficiency. The two teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with the first quarter concluding at a score of 29-20, favoring the Lakers. Dwayne had played less than 5 minutes, making all 5 of his attempts, along with a free throw, amassing an impressive total of 11 points. Ye Feng, on the other hand, played the full 12 minutes of the quarter, attempting 12 shots. Indeed, he single-handedly took 12 attempts in a single quarter. It was evident that whenever an opportunity arose, the entire team was eager to set him up. He successfully made 7 shots, including 4 dunks and 3 layups, along with 3 free throws, all of which he converted, resulting in a staggering 17 points in the quarter. While his efficiency did not surpass Dwayne's, it was still commendable. Crucially, it was not merely about scoring. Ye Feng also showcased his defensive prowess, recording 2 steals and 1 block, statistics that scarcely encapsulated his impact on defense. Both Chinese players delivered outstanding performances in the first quarter, eliciting great satisfaction from the domestic fans watching the game. David Stern, the NBA commissioner, was equally pleased, especially upon learning of the viewership ratings in China, which brought a wide smile to his face. He contemplated the significance of tapping into the Chinese market to transcend the league's developmental bottleneck. Initially, all hopes rested on Dwayne, but the unexpected emergence of Ye Feng filled him with joy. His gaze towards Ye Feng transformed, now appreciating not only his striking appearance and exceptional skills, but also his affiliation with a prestigious franchise like the Lakers, situated in a major basketball market. Stern believed that the key to unlocking the Chinese market might very well lie within Ye Feng. At this moment, the court is alive with the commencement of the second quarter. It is evident that the Rockets harbor a strong desire to secure victory in this match. Both Francis and the formidable Mobley, the core players of their respective teams, remain on the court, undeterred by the need for rest. Observing this, Phil Jackson is not inclined to allow Ye Feng to face a 2-on-1 situation. He similarly keeps Kobe on the court. The game swiftly resumes, with the Lakers in possession. Kobe, leveraging his superior height, weight, and athletic prowess, aggressively challenges Mobley. Although Mobley displays commendable defensive tenacity, the disparity in skill proves insurmountable. Successfully evading the defense, Kobe drives to the basket and, amidst aerial contention, executes a reverse layup with elegance. The motion is fluid, a sight to behold. Ye Feng cannot help but exclaim in admiration, "What a magnificent waist!" In the ensuing defensive possession, Ye Feng adopts the same relentless approach against Francis as he did in the first quarter. He promptly pressures forward, engaging in physical confrontation with unyielding determination. Even the typically tenacious Francis finds himself in a state of dismay. This utterly reckless and unrelenting style of defense is beginning to take its toll on him. Is this young man not fatigued? Does he not worry about his stamina for the remainder of the game? Francis maintained his usual expression. Yet internally he felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. This time, he chose not to engage in a head-on confrontation. Instead, he swiftly passed the ball. However, he soon realized that Kobe was not applying the same relentless double team as in the first quarter. Mobley, receiving the ball, faced the equally determined defense of the little flying warrior. It was challenging to break free in a one-on-one situation, and both driving to the basket and shooting faced low success rates. Thus, he had to opt for a teammate to set a screen for assistance. Yet, confronted with the formidable combined efforts of the tenacious Ye Feng and Kobe, Mobley found no opportunities. Even critical passes to Francis proved futile, whether it was Ye Feng or Kobe. There was no need for verbal communication. The moment Mobley showed any signs of passing, a mere glance was sufficient for the closer defender to rush in for support. Either of the two could create significant trouble for Francis or Mobley in a one-on-one scenario. This predicament posed a considerable challenge for the Rockets. Ultimately, just before the shot clock was about to expire, the substitute interior player Morris Taylor received the ball and scored. The Rockets players collectively exhaled in relief, casting anxious glances at Ye Feng and Kobe, who had just delivered an intense defensive display. After playing a full 12 minutes in the first quarter and returning to the fray, was it truly wise to defend so aggressively? In the ensuing minutes, Ye Feng and Kobe provided the answer absolutely. If Francis and Mobley dared to confront them with fierce determination, even the Iron Man would struggle to withstand it, yet the two refrained from doing so. They had already conceded the psychological edge. By the time the second quarter was 4 minutes from conclusion, when Yao Ming re-entered the game, the deficit had widened to 16 points, with the Lakers enjoying a considerable advantage. After a brief respite, Yao once again showcased his extensive arsenal and remarkable form. Whether it was mid-range shooting, post-up plays, or cutting to receive the ball like a guard, he posed a significant threat. Moreover, he possessed an impressive passing ability, standing at 2 meters and 26 centimeters. Yao's height endowed him with an exceptional court vision. His passes were consistently precise. If he could elevate his defensive intensity and stamina, he would undoubtedly become a versatile core in the paint, capable of scoring, defending, and orchestrating plays. This performance left domestic fans bewildered. Why hadn't he displayed such prowess earlier? Their anxiety seemed unwarranted. Was he merely acting? Simultaneously, the presence of Ye Feng, who, like an Iron Man, remained on the court without resting and was impactful on both ends of the floor, astonished fans. Truly formidable, unyielding, a real man. How can one not adore the remarkable Ye Feng? In the first half of the game, he may not have taken as many shots in the second quarter as in the first, yet he still managed to score 11 points, bringing his total to 28 points by halftime, complemented by 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. His performance was nothing short of exceptional. On this day, the formidable Yao Ming seemed to have unlocked a wellspring of energy, exuding an unstoppable force on the offensive end. With a flawless 9 for 9 from the field, he had already amassed 19 points. It is undeniable that the vigorous Yao Ming is indeed a powerhouse. In the TNT studio, Charles Barkley appeared rather uncomfortable, while his colleague Kenny Smith was not about to let him off the hook. "Charles, we all know you are not one to shy away from defeat." At this juncture, the conversation took a sudden turn. "So, when do you plan on kissing a donkey's backside?" With a silent expletive, Barkley regretted his previous bravado. Yet the die was cast. Should he retract his statement, it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Even if he chose not to retract, it would still remain a blemish on his record. One can only imagine how this incident will be a source of endless jest in the future. I should never have boasted about betting. Barkley resolved never to wager again. Turning towards the smirking Kenny Smith, he stated seriously, "It's merely kissing a donkey's backside. I accept the wager and shall do it." As the halftime intermission quickly elapsed, the second half commenced. Even though Yao Ming had exhibited an astonishing shooting percentage in the final minutes of the second quarter, the Lakers maintained a significant 14-point lead at halftime. Determined not to grant the Rockets any opportunities, Phil Jackson fielded his full-strength lineup at the start of the second half. As Ye Feng and Kobe Bryant stepped onto the court side by side, the Rockets players felt a wave of dismay. While they could tolerate facing Kobe, the addition of another physical marvel like Ye Feng, equally adept on defense, was overwhelming for the Rockets. Though Yao's performance was commendable, his stamina posed a significant challenge. He needed further adaptation to the intensity of NBA competition, currently only able to play around 25 minutes per game, which was insufficient to resolve the pressing issues at hand. The Rockets' head coach, Rudy, felt a pang of bitterness. However, he was not prepared to concede defeat just yet. He intended to fight on, hoping that the Lakers might offer an opportunity later on. Regrettably, by the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers had established a formidable lead of 15 points. In the current era of the NBA, holding a 15-point advantage after 3 quarters effectively extinguishes any hope of a comeback for the opposing team. Particularly evident was the presence of Kobe and Ye Feng, who, having only exited the game with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, re-entered at the start of the final period, thus dousing any aspirations the Rockets had for a revival. The fate of competition still required maintenance. And as the game approached the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter, the deficit not only failed to diminish but instead swelled to 17 points. The Rockets, in a display of reluctant resignation, opted to field their entire bench, leaving Yao Ming on the sidelines. In a similar vein, Phil Jackson swiftly substituted in his entire bench unit, marking the official onset of garbage time. The current iteration of the Rockets is far removed from the future version that boasts a plethora of cost-effective, distinctly skilled role players. The bench was unable to conjure any miracles. The final score stood at 105-92, with the Lakers decisively vanquishing the Rockets, thereby extending their winning streak to an astonishing 10 games. Given that Shaquille O'Neal was unable to participate, the team's flawless start was nothing short of remarkable. In this contest, Ye Feng played for 42 minutes, attempting an astounding 25 shots and successfully landing 16 of them, along with 5 out of 6 free throws, culminating in a spectacular 37-point performance that set a new personal record. Yao Ming, having shaken off his previous slump, despite not maintaining a perfect shooting percentage in the second half, managed to score 24 points in just 22 minutes, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Yet sadly, the team could not secure victory. At the post-game press conference, I expressed, "I am merely a rookie in my first year, and there remain many areas for improvement, such as my mid-range shooting, which I am diligently striving to enhance. Without the trust of my coach and the support of my teammates, I certainly would not have been able to perform so admirably on the court. They truly are exceptional. As everyone knows, this game will be broadcast live in my homeland. And facing my compatriot Yao, for me, this transcends an ordinary regular season match. To perform well in such a special game is incredibly exhilarating." Yao is not only remarkable for his height, his skills and basketball IQ are exceptionally high, and I believe he will prove himself in the NBA. Is Charles really determined to kiss a donkey's behind? I eagerly anticipate it. In response to the reporter's inquiries, Ye Feng wore a smile, exhibiting remarkable composure as he spoke eloquently, hardly giving away that he was merely 19 years old, still a rookie who had played only 10 regular season games. On the other hand, Yao Ming, who also attended the post-game press conference, was understandably displeased after scoring a significant number of points yet still facing defeat. Nevertheless, his overall mood remained buoyant, filled with anticipation for the future and admiration for Ye Feng. His commendable command of English, coupled with his witty humor, left a lasting impression. Once the press conference concluded, Ye Feng promptly sought out Yao Ming, and the two found a secluded room at the Staples Center to converse for a while. "You really show no mercy, do you? I felt like you nearly shattered me in that game," Yao Ming lamented, recalling how he had noticed bruises on his chest after showering in the locker room. In response, Ye Feng remained unfazed, saying, "Brother Yao, you are too slender. You need to gain some muscle to truly withstand the intensity of the current NBA competition. I understand that. But building muscle doesn't yield immediate results. It takes time, Yao Ming replied, observing Ye Feng, who had played over 40 minutes yet appeared as if nothing had transpired. While he himself was aching after just 20 minutes of play, Yao Ming marveled, what on earth did you eat while growing up? How do you possess such strength and remarkable stamina? Talent, I suppose, Ye Feng shrugged. Yao Ming, feeling the conversation was reaching its limit, hesitated for a moment before asking, have you ever considered joining the national team? Of course, Ye Feng replied, showing no aversion to the idea of representing his country. However, he quickly added, but I am only interested in competing in the World Championships and the Olympics. I have no interest in warm-up matches. Yao Ming found himself in a quandary. Despite having entered the NBA, he realized that aside from the regular season in the United States, he was generally bound to be available at a moment's notice. Unlike Ye Feng, who had the luxury of making demands, Yao lacked the leverage to assist him. Yet, considering that Ye Feng was not a product of the traditional training system, Yao felt that perhaps it wouldn't be too problematic. If they are unwilling, then there is nothing I can do, he mused. Ye Feng's expression remained tranquil. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming sighed. All right, you have your thoughts. And I shall merely act as an intermediary. Let's change the subject. Their conversation soon reverted to the NBA, centering around the sport of basketball. They chatted for over half an hour, and were it not for the Rockets staff urging them to move on, they would have continued their discourse. The Rockets were currently on an away trip, departing Los Angeles the following day for a back-to-back game, leaving no time for Yu and Ye Feng to reminisce further. As Yao Ming departed, Ye Feng did not proceed to the arena's entrance as usual. Instead, he made his way to the underground parking lot. Shortly after, he paused beside a pink sedan. The window slowly descended, revealing the sweet visage of Jessica Alba. To keep a lady waiting for such a duration is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Beautiful lady. In an effort to express my apologies, I would be honored to treat you to a late-night snack tonight, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Late-night snack? Her gaze lingered on Ye Feng's handsome face, and Jessica Alba nodded slightly. All right, where shall we dine? At my place. The night was filled with a gentle spring breeze, as countless pear blossoms bloomed. The following day at 10:30, sunlight streamed through the window's crevice, enveloping him in warmth. As he gradually opened his eyes, his left hand instinctively sought out his companion, only to discover that she had already departed. Reflecting on the previous night's revelries, Ye Feng shook his head. I must have been too pent up. I hope I didn't frighten her. After freshening up, Ye Feng casually prepared himself a light breakfast. Once he was nourished, he began to pack his belongings. He was to join his team shortly, as they would be flying to Dallas for an away game in the afternoon. Such is the nature of the NBA regular season, either competing in games or preparing for the next destination, with precious little time for rest. Just as Ye Feng stepped out of his home and instinctively reached for his phone to check the time, he noticed that Jessica had sent him a text 2 hours earlier. The late-night snack was delightful. Come again when you have the chance. After replying, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and dragged his suitcase toward the training facility. Along the way, he encountered numerous Lakers fans, which necessitated some engagement. As Ye Feng continued to shine on the court, his notoriety in Los Angeles soared, and it became increasingly common for him to be recognized while out and about. I suppose it's time to get a car, Ye Feng mused. The journey that once took him less than 10 minutes now required over half an hour. And he wasn't even certain he would arrive on time. This must be the burden of fame. After successfully joining the team, the entire squad boarded a flight to Dallas in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who was aboard the aircraft, his late-night rendezvous with Jessica Alba, which culminated in their return to the apartment and an entire night spent together, had been captured by lurking paparazzi and subsequently exposed. The combination of a Hollywood starlet and an NBA rising star, a pairing of striking beauty, inevitably attracted considerable attention. While some applauded, others disapproved. Khloe Kardashian, who learned of this development almost immediately, was utterly dismayed. The quarry she had long pursued had been so easily taken from her, leaving her in a rather despondent state. Her discomfort intensified upon witnessing Jessica's surge in popularity as a result. These attentions were rightfully hers. It was only after disembarking from the plane that Ye Feng learned from Rick Fox, who revels in social media, about the unfolding events, yet he remained indifferent. Both were single. What was the issue in them being together? Extracting an unfamiliar Nokia phone from his pocket, one he seldom used for calls, Ye Feng noticed a message from Jessica Alba. We've been spotted. What do you intend to do? I suppose I shall reluctantly allow you to be my girlfriend. He did not respond immediately, waiting until he boarded the team bus and settled down before replying. The response came almost instantaneously. Then I shall likewise reluctantly allow you to be my boyfriend. See you in Los Angeles. Indeed, see you in Los Angeles. The moment Ye Feng withdrew his gaze from the screen, he was startled to find Kobe sitting beside him, gazing intently, while the surrounding teammates wore mischievous grins. He instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. What are you all up to? Feng, you actually managed to win over Jessica. Unbelievable, you're quite impressive. Well, she is the sweetheart of Hollywood. In just a few days, you've captured her heart. My own feels pained. Ultimately, Ye Feng managed to silence their teasing with the prospect of treating them all to a meal. What left him exasperated was that under Phil Jackson's leadership, the coaching staff also intended to partake in the gathering. This would be quite the expense. Ye Feng's gaze shifted meaningfully to Kobe. The latter appeared wary. What is your plan? My place is too small. May I borrow yours? Before Kobe could object, Ye Feng continued, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Rising from his seat, he declared, upon our return to Los Angeles, I shall treat everyone to dinner at Kobe's place. Kobe, the others. Unlike the boisterous O'Neal, who relishes hosting parties almost daily, Kobe had yet to throw a gathering at his home during his lengthy tenure with the Lakers. Instead, he frequently invited teammates for extra practice. As this happened repeatedly, the team began to evade him, for not everyone possessed the stamina of a physical beast, nor could they match Kobe's relentless dedication. This gathering, led by Ye Feng and ostensibly a dinner, was in essence quite similar to a party, and it was surprisingly held at Kobe's residence. This revelation astonished everyone. What was even more surprising was that, despite Kobe's evident reluctance, he did not decline the invitation, effectively acquiescing to Ye Feng's decision. Such indulgence. This world is utterly insane. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, each feeling a sense of disbelief. Had it not been for the news of Ye Feng spending a delightful evening with Jessica, which he had personally acknowledged, they might have questioned Ye Feng's orientation. Even Kobe, who has already settled down and is on the verge of fatherhood, found himself under suspicion. Nevertheless, this gathering was firmly established. It would involve both the players and the coaching staff, with only the owner missing from the invitation list. Ye Feng, mindful of fairness, contemplated inviting that fellow O'Neal as well. This season, he is determined to vie for the championship. It is imperative to mend the rift between Kobe and Shaquille. With such thoughts in mind, the Lakers faced the Mavericks the very next evening in Dallas. Against Steve Nash, Ye Feng played with remarkable ease. The future son of the wind is beginning to reveal his brilliance, showcasing commendable playmaking and precise passing, with impeccable timing. Unfortunately, his physique is rather slender. While he penetrates the defense with accuracy, confronting the Mavericks' imposing inside duo of Dirk Nowitzki and Sean Bradley, standing at 2.13 meters and 2.29 meters respectively, renders the paint exceedingly congested. Even if Ye Feng successfully drives to the basket, the opportunities tend to be subpar, often leaving him with no choice but to pass. Robert Horry remained consistently reliable, providing Ye Feng with several assists, while fellow interior player Samaki Walker also displayed steadiness. However, aside from these two, the rest of the Lakers, including Kobe, struggled with their shooting touch, leading to an early disadvantage in the game. By the time Kobe regained his rhythm in the final quarter, it was too late. Throughout the match, Nowitzki scored an impressive 38 points on 17 of 23 shooting, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the free throw line, firmly establishing the Mavericks' dominance over the Lakers. Ye Feng exerted every ounce of effort, logging 43 minutes on the court with commendable stats of 19 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, yet the team ultimately fell short. The Lakers' winning streak came to an end at 10 games. The loss left the team in a somber mood, albeit with a sense of relief. A winning streak, while an honor, can also impose significant pressure. As the victories piled up, so did the weight of expectation. With the streak now halted, the players felt a burden lifted from their shoulders. The relentless schedule afforded no respite, and just a day after their game against the Mavericks, they found themselves in San Antonio for a back-to-back matchup against the Spurs. It is worth noting that the visiting locker room of the Spurs is quite dreadful, rife with petty annoyances. Inconsistent hot water is one thing, but the occasional visit from wild animals is truly baffling. Exhausted both physically and mentally from consecutive away games, the Lakers felt the strain. Under such circumstances, their competitiveness on the court was evidently diminished. In this game, Kobe managed to regain some of his shooting touch, scoring 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists with a 43 shooting efficiency against the formidable Spurs. His remarkable individual prowess left a lasting impression, even amid the Spurs' staunch defense. He found ways to score. Conversely, Ye Feng encountered difficulties once more. His singular scoring method and lack of long-range shooting ability were glaringly magnified in this matchup. Tim Duncan's defensive acumen and physicality proved exceptionally challenging, leaving Ye Feng feeling at a loss when attempting to penetrate the paint. Even when he passed the ball, the Spurs' cohesive defensive system ensured immediate assistance from teammates. His most effective offensive weapons, driving to the basket for layups or dunks and passing after penetration, were rendered ineffective in this contest. Nevertheless, he remained sharp on the defensive end, causing troubles for every Spurs guard he faced. Regrettably, the opposition quickly adjusted to avoid one-on-one matchups with him. In the face of screens, Ye Feng could not consistently maintain defensive pressure. Ultimately, after logging 42 minutes, he managed a mere 7 points, with 4 of those coming from free throws, although he did secure a team-high 8 rebounds. Yet, this was of little consequence, as he was undoubtedly stifled in this game. The Lakers now faced 2 consecutive losses, holding a record of 10 wins and 2 losses, having been surpassed by the Mavericks, who only suffered 1 defeat, and thus dropped to second place in the Western Conference. After a streak of victories came a streak of defeats, leaving the Lakers' morale somewhat diminished. The media, which previously lauded the Lakers' potential for a 4th consecutive championship, now inundated them with skepticism and mockery. Waterloo. The Lakers have suffered 2 consecutive defeats on the road, shattering their undefeated record. The once magical player from Dragon Country has lost his charm, managing only 7 points in a single game, heralding the arrival of a rookie wall. Kobe Bryant finds it challenging to reverse the tide alone, as the Dragon Country star fails to maintain his impressive form. Can this version of the Lakers contend for the championship? Greg Popovich remarks that the Dragon Country player shows promise but still needs time to mature. Tim Duncan asserts that the future belongs to the young talents like the Dragon Country star, while the present remains ours. Kobe, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, dismisses the media reports, stating that when we win again, they will resume their praises. In response, Ye Feng remains calm, expressing that he has never paid heed to such reports, but is instead contemplating what to prepare for their next gathering. Will you cook it yourself? Kobe inquires with interest. He genuinely enjoys the special dishes from Dragon Country that align with their American palate. If Ye Feng were merely a fringe player, Kobe would consider hiring him at a high salary to cook exclusively for his family. Unfortunately, due to financial constraints, he must rely on his own culinary skills, prompting a smile from Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, Kobe is tempted to offer Ye Feng money but refrains, respecting his pride, and instead smiles. Your cooking skills excite me more than hiring those so-called professional chefs. The other team members, familiar with Kobe's character, recognize that Ye Feng's culinary prowess must indeed be remarkable, as otherwise, Kobe would not have made such a statement. Their expressions shift to one of eager anticipation, lifting the gloom cast by the team's consecutive losses. At this moment, however, Ye Feng is more preoccupied with claiming his task reward. Previously, he had come off the bench against the Mavericks, but for the game against the Spurs, he was a starter. He has now fulfilled the requirement of 5 consecutive starts, paving the way to unlock his second template. The recent losses had dampened his spirits, but as he prepares to return to Los Angeles, his mood is brightened, and he is ready to unlock the second template. Noticing that the others are not paying him much attention, Ye Feng silently invokes the system and thinks, "Unlock the second template." A chime sounds, indicating the successful unlocking of the second template. The system scans his personal abilities and detects that the host is currently a point guard for the Lakers, commencing the search for the superstar template most compatible with him. The name of the player who aligns perfectly with him instantly appears in Ye Feng's mind. Just then, the system announces, "Search complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the template of the legendary Magic Johnson. Initial fusion compatibility, 66. Would you like to fuse?" Indeed, it is magic. Ye Feng is filled with immense joy. The Lakers, the point guard, combining these 2 monumental elements, he truly could not conceive of a second answer. The magician, Elvin Johnson, is undeniably a superstar who ranks among the top 5 in NBA history, a rightful king of point guards. He was filled with anticipation, pondering the extent of his enhancement post-fusion. Casting a glance around, he noticed Kobe beside him, meditating quietly, while the other teammates were oblivious to his presence. He immediately recited inwardly, "Fusion." In an instant, Ye Feng felt as though he had submerged himself into a warm spring, enveloped in a soothing warmth. Every inch of his skin, every muscle, Even every cell erupted in joyous celebration. Visions flashed through his mind like a slideshow, revealing a multitude of scenes. It felt akin to experiencing a second life, with an overwhelming influx of knowledge and experience. Many previously elusive and abstract insights about the court became effortlessly comprehensible. Both his physical prowess and basketball skills were in a state of continuous enhancement. This state persisted for nearly 5 minutes. To others, Ye Feng appeared to be simply resting his eyes, gradually opening his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Ye Feng eagerly murmured the word panel to check his current attribute changes. Ye Feng age, 19 gender, male height, 193 centimeters weight, 86 kilograms wingspan, 204 centimeters strength, 90, 92, speed, 84, 87, stamina, 92, 98, explosiveness, 82, 86, coordination, 86, 92, dunking, 86, 88, layup, 89, 96, mid-range, 80, 86, 3-point, 71, 80, free throw, 80, 84, ball control, 89, 99, breakthrough, 84, 87, passing, 89, 99, defense, 90, 95, rebounding, 90, 97, overall rating, 88, NBA superstar, evaluation, a star-level point guard with immense potential and no apparent weaknesses. In all, Ye Feng exclaimed, incredible. No wonder he is Magic Johnson. Every attribute is extraordinarily strong. With a template fusion rate of 66, he experienced a substantial enhancement in attributes. Most of Ye Feng's attributes had already reached their innate limits, making further training exceedingly difficult. However, after merging with the peak Magic template, all attribute ceilings were significantly elevated. Given time to enhance the fusion rate, Ye Feng would become a more powerful version of Magic, excelling in strength, defense, and rebounding. The changes in attributes were particularly astonishing, especially in ball control and passing, both achieving an impressive score of 89. All maximum limits were capped at 99. Aside from his three-point shooting, all of Ye Feng's other attributes exceeded 80, qualifying him as a five-dimensional warrior. He reached NBA elite standards with 4 attributes surpassing 90 points. His strength had skyrocketed. If he were not still on the plane, Ye Feng would have eagerly dashed to the basketball court to tangibly experience his newfound prowess. His gaze settled on Kobe, who was meditating beside him. It seemed that Kobe sensed Ye Feng's attention as he opened his eyes and looked over. "Why are you staring at me?" he asked. "After we land, I'll go home with you." Huh? Kobe's mind momentarily malfunctioned. A myriad of peculiar thoughts flashed through his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Phone, I have gained new insights into my skills. Let us have dinner at your place and play a few games afterward." Ye Feng interjected. Recognizing the absurd expression on Kobe's face, he was certain that the man had misinterpreted the situation. No wonder he had been deceived in his past life. His thoughts were inherently misguided. "You wish to challenge me in basketball? What other sport could you possibly offer?" Kobe suddenly felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Fortunately, the voice of the flight attendant broke the tension, announcing that the plane was about to land. The upcoming match against the Chicago Bulls was set for tomorrow evening, and as it was already dusk, the team, weary from their travels, would not engage in any training. After disembarking, the team bus would transport everyone to the training facility, where the coaching staff would promptly announce a dispersal. Ye Feng boarded Kobe's vehicle and headed straight to the latter's villa. Dinner was prepared by him. After a brief respite of over half an hour, under Vanessa's bemused gaze, Ye Feng and Kobe ventured to the indoor basketball court beside the villa to engage in a one-on-one match. The game was to 21 points, with 2-point shots worth 1 point and 3-point shots worth 2. Ye Feng initiated the offense. The basketball danced at his fingertips, pulsating with rhythm. It felt entirely different than before. The ball seemed to have become an extension of his body, responding to his movements with the obedience of a beloved partner. He pondered how formidable his skills would be if his ball handling proficiency reached a perfect score of 99. However, this was not the time for such musings. Kobe, without holding back, applied aggressive, pressuring defense. In previous encounters, Kobe's defensive tactics had rendered Ye Feng's ball handling abilities insufficient, leaving him flustered and unable to maintain control. He anticipated a similar outcome this time, while Kobe prepared to unleash some trash talk. Unexpectedly, a surprising turn of events unfolded. With a series of swift crossovers, Ye Feng suddenly changed direction and surged forward, prompting Kobe to instinctively retreat. Yet, as Ye Feng executed a sudden stop and change of direction, performing a Buddha's palm maneuver. Kobe's center of gravity shifted noticeably. In that very moment, Ye Feng broke past Kobe's shifting weight. His 82-point explosiveness was not overwhelming, yet combined with 89-point ball control, 84-point speed, and an impressive 90-point strength, his overall prowess was remarkable. The key lay in Ye Feng's impeccable rhythm. He effortlessly created nearly 3 feet of separation from Kobe, driving to the basket, executing a layup while evading Kobe's block, and scoring 2 points. 1-0. Ye Feng appeared calm on the surface. Yet internally, he reveled in exhilaration. The breakthrough he had just accomplished would have been impossible in his previous self. Now, it came with ease. His improvement was truly substantial. After enduring so many defeats, he was finally poised for a comeback. "How has your ball handling ability improved so remarkably?" Kobe asked, his expression one of disbelief. Ye Feng merely shrugged and replied, "I had an epiphany." Although Kobe found this hard to accept, he could conceive of no other explanation. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "Let's go again." Naturally, Ye Feng would not decline. In the subsequent exchanges, Kobe intensified his defense, displaying no semblance of relaxation or complacency. He even incorporated several unorthodox maneuvers into his defensive strategy. Yet, despite this, Ye Feng managed to escape the tenacious grip of Kobe's defense. Leveraging his exceptional ball handling skills and an extraordinary strength beyond that typically expected of a guard, as he soared for a two-handed dunk, adding another point to his score. Kobe's expression turned grave. If he had once felt confident about besting Ye Feng, he now found himself somewhat uncertain. The contest continued, with Ye Feng scoring 8 consecutive points before losing possession due to a steal. "Now it's my turn to attack," Kobe declared. His spirit ignited and his eyes gleaming with determination. Initially, he had agreed to compete against Ye Feng primarily to refine his offensive skills and relish the physical confrontation. After all, in the face of Ye Feng, his only viable assets were his defensive prowess and remarkable strength. To his astonishment, Ye Feng delivered an immense surprise, or perhaps a shock. Just the day before, he had been in a much less formidable state, relying solely on brute force to drive through defenses. Who could have predicted that after merely losing 2 away games, he would advance to such an extraordinary level? The finesse and ball control, the rhythm of the game, the audacity in breaking through. Is this reasonable? Kobe is prepared to savor the moment. Ye Feng's defense is steadfast. Although Kobe's technical prowess has yet to reach its pinnacle, his athleticism has significantly surpassed that of his 24 jersey days, compensating for any deficiencies in skill. Even with an impressive defensive capability rated at 90, success in defense cannot be guaranteed. The only strategy is to ensnare Kobe in a whirlwind of physical confrontation, utilizing his superior strength to dominate. However, the Kobe who once eagerly engaged in physical battles is now opting for finesse. Instead, he leverages his exceptional athleticism and breakthrough capability to score consistently. The competitive spirit ignited within the little flying hero is formidable, as his ability to score in succession is truly terrifying. The score swiftly escalates to 8-15. After enduring a relentless barrage of shots from Kobe, Ye Feng finally seizes an opportunity to execute a block, achieving defensive success. With the change of possession, Ye Feng takes to offense. His remarkable ball handling skills allow him to effectively harness his strength advantage, unlike before when he could only charge forward clumsily. When pressured by an opponent, lacking space to initiate, he would often find himself at a loss. He is transformed. Even a defender as formidable as Kobe struggles to ensure defensive success against Ye Feng's rhythmical and powerful breakthroughs. After scoring 8 consecutive points, Ye Feng alters the score to 16-15. Confronted with Kobe's elite perimeter defense, his mid-range shot rated at merely 80 falls short. Earlier, he attempted a sudden stop-jump shot, nearly falling victim to Kobe's block. Under immense defensive pressure, his shot nearly missed entirely, nearly grazing the net without finding the mark. Ye Feng recognizes that his mid-range shooting still requires significant refinement in the presence of Kobe. No longer does he respond to successful defenses with taunts, reflecting on his earlier shot. Kobe nods in acknowledgement. Your shooting technique reveals that you have dedicated considerable time to this aspect. Keep striving. Sweat does not deceive, and effort will ultimately yield results. I believe you will master your shooting. It's not easy to receive your encouragement, Ye Feng replies with a smile. Kobe raises an eyebrow. Am I typically this serious? Think about it. Aside from me and Derek, do you have any other friends on the team? I'm not here to make friends in the NBA. You're absolutely right. Ye Feng agrees. The duel continues, with Kobe granting Ye Feng no opportunities, scoring 6 more points to claim victory in this round. Shall we have another match? Ye Feng believed that he could still excel further. With meticulous attention to detail, he refrained from relying on mid-range shots, yet he still harbored hopes of triumphing over Kobe. However, just as Kobe was about to acquiesce, the phone resting on the sidelines began to ring. Upon approaching to answer, he discovered it was a call from Vanessa. When it came to his wife, who was over 7 months pregnant, Kobe felt utterly defenseless and promptly gathered his belongings to return home. This left Ye Feng somewhat helpless. Winning and then running away. Was that even acceptable? He had yet to fully indulge in the thrill of victory. Instead of returning immediately, he chose to remain on the court, familiarizing himself with the changes in his abilities. After exerting himself for an additional 2 hours, exhausting the last vestiges of his energy, Ye Feng reluctantly departed from the gym. He envisioned a future where he would earn substantial wealth, allowing him to purchase a villa like this one. At this late hour, returning to his apartment was out of the question, so he opted to sleep in Kobe's guest room. This was not his first time doing so. He was quite accustomed to it. After finishing his shower and lying down in bed, Ye Feng recalled that he still had his phone. He noticed several messages from Jessica, inquiring whether he had returned to Los Angeles. He replied truthfully. In less than 30 minutes, the plan to spend the night at Kobe's house was abandoned, and he found himself seated in Jessica's car at the villa's entrance. They sped back to the apartment. Absence had made the heart grow fonder. Ye Feng mused that his waist would surely suffer tonight. Had he known earlier, he would not have practiced so intensely. A night of fervor ensued. Weren't Western women known for their independence? Why was this one so clingy? Gazing at the exhausted yet content beauty nestled in his embrace, Ye Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his prowess. After several rounds of passion, he too felt fatigued and soon slipped into a deep slumber. When he awoke the next morning, he discovered that Jessica had not departed as early as before. She remained sleeping beside him. Upon noticing his gaze fixed upon her, filled with mirth, Ye Feng inquired, "Why do you look at me so?" Jessica Alba replied earnestly, "I don't know why. I just want to keep looking at you." This left Ye Feng somewhat at a loss for words. Before he could respond again, Jessica rose from the bed and began dressing before his eyes. The morning was already charged with energy, and upon witnessing such a tantalizing scene, Ye Feng could hardly contain himself, springing forward. After a while, dressed and ready, Ye Feng watched Jessica drive away. Then he walked towards the training facility, feeling a lingering emptiness in his body. He thought, the pursuit of pleasure can be perilous. One must exercise restraint. The image of fellow Lakers superstar Wilt Chamberlain flashed through his mind. If only he could embody this legend's template, he would surely be free from concerns of inadequacy. Speaking of which, the second template had been unlocked. What of the third? As this thought crossed his mind, a familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. The conditions for unlocking the third template have been established. Condition 1. Attend at least 75 regular season games this season. Condition 2. Qualify for the All-Star Game. Condition 3. Be named NBA Rookie of the Year this season. The requirements did not seem overly demanding. Ye Feng wore a relaxed expression. Given his current prowess, defeating those rookies posed no challenge. He remained at the pinnacle of the Rookie of the Year rankings, with personal statistics and team performance significantly surpassing those of the second-place contender, Stoudemire. As long as he avoided injury and the season did not end prematurely, this honor was undoubtedly his. Considering his popularity, experience, and skill, whether he could secure a starting position in the All-Star Game remained uncertain. However, entering the All-Star roster as a substitute was certainly within reach. With determination, he aimed to unlock his third template by the conclusion of the regular season, then compete in the playoffs and capture the championship. Ye Feng felt invigorated. Subsequently, he spent nearly 50 minutes traversing a journey that could have been completed in 7 or 8 minutes. One could only say that the fans were exceedingly enthusiastic. That evening at the Staples Center, the Lakers faced the challenge of the Bulls. Following 2 consecutive championships, the Bulls, after Michael Jordan's abrupt departure, seemed to have exhausted all their fortunes, swiftly descending into the ranks of the league's underdogs. Although they managed to secure the first overall pick, Elton Brand, along with promising talents such as Jalen Rose, Jay Williams, and Danny Marshall, it appeared they had a wealth of potential for the future. Regrettably, only Elton Brand emerged as a star player, who was subsequently traded away. The other players failed to realize their promised potential. The Chicago Bulls aspire to reclaim their former glory, yet the journey ahead remains arduous. The Los Angeles Lakers, desperate for a victory to bolster their morale after suffering 2 consecutive away defeats, seized control of the game from the outset, leaving no opportunity for the Bulls. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the lead had expanded to 20 points, rendering the final period a mere formality. Phil Jackson found himself in a state of bewilderment, not due to the ease with which he triumphed over his former team, but rather because of Ye Feng's remarkable display of superior ball handling and, along with his newfound proficiency in mid-range shooting that left him confounded. "Is this what you refer to as enlightenment?" Phil Jackson murmured to himself, recollecting Ye Feng's fervent declaration of a revelation the day prior. Alongside Kobe's enigmatic expression before the game, what had previously eluded his understanding now became crystal clear. This is truly a remarkable revelation. Had this strategy been employed earlier, both the Mavericks and the Spurs would have had a fair chance of victory. Given his understanding of Ye Feng, it is unlikely he would resort to sacrificing the game to conceal his own shortcomings. Thus, there remains but one possibility. Has he genuinely attained enlightenment? Is this truly possible? Phil Jackson finds himself increasingly bewildered. Even more perplexed than Phil Jackson is Jalen Rose, who was specifically assigned by the head coach to guard Ye Feng in this match. Wasn't it stated that his ball handling was mediocre, his breakthroughs reliant solely on brute strength, and that he lacked shooting skills? How does this contrast so starkly with the pregame analysis? From Ye Feng's perspective, the player who once managed to limit Kobe to a mere 81 points possesses commendable height, weight, and explosive speed, along with a seemingly adequate defensive attitude. However, the pressure he exerts defensively is rather ordinary. It is a peculiar experience to confront such an opponent, as it feels like one can score at will. This very sensation led Ye Feng to initially hesitate in utilizing his mid-range shot, given his only 80 attribute points in that area. Yet, faced with such an adversary, he ultimately succumbed to the temptation. In a full 30 minutes of play, he achieved an impressive 12 out of 16 shooting, including 6 successful mid-range attempts out of 8, showcasing remarkable efficiency. The enhancement in his ball handling and driving abilities is conspicuous, and his passing and organization skills have vastly improved compared to before. After a dismal outing against the Spurs, where he barely managed a few points, Ye Feng rebounded magnificently, scoring a team-high 28 points, along with 7 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The Lakers triumphed over the Bulls, and he was undoubtedly the star of the match. Post-game, Phil Jackson summoned Ye Feng for a private discussion. Intrigued by his meteoric rise and performance, Ye Feng felt a tinge of helplessness, as he could hardly claim that he was utilizing some hidden advantage. Ultimately, he offered a vague response, attributing his success to a moment of enlightenment. Jackson, though skeptical of this explanation, could think of no other reasoning and let the matter rest. For the Lakers, Ye Feng's burgeoning talent was undoubtedly a boon. However, as Jackson contemplated Shaquille O'Neal's impending return, he felt a headache coming on. Previously, Ye Feng's offensive repertoire was somewhat limited, and with O'Neal sidelined by injury, sharing more ball-handling responsibilities was inconsequential, especially since Kobe had no objections. The crucial factor was that Ye Feng had capitalized on the opportunity, maintaining impressive efficiency, and his average points per game soared to 20, placing him second on the team. It could be said that Ye Feng played a pivotal role in the Lakers' strong start to the season, compensating for the firepower loss due to O'Neal's absence. Yet, with Shaquille's return looming, the distribution of ball-handling opportunities would inevitably become a concern. Had it been the Ye Feng of the past, Jackson would not have hesitated. Comparatively, O'Neal's scoring would undoubtedly be more stable and forceful. However, the current Ye Feng has significantly improved, excelling not only in organization and driving, but also in mid-range shooting, which has now become a valuable asset. In light of recent developments, Ye Feng's previous adversary's defensive strategies, which focused on thwarting his penetration while neglecting his ability to shoot, have become obsolete. His offensive threat has surged dramatically. Under such circumstances, it would be a lamentable oversight to curtail Ye Feng's opportunities on the offensive end. After all, his prowess among guards is akin to a dimensional strike. Even Phil Jackson perceives it as a waste to relegate Ye Feng to the bench. If he were to start, the combination of O'Neal, Kobe, and Ye Feng would undoubtedly resemble an ideal solution. No head coach could resist such a formidable starting lineup. However, the question remains whether these three can cultivate a harmonious chemistry and how to allocate possession effectively. The crucial factor is whether O'Neal is willing to share the ball like Kobe does, which remains uncertain. Phil Jackson finds himself increasingly troubled. As for Ye Feng, he does not dwell on these matters. After addressing the reporters in the post-game conference, he entered Jessica's car and returned to his apartment. With the team having a day off tomorrow, he recalled the dinner planned at Kobe's house, which was set for the following evening. And he knew preparations were in order. In the apartment, following a moment of intimacy, Jessica Alba nestled against Ye Feng's embrace. Hearing her words, Ye Feng gazed into her enchanting deep brown eyes and replied, "You are my girlfriend. Why wouldn't you come?" A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" "I'm free," she responded. "Then let us first visit the supermarket to procure ingredients, and afterward, we shall head to Kobe's to prepare together." "Sounds good," she agreed. At this moment, for reasons unknown, Jessica Alba suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She tenderly lifted her head and said, "Darling, I want more." "Ah, who was it that had just begged for mercy?" Ye Feng smirked. Without granting his companion another chance to speak, he rolled over and silenced her with a kiss. The following morning, after sharing breakfast, Ye Feng accompanied Jessica to the supermarket to procure ingredients. They were unmistakably a couple in the throes of romance, unabashedly holding hands as they strolled through the aisles. It was inevitable that they would be recognized, and neither of them declined requests for photographs. As for how the media would report on their outing, who cared? With the bustling crowd, they ended up purchasing an abundance of ingredients. It was fortunate that Ye Feng possessed extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to carry everything. By noon, they arrived at Kobe's residence, where they graciously accepted an invitation to lunch, relishing the meal. After dining, Jessica was whisked away by Vanessa for a private conversation. Just as Ye Feng was instructing the housekeeper on how to handle the ingredients, Kobe pulled him into the gym. There was an unsettling feeling in the air, but considering his recent surge in prowess, Ye Feng brushed it aside, confident that his first victory against Kobe was imminent. 2 hours passed, and yet he was just shy of success. Ye Feng felt exasperated. Beside him, Kobe wore a proud expression. "Rookie, you have a long way to go if you wish to defeat me." Ye Feng thought to himself, if it weren't for the team dinner I organized today, he would surely have unleashed his fiery wrath upon me. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Ye Feng began his preparations. With so many people gathering for a meal in the winter, it would be a disservice not to indulge in hot pot. The Lakers players and coaching staff found the communal dining experience, where everyone gathered around a large pot to cook and eat together, quite novel. In America, the custom is typically one dish per person. While they were intrigued, it was also a departure from their usual dining habits, both in terms of style and cooking method. However, once they experienced the delightful flavors that tantalized their palates, distinctive and utterly irresistible, they were completely enchanted. "Oh my goodness, Feng, you are not just a basketball prodigy. Your culinary skills are equally astonishing. After tasting your cooking, I suddenly feel that everything I've eaten in the past 20 years has been subpar." One of them remarked, "I have tried Chinese cuisine before, and while it was delicious, I never could quite get used to it. But tonight, Feng's rendition is truly exceptional. It's Chinese food, yet distinctively different, likely infused with American flavors. It's absolutely delectable. Winter is indeed the perfect time for hot pot. Is that how it's said? This dining experience is simply marvelous." To be honest, I was initially a bit disappointed to learn that this gathering was merely a dinner and not a grand party. But now, all I feel is satisfaction. "Feng, your culinary talents are of professional caliber." As various expressions of admiration poured in, Ye Feng merely smiled, continuously adding ingredients to the large iron pot while deftly serving dishes to Jessica, who, like others, was not particularly skilled with chopsticks. The affection in her gaze was almost overwhelming. In Western culture, dining is generally a solitary affair. She was unaccustomed to such tender treatment. It is often said that to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. The most direct route to a woman's affections is through the gradual development of feelings. Ye Feng had successfully achieved both. Jessica had completely succumbed. Casting his gaze once more at his satisfied and awestruck companions, Ye Feng's spirits soared even higher. For someone who revels in the art of cooking, receiving recognition and praise for one's culinary creations is a profound source of joy. It was evident that everyone truly relished the hot pot experience. The appetite of these fellows is truly remarkable. Ye Feng had purchased enough ingredients to satisfy 30 individuals, and in the end, they devoured it all. The insatiable O'Neill even felt a lingering desire for more. "Feng, promise me that when I invite you to my home, you must not refuse," O'Neill stated with utmost seriousness. As a voracious eater, he possessed no resistance to delectable cuisine, and at that moment, he was utterly captivated by Ye Feng's culinary creations. "Of course, I cannot think of a reason to decline," Ye Feng replied with a habitual smile. Upon hearing this, O'Neill burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Phone, from now on, you shall be my best brother. Rest assured, and the team, the big shark will look after you. I have been waiting for your return, so we can join forces with Kobe to claim the championship. Ye Feng's face lit up with anticipation. He was eager to discover the heights the Lakers could reach with O'Neal's return, filling the team's most significant void. Would they truly achieve a four-peat? This year's championship is undoubtedly ours, O'Neal declared with confidence. Hearing this, Kobe, who had initially refrained from speaking in order to maintain his aloof and proud persona, could not help but interject. You should first consider shedding some weight. You always have a knack for making such atmosphere-destroying comments when you're happy. O'Neal retorted with a slight pout, clearly displeased. Kobe was evidently not inclined to coddle O'Neal. Just tell us what your current weight is. O'Neal could only respond with exasperation. This struck at his Achilles heel. Since the season commenced, despite the team's efforts to assign someone to monitor him daily, he could not restrain his appetite during his recovery. His weight not only failed to decrease, but instead drifted further from the team's expectations. Even if one must lose weight, one must first fill their stomach. Otherwise, where lies the strength? Ye Feng quipped, lightening the atmosphere once more. In the time that followed, he took on the role of a buffer between Kobe and O'Neal, ensuring that their disagreements did not escalate into unpleasantness. Surprisingly, both Kobe and O'Neal appeared pleased with this arrangement, each finding a comfortable rapport with Ye Feng. Satisfied that he had achieved his goal, Ye Feng exhaled with relief, yet felt a tinge of exhaustion. Without my presence, this family is destined to unravel. At the same time, Phil Jackson, who had been closely monitoring the situation of Ye Feng and his companions, felt a spark of realization. He discerned that his prior concerns were perhaps unfounded. Ye Feng did not require his worry. Rather, it was the relationship between Kobe and Shaquille that demanded urgent attention. Should their increasingly strained relationship seep into their performance on the court, it would spell a significant setback for the Lakers. However, this could only be gauged upon Shaquille's return. The specific date for his comeback was already set, the next game against the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks, possessing formidable outside shooting yet average inside strength, were an appropriate opponent for Shaquille's return. Nonetheless, doubts lingered regarding Shaquille's competitive condition post-recovery, as it was evident to all that his current weight was decidedly excessive. The once formidable big shark had morphed into a fat shark, raising questions about his retained prowess. Nevertheless, the Lakers maintained a relatively optimistic outlook. Shaquille had been increasingly present in the training facility, participating in joint practices with the team. Yet, Phil Jackson had consistently refrained from placing Shaquille, Kobe, and Ye Feng on the same team. Ye Feng had been leading the bench unit against the iconic duo, suffering considerable defeats. However, prior to his integration of the Magic Johnson template, Ye Feng now felt confident he could minimize the losses. It was only when truly facing Shaquille O'Neal on the court that one could grasp the terrifying power of this prehistoric giant. Even at 30, despite his weight issues, Shaquille's prowess remained at its zenith. His skills and experience were unparalleled among center players. As long as he could manage his weight, his dominance in the paint would remain extraordinarily formidable. With such a golden asset at his side, Ye Feng believed that as long as he could prevent the deterioration of the relationship between Shaquille and Kobe, and with his support, a championship title was assured. Of course, the actual circumstances would only be revealed once they took to the court. That night, aside from a gathering for dinner, there were no other activities. The group convened around the campfire, sipping drinks and engaging in warm conversation, which subtly fostered camaraderie. It was not until 10 o'clock that they dispersed to their respective homes. Considering the potential noise of nocturnal activities, Ye Feng politely declined Kobe's invitation to stay over and returned to his apartment with Jessica. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. The following day, Jessica departed early to prepare for her new film, and it was evident that they would not be able to meet daily for some time. This prompted a notable shift in her demeanor the previous night, as she adopted a considerably proactive approach. It felt quite pleasant. Similarly, Ye Feng had to continue with his matches, leaving little leisure time. That evening, at the Staples Center, the highly anticipated game between the Lakers and the Bucks commenced as scheduled. The most captivating aspect of the match was undoubtedly the return of Shaquille. Meanwhile, numerous head coaches from around the league were keenly observing this game. As the reigning champions, the Lakers were viewed as the hypothetical adversaries by all teams aspiring for the championship title. This season, the acquisition of Ye Feng has significantly enhanced the strength of the Purple and Gold Legion. With the return of Shaquille O'Neal, one wonders how Phil Jackson will orchestrate the lineup. Will the remarkable chemistry established by the Lakers at the onset of the season be affected? The team's true capabilities on the court are a matter of great concern. Amidst the anticipation, the game commenced. The Milwaukee Bucks presented a starting lineup featuring Irvin Johnson, Tim Thomas, Michael Redd, Ray Allen, and Sam Cassell, adorned with 3 star-caliber players on the perimeter, exuding unparalleled brilliance. Likewise, the Lakers' roster sparkled with luminescence. As anticipated, Ye Feng took the role of a substitute. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. This was also the championship roster of the Lakers from the previous season. Despite Shaquille O'Neal currently being over his ideal weight, his athletic prowess remains remarkable as he effortlessly out-jumped Johnson, leading the Lakers into an offensive play. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng observed O'Neal establishing his position in the paint, where Kobe, having just received the ball from Fisher, seamlessly passed it to him. O'Neal caught the ball, pivoted, and pushed Johnson back with ease, finding a clear path ahead, and executed a powerful dunk. Assist to Kobe, a feat I can achieve as well, Ye Feng mused. Playing alongside O'Neal made accumulating assists astonishingly effortless. Throughout the subsequent duration of the match, O'Neal treated the Bucks' interior defense as if it were his own backyard, penetrating at will with a series of dominant post moves. His immense strength was complemented by astonishing agility in his pivots and nimble footwork, rendering ordinary centers utterly incapable of defending against him. He bore no resemblance to a 300-pound behemoth, showcasing exceptional skills beneath the basket. Dunks, hook shots, layups, bank shots, he possessed an array of scoring techniques. One could only conclude that O'Neal's prodigious talent overshadowed his equally commendable technical abilities. If one were to point out a flaw, it would undoubtedly be his free throw shooting. Big men like Yao Ming, who excel at the charity stripe, are indeed a rarity in the NBA. Aside from this vulnerability, O'Neal's competitive form was still somewhat inconsistent due to his recent return. After an explosive start, he missed several seemingly straightforward shots. However, O'Neal's influence extended beyond mere scoring and defense. His mere presence on the court exerted immense pressure on opponents, compelling them to focus their defensive efforts on him. Consequently, the defensive burden on the other 4 Lakers players was significantly diminished. This led to a rhythm wherein O'Neal would score, followed by Kobe, and then back to O'Neal, while the other 3 players occasionally found themselves open for shots. The triangular offense's positioning allowed for star players to engage in one-on-one plays, exemplifying this very scenario. Having a dominant interior player coupled with an exceptional perimeter shooter is exceedingly advantageous for role players, especially with O'Neal's formidable intimidation factor. Regrettably, Phil Jackson did not afford Ye Feng the opportunity to shine, as he entered the game only after O'Neal had taken a breather in the latter half of the first quarter. The Bucks' strengths undoubtedly resided in their perimeter game. Yet Ray Allen struggled in this match, facing Kobe's staunch defense, resulting in a dismal shooting efficiency, missing his first 3 attempts and subsequently maintaining a low success rate, appearing somewhat disengaged. Upon Ye Feng's entry into the game, he was matched up against the 33-year-old veteran, Sam Cassell, a formidable opponent indeed. Particularly, in the case of Ye Feng, a young man endowed with extraordinary strength and exceptional defensive capabilities, Cassell found himself utterly at a loss. Lacking in speed and possessing only moderate explosiveness, he relied predominantly on his height, experience, and technical skills to penetrate and orchestrate plays. Faced with Ye Feng's relentless and exhausting style of defense, he felt utterly bewildered. How could this young lad, merely 19 years of age, possess such a wealth of defensive experience? Cassell felt a profound sense of frustration as he realized his impotence in the situation. With 2 of the 3 star players effectively neutralized, Michael Reed found himself isolated and unsupported, his leadership abilities not particularly remarkable. He had a tendency to hold onto the ball, making him an easy target for the defense. Furthermore, what left the most lasting impression was the sheer awkwardness of his playing style. In the match against Rick Fox, Reed's scoring efficiency was relatively decent. However, his solitary efforts proved insufficient to alter the course of the game. Both Kobe and Ye Feng executed their offensive strategies with remarkable efficiency, allowing the Lakers to maintain a firm grip on the situation. Against Cassell, whose one-on-one defensive skills were merely average, Ye Feng played with remarkable composure. After experiencing a transformation in his own abilities during the previous match, he entered this game with newfound confidence. Consequently, the primary focus of the defense shifted to Kobe, leaving the Bucks in a state of confusion as they employed a one-on-one strategy that defended against drives rather than shots. Wasn't it said that there would be no baskets? How many have already been scored? Cassell has been transformed into a twisted shape. even though he was mentally prepared. Phil Jackson's face still bore an expression of astonishment. Soon after came a wave of relief. Thankfully, Ye Feng belongs to the Lakers. What a true treasure we have found. What is wrong with Kupchak, this incompetent fool? Why has he still not resolved Ye Feng's contract issues? Does he not realize how many teams have set their sights on him? Phil Jackson was filled with a mix of helplessness and anger. Simultaneously, Kupchak, accompanying owner Bus in the VIP box, wore an expression of exasperation. I have already discussed the matter of contract renewal with Ye Feng and offered the best terms we can currently provide. Yet he insists on waiting until the end of the season to consider the renewal, likely dissatisfied with the offer. As Ye Feng's words about focusing on the game echoed in his mind, Kupchak felt a sense of futility. It's merely about holding out for a better deal, cloaked in eloquent rhetoric. Hearing this, old Bus turned his gaze to Ye Feng, who excelled on both offense and defense, then glanced at the equally young and formidable Kobe. His gaze ultimately settled on the portly figure on the bench, his brow slightly furrowing. Given the potential and immediate impact Ye Feng has demonstrated, our offer truly cannot match his worth. Our salary cap is extremely tight. With Shaquille's contract expiring next year, we have already begun negotiations with his agent team, who are demanding a steep price. Furthermore, Kobe is also earning a salary in the tens of millions, and we are perilously close to incurring a luxury tax. Kupchak elucidated that it was abundantly clear the team could no longer sustain the exorbitant salaries of superstars Kobe and Shaquille, each commanding $10 million contracts. Given Ye Feng's potential and prowess, numerous teams would eagerly extend him a similar lucrative contract, without incurring luxury taxes. It would be exceedingly difficult for the team to match the salary offers of others. Understanding this, the elder Bus fell silent, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, during the latter half of the first quarter, under his and Kobe's leadership, the Lakers had expanded their lead to 12 points. A double-digit advantage over their opponents was quite conspicuous. The question now was whether Ray Allen could regain his shooting touch to alleviate some pressure from Michael Redd. In the second quarter, Ye Feng led the bench unit onto the court. On the opposing side, Sam Cassell was undoubtedly too fatigued to continue, and Michael Redd, having played the entire first quarter, required a respite. Ray Allen, who had been substituted out in the last 3 minutes of the first quarter, assumed a pivotal role. For the gentleman Ray, Ye Feng was resolute in maintaining his defensive intensity. Although Ray Allen was renowned for his three-point precision and would eventually ascend to become one of the sharpest three-point shooters in NBA history, his athleticism was equally remarkable, often showcasing explosive dunks. Aware of this, Ye Feng denied Ray Allen easy opportunities to receive the ball, instinctively ramping up his defensive pressure, thus imposing significant strain on the gentlemanly shooter. With Ray Allen's form already faltering, his performance continued to wane. In stark contrast, Ye Feng was in splendid form, displaying his offensive prowess against the Bucks' feeble interior defense. He spearheaded drives while also contributing from mid-range. Not only did he efficiently accumulate points, but his passing ability, rated at an impressive 89, approached the pinnacle of the league. Whenever opportunities arose for his teammates, he delivered the ball with pinpoint accuracy. By the time Kobe and Shaquille returned to the court, coupled with his contributions from the first quarter, Ye Feng had already recorded 6 assists and amassed 17 points. His performance was nothing short of exceptional, as the margin continued to widen to 17 points, with Shaquille and Kobe unleashing a barrage of scoring. The Bucks' last vestiges of resolve were utterly shattered. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed effortlessly at home against the Bucks, securing their 12th victory of the season. Shaquille played for 28 minutes, shooting 12 of 18, with 3 of 10 from the free throw line, accumulating 27 points, along with 13 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 blocks. Kobe exhibited a more subdued offensive desire, attempting 15 shots and converting 8, while sinking all 3 of his free throws for a total of 19 points, alongside 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. Ye Feng, having played for 36 minutes, attempted 13 shots, the third highest on the team, hitting 10 of them, showcasing an astonishing efficiency. With a free throw accuracy of 50, he amassed a total of 21 points, secured 8 rebounds, and delivered an impressive 11 assists, along with 3 steals and 2 blocks. Collectively, the trio accounted for 67 points, contributing significantly to the Lakers' overall tally of 108 points. Shaquille O'Neal's return in his first game was nothing short of remarkable, showcasing the Lakers' exceptional competitiveness. The enduring chemistry within the Lakers roster has placed immense pressure on opposing coaches. Even though Kobe Bryant appeared somewhat disoriented with O'Neal's return, Struggling to find his role on the court, the astonishing progress of Ye Feng remained unaffected by O'Neal's comeback, further intensifying the pressure felt by rival coaches. The current Lakers are no longer merely defined by the dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe. They have evolved into a triumvirate of formidable talents, all in their prime. Following their home game against the Milwaukee Bucks, the Lakers face a challenging stretch of 3 consecutive away games, including a back-to-back matchup. The opening challenge of this road trip presents a clash with the Miami Heat. The season-ending injury to Alonzo Mourning has significantly weakened this fiercely competitive team, leaving Pat Riley with limited options. The starting lineup comprises Brian Grant, Malik Allen, Karen Butler, Eddie Jones, and Travis Best, revealing a notable lack of height in the front court. With Best already past his prime and Butler being a rookie, Eddie Jones, however, remains a formidable player, having once kept Kobe on the bench for 2 years. A testament to his undeniable skill. Of course, this matter does not require Ye Feng's concern. Prior to the game, Kobe's gaze towards Eddie Jones was filled with a fierce determination. It was evident that the memories of being overshadowed by Jones during the early stages of his career, despite being capable of dominating him in one-on-one situations, left a lingering bitterness in the heart of the young star. 2 years spent on the bench had placed Kobe at a disadvantage compared to other future superstars, undeniably affecting his individual statistics. His resentment is entirely understandable, as he perceives Jones, despite his evident shortcomings, as an unwarranted starter. This is utterly unreasonable. Back to the game. For the Lakers, the starting lineup remains unchanged from the previous match, with Ye Feng continuing to come off the bench. Initially, it was believed that with Kobe Bryant containing the Heat's most formidable threat, Eddie Jones, and Shaquille O'Neal dominating the paint, the other players on the Heat would pose minimal threat, making victory seem effortless. However, the reality was starkly different. O'Neal struggled against the Heat's coordinated double teams in the paint, his efficiency waning, especially with the extraneous fouls and the referee's conspicuous bias, which posed significant challenges for the Big Shark. On the perimeter, Kobe was unable to suppress Eddie Jones as anticipated. Jones refrained from engaging in one-on-one encounters, instead relying on his teammates' screens to evade defense. He opted not to drive to the basket against O'Neal, primarily choosing mid-range shots, which proved to be highly effective. In the matchup of point guards, the 6-foot-tall Bester had indeed surpassed his prime, yet his footwork remained agile, and his speed was still remarkable, making it arduous for Fisher to defend him. Conversely, on the defensive end, Bester found it equally challenging to contain Fisher, whose strength was among the elite for point guards. The two were locked in a mutual explosion of talent. The scenario was similar across other positions. The game had evolved into a rhythm where neither side could restrain the other. Observing this, Phil Jackson refrained from making immediate adjustments, choosing instead to trust in Kobe and O'Neal. Truly a Zen-like coach. With the head coach unfazed, Ye Feng remained calm as well. After all, they were not trailing. Even if they were to lose, it was merely a regular season game. Yet, he did not believe they would succumb to defeat. An observer has clarity. The moment he stepped onto the court, the tide would undoubtedly turn. Ye Feng possessed this confidence. With 5 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Ye Feng and Kareem Rush entered the game, while O'Neal and Fisher took a breather. Simultaneously, on the Heat's side, Pat Riley also made roster adjustments. He substituted in Mike James and LaFonso Ellis, replacing Malik Allen and Bester. Both teams opted for smaller lineups. Well, in reality, neither side had particularly suitable substitutes in the post, so they resorted to deploying smaller players. The current score stood at 14-13, with the Lakers leading by 1 point. Lakers possession. Ye Feng dribbled past half-court, eyeing Mike James, who immediately charged forward to apply pressure. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Is it just you called James?" Mike James was utterly perplexed. In a fleeting moment of distraction from his opponent, Ye Feng suddenly surged forward, feigning a breakthrough from the left flank. This compelled Mike James to hastily shift his weight and adjust his defensive stance. At the very instant his center of gravity began to shift, Ye Feng deftly flicked his wrist, swiftly changing direction and darting past on the right side, causing Mike James's grasp to slip away, leaving him staggering for several paces. The disparity in strength was monumental. The same maneuver, which Ye Feng could barely execute before, now flowed with an elegance that was incomparable. Mike James found himself utterly helpless. Successfully penetrating the paint, Ye Feng faced the combined onslaught of the Heat players. Amidst the chaos, he expertly delivered the basketball into the hands of Kobe, who had cut inside. What a splendid pass. Without needing to adjust, Kobe took 3 quick steps and leaped, delivering a powerful one-handed dunk. On the Lakers bench, Shaquille O'Neal, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, smirked slightly, muttering, "Not as imposing as my dunks." As possession shifted, the Heat aimed for a swift counterattack. However, Grant, stationed at the baseline, had barely initiated the inbound pass when his expression shifted dramatically. Mike James, poised to receive the ball, sensed an anomaly. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had celebrated with Kobe before transitioning back on defense. That cunning Eastern player. Sprinting back to his own half, he narrowly intercepted the basketball. Before Mike James could even exhale in relief, he felt the ball vanish from his grasp. What? Instinctively turning his head, he was met with the calm visage of Kobe. When did he arrive? Without a word, Kobe completed the steal and charged toward the basket, leaping against Grant, who was attempting to defend. Yet, instead of taking the shot himself, he tossed the basketball behind him. In a swift motion, Ye Feng soared, grasping the ball with both hands and executing a thunderous dunk. A reciprocal gesture. Kobe and Ye Feng exchanged celebratory high fives before promptly retreating on defense. As the Heat initiated their offense, ensuring that the two would not return, Grant finally completed the inbound pass within the 5-second limit. Mike James, taking a deep breath to compose himself, dribbled past half court and immediately passed to Eddie Jones. The latter quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Grant, intending to use a screen to shake off Kobe's defense. However, before Grant could advance, Ye Feng had already closed in. He had approached from the blind spot of Eddie Jones's vision. Swiftly enveloping Kobe in a double team, Ye Feng engaged in a series of deft swipes and steals, forcing Eddie Jones to desperately protect the ball as the passing lanes became entirely locked down. When did this guy arrive? Eddie Jones felt a profound sense of frustration. Suddenly, amidst despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. A slight opening appeared within his line of sight, revealing a few steps ahead the figure of Alphonso Ellis. With no time to waste, Eddie swiftly opted to pass the ball. In a flash, a hand materialized, effortlessly snatching the basketball from his grasp. Eddie's expression faltered, his mind clearing in an instant. Goodness, he had been deceived. A classic bait and steal. Having secured the ball, Ye Feng took long strides, charging down the court. Grant advanced to offer support, only to be met by a basketball hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he clamped his legs together, but it was too late. The ball had already sailed through his legs. Following closely was the unabated momentum of Ye Feng, who executed a deft maneuver to separate the ball from his body. Gasps filled the arena as he chased after the basketball, seizing it with control. Upon entering the free throw line, he unexpectedly slammed the ball forcefully into the ground. The basketball rebounded high, and behind him, a few steps back, Kobe leaped in perfect synchrony to complete an electrifying alley-oop dunk. The crowd fell into a momentary hush, which was soon broken by scattered applause and cheers. This remarkable play captivated the away fans entirely. On the Heat's bench, observing the bewilderment of their players Ye Feng and Kobe during these exchanges, Pat Riley wore a serious expression, his gaze suffused with envy. In the era of the Bulls, you had Michael Jordan. Now, with the Lakers, you possess not only Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe, but also fortuitously acquired the prodigious talent of Ye Feng. Phil, why does fortune smile upon you so? On the court, the game continued unabated. With Ye Feng's entrance, the previously balanced dynamics were decisively altered. Eddie Jones appeared dejected. Mike James was left bewildered. Karen Butler conceded defeat. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established an 11-point lead. In the second quarter, Ye Feng led the bench unit in a spectacular 12-3 offensive surge, effectively sealing the victory. The Lakers' bench had long been a significant issue, but with Ye Feng's presence, this flaw was rectified. Many times, the Lakers relied on Ye Feng to widen the scoring margin with the second unit. As he celebrated with his teammates, making his way towards the tunnel, Pat Riley's jealousy towards Phil Jackson intensified. With the current constellation of stars on the Lakers, any coach would be a contender for the championship. Vividly, Pat Riley recalled the sense of helplessness from the days of Bulls dominance. Reflecting on Ye Feng's one-year contract with the Lakers and the absence of any news regarding an extension, his eyes suddenly filled with determination. Not having coached Michael Jordan has always been my regret. I cannot afford to miss out on Ye Feng this time. With an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses, the day after the game, the Lakers embarked on a journey from Miami to Oakland. The identity of their opponent was all too evident: the Magic. Once Shaquille O'Neal's team, the Magic's management had faced a pivotal choice and opted for Anthony Hardaway, resulting in a bitter parting with O'Neal. Consequently, whenever facing the Magic, O'Neal always brought his A game. This occasion is no exception. even though many years have elapsed. O'Neal remains unable to relinquish this lingering grievance. He is determined to demonstrate that the previous choice made by the Magic was erroneous. Anthony Hardaway possessed extraordinary talent, and appointing him as the cornerstone of the franchise was undoubtedly justifiable. Regrettably, the Magic subsequently allowed him to compete while injured, ultimately jeopardizing the career of a player once deemed capable of rivaling the legendary Michael Jordan. In contrast, the current O'Neal has achieved a triumphant three-peat, firmly establishing himself as the premier center in the league. From a results-oriented perspective, it seems the decision was misguided. However, during that era, given Hardaway's performance and potential, the Magic's choice appears defensible. The matter is now settled, and further discussion is unnecessary. In this game, much like O'Neal, Kobe also exhibited considerable enthusiasm. This is due to the fact that the current star of the Magic is Tracy McGrady. Presently, the two are ranked as the top scorers in the league. McGrady averages 33.4 points per game, while Kobe follows closely with an average of 31.6 points. The difference is not insubstantial. In the realm of literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. In this encounter during the regular season, Kobe undoubtedly yearned for a spirited showdown with McGrady to determine a victor. As for Ye Feng, he held no particular thoughts regarding this match, having played consecutive away games. The previous contest against the Heat was marked by an exceptionally high level of intensity. Even though his physical stamina had been restored, he still felt mentally fatigued. Regrettably, there was little time for respite. On the very evening of their arrival in Oakland, the game against the Magic commenced without delay. The Lakers, weary from their back-to-back away games and travel, faced a well-rested Magic team at home. From the outset, both Kobe and Shaquille played with great enthusiasm and assertiveness, and McGrady mirrored their vigor. The spectacle of these superstars exchanging points was exhilarating. Sitting on the sidelines, Ye Feng watched with keen interest. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The issue did not lie with his team's performance, but rather with the officiating, which left him rather speechless. Kobe and Shaquille were repeatedly whistled for fouls on the offensive end, allowing the Magic to seize the opportunity. McGrady first made a pull-up jumper for 2 points, then drove to the basket, assisting Mike Miller for a three-pointer. This 5-0 scoring run widened the gap to 7 points. In the subsequent plays, it became increasingly clear that the referees were favoring the home team in their calls. Let this pass, for it is not the first time I have encountered such a situation. Away games often exhibit this tendency. However, unlike other officiating crews encountered in previous away games, tonight's referee displayed an exceptional severity towards Kobe and Shaquille. With merely half of the first quarter elapsed, both Kobe and Shaquille had already committed 2 fouls. This elicited considerable dissatisfaction from both players. Given their esteemed status within the NBA, one would expect that, at the very least, they would be treated fairly in away games, if not afforded the privilege of star treatment. This match, however, did not enjoy such privileges. Halfway through the first quarter, the score stood at 8-16, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. Ye Feng entered the game as a substitute. With the return of O'Neal, his alternating starting position with Derek Fisher had come to an end. Fortunately, unlocking the third template did not necessitate a starting role. Participation in merely 75 games sufficed. Thus, it mattered little. What was essential was assurance of playing time and possession of the ball. If these assurances cannot be guaranteed, Ye Feng feels that he might as well take his leave after securing a championship this season. Given the strength and potential he has demonstrated, numerous teams would be willing to take a gamble on him. The game continues, and the Magic have possession. Kobe is guarding McGrady, while Ye Feng is matched up against Grant Hill. Once heralded as the successor to Jordan, this individual has now become akin to fragile glass. His athletic prowess severely diminished due to relentless injuries. Confronted with such an adversary, Ye Feng found himself defending with relative ease, occasionally casting glances towards Kobe, ever ready to assist in double-teaming. Grant Hill, perceiving his intentions, deliberately maneuvered him away from Tracy McGrady. Ye Feng felt he had no choice. He could not simply abandon his defense against Hill. It was left to Kobe to fend for himself. In a one-on-one duel with Peak McGrady, it was evident that neither could effectively guard the other. The outcome hinged solely on whose performance would shine brighter that day. In this particular exchange, as McGrady executed a graceful fadeaway jumper, Kobe was rendered utterly powerless to contest it. Swish. The jumper found its mark, and a subtle smile crept onto McGrady's lips, as if he had accomplished something trivial. This infuriated Kobe, and in the ensuing possession, as they crossed half-court and approached the three-point line of the Magic, the little flying warrior raised his hand, demanding the ball, to which Ye Feng acquiesced. Despite the fact that he had a greater chance of success against Grant Hill than Kobe did against McGrady, he did not disappoint, leveraging an excellent post-up opportunity. Kobe responded with a back pivot jump shot, striking back. Throughout the remainder of the match, the two engaged in a direct scoring contest. Ye Feng found himself rather disengaged on the court, exerting minimal effort on defense, as the ball rarely found its way into Hill's hands. His role on the offensive end was simply to dribble past half court and pass to Kobe. Such is the privilege afforded to a superstar, it was rather enviable. And he mused that he too would soon attain such stature. The first quarter swiftly concluded, with the Lakers trailing the Magic by 8 points, 20-28. Although the team was behind, a small consolation lay in the fact that Kobe was holding his own against McGrady. However, Ye Feng deemed this of little practical significance. Naturally, these sentiments were best kept unspoken. As the second quarter commenced, Ye Feng, as customary, led the bench unit into battle. To his astonishment, he noticed that McGrady, who had played the entire 12 minutes of the first quarter with maximum intensity on both ends, chose not to rest, opting instead to continue leading his team. This piqued Ye Feng's interest, for McGrady had elected to match up against him. Long Guofeng, the media has long lauded your defensive prowess. I wonder if you can truly contain me? McGrady's gaze was filled with confidence. In response, Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Whether I can contain you, we shall soon find out. Thus, the challenge was set. In the first quarter, the Lakers won the jump ball, thus granting possession to the Magic at the onset of the second quarter. McGrady raised his hand, signaling for the ball. Having been a mere spectator on the court until now, Ye Feng, eager to expend his energy, was determined not to allow McGrady an easy opportunity to receive the ball and initiate an offensive play. He swiftly closed in on him. Observing the referee's judgment regarding Kobe and O'Neal's fouls, Ye Feng adeptly gauged their standards, displaying aggressive defense without incurring any fouls. This was intriguing. McGrady, undeterred by confrontation, relished the challenge, especially given his considerable advantage in both height and weight. However, he soon tempered his expression, astonished to discover that Ye Feng's strength surpassed his own. In their tussle, McGrady found himself at a disadvantage, relying solely on his height and wingspan to receive the ball and launch an attack. Simultaneously, Ye Feng felt considerable pressure. Despite boasting a defensive rating of 90, he sensed a slight gap in his ability when faced with the peak McGrady, a world-class scorer. He could only rely on his strength and unyielding defensive tenacity to limit McGrady's effectiveness. The results were less than ideal. In terms of innate talent, McGrady was undoubtedly among the elite, with even Kobe's gifts falling short in comparison. Failing to make an impact defensively, Ye Feng watched as McGrady effortlessly sank a jumper, prompting him to seek redemption on the offensive end. Compared to his offensive prowess, McGrady's defense appeared rather lackadaisical. Utilizing his pronounced physical advantages and an impeccable sense of rhythm with the ball, Ye Feng successfully evaded his defender, driving toward the basket and launching himself against the Magic's backup center, Andlerk. McGrady pursued closely, attempting to contest the shot. With a wide, arcing motion, Ye Feng evaded the block attempts, flicking his wrist as the basketball obediently swished through the net. Scoring the layup, he landed smoothly. Refraining from further commentary and retreating to defense, his gaze fixed intently upon McGrady. The sensation of matching up against a top-tier scorer invigorated him, dispelling any mental fatigue he had felt. He felt an exhilarating fire ignite within him. Bring it on, McGrady. As a fighter. McGrady recognized the look in Ye Feng's eyes, familiar with the unparalleled confidence that glimmered within his seemingly languid gaze. He feared no challenge. He firmly believed he was the strongest of them all. As the Magic initiated their offense, the ball swiftly found its way into McGrady's hands. With a subtle shift, he cradled the ball behind him with one hand, showcasing his signature move. Unyielding, Ye Feng advanced with intent, ostensibly to guard against a drive, while secretly seeking to gauge the prowess of a premier scorer's penetration. But no sooner had he made his move than McGrady abruptly sprang into action without warning. His innate basketball sense endowed him with an extraordinary synergy between body and ball. And combined with his elite explosiveness, he effortlessly maneuvered to Ye Feng's side in the blink of an eye. Though Ye Feng's awareness had registered the shift, his body remained unresponsive. This encapsulates Ye Feng's current predicament. It is astonishingly swift. He has been cast off by a distance of 3 positions. As Ye Feng pivots to pursue with fervor, he discovers that the gap between them shows no signs of diminishing. Rather, it is expanding at a visibly alarming rate. Boom. As he witnesses McGrady penetrate the paint and execute a one-handed slam dunk while bellowing in triumph, Ye Feng's expression remains as serene as ever. This previous round was merely an audacious attempt on his part. It is widely acknowledged that McGrady's innate talent is of a singularly formidable caliber, and now, in the zenith of his prowess, he is exceptionally daunting. Ye Feng yearns to personally experience the impact of such extraordinary talent. The truth is, as long as McGrady is afforded the space to initiate, Ye Feng, with his current defensive capabilities, stands no chance of containment. As the transition from offense to defense occurs, the Lakers embark on their offensive foray. Ye Feng advances the ball past half court, and his teammates instinctively create space for him to engage McGrady in a one-on-one duel. The latter, shedding his previously lackadaisical defensive demeanor, approaches with eyes sharp as daggers, striding forward with heightened intensity. McGrady's impressive height, reach, and hand size pose a significant threat, amplifying the pressure on Ye Feng as he controls the ball. Fortunately, he possesses his own advantages, namely, sheer strength. Eschewing flamboyant maneuvers, he reverts to fundamental tactics. Ye Feng steadfastly drives past McGrady, entering the free throw line, and then, with 3 decisive steps, he feigns a jump. This prompts McGrady to leap in an attempt to block. Yet Ye Feng rises to meet him mid-air, executing a two-handed dunk as he scores. A response of equal measure. During the transition back on defense, Ye Feng feels a surge of relief. He is grateful for his decisive play moments ago. Upon landing, McGrady springs up again with terrifying elevation. And combined with his exceptional wingspan and hand size, he nearly executes a block. TMD, this talent is truly formidable. Ye Feng silently curses. In this defensive sequence, he denies McGrady the opportunity to initiate easily. To be precise, Ye Feng does not even retreat. He opts for a full-court press, closely shadowing McGrady. Having conserved his energy during the first quarter, while McGrady engaged in a fierce contest with Kobe for 12 minutes and continued to battle in the second quarter. If Ye Feng cannot withstand this, he would concede defeat. Witnessing Ye Feng's relentless defensive efforts, the home crowd erupts in astonishment. It is utterly insane. Anticipation flickers in the eyes of the fans as they turn their gaze toward their star player, wondering if McGrady will rise to the challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, McGrady neither falters nor calls for assistance from his teammates. Instead, he chooses to confront Ye Feng head-on. This encapsulates his principles of bullfighting. When he speaks of a one-on-one, it is indeed a genuine face-off. The ball-less McGrady exhibited his terrifying agility, and his remarkable physical prowess was unmistakably on display. As he engaged in a confrontation with Ye Feng, they navigated past half-court, deftly maneuvering with various directional changes, successfully receiving the pass, and then explosively accelerating. Ye Feng remained tightly glued to McGrady's side, denying him any chance to escape. The two entered the paint with their bodies nearly intertwined, only for Ye Feng to once again be overwhelmed by McGrady's innate gifts: height, wingspan, and vertical leap. None of the three possess a distinct advantage, even with their utmost defensive efforts. However, once McGrady leaps towards the basket, he is simply unreachable. All they can do is hinder his vision, but as he is executing a dunk, aiming is unnecessary, rendering their attempts futile. It is a frustrating experience. Yet, in the subsequent possession, McGrady finds himself enveloped in a similar sentiment. He exerts himself to the fullest, pushing, sticking close, and even employing some subtle maneuvers outside the rules. Yet he is still forcefully displaced by Ye Feng, who crashes into the basket to score, leaving McGrady somewhat disheartened. Consequently, he intensifies his efforts in the following offensive play. Observing this scene from the bench, Kobe is eager to take the court, wishing to replace Ye Feng. He relishes such confrontations, enjoying the back-and-forth competition with equally matched opponents. His gaze frequently darting towards Phil Jackson, conveying a clear message. He yearns to play. Shaquille O'Neal, noticing this situation, finds it somewhat amusing. Thinking to himself, why is this guy acting like a child? With Feng wearing down Tracy for you, you still want to step in yourself? Is it really necessary to be this competitive? But then he realizes that the opponent is the Magic. They must fight. They cannot afford to lose. His eyes timely shift to the court. Undoubtedly, O'Neal acknowledges Ye Feng's strength and potential, which is why he is willing to befriend him, even sacrificing some of his own ball control to a certain extent. If Kobe can do it, so can he. However, it is evident that Ye Feng is growing closer to Kobe, which irks O'Neal, leaving him to bide his time. At this moment, Phil Jackson is entirely focused on the court, paying no heed to Kobe, his attention fixed on Ye Feng, who is fiercely contesting against McGrady. pondering, has he truly reached this level of growth? With his immense physical prowess, Ye Feng has significantly elevated his threat both defensively and offensively. Even someone as formidable as McGrady cannot fully restrain him, which speaks volumes. With each collision, McGrady is being gradually worn down. It is predictable that if the Magic do not make adjustments, McGrady's stamina will soon be depleted. Subsequently, when Kobe and O'Neal take the court, the Lakers will hold a considerable advantage. Without McGrady's firepower and defensive attention, the other players on the Magic struggle to shoulder the responsibility. Grant Hill is far from his prime. Shawn Kemp is nearing retirement. Mike Miller has been accurate with his three-pointers in this game. Yet he requires a strong player to draw attention away from him, severely lacking in self-scoring ability. Aware of these circumstances, Phil Jackson's gaze towards Ye Feng grows increasingly appreciative. Ye Feng plays with intelligence, and he admires such players. On the court, the second quarter swiftly approaches its midpoint, indicating that Ye Feng and McGrady have been in contention for a full half of the game. The deficit stands at 9 points. The Lakers trail behind. Tracy McGrady exhibits a superior scoring efficiency compared to Ye Feng. However, the Orlando Magic are far from joyous, as McGrady's visible fatigue after consecutive games is unmistakable. In contrast, while Ye Feng also breathes heavily, his stamina depletes significantly, yet his movements on both offense and defense remain unperturbed, maintaining an agile and decisive demeanor. Magic head coach Doc Rivers expresses his helplessness in this situation. He even called a timeout to remind McGrady, yet the latter disregarded him. If it were any other player, Rivers would not tolerate such insubordination, but McGrady is an exception. The management's regard for McGrady far surpasses that of the head coach, at least for now. Thus, Rivers can only indulge him. Consequently, despite the Magic holding a lead in the score, the future looks increasingly arduous. As the second quarter progressed, with Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal entering the game, Phil Jackson chose to keep Ye Feng on the court. This marked the first time the Lakers' big three played together. Ye Feng ceased to guard McGrady and shifted his focus to orchestrating plays, primarily defending Grant Hill, which posed little pressure. Refreshed, Kobe faced McGrady once more, displaying an overwhelming fervor. In light of this, McGrady regretted exhausting himself against Ye Feng. Not only had he failed to outlast him, but he was also genuinely fatigued. Alas, it was too late. During his first collaboration with O'Neal on the court, Ye Feng profoundly appreciated the latter's formidable prowess. In the span of half a quarter, he provided O'Neal with 8 scoring opportunities, 6 of which resulted in assists. The assists piled up rapidly. By halftime, the Lakers had turned the tables, leading the Magic by 2 points, effectively gaining an 11-point advantage within that half-quarter. The halftime break lasted merely 15 minutes, insufficient for McGrady to recuperate. Yet the Magic could not afford to be without him, and McGrady himself was reluctant to rest. Consequently, Phil Jackson orchestrated a rotation in the second half, allowing Kobe and Ye Feng to take turns wearing McGrady down. The latter appeared utterly deflated, compelled to abandon one-on-one confrontations and rely on teammates for screens, which was somewhat beneath his dignity. Ultimately, his stamina was utterly depleted. The Magic's offensive firepower diminished significantly, while the Lakers surged forward. With Ye Feng and Kobe focusing on defense, O'Neal embraced the role of primary scorer, demonstrating commendable determination and scoring efficiency. Ultimately, propelled by O'Neal's 38 points and 13 rebounds, Kobe's 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, along with Ye Feng's 22 points, 8 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The Lakers trio collectively amassed 89 points, overcoming the Magic and securing victory in this back-to-back away game. McGrady played the entire 46 minutes, achieving a game-high 42 points. Yet it amounted to a hollow achievement. A loss for the team renders any individual scoring moot. This match starkly highlighted the limitations of the Magic. When McGrady faced adversity, no other player stepped up to support him. Even the formidable Michael Jordan required the assistance of Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman to clinch championships. McGrady finds himself lacking such support. The outcome was inevitable. With this victory, the Lakers celebrated their 14th win of the season, maintaining their position as the second seed in the Western Conference. While the Dallas Mavericks, also with 14 wins and 2 losses, stood at the top. The talented Ye Feng is commendable, yet it appears he will not be content merely as Shaquille's aide. McGrady's expression was resolute. In Ye Feng, he saw a reflection of his former self. Beside him, Kobe wore a smile, his gaze directed towards Ye Feng. It matters not. I am willing to engage in a fair competition with him and Shaquille. The strong ascend, while the weak descend. This is an immutable principle on the basketball court. With a chuckle, McGrady retorted, "Well, it seems you might have to play second fiddle for quite some time." Yet, within him, a sense of envy, even jealousy, brewed. In contrast to his own solitary prowess. Despite holding an exalted position within the Magic, the team's lack of competitiveness was an undeniable reality that troubled him deeply. McGrady yearned for formidable teammates. Moreover, echoing Kobe's sentiments. If a powerful ally could win him over and the team afforded him ample respect and status, he would not mind being the second in command. After all, on the basketball court, merit reigns supreme. However, McGrady held fast to the belief that no one could sway him. Yet, within the Magic, there existed no player like Ye Feng. The aging veterans were either too old or too injured, while the younger players lacked sufficient talent. Truly a daunting predicament. Unaware of McGrady's inner turmoil, Kobe, upon hearing the teasing remark, exuded confidence. "I do not believe Feng can reach such heights. There exists no player in this world who could persuade me." "Well then," the young flying knight replied, equally self-assured, "who knows what the future holds?" McGrady chuckled. Kobe smiled in return. "Let time be the judge." Having not participated in the exchange between Kobe and McGrady, Ye Feng, after addressing a blocking female reporter, returned to the locker room alongside a visibly elated O'Neal. Having successfully avenged his former team, O'Neal was in high spirits. "Gentlemen, following this away game, the Big Shark is throwing a party. No refusals. All must attend." Upon hearing this, the players initially brightened, but their gazes quickly shifted from O'Neal to Ye Feng. Observing this, Ye Feng, who was still contemplating his matchup with McGrady, was well aware of their intentions. "I will definitely attend Shaquille's party." "Ha ha. I trust you will take extra care with the food arrangements." Feng, O'Neal grinned widely. During this period, he found himself yearning for that sumptuous hot pot. Even his once favored pizza and hamburgers no longer held their allure. "No problem. Leave it to me." Ye Feng readily acquiesced. After all, the O'Neal household had servants to assist, so he would not be overly fatigued. He merely needed to direct the proceedings. With the culinary demands of these individuals, he could easily fulfill their desires with minimal effort. In the post-match press conference, Phil Jackson was accompanied by Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, much to Ye Feng's delight for the peace it afforded him. However, unbeknownst to him, these two increasingly discordant individuals, who could barely tolerate one another, had surprisingly found common ground in lauding him with exaggerated praise. Even Tracy McGrady from the Magic adopted a similar stance. Acknowledging this situation, Ye Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He was being thrust into the spotlight, destined to be scrutinized and targeted by opponents. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, he harbored no fear of such so-called targeting. Although Phil Jackson did not explicitly state his intentions, Ye Feng sensed that during their time on the court together, the coach preferred him to assume the role of a facilitator. Scoring was the domain of O'Neal and Bryant, leaving him with little to worry about in that regard, especially since ball possession was scarce. After all, both O'Neal and Bryant were dominant ball handlers, accustomed to a style that required them to control the game. Ye Feng held no particular concerns about this arrangement. At least for this season, it was of little consequence to him. As for the uncertainties of the future, he chose not to dwell on them excessively. Following the conclusion of their back-to-back games against the Magic, the Lakers were set to face their final match of November. Once again on the road, this time against the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies, who had entered the NBA in 1995, had yet to make an appearance in the playoffs. In pursuit of better prospects, the team had relocated from Vancouver, Canada, to Memphis, a city with a more vibrant basketball culture. The current state of this team remains far from stable, with an overall strength that can be deemed rather average. However, it is home to several players of notable talent and potential. This year's fourth overall pick, Drew Gooden, has exhibited commendable adaptability, showcasing a commendable scoring average of over 12 points per game. Paul Gasol, a stalwart in the paint, is undoubtedly a star player and the unequivocal linchpin of the Memphis Grizzlies. Second-year player Sean Battier also serves as a valuable role player. Yet, the player that piques Ye Feng's interest the most is Jason Williams, affectionately known as White Chocolate. Renowned for his flamboyant play and the remarkable ability to execute dazzling passes that leave defenders bewildered, he is expected to be Ye Feng's direct counterpart in this match. As the game commenced as scheduled, Ye Feng found himself coming off the bench. Initially, it seemed that such an opponent would not pose a significant challenge. However, unforeseen circumstances soon arose. Following a series of away games, the team had barely a day's rest, most of which was consumed by travel to Memphis, leaving the Lakers fatigued. The anticipated early advantage failed to materialize, largely due to the Grizzlies' moderate overall strength. Otherwise, the balance of the game would likely have tilted significantly in their favor. Observing Derek Fisher being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Jason Williams stirred a mix of anger and sympathy in Ye Feng. He realized that Fisher was genuinely ill-equipped to handle such a rival. Nevertheless, Jason Williams is a double-edged sword, capable of executing unexpectedly stunning passes on the offensive end, thus enhancing the game's aesthetic appeal, yet simultaneously leaving gaps defensively. Fisher found himself easily escaping defensive pressure, though regrettably, he lacked possession of the ball. Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal's play style relied heavily on alternating turns, leaving little room for others to contribute. They occasionally shared the ball. But O'Neal faced the slippery Paul Gasol on the road, cautious not to overexert himself in either offense or defense for fear of fouling. This led to an unsatisfactory performance, and the temperamental Big Shark quickly accrued 2 fouls in the first quarter. Kobe, facing Battier's defense, performed relatively well, as the latter had yet to evolve into a defensive specialist and remained somewhat inexperienced, proving no match for the Black Mamba. Relying solely on Kobe, coupled with Shaquille sharing ball control, the Lakers struggled to suppress the Grizzlies. Ye Feng re-entered the game in the latter half of the first quarter. Without hesitation, he charged at Jason Williams, exploiting Gasol's reluctance for physical confrontation, and the rookie Gooden was even less formidable. Not every rookie possesses the prowess of Duncan, who arrived at the pinnacle of his career right from the outset. Most NBA newcomers exhibit a deficiency in physical resilience upon entering the league. On offense, Ye Feng relentlessly drove at Jason Williams, penetrating the paint to either score with a layup or a thunderous dunk or to dish off to a teammate after drawing defenders. His presence notably enhanced Kobe's scoring efficiency as the Lakers mounted a relentless offensive onslaught. On defense, Ye Feng and Kobe established an impenetrable barrier on the perimeter, significantly elevating the team's defensive intensity. Jason Williams quickly discovered that the tactics he employed against Fisher were rendered ineffective against Ye Feng, who remained unfazed, often unable to execute his technical maneuvers due to the physicality of the matchup. To compound his difficulties, Kobe would frequently lend his support, making it increasingly challenging for Williams to find his rhythm. Without the organizational prowess of White Chocolate, relying solely on Gasol and Drew Gooden for isolation plays was evidently insufficient to maintain equilibrium on the court. The point differential gradually widened. By the second quarter, when Ye Feng led the bench unit against the Grizzlies' reserves, the Lakers had already established a 5-point lead. With unbridled authority over the offense, Ye Feng seized control, executing drives and outside shots while continuing to excel defensively. In less than 4 minutes, he extended the lead to 11 points, prompting the Grizzlies to hastily reinstate their starters. Phil Jackson, however, surprisingly opted to keep Kobe resting and instead brought in Shaquille O'Neal. With the formidable presence of the Diesel on the floor, it was imperative to capitalize on his strengths. Ye Feng began to facilitate plays for O'Neal, who transformed into a prehistoric behemoth beneath the rim, wreaking havoc on the basket. It seemed reminiscent of the days when Kobe willingly played the supporting role, as O'Neal reveled in his dominance. However, he became somewhat overzealous defensively, allowing Pau Gasol to seize an opportunity and draw another foul. With 3 fouls to his name, it was as if the Big Shark had been fitted with braces, psychologically hampering his performance. Nevertheless, this did not significantly affect the overall outcome. As the half concluded, the Big Shark had unsurprisingly accrued 4 fouls. Yet the Lakers maintained a commanding 16-point lead. The advantage was substantial. Upon Kobe's entry, he and Ye Feng synchronized beautifully, unleashing a barrage of successful shots that ignited an offensive surge. As the second half commenced, the Lakers drastically altered their tactical approach, relentlessly attacking the rim. Using their opponent's tactics against them, Gasol found himself repeatedly fouled, his edge dulled. Under adverse conditions, the Grizzlies clearly exhibited a lack of fighting spirit, their competitiveness visibly waning. Ultimately, the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Lakers. Throughout the match, Ye Feng logged 40 minutes, nearly exhausting his last reserves of energy. It can only be said that defense remained quite taxing. Nevertheless, his statistics of 18 points, 9 rebounds, 14 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks were commendable. Regrettably, he fell just shy of a triple-double by a single rebound. The Grizzlies surrendered too swiftly, denying him that opportunity. O'Neal fouled out in the final quarter, yet still amassed an impressive 33 points and 16 rebounds, showcasing stellar performance. Meanwhile, Kobe secured a game-high 34 points, also in high spirits. Together, The trio combined for 85 points, while the Lakers as a team totaled 104 points. This victory belongs to the three of them. In this era of defense-centric NBA, achieving an average of over 20 points per game is indeed remarkable. The trio's combined score exceeding 80 points is nothing short of astonishing. The moniker of the Big Three is gradually gaining recognition among an increasing number of admirers. Following their match against the Memphis Grizzlies, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles with an impressive record of 3 consecutive away victories. With only a day's rest, they are set to face the formidable Minnesota Timberwolves, led by Kevin Garnett, at home. The opponent is no pushover, and the grueling schedule is quite overwhelming. Nevertheless, the Lakers found some time to unwind, as the entire team participated in a party organized by Shaquille O'Neal. Having just landed this afternoon, everyone felt fatigued, including Ye Feng. As for the party, they decided to keep it simple, opting for hot pot and barbecue. Under Ye Feng's guidance, O'Neal had the servants prepare the necessary ingredients well in advance, and the villa was fully decorated. In America, if you possess wealth, you truly hold the power to command anything. 2 large iron pots were already bubbling, releasing enticing aromas that made one's mouth water. Indeed, one must indulge in hot pot during winter. Feng, you need to acclimate to this pace of competition. The season consists of 82 games over nearly 6 months, and half of that time is spent on the road, where consecutive away games are inevitable. We must learn to manage our energy and stamina. Kobe imparted his wisdom as a seasoned veteran. Before Ye Feng could respond, O'Neal interjected with a smirk. Come on. When you first entered the league, you were far from as impressive as Feng. That was in the past, Kobe retorted, feeling the awkwardness of having his childhood missteps recounted in front of him. Hearing this, O'Neal grinned. You're just being redundant. You. As the two men were about to engage in their habitual banter, Ye Feng quickly interjected, the meat is ready. Let's eat before it cools down. Oh, my beef rolls are finally done, O'Neal exclaimed, immediately reaching for the pot with his chopsticks. However, he was preempted as he watched another pair of chopsticks swoop in and snatch away the sizable portion of beef he had been eyeing, accompanied by Kobe's smug voice. Fatty, you're too slow. Kobe. O'Neal glared menacingly at Kobe. If he wanted to claim the top spot, it was one thing not to pass him the ball during the game, but to dare steal his food was entirely unacceptable. In an instant, he reached for the chopsticks and aimed them at Kobe's bowl. The little flying hero would not allow Shaquille to have his way. Thus, the two engaged in a playful contest, exchanging chopsticks in a manner that appeared rather grotesque. Leaf thought to himself, sometimes Kobe can be quite irritating. He seems to share the same competitive spirit as Michael Jordan, always eager to challenge others. It is no wonder they get along so well. After observing for a while, and noticing that their banter lacked genuine animosity and instead exuded a sense of camaraderie, he chose to disregard it and turned his attention to chatting with Fisher and the others nearby. Feng, the results for the Rookie of the Month have been announced, and you have been selected. Rick Fox, the surfing aficionado, exclaimed with a grin. The others around them remained composed, showing no signs of surprise. It was not that Leaf had poorly managed his interpersonal relationships within the Lakers. Rather, they were already well aware of the outcome. Ever since he ascended to the top of the rookie rankings, he had never faltered. His personal averages of 28.632 were nothing short of dominating among this year's rookies, even when compared across the entire league. His comprehensive statistical evaluation placed him within the top 15. With an average of 3 steals per game, he held the highest defensive statistics in the league, unmatched by any. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Leaf was poised to claim the title of steals leader this season. Not to mention, he averaged 2 blocks per game, the highest among guards. The most adept at both stealing and blocking. His defensive statistics were exceptional. Averaging over 20 points per game placed him among the league's elite. The comprehensive abilities reflected in his statistics could only be described as a tier above the rest, especially among rookies. Failing to award Leaf the Rookie of the Month would be a blatant injustice. Thus, the group reacted with calm acceptance, unperturbed by the news. Leaf himself paid little heed to the accolade, responding in his usual manner. In comparison to Rookie of the Month, I desire a championship much more. Then you must strive diligently, Fisher chuckled. Having already secured 3 championship rings, he yearned for something more tangible than mere accolades. After all, he was not a core player. No matter how many championships he won, it would not elevate his historical standing or hold any substantive significance. Most of the current Lakers players were remnants from the three-peat era, sharing similar sentiments to Fisher. For a team aspiring to greatness, such mindsets should not exist. This is also the reason why many championship-winning teams strive to trade for fresh talent while retaining their core roster in the new season. In this regard, the Lakers' management appears rather inept. Achieving victory cannot rest solely on my shoulders. It requires a collective effort. Ye Feng's expression was sincere. He refrained from saying much more, as disrupting the current light-hearted atmosphere would not only be unwise but could also yield adverse effects. Furthermore, he lacked the standing to make such remarks. The current Lakers are Shaquille O'Neal's and Kobe Bryant's team. Rest assured, with the big shark around, the championship is within our grasp, O'Neal proclaimed with unwavering confidence. In contrast, Bryant maintained a more composed demeanor. Compared to last season, both the Mavericks and the Spurs have significantly strengthened, posing a substantial threat to us. So what if we lost to them in the regular season? Now that I'm back, I guarantee victory next time we face them. Well, it depends on your performance. Tim and Dirk are no easy foes. Humph, the Big Shark is the premier center in the league. Hearing this, Kobe found himself at a loss for words, realizing he could not refute it. Despite his disdain for O'Neal's laid-back demeanor, he had to concede that, in the current NBA landscape, this hefty player was indeed the strongest at the center position. Observing Kobe's reaction, O'Neal felt an increasing sense of delight and promptly reached for the pot once more. However, before he could grasp the meat, Kobe snatched it away just as it approached O'Neal's chopsticks. Kobe, if I am lacking, I cannot blame anyone else. As the two resumed their playful banter, Ye Feng exchanged amused glances with his companions, shaking their heads in laughter. Here we go again. Why does Kobe enjoy provoking Shaquille so much? Who knows? However, if it were anyone else, Shaquille would undoubtedly retaliate. But with Kobe, it was different. Now that you mention it, something feels a bit off. Listening to the light-hearted banter and watching Kobe and O'Neal playfully tussle, Ye Feng couldn't help but reflect. Their relationship seems quite good. O'Neal, Bryant? The two exchanged glances, halting their playful antics, each casting disdainful looks at the other. Due to the upcoming game tomorrow night, the group decided to keep the evening's festivities somewhat subdued. The gathering, exclusively attended by players from the Lakers, dispersed by 9:30, each returning to their respective homes. Jessica was preoccupied with filming a new movie in Hollywood and could not join them, leaving Ye Feng to retire to bed alone. However, he found himself lacking the inclination to sleep. While he felt relatively indifferent during his time with Kobe and the others, returning to his apartment alone enveloped him in a wave of fatigue. Despite his stamina rating being an impressive 92, the relentless back-to-back games had taken their toll. He was no machine, and exhaustion was inevitable. He soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following evening, Kevin Garnett, who averaged 21 points, 15 4 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, arrived to challenge with his team, the Timberwolves, boasting a record of 13 wins and 4 losses. In contrast to Ye Feng's accolade as the Rookie of the Month, Garnett's title as Player of the Month undoubtedly held greater prestige. As one of the top 2 versatile power forwards currently in the league, Kevin Garnett's prowess was indisputable and formidable. His clash with Shaquille O'Neal became the highlight of the match. Indeed, O'Neal thrived in encounters with powerful interior players. Whether it was the thrill of facing elite competition or the desire to uphold his status as the league's premier center, he appeared invigorated even before the game began, his demeanor radiating eagerness. "Feng, I've seen quite a bit of news about you lately, Rookie of the Month." "Well-deserved," Garnett greeted him before the game, disregarding Kobe nearby. With a teasing tone, he continued, "I heard you haven't renewed your contract with the Lakers. What do you think? Interested in joining the Timberwolves next season to team up with me for something great?" "Kevin, do you really think it's all right to recruit players right in front of me?" Kobe interjected, visibly displeased. A few steps away, O'Neal, still irked that Garnett approached Kobe first instead of him, contemplated delivering a few solid hits to Garnett during the game. Upon hearing the exchange, he could not help but intervene, asserting, "Feng is my closest brother. He won TB leaving Los Angeles." "That may be your opinion, but it ultimately depends on Feng's desires," Garnett retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Feng. In response, Ye Feng smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Kevin, but Minnesota is simply too cold for me." Ah, how I yearn to counter, yet the words of insincerity linger at the precipice of my lips, refusing to escape. The frustration of Garnett is palpable. Indeed, Minnesota is not a place for the faint-hearted. Were it not for the ample compensation and the respect bestowed upon him by the team, he would have sought an exit long ago. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Garnett's disheartened expression, O'Neal could not suppress a chuckle. Meanwhile, Kobe exhaled with relief. He relished the camaraderie of playing alongside Ye Feng and yearned for such formidable companions to remain by his side. Their formidable backcourt partnership is heralded as the strongest in the league, undefeated to date. Even disregarding the team's overall prowess, Ye Feng stands among the few true friends Kobe has in the NBA, a bond to be cherished. The thought of Garnett luring him away incited a fierce desire within Kobe to elbow the Wolf King into submission. However, reality dictated that their leisurely banter could not persist, and they soon returned to their respective benches to undertake the final preparations before the game. The audience was not kept waiting long, as the match commenced promptly. The Timberwolves presented a starting lineup of Rasul Nestorovic, Kevin Garnett, Gary Trent, Kendall Gill, and Troy Hudson. Aside from Kevin Garnett, Ye Feng admitted he was unfamiliar with the other four starters. In pregame analysis, Phil Jackson notably mentioned Szczerbiak as a considerable threat. However, Szczerbiak had been sidelined this season due to injury. Thus, it meant that Garnett had no reliable aide at his side. Nevertheless, Garnett led the Timberwolves to an impressive record of 13 wins and 4 losses at the season's outset, second only to the Mavericks, Lakers, and Spurs in the West. The prowess of the peak Wolf King is evident. Regrettably, it was clear to any discerning observer that the Timberwolves were squandering Garnett's prime years. Given the current composition of the Timberwolves, even the indomitable Kevin Garnett could at best steer the team into the playoffs, and it was doubtful they could survive the first round. This achievement holds little significance for the current top 2 power forwards, Kevin Garnett, imbued with a sense of melancholy. It is poignant to reflect that he devoted his prime years to the Timberwolves, only to join the Celtics in pursuit of a championship before his retirement. One could assert that Garnett has not betrayed the Timberwolves. However, these are mere afterthoughts. Returning to the game, the Lakers maintained their original starting lineup, with Ye Feng on the bench. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Garnett, with his swift reflexes, towering stature, and remarkable explosiveness, outjumped Shaquille O'Neal, enabling the Timberwolves to initiate their offense. The ball swiftly found its way into Garnett's hands. Despite being a center, O'Neal, who was supposed to match up against Rasul Nestorovic, voluntarily switched to defend Garnett. In a contest of sheer strength, O'Neal would undoubtedly prevail. Aware of this, Garnett wisely opted for agility over brute force. While he lacked the advantage in strength, his footwork was quicker and his movements more nimble, coupled with his exceptional shooting ability and well-rounded, solid skills. He posed a formidable threat offensively. Indeed, this was evident. O'Neal could not completely contain Garnett. Conversely, Garnett also struggled to restrict O'Neal defensively. The two immediately bypassed any exploratory phase and engaged in a fierce exchange. The difference lay in the fact that O'Neal was supported by Kobe, while Garnett lacked such reliable teammates. Nevertheless, Garnett's formidable presence on the court, combined with his outstanding vision and passing ability, enabled him to provide numerous excellent passes to his teammates. The match momentarily showcased a balanced contest. Alas, such fortune was fleeting. With the entrance of Ye Feng in the latter half of the first quarter, Phil Jackson opted not to substitute O'Neal, intensifying the Lakers lineup. Upon his arrival, Ye Feng was acutely aware of his responsibilities to defend and orchestrate the play, faced with the formidable perimeter defense duo of Ye Feng and Kobe. The Timberwolves' backcourt experienced unprecedented pressure, leading to a series of turnovers. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe scored 4 consecutive points, granting the Lakers the upper hand. Garnett, clearly unwilling to concede, responded by challenging O'Neal's defense with a difficult fadeaway jumper, helping his team regain composure. However, in the subsequent possession, O'Neal received a brilliant pass from Ye Feng and executed a thunderous dunk, igniting the crowd's fervor. The Lakers began to build momentum, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the audience. For the visiting Timberwolves, these sounds represented an intangible pressure weighing heavily upon their shoulders. It was evident that with Ye's presence, the Lakers swiftly gained the advantage. I believe he deserves a starting position. This is not to undermine Derek, but rather to assert that Ye is better suited for the starting role. The combination of Maple and Kobe in the backcourt exudes an intimidating intensity on defense, effectively severing all connections between the Timberwolves' backcourt and their interior. Kevin finds himself in a state of isolation and helplessness. This illustrates the stark disparity in the team's inherent strengths. While Kevin Garnett is undeniably formidable, he can only hope to neutralize Shaquille at best. The presence of Maple and Kobe places the Lakers in an unequivocally advantageous position. There is little need to elaborate on Shaquille and Kobe. Both are seasoned superstars who have proven their worth and garnered immense renown. In contrast, Maple's performance is nothing short of astonishing. In his inaugural season in the league, he demonstrates such prowess and consistency that his future potential appears boundless. Kevin Garnett must be feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. Who could possibly refuse a teammate like Maple? Meanwhile, the commentators on-site engage in relaxed conversation, generously showering praise upon Ye Feng. Surrounding Lakers fans cast admiring glances in his direction. They relish such words, so let them be spoken more. Commentator: on the court, the Lakers gradually extend their lead. Garnett, despite his efforts, cannot alter the unfolding dynamics of the game. The more he plays, the more frustrated and angered he becomes, leading to an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He realizes that Ye Feng effortlessly transitions from guarding the point guard position to the small forward position, maintaining dominance in the face of a clear disadvantage in height and weight. This extraordinary strength is truly disheartening. Is it the essence of Dragon Kingdom's martial arts? Beyond mere defense, Ye Feng's remarkable organizational prowess has completely liberated both Kobe and O'Neal, allowing them to focus solely on scoring. The offensive efficiency has surged dramatically. The Lakers' offensive onslaught resembles an unstoppable tide, relentless and overwhelming, leaving their opponents breathless and utterly helpless. Defending against it is an impossible task. The offensive efficiency on their end continues to falter, leading to an inexorable widening of the score gap. As the second quarter commenced, facing the Timberwolves bench, Ye Feng single-handedly scored 8 consecutive points, unimpeded, effectively sealing the victory. Ultimately, no unforeseen circumstances arose. The Lakers' triumvirate once again amassed over 80 points collectively, vanquishing the Timberwolves. Ye Feng felt a sense of helplessness. In his 29 minutes on the court, he efficiently recorded 23 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, falling just 2 rebounds short of his first career triple-double. It is indeed disheartening. Garnett implored, "Please articulate your thoughts clearly. Feng, consider my proposal carefully. We could become the most formidable duo in NBA history." With this parting statement, Kevin Garnett exited the court, his frustration palpable. The matchup against the Lakers profoundly highlighted the chasm between his team and the elite squads. It is a divide that cannot be bridged solely through effort and determination. If this trajectory continues, he may never lead the Timberwolves to a championship. Is merely reaching the playoffs sufficient? Certainly not. Yet, under the current circumstances, this Timberwolves team is incapable of contending for a title. Contemplating this reality weighed heavily on Garnett's spirit. Watching his opponent depart, Ye Feng shook his head slightly, dismissively considering. "You are indeed formidable. Together, with some capable role players, we could have a chance at the championship. However, even disregarding the abominable Minnesota climate, can the Timberwolves meet my salary requirements?" In this season, Ye Feng is merely a newcomer, lacking the reputation that comes with experience, and his minimum salary contract is hardly a topic of discussion. However, as he has already established his value for the next season, he will undoubtedly seek a more substantial remuneration, warranting at least a contract worth millions. As an undrafted player, his salary will not be constrained by league regulations. Any team wishing to recruit him must demonstrate a genuine commitment. Kevin Garnett, during his second year, signed a contract exceeding $100 million with the Timberwolves, astonishing the entire league, and his salary for the following season approached $30 million. The Timberwolves, however, would find it challenging to accommodate such financial demands. Moreover, the frigid climate of that desolate place, coupled with a small market and limited influence, would hinder his growth. Those who wish to go may do so, but he certainly will not. As Ye Feng prepared to depart, he noticed Kobe and Shaquille standing a mere 2 steps away, their expressions grave as they fixated on him. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Feng, you're not actually tempted, are you?" Shaquille expressed with evident concern. Ye Feng merely smirked. "What do you think?" Setting aside the Timberwolves' limited potential, the disparity between the markets of Minnesota and Los Angeles is stark. There is no reason for you to feel tempted. Kobe earnestly analyzed the situation. Shaquille nodded in agreement, nearly vocalizing his concurrence. Observing their banter, Ye Feng chuckled. "You two seem quite comfortable in this dynamic. Stop bickering whenever you're together, or others might mistakenly believe your relationship is strained. My connection with this fellow was never particularly strong. TCH. As if I want to be close to you," he retorted. Watching the two resume their playful quarrel, Ye Feng shook his head and made his way towards the exit, prompting them to hastily follow. Garnett's seemingly lighthearted yet earnest recruitment remarks had instilled a sense of urgency in both Kobe and Shaquille. They were acutely aware of Ye Feng's significance. When the three of them shared the court, The Lakers' performance in both offense and defense improved dramatically, particularly in the backcourt. They formed an impenetrable barrier. The team's bench also required Ye Feng's leadership, compensating for the average capabilities of the Lakers' substitute players. With Ye Feng on the team, the Lakers were virtually flawless. Such a teammate, who could possibly let him go? In light of this, both Kobe and O'Neal could not help but silently express their disdain for Kupchak. This incompetent fool, is Feng's performance not sufficiently outstanding? Does he not realize how many are now keeping an eye on Feng? Why has the contract extension not yet been completed? Kupchak, caught in an unwarranted crossfire, does he not wish to renew? Is it the team's financial predicament that restricts them from offering a substantial contract? While Feng himself is reluctant to sign at this moment, naturally, these sentiments would remain unspoken, leaving him to silently bear the brunt of the criticism. In the post-game press conference, Kobe, O'Neal, and Garnett shared an unspoken understanding as they extolled Feng's virtues profusely. The manner in which they seemingly conspired to undermine him left Ye Feng utterly speechless. While one could excuse Garnett's antics, it was truly perplexing that his two teammates would join in the chaos. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Fortunately, his well-rounded abilities rendered him impervious to targeted tactics. Otherwise, he would have faced significant setbacks. A day later, the highly anticipated match between the Lakers and the Grizzlies commenced at the Staples Center. The home team, the illustrious Purple and Gold Brigade, offered their opponents no respite, concluding the contest by the end of the third quarter. O'Neal scored 24 points, Kobe amassed 27, and Ye Feng contributed 18 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, for steals, and 2 blocks, collectively dominating the court. The relentless schedule afforded them little opportunity to rest, as the entire Lakers team promptly departed for Utah the following day. That evening, they were set to face the Jazz in an away game. A back-to-back match in an away venue, compounded by the altitude of the arena and the Jazz's fiercely aggressive defense, along with the referee's home court bias, greatly impacted the Lakers' performance. Both O'Neal and Kobe struggled with their shooting, achieving below a 40% success rate. Ye Feng, on the verge of fouling out, found himself challenged by the crafty John Stockton, a veteran master of subtle maneuvers who never engaged directly but rather relied on an array of underhanded tactics. Ye Feng realized, to his dismay, that he remained too inexperienced and naive. This match imparted numerous lessons. Ultimately, the score was 85-93, with the Lakers experiencing a regrettable defeat on the road, marking their third loss of the season. Ye Feng achieved a team high of 24 points and secured 11 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive rebounds. However, after playing for 45 minutes, he managed to record only 6 assists. The overall competitive state of the team was alarmingly poor, burdened by the disappointment of their loss. Ye Feng and his teammates returned to Los Angeles. After a day of rest, they prepared to face the challenge posed by the Mavericks on their home court. This will mark the second encounter between the two teams this season. In their previous match on the road, the Lakers suffered a defeat. Upon returning to their home court, the Lakers are undoubtedly eager for retribution. Unlike the previous encounter where their interior defense was thoroughly dismantled, this time Shaquille O'Neal has returned, significantly bolstering the Lakers' front line. With the likes of Ye Feng and Kobe Bryant anchoring the perimeter, expectations for this match are decidedly optimistic. To everyone's astonishment, Phil Jackson has made adjustments to the starting lineup. After a hiatus of over 10 days, Ye Feng is once again a starter. Consequently, the Lakers' starting five for this game comprises Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. Undoubtedly, this represents the most formidable lineup that the current Lakers can present. On the Mavericks side, their starting five of Raef LaFrentz, Dirk Nowitzki, Michael Finley, Adrian Griffin, and Steve Nash is equally robust. It was this very lineup that previously triumphed over Ye Feng and his teammates. As the opening whistle sounds, the game is officially underway. The referee lofts the basketball high into the air, and as it begins its descent, both O'Neal and Nowitzki leap simultaneously, stretching their arms with all their might. With a decisive thud, O'Neal secures the ball first, directing it toward his own half. However, his accuracy falters, sending the ball soaring to an unoccupied area of the Lakers' side. Recognizing the trajectory of the ball, Steve Nash swiftly accelerates into the Lakers' half, poised to seize the basketball. Yet, it is Ye Feng who outmaneuvers him, swiftly claiming possession. With a deft touch, he skillfully dodges Nash's attempt to steal, dribbling forward with elegance. Just as he crosses the midcourt line, his right hand, without any forewarning, hurls the ball forward. Like a comet, the basketball slices through the Mavericks' defensive formation, landing seamlessly in the hands of O'Neal, who has positioned himself beneath the basket. A splendid pass. Without hesitation, O'Neal receives the ball, takes 3 powerful strides, and barrels through LaFrance, soaring into the air for a thunderous dunk. Boom. The sheer force of the slam shakes the entire rim, as if it might collapse at any moment. The shark is fierce. The visual impact is striking. In just one possession, the atmosphere in the arena is electrified. Ye Feng's brilliant assist, O'Neal's emphatic finish, a scene of pure beauty. Kobe. The current score stands at 2 o'clock. The Mavericks hold possession. Nash raises his hand in anticipation of receiving the ball, only to notice Rafe LaFrance signaling at him insistently, prompting an instinctive turn of his head. Their eyes locked momentarily. Ye Feng averted his gaze, realizing there was no opportunity to launch a surprise attack, and thus retreated to defend. Positioned at the center line, he awaited Nash's approach. Upon seeing Ye Feng adopt a stance ready to match his defense, a throbbing pain began to throb in Nash's head. Memories of their previous encounter, filled with confrontations against Ye Feng, flooded his mind. How rough it had been. He had relentlessly sought to challenge him. That brutish powerhouse. Following that match, Nash experienced muscle soreness for a full 3 days before he could recover. Fully aware of the impending consequences, Nash, of course, had no intention of making a fool of himself. Upon reaching the midcourt, he assumed a protective stance with the ball, signaling for LaFrance to come forward for a screen. The latter, mindful of the situation, hastened forward and delivered a solid block on Ye Feng. As the defense was momentarily shaken, Nash was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a figure clad in the Lakers' number 8 jersey suddenly surged forward to apply pressure. Who else could it be but Kobe? One after another, the challenges continued to mount. A bit vexed yet maintaining clarity of thought, Nash promptly passed the ball to Adrian Griffin, who was now unguarded against Kobe. Just as the basketball slipped from his fingertips, Ye Feng, previously impeded by LaFrance, re-entered Nash's line of sight, causing his heart to sink. This is trouble. Crack. A sharp sound echoed. Nash felt as though he had received a heavy slap to the face, a painful jolt. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng swiftly advanced, and LaFrance attempted to block him, stepping forward to engage. However, upon collision, an overwhelming force emanated from Ye Feng, sending LaFrance stumbling back, struggling for balance. By the time he regained his composure, Ye Feng had already crossed the midcourt line. Casting a glance at the pursuing Nash, Ye Feng maintained his speed and barreled past, leaping from just beyond the free throw line to execute a powerful one-handed dunk. The score now stood at 4-0. Following the steal, Ye Feng showcased his prowess with a spectacular solo dunk, eliciting cheers and applause from the crowd. The ball returned to the Mavericks. Observing Ye Feng attempting to steal the ball just a few steps away, as well as Kobe poised to double-team from a distance, Nash felt immense pressure. This is merely a regular season game. Must they play so earnestly? It's not as if they lost to us just once. After a 3-second delay, he finally lifted his hand for the baseline inbounds pass, watching as Ye Feng returned to midcourt to intercept him, causing a throbbing headache. Employing the same tactic, he used LaFrance's screen to shake off Ye Feng's grasp. Before Kobe could advance, Nash pinpointed Ye Feng's position and passed the ball to Michael Finley. The latter, possessing decent athleticism and a reliable shooting touch, was actively defensive, though his ball handling skills were rather average and his drives lacked sharpness. On the Lakers' side, Rick Fox, aware of these dynamics, focused on denying Finley's shot rather than his drive, keenly targeting Finley's weaknesses. Knowing his own limitations, Finley opted not to force a drive, but instead passed to Dirk Nowitzki. Shaquille O'Neal immediately closed in on him. The imposing figure, coupled with a fierce gaze, made Nowitzki feel a twinge of apprehension, while Nash's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Watch your side. Huh. Subconsciously glancing to the side, I noticed that Ye Feng had unexpectedly sprinted over, preparing to attempt a steal from Nowitzki's blind spot. Realizing the situation, Nowitzki promptly raised his hand to protect the ball. However, as soon as he did, a powerful hand swatted the basketball away. Kobe, ever ready, darted a few steps forward to seize the ball, propelling it swiftly up the court. Ye Feng followed closely behind, while O'Neal hesitated momentarily before also charging toward the front court. Confronted by the dual pressure from Finley and Nash, Kobe delivered a pass through a narrow gap, allowing Ye Feng to receive the ball without losing momentum. Driving straight towards the basket, as he approached the free throw line, he noticed Michael Finley finally catching up to him and feigned a pass to Kobe on the right. Yet, at the last moment, he unexpectedly altered the trajectory of his pass, forcefully launching the ball against the backboard. The basketball rebounded perfectly into the hands of O'Neal, who was surging forward. The big shark resembled a speeding freight truck, barreling into the paint with an unstoppable ferocity. Observing this, Finley dared not intervene after all. It was merely professional basketball. There was no need to risk everything. Boom. With his signature two-handed dunk, O'Neal soared through the air, and upon landing, he let out an exhilarating roar. The atmosphere in the arena escalated to a fever pitch, with fierce defense, a rapid-fire fast break, and exquisite passing leading to scores. The seasoned fans seemed to be transported back to the illustrious Showtime era of the Lakers. Back then, the Lakers boasted legends such as Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the exceptionally talented rookie James Worthy, who played in this very manner. Now, the Lakers featured the league's premier center, Shaquille O'Neal, one of the four great guards, Kobe Bryant, and the equally gifted, rapidly improving Ye Feng. The trio graced the court together from the outset of the game, orchestrating a breathtaking offensive display. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng had not only won the recognition and affection of the Lakers fans, but they had also begun to elevate him to the status of the team's third star. The OK combination? No. The current Lakers are the KOF combination. The live commentary was sparked by a surge of inspiration, bestowing upon Ye Feng and his two companions a new trio name, which garnered unanimous approval from the Lakers fans. The focus returned to the court, where the Lakers swiftly established an early lead, striking the Mavericks with a 6-0 start, thus asserting their dominance in the game. In the subsequent defensive possessions, under the joint pressure exerted by Ye Feng and Kobe, Nash, the offensive engine for the Mavericks, was rendered ineffective. Adrian Griffin's organizational skills were mediocre at best, while Michael Finley's ball handling posed significant challenges, making it unreasonable to expect him to orchestrate plays. As for Dirk Nowitzki, although his passing ability was decent, it was limited to merely relocating the ball. Expecting him to frequently control and organize the offense from the post was clearly an unreasonable demand. As the Mavericks' offense stagnated, head coach Don Nelson made a swift decision, calling a timeout to adjust the team's lineup. He substituted Adrian Griffin for former Lakers point guard Nick Van Exel, opting for a dual point guard strategy. Ye Feng exchanged a glance with Kobe and ultimately chose to defend Nash, while Kobe took on the task of guarding his former teammate, Nick Van Exel. The game resumed with the Mavericks on offense. Nash had resolved not to engage physically with Ye Feng, and upon seeing him approach, immediately called for a screen from a teammate. After maneuvering around a few positions and noticing Kobe had not provided additional help, he sighed with relief. Seizing the moment to pass the ball, Rafe Lafrentz cut to the basket to receive the pass, but was met by O'Neal's imposing presence before he could leap. Hesitant to challenge, he decisively passed to Nowitzki. Kobe, having anticipated this move, sprinted forward and nearly executed a steal. In response, Nowitzki took a mid-range shot, and the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, finding its way into the net. Swish. The Mavericks broke their scoring drought, bringing the score to 6-2. The Lakers quickly inbound from the baseline, and the moment Nowitzki received the ball, Ye Feng had already surged toward the front court. Within just a couple of steps after receiving the ball, he had crossed into the Mavericks' three-point line, facing only Michael Finley as defender. Feigning a strong drive, Ye Feng glanced to his left, yet the ball was sent to the right. Without regard for defenders, Rick Fox received the pass unchallenged and calmly finished with a layup. The score now stood at 8-2. The Lakers maintain a 6-point lead. The Mavericks, employing a dual guard strategy, have found their offensive rhythm. Yet it is evident that their defense remains incapable of containing the Lakers. None of their guards can withstand the onslaught of Ye Feng, let alone the versatile scorer Kobe. As for Shaquille O'Neal, he reigns supreme in the paint. The Lakers continue to exert immense pressure on the Mavericks defensively, while Ye Feng shifts his focus to orchestrating plays, transforming into the commander on the court, which significantly enhances the team's scoring efficiency. The Lakers display an exceptionally fluid offensive flow, achieving a shooting percentage exceeding 70% in the first quarter and amassing an astonishing 42 points. In this era of the NBA, scoring over 30 points in a single quarter is exceedingly rare, let alone surpassing 40 points. The ferocity of the Lakers' offense is unmistakable. In contrast, despite Dirk Nowitzki's commendable efficiency, boasting a shooting percentage above 50, he finds himself powerless as his teammates struggle offensively. His solitary contribution of 14 points in the quarter is commendable under the circumstances. The Mavericks collectively managed only 20 points in the first quarter, with Nowitzki accounting for the majority. While this single-quarter score isn't particularly poor, the players are bewildered by the staggering 22-point deficit displayed on the scoreboard. Who am I? Where am I? Why are we trailing by such a margin? If it were not for Kobe and O'Neal, such a formidable offensive prowess would not be evident. The Lakers' transformation is largely attributed to that young talent from the Dragon Kingdom. Mavericks head coach Don Nelson muses, his gaze fixed on Ye Feng, who is sharing laughter with teammates on the Lakers bench, possessing not only exceptional defensive capabilities, but also being an outstanding floor general. His presence has significantly elevated the scoring abilities of both Kobe and O'Neal. Nelson feels a profound curiosity towards Ye Feng, unable to resist comparing his starting point guard, Steve Nash, with him. While Nash's playing style aligns more closely with his tactical philosophy, in terms of overall individual prowess, Ye Feng is truly impeccable. He is not only adept at both offense and defense, but also remains remarkably composed on the court, showcasing extraordinary playmaking abilities. Such players, previously unable to make an appearance in the NCAA and lacking any notoriety, often find themselves overlooked in the draft, a perplexity indeed. Given the prowess of this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom, there should be no hindrance in playing the scoring position, if necessary. Implementing a dual guard strategy could prove equally formidable. Don Nelson, often dubbed the mad scientist, is never short on innovation and imagination, mentally exploring various strategies and discovering immense potential. With the addition of Ye Feng, the Mavericks' fast-paced offensive style is poised to reach new heights. However, a pressing question arises: how to acquire Ye Feng? Realizing the implications, Don Nelson chuckled softly, shaking his head. Were he part of the Lakers' management, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to retain Ye Feng, even if it meant incurring luxury taxes. The question now lies in whether the Lakers possess such resolve. Should they falter, it would undoubtedly be favorable news for other teams. Setting aside this concern, Don Nelson turned his attention to the bewildered Nowitzki and the others, ready to offer guidance. Although his relationship with the Mavericks owner had become somewhat strained, his reputation within the team remained exceedingly high, quickly elevating the squad's morale. Yet, gazing at the 22-point deficit, even Don Nelson felt a twinge of discouragement. Though he masked it well, the intermission was brief, and the second quarter commenced swiftly. Ye Feng played the entirety of the first quarter without respite. Phil Jackson opted to keep him on the court for the second, shifting him to the shooting guard position while Derek Fisher took on the role of point guard. On the Mavericks side, Nick Van Exel and Michael Finley led the charge. With possession, Van Exel controlled the ball, and Fisher, well acquainted with him, quickly applied pressure. In contrast to his younger self, Van Exel, now over 30, no longer relied on aggressive drives. His approach was more tempered, calling for a screen from a teammate to shake off Fisher. He penetrated the paint, drawing defenders' attention, and, glancing at the tightly guarded Finley, made a swift pass to the open Bradley. Unfortunately, Bradley fumbled the ball, failing to convert the layup. Useless, Van Exel thought, correctly predicting the ball's trajectory as he charged toward the basket, prepared to secure the rebound. Yet, from behind, someone snatched the ball away. As he landed and turned, he caught sight of Ye Feng's retreating figure. In mere strides, Ye Feng accelerated, resembling an armored vehicle barreling down the court, leaving no Maverick in his path willing to impede his advance. Boom. After seizing the rebound, Ye Feng executed a swift drive into the Mavericks' paint, delivering a powerful one-handed slam dunk, thus adding 2 more points for the Lakers. The first quarter was predominantly characterized by orchestrating plays, with Ye Feng impressively dishing out a total of 9 assists. Yet in the second quarter, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. He indeed did just that. His defensive efforts remained unwavering, leaving Michael Finley in a state of discomfort, feeling utterly ineffective on the court, as if he deserved to rest on the sidelines. On the offensive end, Ye Feng adopted a dominant role. Within just 6 minutes of play in the second quarter, he took 7 shots, successfully landing 6 of them, amassing a commendable 12 points. During this period, he could not resist passing the ball to Devin George and Derek Fisher, capitalizing on their outstanding opportunities, resulting in 2 assists. With a commendable double-double of 18 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals, Ye Feng exited the court in high spirits. He contemplated securing 5 more rebounds in the second half, envisioning his first career triple-double within reach. During halftime, he planned to confer with Shaquille O'Neal to establish a position for himself, aiming for a few rebounds, a goal that seemed easily attainable. Such a modicum of respect. Surely Shaquille O'Neal would be inclined to grant him. However, reality did not afford him that opportunity, as he did not take the court in the second half. When Ye Feng exited, the Lakers held a substantial lead of 27 points. Despite such a commanding advantage, both Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal showed no intention of easing their efforts upon entering the game. They relentlessly pounded the Mavericks, who had already lost 6 points of their fighting spirit, extending the gap to over 30 points, transforming the second half into mere garbage time. The prospect of achieving a triple-double would have to be postponed for another occasion. What troubled Ye Feng further was the fact that, during the post-game press conference, Phil Jackson had chosen to bring him along with O'Neal. Ye Feng genuinely disliked interviews that could easily be manipulated into sensationalism. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining the head coach's dignity. After a refreshing shower and donning his attire, he departed the locker room under the somewhat gleeful gaze of Kobe. "Feng, you must acclimate to such engagements. We not only need to triumph on the court and perform splendidly, but we must also learn to garner attention off the court. Only then can we elevate our commercial value and secure more lucrative contracts." O'Neal imparted his wisdom with a smile. In response, Leaf offered no verbal acknowledgement, merely nodding dismissively. Observing this, O'Neal shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, "He is still too young. In due time, he will comprehend the veracity of my words." Had Leaf been privy to O'Neal's thoughts at that moment, he would have scoffed. Did he truly need to seek attention? With his identity as a representative of Dragon Country, backed by a vast market of over 1 billion people, he believed that mere presence in the NBA would attract ample endorsements, irrespective of his performance. Money? That was simply within reach. As for significant contracts, no team would turn away a player capable of bringing immense attention and revenue. Even though David Stern endeavored to preserve the NBA's fundamental competitiveness, at its core, it remained a commercial league driven by profit. The untapped basketball market in Dragon Country represented a substantial opportunity for financial gain. The keys to unlocking this market lay in Leaf and Yao Ming. Thus, Leaf paid little heed to O'Neal's counsel. The two, accompanied by Phil Jackson, arrived seamlessly at the post-game press conference. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Don Nelson's appreciative remarks. "No head coach can resist a player like Ye Feng from Dragon Country. I am no exception. If given the chance, I would naturally wish to be Feng's coach, as I believe we would ignite a unique synergy." His words nearly amounted to a direct invitation for Ye Feng to join the Mavericks. Realizing that his statement might have been too overt, Don Nelson quickly added, "Of course, I am not openly soliciting Long Guofeng. I merely wish to convey my admiration and fondness for him, which I trust everyone can appreciate." The reporters responded, "Do you believe we should take you at your word?" Shaquille O'Neal interjected, "My goodness, yet another one coveting my brother." Phil Jackson pondered aloud. Should I have refrained from bringing Feng along? Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat peculiar, Ye Feng sighed and remarked, "Being exceptionally talented can indeed be a burden." In the subsequent press conference, he appeared remarkably composed, deliberately sidestepping the reporters' inquiries regarding contract renewal. These individuals are merely intent on stirring up trouble. Relentlessly, they inquire about the contract renewal from every conceivable angle. It is truly exasperating. The joyful sentiment stemming from successfully avenging against the Mavericks has significantly dissipated. Upon returning to the locker room, Ye Feng discreetly discarded the small notes handed to him by several female reporters into the trash bin. He organized his belongings before departing. To be honest, he has yet to determine whether to renew his contract with the Lakers. Each mention of it has made him acutely aware of his current standing, further solidifying his resolve to postpone any renewal. One must prioritize self-interest. Maximizing benefits is paramount. He thought to himself that such matters could wait until the conclusion of the season. He then shifted his focus to the upcoming game. The Lakers' next match will be held at home against the Jazz, yet another opportunity for retribution. The last time, fortune and circumstance did not favor the Lakers, and a loss was, therefore, to be expected. Returning to their home court, devoid of the high-altitude challenges and the distractions of away games, the Lakers were well-rested after a day off before their match against the Mavericks, which concluded by halftime. The team's core players were thus rejuvenated and poised for a vengeful contest. On the evening of December 8th, at the Staples Center, the Lakers were once again engaged in a quest for retribution, this time against the storied Western Conference rivals, the Jazz, with the arena boasting an attendance exceeding 90%. After many days of absence, Jessica Alba finally found the time to attend the game, coming to support Ye Feng. Not only Jessica, but also Khloe Kardashian, alongside her sisters Kourtney and Kim Kardashian, as well as their 7-year-old sister Kendall, graced the event with their presence. It was unclear how they procured tickets, but the quartet occupied the front row, just 5 seats away from Jessica Alba, making their proximity quite notable. Noticing Khloe Kardashian's intense gaze, Ye Feng couldn't help but glance at Jessica Alba, who, with her serene demeanor and signature sweet smile, subtly adjusted her shawl to reveal her exquisite figure. Ye Feng found the situation somewhat amusing. Was there a competitive spirit at play? However, he quickly redirected his focus to the game, undistracted by the glamorous presence of celebrities. Alongside Jessica Alba and the Kardashian sisters, numerous other Hollywood luminaries were seated prominently, illuminating the venue with their star power. The presence of such illustrious figures alone made the ticket worth every penny. This is almost a standard for the Lakers games. One can only say, this is Los Angeles. This is the influence of the illustrious Lakers. However, the intensity of this match pales in comparison to the previous game against the Mavericks. Prior to the game, Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone engaged in a lively conversation, their camaraderie evident as they embraced each other. It is no surprise that Malone would later opt to join the Lakers and form a formidable F4 superteam. One wonders if my presence has altered the potential decisions of Malone and Gary Payton regarding their allegiance to the Lakers. I am curious, as I recall that both players initially joined the Lakers as free agents rather than through trades. Should they decide to come aboard? And if the Lakers meet their salary demands, would I also consider remaining? The prospect of forming an F5 ultra-luxurious star lineup seems rather intriguing. As for the possibility of being criticized for forming a super team, they are merely two veterans teetering on the edge of retirement without championships to their names, surely. No one genuinely perceives them as still possessing superstar caliber, right? Even if criticism does arise, I remain unfazed. The Lakers are fundamentally Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant's team. And I would merely be a tertiary figure. Securing a championship ring is the goal, and I doubt anyone would hold me to excessive scrutiny. Reality, however, did not afford me much time for contemplation as the game commenced promptly. I took to the court as a starter once more. During our regular training, Phil Jackson had begun to place me alongside O'Neal and Bryant on the same team. I surmised that as long as I showcased my capabilities in the upcoming games, my starting position would be secure. Yet, considering I was only earning a minimum salary, I found myself somewhat disheartened by the disparity between the financial reward and the demands placed upon me. A true conundrum. The sound of the opening whistle snapped me back to the present. O'Neal triumphed in the jump ball against Ostertag, and the Lakers swiftly initiated their offense. As we crossed half-court, I noticed Stockton's intense focus, and without hesitation, I launched a fierce drive. I effortlessly overpowered the seemingly despondent Stockton and penetrated toward the free-throw line. Simultaneously, Kobe had deftly evaded his defender, making a rapid cut toward the basket, while O'Neal had already claimed a prime position beneath the rim, signaling for the ball. Robert Horry, taking advantage of Malone's attention being diverted towards me, quietly retreated to the three-point line, ready to receive a pass. The array of passing options was truly abundant. Fortunately, I did not suffer from indecision. I charged into the paint, anticipating a collision with Malone, and with a subtle flick of my wrist, I released the basketball through the narrow gap, landing it perfectly in Kobe's hands. The little flying warrior caught the ball and soared for a one-handed dunk, scoring the first points for the Lakers. The score stood at 2-0. Hey, Feng, I believe my position was quite advantageous just now, O'Neal remarked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. In response, I smiled and replied, I'll pass to you next time. All right then. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I could not shake the impression that at this moment, the expression on O'Neal's face bore a hint of grievance, evoking a sense of pity. Shaking my head, I dismissed this unsettling notion from my mind and focused intently on defense. The Jazz were on the offensive. Stockton promptly summoned Ostertag to assist with a screen. Standing at an imposing height of 2.18 meters, Ostertag's effectiveness in screening was remarkable. Almost simultaneously with Stockton's escape from my grasp, Karl Malone deftly pivoted and cut inward. The basketball was passed at just the right moment. This is the most frequently employed strategy by the Jazz, simple yet effective. As Karl Malone received the ball, he was poised for a mid-range shot, but his rhythm was abruptly interrupted by the sudden defensive intervention of Shaquille O'Neal. Consequently, he turned his back to protect the ball, seeking an opportunity. Observing this, Kobe made a swift decision, abandoning his defensive assignment on Carl Porter Chaney to provide double coverage. However, Karl Malone, displaying shrewdness, chose not to pass to Chaney, but instead delivered the basketball to the perimeter to John Stockton. This left Ye Feng, who had been preparing to intercept, returning empty-handed a few steps away from Stockton. Rookie, your defensive strategies have long been thoroughly analyzed by us, Stockton scoffed. Without uttering a word, Ye Feng expressed his determination through action. He closed in, engaging in intense confrontation. Drawing from their previous encounter, Ye Feng faced Stockton's little tricks with a sense of ease. Or at least he was not so easily ensnared this time. With steady ball control, Stockton found himself in a predicament, feeling as though ensnared by a constricting python. Every movement demanded several times the usual effort, leading him to quickly pass the ball as if it were a scalding hot potato. Matt Harpring received the pass and attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter, while Rick Fox was quick to respond defensively. Compared to their last encounter, the Lakers, playing at home, had regained their stamina and focus, unimpeded by the high-altitude atmosphere, thus reacting much quicker on defense, placing greater pressure on the Jazz. The challenge of a contested three-pointer was evident. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Karl Malone and Shaquille O'Neal were locked in a fierce battle in the paint, neither willing to yield. In this struggle, Ostertag, leveraging his height advantage, outmuscled Robert Horry for the offensive rebound. However, as soon as he landed, he felt a sudden emptiness in his hands. Ye Feng, having executed the steal, swiftly turned and launched a powerful long pass. Kobe, who had already made his move, received the ball at the three-point line, charging towards the basket. He leapt with great effort, performing a 180-degree turn in midair, and executed a two-handed reverse dunk, adding 2 points for the Lakers. In terms of in-game dunking, Kobe, wearing number 8, held a prominent place in the league. The score was now 4-0. The Lakers had established dominance over the Jazz right from the start. Observing this, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan furrowed his brow slightly. This game is becoming perilous. Indeed, as the game progressed, Ye Feng began to wear down Stockton, who, at 40 years old and soon to be 41, was a year older than Karl Malone. At this age, NBA players may be considered to be in their twilight years. However, both Karl Malone and John Stockton continue to exhibit remarkable athletic prowess. The former has, thus far this season, managed to contribute an impressive 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists, while the latter has recorded 11 points and 8 assists. Even with the advantages provided by their tactical framework, their individual performances remain undeniably exceptional. Ye Feng, in light of their ability to maintain such a high level of competitive excellence at this stage in their careers, feels a deep admiration and is naturally compelled to give his utmost effort. This is the utmost respect for them. Stockton. This season, Stockton has limited his playing time to under 30 minutes per game, and in this match, he played only 20 minutes. It is not that he does not wish to compete, but rather that he is unable to do so. His struggle against Ye Feng has drained too much of his energy. If it were any other team's defensive player, Stockton would not find himself so troubled. After all, not everyone possesses the outstanding defensive skills and experience of Ye Feng, whose remarkable stamina and relentless efforts on defense show no regard for how it might affect his offensive performance. It is akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. Stockton finds himself in a difficult position. Without Stockton's orchestration and organization, and with Karl Malone being closely guarded by O'Neal, his efficiency was also compromised. Relying solely on Matt Harpring and the second-year player Andrei Kirilenko is clearly insufficient to contend against the Lakers' formidable trio. Ultimately, the score was 110-85, with the Lakers decisively defeating the Jazz at home, achieving their revenge. Unbeknownst to them, they have completed 22 games, surpassing a quarter of the regular season. Their current record stands at 19 wins and 3 losses, placing them ahead of the Mavericks with the same record, once again at the pinnacle of the Western Conference. They have also ascended to the top of the league. Hey, you and Longhua, don't you all advocate respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Next time, please refrain from such rudeness. Stockton jested graciously after the game. In response, Ye Feng smiled. I am merely expressing my respect for the seniors. You need not feel obligated to respect me. Stockton interrupted. Hearing this, Karl Malone couldn't help but chuckle, but he was quickly silenced by a fierce glare from Stockton. Despite Malone's imposing physique, with arms thicker than most men's thighs, he is firmly under Stockton's command within the Jazz. Noticing this dynamic, Ye Feng became curious about how Stockton managed such influence. If only Kobe possessed similar capabilities, the Lakers' greatest vulnerability would be resolved. Unfortunately, the Black Mamba is rather straightforward and lacks the cunning and tactics required. He likely could not learn this. At this moment, seeing Ye Feng and Karl Malone engaged in cheerful conversation, a wary O'Neal exchanged glances with Kobe, momentarily setting aside their grievances to approach together, apprehensive of being overshadowed. Ever since Don Nelson's attempt to lure Ye Feng away, both players have grown increasingly sensitive to the situation. Observing their intentions, Stockton, with a playful glint in his eye, teased, Feng, would you be interested in partnering with us? If you join, you shall be the leader of the team. Really? Ye Feng feigned interest, casting a glance at the current leader of the Jazz, Karl Malone. The latter smiled. John and I are both nearing retirement. As long as you come aboard, the position of leader is yours. Kobe and Shaquille were both visibly irked. Carl, John, your actions are utterly unethical. Feng will not come to your side. On the matter of Ye Feng, the two once again found common ground. However, upon seeing the mocking expressions on the faces of Karl Malone and John Stockton, coupled with Ye Feng's almost uncontrollable laughter, they realized they had been outsmarted, leaving them speechless. Observing this, Ye Feng and his companions could not help but burst into laughter. The two gentlemen were simply too entertaining. After engaging in a brief conversation, they parted ways. Ignoring the intense gaze directed at him by Khloe Kardashian, Ye Feng made his way towards Jessica Alba. Shall we go to my place tonight? Jessica Alba nodded in acquiescence. She stepped forward, embraced Ye Feng, and delicately kissed his cheek while standing on her tiptoes. Following this affectionate display, she smiled and glanced in Khloe Kardashian's direction, causing the latter's smile to vanish instantly. With an air of indignation, she turned on her heel and hastily exited the arena, seemingly humiliated. Her two sisters exchanged a knowing look with Ye Feng before departing as well. Meanwhile, the 7-year-old Kendall Kardashian trailed behind her sisters, occasionally casting curious glances towards Ye Feng. Are you declaring your territory? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. Throughout the encounter, he had paid little attention to the Kardashian sisters. You caught on, Jessica replied, her sweet smile radiating an alluring charm that made one almost wish to take a bite. It had been a while since Ye Feng had indulged in such pleasures, and he found himself yearning for it. However, in the presence of so many spectators and numerous cameras focused on them at the arena, he had to endure a bit of restraint. Fortunately, Phil Jackson was considerate this time, opting not to take him to the post-game press conference. After a refreshing shower in the locker room, Ye Feng successfully reunited with Jessica in the garage, and they drove back to the apartment together. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon, as they likely hold little interest for others. Their brief separation had only intensified their affection, and both endeavored to express their longing and love for one another. However, after this fleeting reunion, Ye Feng and Jessica parted ways the following day to resume their respective careers. That afternoon, Ye Feng traveled with the team to Golden State, preparing for an upcoming away game against the Warriors. This marks the second confrontation between the two teams in this season's regular games. In their previous encounter, when O'Neal had yet to return, the Lakers triumphed effortlessly over their opponents. This time, however, the formidable Big Shark has made his comeback and, through real game experience, has gradually regained his competitive form, significantly enhancing the team's interior strength, leaving them with no justifiable reason to falter. Indeed, the outcome corroborated this assertion. Faced with Eric Dampier, who frequently boasts of being the league's second-best center during a period when exceptional centers are exceedingly rare, O'Neal delivered a performance of sheer dominance. In a particularly intense moment of collision, he sent Dampier off the court, and the latter did not return for the remainder of the match. The Sharks were relentless. With a substantial advantage in the paint, Ye Feng faced off against Arenas on the perimeter, where he also held a distinct edge. It was evident that during their nearly month-long hiatus, the young general had made considerable strides, likely through immense dedication. Unfortunately for him, Ye Feng had advanced even further. His performance on both ends of the court was marked by steady suppression. In contrast, Kobe struggled against Jason Richardson, achieving a low success rate on defense. The latter was in exceptional form, making every three-pointer he attempted, finishing the game with an impressive 6 for 6 from beyond the arc overall. He scored 30 points on 12 of 17 shooting without any free throws. Regrettably, his teammates did not provide adequate support, and the Warriors ultimately failed to reverse their fortunes. The Lakers secured a 106-90 victory over the Warriors. Ye Feng played for 35 minutes, amassing remarkable statistics of 22 points, 7 rebounds, 13 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, effectively containing Arenas, who recorded 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. After the game, Arenas approached promptly. Feng, you won again this time, but I will definitely reclaim victory next time. I await your challenge. Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor. The two had formed a bond through their competitive encounters. After sharing a brief embrace, they parted ways. When we meet again, you are sure to grow stronger, but alas, those whom I have surpassed can only ever behold my back. With a serene smile, Ye Feng turned and quickly walked over to Kobe's side. Our little flying hero seems to have encountered some trouble in this game. TSK. Appears you've hit the dreaded rookie wall after a long absence. O'Neal suddenly appeared from nowhere. Hearing this, Kobe couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What the hell is this rookie wall? This is my 7th season in the NBA. The statistics of 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists are indeed respectable. However, in comparison to the average player, these figures appear rather mundane for Kobe Bryant. When juxtaposed with the performances of Ye Feng and Shaquille O'Neal, they seem significantly less impressive. Kobe finds himself in a rather helpless position. His efficiency is commendable, with a shooting percentage reaching 50%. The primary reason for his subdued scoring output is the stabilization of Ye Feng as a starting player, which has notably reduced Kobe's time with the ball. For a shooting guard accustomed to ball-dominant play, adapting to a non-ball-centric style requires time. Clearly, the current Kobe is still in a phase of adjustment. Were it another player whose ball-handling time was so severely curtailed, Kobe would undoubtedly resist such a change. However, given that the situation involves Ye Feng, whose personal scoring efficiency has markedly improved, Kobe is compelled to reassess his circumstances, ultimately deciding to adapt. In contrast, O'Neal does not grapple with such dilemmas. Once the basketball reaches his hands, it seldom leaves them. He has consistently fulfilled the role of a finisher on the offensive end. Ye Feng's emergence as a starter resembles the return of the Kobe who was willing to distribute and facilitate in prior seasons, allowing the big shark to thrive on the court, leading to remarkably impressive statistics. It is impossible to assert that the fiercely competitive Kobe has no thoughts on this situation, especially after being teased by Ye Feng and O'Neal, which ignites a fire within him. Consequently, upon returning to his home court for a game against the Hornets, Kobe unleashes a remarkable performance. The Hornets, who recently relocated from Charlotte to New Orleans, are technically a Western team by geography, but remain in the Eastern Conference this season. At the beginning of the season, this team, which should have been in turmoil, astonishingly achieved an impressive 11-game home winning streak, shocking everyone. Unfortunately, they subsequently faced a series of injuries, leading to a noticeable decline in their performance. Currently, with a record of 16 wins and 7 losses, they hold the 3rd position in the Eastern Conference, which is still commendable. Yet, they have recently encountered a 4-game losing streak, losing their edge, compounded by injuries that have cast a shadow over the team. The silver lining is that their star player, the formidable Jamal Mashburn, nicknamed the Monster, has remained a consistent presence throughout the season. Fueled by determination, Kobe proactively requested to match up against Mashburn before the game, and Phil Jackson consented. From the onset of the match, the two engaged in a fierce battle, showcasing an extraordinary level of intensity and individual prowess. Although Ye Feng was not familiar with Jamal Mashburn, he was genuinely astonished by the latter's performance during the game. With precise mid-range shooting, excellent post-up skills, and impressive ball-handling abilities, Mashburn proved to be a challenging opponent for even a defender as formidable as Kobe, leading to a thrilling exchange of scoring between the two players. This individual embodies the essence of a 1990s Carmelo Anthony, a dazzling display of offensive prowess. However, the other players on the Hornets failed to provide Marsh the requisite support in this contest. Byron Davis, who relishes overpowering his opponents with sheer strength, found himself thoroughly targeted by Ye Feng, who possesses an affinity for dismantling such physically dominant point guards. With an impressive strength attribute soaring to 90, Ye Feng is seldom outmatched, even against interior players. Only the likes of Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone, monstrous figures in the paint, present a formidable challenge for him. The 3 centers on the Hornets roster, each towering over 2 meters, were no match for Ye Feng's raw power, let alone O'Neal. Each was thoroughly overwhelmed in this matchup. Ultimately, Jamal Mashburn recorded an impressive 21 points on 9 of 16 shooting, alongside 10 rebounds and 6 assists, showcasing remarkable performance. Yet, in the face of Kobe's explosive 35-point exhibition, O'Neal's substantial double-double of 25 points, 17 rebounds, and 5 blocks, and Ye Feng's near triple-double of 16 points, 7 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The Hornets ultimately succumbed. Following a previous defeat to the Jazz, the Lakers have now surged to a 4-game winning streak, displaying their momentum and flair. Especially after Ye Feng was promoted to the starting lineup, the Lakers' offense flowed like mercury, resplendent and fluid, reminiscent of a revival of the glorious Showtime era. This transformation has elevated the attendance at home games to unprecedented heights, with nearly every match boasting over 90% occupancy, often reaching full capacity. In light of this, the venerable Jerry Buss expressed his satisfaction, yet he found himself increasingly entangled in a dilemma. The original plan seemed no longer applicable. But the thought of incurring exorbitant luxury taxes was equally unpalatable. The owner was caught in indecision while the coaching staff, led by Phil Jackson, incessantly urged the renewal of Ye Feng's contract. The team has two primary stars, Kobe and Shaquille, also voiced their desire to continue playing alongside Ye Feng for the next season, expressing their sentiments on multiple occasions. Caught between these three powerful forces, Kupchak felt utterly powerless, realizing he was in a precarious position that left him quite distressed. The regular season continued its orderly progression. Following a match against the Hornets, the Lakers, after just a day's rest, faced the challenge of the Magic, led by Tracy McGrady, at the Staples Center. In stark contrast to their previous encounter, this time the Lakers secured victory with ease. Ye Feng and his teammates had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the Magic's performance was surprisingly lackluster, with only McGrady showing any semblance of competitiveness while the others appeared to be in a stupor. The Lakers triumphed effortlessly. Kobe maintained his exceptional form from the last game, dominating the personal duel against McGrady, ultimately scoring 31 points to McGrady's 28. His consecutive 30-point performances were nothing short of spectacular. One must acknowledge that the Little Flying Warrior's adaptability is truly remarkable. He has seamlessly adjusted to his current role and excelled in off-ball play. The other core player, Shaquille, continued to shine against his former team, contributing an impressive 26 points and 13 rebounds with remarkable efficiency. As for Ye Feng, he persistently flirted with a near triple-double, embodying the essence of a quasi-triple-double maestro. Achieving a triple-double is indeed a formidable challenge. With Shaquille and Kobe possessing strong rebounding skills, it was difficult for Ye Feng, as a point guard, to consistently penetrate the paint. He often fell just 2 or 3 rebounds short, a source of frustration. Even more vexing was McGrady, who, representing an Eastern Conference team, faced the Lakers only twice during the regular season, suffering defeat in both encounters. In this season, the only opportunity to reclaim lost ground lies in the playoffs. However, given the Orlando Magic's capabilities, reaching the finals seems utterly unattainable. Thus, the chance to regain that ground appears futile. In a fit of anger, McGrady arranged a night duel with Kobe, who, unapologetically fearless, readily accepted the challenge. The confrontation between these two elite scorers of the current era piqued Ye Feng's interest, prompting him to observe the spectacle. Initially intending to be a mere spectator, he unexpectedly found himself entangled in what was supposed to be a one-on-one battle, transforming it into a three-way contest. Feng, at your age, I was nowhere near as versatile as you. What do you say? Would you consider joining the Magic? If you can defeat me, you shall be the leader of the team. McGrady smiled, casting a discreet glance at Kobe, who wore an expression of irritation, much to McGrady's delight. The earlier conversation between Ye Feng and Karl Malone had attracted considerable attention after being dissected by media lip-reading experts. It was evident that McGrady enjoyed indulging in gossip, cleverly employing the notion of team leadership to entice. Why does everyone assume I'm leaving? Is it so inconceivable that I might choose to remain with the Lakers? Ye Feng scoffed. Those he encountered lately, be it coaches, players, or journalists, seemed resolute in their belief that he would depart from the Lakers. This left him in a state of perplexity. How could these individuals be so certain about matters he himself had yet to contemplate? Are the Lakers truly willing to meet your salary demands? McGrady inquired. Kobe, who had been on the verge of speaking, immediately silenced himself and turned his attention toward Ye Feng. Both Kobe and O'Neal were unaware of the situation between Ye Feng and the management. They were genuinely curious, yet hesitant to inquire directly. With McGrady's question now posed, he felt compelled to listen intently. I have not even begun formal discussions with the management regarding this matter, so the question of matching does not arise, Ye Feng replied candidly. This statement left McGrady somewhat astonished. You haven't discussed it yet? Why should I engage in such matters so early? I see, you are quite self-assured. Not bad, I suppose. At this moment, McGrady found himself somewhat admiring Ye Feng's confidence and audacity. Were he in Ye Feng's position, he doubted he would possess such fortitude. The regular season is exceedingly long, and the NBA is fraught with unforeseen circumstances. Seizing the opportunity to perform exceptionally well while the management is inclined to offer lucrative contracts is a pursuit most players in the NBA would eagerly embrace without a second thought. Few would exhibit the composure that Ye Feng demonstrated. He bore no resemblance to a mere undrafted player still on a minimum salary. This individual was undeniably ambitious. Possessing immense self-assurance, such a prodigy would certainly not be content to play second or third fiddle. McGrady's gaze was piercing. Meanwhile, Kobe appeared to be lost in thought. However, the sudden sound of the door opening shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Accompanied by a thunderous cadence of footsteps, Vanessa, visibly upset and sporting a prominent belly, appeared at the corridor's entrance. Ye Feng reacted swiftly. Ahem, I seem to have forgotten something in the locker room. Without waiting for Kobe or McGrady to respond, he swiftly exited through another corridor. That night, Ye Feng was unaware of what transpired with Kobe, only knowing that he did not attend the team's practice the following day. It was rumored that he had taken leave to spend time with Vanessa, unable to soothe her after an entire night, with little energy to focus on Kobe's domestic affairs. Following the game against the Magic, the Lakers were about to embark on a challenging 4-game road trip, including a back-to-back away game. For Ye Feng and his teammates, this would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. The first opponent in this series of away games was the Timberwolves. Upon arriving in Minnesota, as they stepped out of the airport, the biting cold wind felt like a barrage of sharp blades against their skin. With temperatures plummeting to below 10 degrees Celsius, it was exceedingly frigid. The streets outside the airport were nearly deserted, evoking a sense of desolation. In stark contrast, the winter warmth of Los Angeles felt akin to paradise. It was remarkable that Kevin had endured 7 years in this city. It was a testament to his resilience. Ye Feng increasingly admired Garnett, as he knew he would struggle to endure such an environment. The poor conditions were one thing, but the small market and the lackluster support from the team's management made it all the more challenging. A team such as this, despite the allure of high salaries, possesses limited potential for growth. Thus, there is genuinely no need for consideration. Upon hearing Ye Feng's contemplative remarks, O'Neal, shivering in the frigid air, urged Feng, "Spare us the musings and let us hasten to the vehicle. I wish to leave this wretched place without delay. I long to conclude tonight's game and depart." Unable to withstand such minor chill, Shaquille, you truly are lacking. Among the entire Lakers roster, only Kobe would engage O'Neal in such a manner. Casting a disdainful glance, O'Neal retorted, "You would only have the right to speak thus if you removed your jacket." A feeble attempt at provocation, Kobe tightened his thick-down jacket, hastening his steps toward the vehicle. O'Neal, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation, thought, "This guy is insufferable. Would you not consider giving him a good thrashing?" Ye Feng prompted. O'Neal, astonished, replied, "Aren't you two friends?" "Indeed, what does that have to do with my desire to witness Kobe receiving a beating?" "It seems unrelated. Then just tell me when you plan to strike him." Upon hearing this, O'Neal found himself at a loss for words and promptly tightened his own jacket before quickly boarding the vehicle. Ye Feng shook his head in disbelief, each one of them masters of verbal sparring, yet utterly inept at physical confrontation. He soon joined his teammates in the warmth of the bus. They did not revisit the topic of striking Kobe, as his words were merely bravado. Surely, a real altercation was out of the question. The team arrived safely at their rented hotel. Unlike previous occasions when they would eagerly explore a new city for excitement, upon arriving in Minnesota, not a single member of the Lakers wished to venture outside. They all remained ensconced within the hotel. The coaching staff mirrored this sentiment, displaying a reluctance to move. The following evening, they faced the Timberwolves as scheduled. Prior to the match, Ye Feng and the others could not resist venting their frustrations to Kevin Garnett regarding the harsh weather conditions in Minnesota, only to be met with Garnett's disdainful gaze. "This is merely the beginning. Soon, Ye Feng and his companions would grasp the profound implications of Garnett's words." In this match, the Minnesota Timberwolves shamelessly maintained a low temperature within the arena. Garnett and his teammates had evidently grown accustomed to this condition, exhibiting an almost superhuman resilience to the cold, remaining unaffected. In stark contrast, Ye Feng and his fellow players faltered significantly, rendering them ineffective. From the outset of the game, the entire Lakers team struggled with their shooting, and Ye Feng was no exception, unable to find his rhythm. He resorted to taking shots as close to the basket as possible. However, whether he drove to the hoop or passed to O'Neal and Kobe, their efficiency was lackluster. The Timberwolves executed a targeted defensive strategy that posed considerable challenges for them. By the end of the game, the Lakers' shooting percentage languished at a mere 39.2, while the Timberwolves boasted an impressive nearly 45. The disparity in efficiency was glaringly evident. Ultimately, the Lakers succumbed to an 8-point defeat, unable to withstand the sudden chill. The loss was particularly frustrating. Kevin Garnett, reveling in victory, felt a peculiar sense of contentment in staying in Minnesota, pondering that such tactics could be employed more frequently in the future. Regrettably, by the time the playoffs commenced in April, such strategies would no longer hold sway. Garnett's teasing remarks elicited a few involuntary twitches at the corners of Ye Feng's mouth, yet he refrained from retaliating verbally. Internally, however, he resolved that the next time they faced the Timberwolves in Los Angeles, he would ensure their defeat. This sentiment was mirrored in the hearts of O'Neal and Kobe as well. The trio, accompanied by their teammates, hastily departed the court, eager to leave without delay. During the post-game press conference, they expressed their discontent with the Timberwolves' unscrupulous tactics. Resorting to underhanded methods when unable to win fair and square was most displeasing. Upon returning to their hotel, the team immediately began packing their belongings. As an elder, Phil Jackson clearly showed little resistance to the cold of Minnesota. After securing the unanimous agreement of his players, he arranged for the team staff to charter a flight out of the frigid city that very night. The trip began with a disappointing loss, further exacerbated by being outmaneuvered by their opponents, leaving everyone feeling particularly vexed. To their dismay, the following day in their away game against the Nets, they suffered yet another defeat. The icy grip of Minnesota had not yet thawed in New Jersey. O'Neal shot 5 for 19, Kobe 8 for 23, and Ye Feng 6 for 15. All three exhibited merely mediocre shooting percentages. The most efficient player on the team was Robert Horry, who managed 4 out of 8. Yet this was of little consolation as they faced a formidable Nets team led by Jason Kidd, ultimately succumbing by a narrow 4-point margin. This marked the Lakers' second consecutive defeat this season, and against a rival. Last season, the two teams had met in the finals, where the Lakers had swept the Nets to claim the championship, leaving the latter thoroughly humiliated. This match marked the inaugural encounter between the two teams in the new season. The Nets, having prepared meticulously, emerged victorious, reclaiming their confidence along with the win. The Lakers, despite their formidable roster, are not invincible. Even with the acquisition of Ye Feng this season, addressing their most significant shortcomings, they remain vulnerable to defeat. As the vanquished, the Lakers have no words to utter, only the quiet acceptance of their fate. In the realm of competitive sports, the reality is often harsh, suffering consecutive losses on the road. The Lakers' record now stands at 22 wins and 5 losses, before they could truly settle into their position at the top of the Western Conference. They were surpassed by the Mavericks, who boast a record of 23 wins and 4 losses, relegating the Lakers to second place. In this game, Ye Feng faced off directly against Kidd, gaining a profound appreciation for the prowess of this legendary point guard. While his scoring ability may not be on par, his passing, organization, defense, and rebounding skills are undeniably exceptional. It is no wonder that numerous media outlets and so-called experts have likened Ye Feng's developmental model to that of Jason Kidd. The similarities between the two are striking. However, Ye Feng has no time to dwell on such comparisons. The grueling schedule leaves them little opportunity to savor the bitterness of defeat. The next match is already on the horizon. Following their contest against the Nets, the entire Lakers team swiftly departed for Philadelphia, the hometown of Kobe, where they will face the 76ers, led by Iverson, in a back-to-back away game. This is yet another chapter in the saga of the finals. However, unlike the previous season's championship, where the 76ers managed to secure a single victory and preserve some dignity, they certainly do not view it in such a light. After all, the team toiled to reach the finals, only to settle for second place. Being a runner-up is often regarded as the most significant failure. How could they not harbor resentment? Confronted with the Lakers, the 76ers are fully determined, striving with utmost resolve for victory. Meanwhile, the Lakers, having faced 2 consecutive losses on the road, are in dire need of a win to uplift their spirits. This match undoubtedly calls for an all-out effort to secure victory. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Ye Feng may not be an admirer of Iverson, yet the name of the answer resonates profoundly. He is a warrior on the court who has epitomized personal heroism to its utmost, and he stands as one of the 4 premier point guards currently in the league. At one point, he was even regarded as the strongest among them. Allen Iverson is now at the zenith of his career. Initially, Ye Feng wished to personally experience the formidable prowess of this fighter, but during the pre-game analysis meeting, Kobe Bryant stepped forward, expressing his desire to take on the primary defensive role against Iverson. Philadelphia is the hometown of the Little Flying Man, holding a special significance for him. Likewise, Iverson occupies a unique place in Kobe's heart. As the undisputed number 1 pick of the 1996 draft, Iverson outshone numerous prodigies, Kobe being one of them. Thus, the competitive spirit has always simmered within Kobe toward Iverson, striving to showcase a more commanding performance to validate his own prowess. In their previous encounter during the finals, Kobe's performance paled in comparison to Iverson's, with the team's easy victory largely attributed to Shaquille O'Neal. Now, nearly 2 years later, with Kobe's skills having markedly improved, he is eager to reclaim that moment. Ye Feng harbored no objections. Iverson's peak years stretch ahead, granting him ample opportunities, and there is no need for haste. Ultimately, Phil Jackson acquiesced to Kobe's request. On the evening of December 20th at the Wachovia Center, the Lakers faced off against the 76ers in a highly anticipated game. During the jump ball, O'Neal outmatched Todd, making first contact with the basketball and directing it into the Lakers' half. Ye Feng swiftly seized control of the ball, initiating the Lakers' offensive. With O'Neal's return, the Lakers rarely lose jump balls. Dribbling past half court, Ye Feng cast a glance at the focused and spirited Allen Iverson before making a bold attempt to drive through. Realizing that Iverson's explosiveness surpassed his own, combined with an astonishing speed and decisiveness on the defensive end, Ye Feng understood the challenge ahead, had it not been for his enhanced ball-handling skills. Inspired by the peak Magic Johnson's template, he might have struggled to maintain possession. What astonished him even more was Iverson's remarkable ability to withstand physical challenges, which, while not on par with his own, was certainly exceptional among point guards. With a sigh of admiration, as Iverson attempted to steal the ball and shifted his weight, Ye Feng seized the advantageous moment to pivot and escape, creating a distance of 3 positions. His gaze shifted to Kobe, who habitually raised his hand to request the ball on the right side, yet without warning, Ye Feng lofted a pass toward the rim. A towering figure sprang from the ground, catching the pass with both hands and forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. Boom! The crowd gasped in astonishment as a spectacular alley-oop dunk scored. As the home team fans regained their composure, they erupted in boos and curses. The Philadelphia 76ers swiftly executed an inbound pass from the baseline, attempting a fast break. However, both Ye Feng and Kobe displayed remarkable speed in their defensive recovery, denying the opposing team any opportunity for a quick attack. On the defensive end, Kobe promptly targeted Allen Iverson. Prior to the game, Kobe had expressed his desire for a one-on-one matchup with Iverson, opting against double-teaming for the time being. Ye Feng, reveling in his leisure, cast a sidelong glance at the serious-faced Eric Snow, assuming the role of a spectator on the court. At this stage, Kobe's defensive prowess undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the league. In terms of metrics, he is likely on par with Ye Feng. Apart from sheer strength, his other physical attributes are decidedly superior. Overall, his defensive capability may be marginally stronger than Ye Feng's, particularly when contending with an opponent like Iverson, who possesses both power and explosive agility. Nonetheless, even Kobe found it challenging to contain Iverson. The latter's explosive athleticism, combined with his exceptional and stable ball-handling skills, made his sudden directional changes, which could obliterate ankles, particularly lethal. Once he successfully initiated his move, it almost guaranteed a breakdown in defense. Of course, Iverson is not entirely insurmountable. There are aspects to exploit. In a one-on-one scenario, the only viable strategy is to apply relentless full-court pressure, denying him the chance to receive the ball or advance with it effortlessly. During the 2001 NBA Finals, the Lakers employed this defensive strategy, effectively curtailing Iverson's impact to some extent. Tyronn Lue notably elevated his value during this series, primarily because he could guard Iverson. With the game just underway, Kobe was clearly not inclined to adhere strictly to this approach, seeking to explore other methods instead. This, however, proved to be a miscalculation. Watching as Iverson deftly evaded Kobe's defense and surged toward the Lakers' basket like a cheetah, even in the face of Shaquille O'Neal, he unhesitatingly launched himself into the air. Executing a layup while crashing out of bounds left Ye Feng in awe. Such relentless effort. Yet, it was undeniably passionate, a quintessential display of individual heroism. What of teamwork? It was entirely absent from view. No wonder so many admire Iverson. His style of play is indeed captivating. Ye Feng contemplated with unreserved admiration. He then raised his hand to receive the baseline pass, advancing to the front court with a measured pace. Their interior presence commanded an undeniable advantage, rendering a fast break unnecessary. Given that they were playing away on the second night of a back-to-back, they were certainly at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. Thus, a steady and methodical approach was undoubtedly prudent. Observing this, Phil Jackson on the Lakers bench nodded approvingly. Ye Feng's extraordinary ball handling and organizational skills not only astonished him but also filled him with immense joy. After considerable deliberation, he elevated Ye Feng to the starting lineup, which proved to be remarkably effective. Not only did it fully unleash O'Neal's scoring prowess, but after a brief period of adjustment, Kobe also developed an exceptional chemistry on the court. Throughout the match, Ye Feng's composed and mature demeanor further delighted the Zen master. Such players are beloved by any head coach. On the court, O'Neal received a brilliant pass from Ye Feng and once again overwhelmed his opponents with a powerful slam dunk. The score stands at 4-2, with the Lakers in the lead. The 76ers now have possession of the ball. In this defensive sequence, Kobe altered his defensive strategy, opting for a full-court press against Iverson, much to the dismay of the home crowd, who responded with a chorus of boos. Such targeted play in a regular season game would provoke ire even if Kobe hailed from Philadelphia. The harsher the jeers grew, the more resolute Kobe became in his defensive approach. Iverson undoubtedly found himself in a predicament. However, having learned from the lessons of the 2001 finals, he refrained from relying solely on his own strength, instead utilizing his teammates for screens to evade the defense. Once he received the ball, he executed a swift drive to the basket, launching himself into the air once again. Fearlessness was indeed his mantra. Shaquille O'Neal, refusing to relent, soared up to block his shot, causing Iverson to fly out of bounds as his layup failed to find the mark. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a foul on O'Neal. The Big Shark was clearly displeased, but found himself powerless to contest the call. Kobe, equally dissatisfied, recognized his inability to contain Iverson and approached. Maple, let me take the next round. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Iverson, who stood at the free throw line, a flicker of respect passing through his eyes. Iverson, with a stoic expression, converted 1 out of 2 free throws, clearly dissatisfied with his performance at the line. Acknowledging his subpar free throw accuracy among guards, he reflected on his lack of diligence in practice, realizing that he had no one to blame but himself. This is yet another drawback of Iverson. Aside from his height, his aversion to training. The score stands at 4-3, with the Lakers in possession. After advancing past the halfway line, Ye Feng executed a seamless crossover with Kobe, delivering a hand-to-hand pass and simultaneously exchanging their defensive assignments. Confronting Iverson, Kobe made a few aggressive strides inward before executing a sudden stop and a backward jump shot, the basketball swishing effortlessly through the net. It is evident that Kobe's shooting touch remains quite impressive in this match. This particular play ignited Allen Iverson's competitive spirit, and in the subsequent possession, he executed a mid-range shot with almost identical precision. Kobe, of course, was not one to be outdone. In the ensuing minutes, the two engaged in a direct scoring duel. Kobe, facing Iverson, who was both shorter and less robust, displayed a remarkably consistent mid-range game. The interior defense of the 76ers was rather mediocre, and his forays into the paint yielded a commendable success rate, thus alleviating the overall pressure he faced. In stark contrast, Iverson encountered significant challenges. With Shaquille O'Neal anchoring the Lakers' interior, every attempt to penetrate the paint felt akin to confronting an immovable mountain, drastically elevating the difficulty of his scoring endeavors. Furthermore, Iverson's shooting consistency paled in comparison to Kobe's, leading to his eventual shortfall in their scoring competition. The disparity in team strength was glaringly evident, with the Lakers holding a pronounced advantage. In the first quarter, Ye Feng barely made his presence felt, focusing instead on facilitating plays. He recorded an impressive 7 assists while only attempting 3 shots, all of which he converted, garnering 6 points, alongside 4 rebounds and 1 steal. Such a comprehensive stat line within a single quarter seemed to indicate a triple-double was well within reach. Yet, Ye Feng found himself unable to relish the moment. For the 76ers, performance had exceeded his expectations, not in strength, but in their sheer weakness. Beyond Allen Iverson, there was no other player on the 76ers capable of posing a substantial threat. The recently acquired Ye Feng was markedly ineffective, struggling to score against O'Neal's formidable presence in the paint, resorting instead to perimeter shooting reminiscent of Dirk Nowitzki, albeit with far less efficiency. Former 6th Man of the Year Aaron McKie appeared utterly lost on the court, his shooting percentage falling below 40. The 1990 first overall pick, Derek Coleman, possessed undeniable talent. Yet his lackadaisical professional attitude and declining performance year after year rendered him virtually useless. The current iteration of the 76ers truly lacks the capacity to pose a threat. During the first half, Kobe Bryant single-handedly focused on guarding Allen Iverson. However, in the second half, as Ye Feng began to employ relentless double-teaming and supplementary defense against Iverson, the latter's scoring efficiency plummeted dramatically. In a one-on-one scenario, Iverson indeed exhibits formidable prowess. Yet, when confronted with a 2-on-1 situation, particularly against 2 exceptionally coordinated defenders with remarkable defensive skills and athletic prowess, even someone as formidable as Iverson struggles to withstand the pressure. The Lakers concluded the game after 3 quarters, halting their losing streak and reversing their downturn. Observing his personal statistics, just 2 rebounds shy of a triple-double, Ye Feng felt a complex mix of emotions. Is it truly impossible to secure this triple-double? Over on the 76ers side, Allen Iverson, having suffered a defeat, wore an expression of desolation. Memories of the previous finals against the Lakers surfaced in his mind, and contrasting that encounter with the current game only deepened his melancholy. He murmured in a voice audible only to himself, "Can I really lead the 76ers to a championship?" What should have been a moment of joy, a victory that halted the team's consecutive losses on the road, left him feeling discontented. It was akin to finally securing a date with the goddess of his dreams, only to find her unable to enjoy anything cold on that very day. The 76ers were undeniably underwhelming. It felt meaningless. Indeed, one truth emerged. On the basketball court, no matter how formidable an individual may be, without dependable teammates, one can only dominate lesser opponents. When faced with truly strong teams, the challenge of securing a win becomes exceedingly arduous. Even the great Allen Iverson at his peak found himself in such a predicament. A team reliant on a single star is often placed in an awkward position. Opponents need not completely neutralize that singular talent, but merely reduce its effectiveness. If the surrounding players fail to provide adequate support, victory becomes a distant dream. This match serves as the finest testament. As the third quarter commenced, with Ye Feng collaborating with Kobe to contain Iverson, the 76ers swiftly crumbled. Following the game, Iverson appeared notably serious yet gracefully approached Ye Feng and his companions to extend greetings. In the press conference, he candidly acknowledged the defeat, accepting full responsibility without casting blame on his teammates. A true gentleman. Furthermore, he, alongside Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe, lavished praise upon Ye Feng. It seems to have become a customary practice for the Los Angeles Lakers to receive an accommodating response from their opponents after each game, leaving Ye Feng feeling rather helpless. Is there truly no fear of elevating him to a point of downfall? A day later, in Toronto, at the Scotiabank Arena, the final battle of this away journey has commenced. Following Tracy McGrady's departure, Vince Carter is left to shoulder the responsibility of leading the Raptors single-handedly. As one of the premier shooting guards, Carter's prowess is undeniably exceptional. His remarkable dunking ability adds a captivating flair to his game, garnering him immense popularity. The most profound impression Ye Feng holds of Carter is that breathtaking one-arm dunk that hangs on the rim. It was simply magnificent. Who knew one could dunk in such a manner? This was Ye Feng's genuine reflection upon witnessing Carter's remarkable dunk for the first time. He had anticipated a display of the UFO's prowess in this match, but unfortunately, an injury prevented him from participating. The Raptors, devoid of Vince Carter, resembled a ferocious beast stripped of its fangs, significantly diminishing their threat. Despite the arduous travel and consecutive away games that left them physically drained, the Lakers effortlessly secured victory on the road. With a record of 2 wins and 2 losses away from home, Ye Feng and his team returned to Los Angeles. The matchup against the Raptors marked the Lakers' final game of December, concluding their 2002 season with an impressive tally of 24 wins and 5 losses, solidifying their position as the second in the Western Conference, trailing only behind the Mavericks. Although they did not ascend to the top, this record was undeniably commendable. With Shaquille O'Neal's return, as anticipated, Ye Feng's share of ball possession diminished slightly, resulting in his average points per game dropping from above 20 to 19.3, thus no longer being a member of the 20 club. This number is likely to continue decreasing, as fewer attempts naturally result in lesser scoring. In contrast to his scoring, Ye Feng's assists saw a significant increase, now averaging over 10 assists per game. Playing alongside O'Neal and Kobe made racking up assists remarkably effortless, particularly with the former. A well-placed pass almost guaranteed an assist. Of course, Ye Feng's defensive contributions remained formidable, averaging 19 points, 6 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. He exemplified a top-tier dual-threat point guard. His outstanding performance earned him the Rookie of the Week honors for every week in December, and it came as no surprise when he was awarded the Rookie of the Month. In stark contrast, Stoudemire, who ranked second, averaged merely 14 points and 8 rebounds, presenting no real challenge. The most prestigious accolade of the month, the Player of the Month award, was rightfully bestowed upon Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks. The seasoned player led his team to an exceptional record in December, claiming the top position in both the Western Conference and the league, with remarkable averages of 24, 6 points, 11, 3 rebounds, 3, 5 assists and 1, 3 blocks per game. Kobe and O'Neal expressed their dissatisfaction regarding this recognition. The former, with an average of over 30 points and a team record only slightly inferior to Nowitzki's, felt he deserved the accolade, and his frustration was palpable. He resolved to intensify his efforts moving forward, as he sought not mere parity, but universal acclaim. Conversely, while O'Neal voiced his grievances, he soon dismissed them from his mind. With 5 days devoid of games approaching, coinciding with the new year, the team was granted a 3-day holiday. O'Neal proclaimed that a celebration must ensue. On the very day Ye Feng returned to Los Angeles, he received a call from the team's general manager, Kupchak. Initially, he presumed that the conversation would finally delve into the matter of contract renewal, and he was contemplating how to navigate that discussion. However, to his surprise, that was not the case at all. "Feng, you really need to find yourself an agent." Kupchak's voice conveyed a sense of resignation. The numerous businesses attempting to reach Ye Feng had begun to approach him directly. What started as an occasional phone call had escalated to 7 or 8, and now had transformed into a daily influx of over a dozen calls, most of which originated from the Dragon Kingdom. All were eager for Ye Feng to endorse their products. The majority had made direct offers, which, though not exorbitant, accumulated in number. A rough calculation revealed that these offers amounted to several million US dollars, a sum that dwarfed the salary provided by the Lakers by several multiples. This season has barely seen 30 games, and it is truly hard to fathom the magnitude of what could transpire if Ye Feng were to sustain such exceptional performance throughout the entire season. Should the Lakers ultimately secure the championship, the financial rewards he could reap would likely multiply several times over. Would that not amount to several $1,000,000? It is quite astonishing. Upon contemplating this, Kupchak suddenly realized that the contract extension limit the owner had recently offered to Ye Feng now seemed rather modest, as he may not even find it appealing. This matter has transcended the authority of the general manager. Immediately upon receiving the news, Kupchak, overwhelmed by incessant calls from various businesses, chose to reach out to Ye Feng. Am I truly this popular? Ye Feng pondered, realizing he had perhaps underestimated his own influence. It seemed imperative to engage an agent and assemble a team dedicated to supporting his aspirations, to focus on his game and personal growth. He needed to delegate matters beyond basketball to others. Lacking connections in the United States, Ye Feng sought counsel from Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal regarding the situation. In a show of camaraderie, both readily recommended their respective agents to him. Ye Feng acknowledged their expertise and recommendations. The agents of Kobe and O'Neal expressed considerable interest upon learning that Ye Feng was without representation. Had it not been for the earlier interventions by Kobe and O'Neal, they would have approached him long ago. With Ye Feng now open to the idea, Kobe and O'Neal ceased their reservations, and the agents promptly introduced themselves. At the party hosted by O'Neal, Ye Feng met with Rob Pelinka, Kobe's agent, and Perry Rogers, Shaquille's agent. Both were well prepared, articulating their visions for Ye Feng's future development, expressing great optimism regarding his potential. After attentively considering their proposals and philosophies, Ye Feng refrained from making an immediate decision. It was only after the party concluded that he reached a conclusion. Pelinka and Rogers presented remarkably similar plans and ideologies, while Kobe and O'Neal had merely facilitated the introductions without further involvement or commentary, clearly allowing Ye Feng to make his own choice. In the absence of any conflicting interests, Ye Feng ultimately opted for Pelinka, Kobe's agent. The rationale was straightforward. Pelinka's commission was set at a mere 1.5 for salary and 5 for endorsements, both of which were exceptionally low. In contrast, Rogers requested 2.5 and 8, although the difference appeared minimal. Considering the astronomical figures Ye Feng anticipated in terms of salary and endorsement fees, every percentage point could equate to millions of dollars. Who would not prefer to earn more? Naturally, the choice fell to the agent with the lesser commission. Upon learning of his selection by Ye Feng, Pelinka was elated. That very evening, they signed the agency contract, solidifying their partnership. However, his joy was short-lived. Following the public announcement of his contact information, a deluge of businesses eager to connect with Ye Feng inundated him with dozens, even hundreds, of phone calls. Pelinka was momentarily astounded. Kobe was never this popular. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Pelinka quickly regained his composure, his excitement intensifying. He had made the right bet. However, the mere thought of Ye Feng's explicit statement that he would only consider endorsements after the All-Star game left him feeling quite vexed. It felt akin to pushing away money that was being offered right at his doorstep. Simultaneously, it further solidified his resolve to take Ye Feng seriously. A super talent capable of restraining his desires, backed by a market of over 1 billion people, holds an immeasurable future. As Ye Feng's agent, patience would undoubtedly yield abundant rewards. Contemplating this, Pelinka was filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the team's holiday, Ye Feng ventured to Hollywood. There, he paid a visit to Jessica Alba on set, while also preparing to celebrate the new year together. "Darling, what brings you here?" Jessica exclaimed, surprised by Ye Feng's sudden appearance at the filming location, where he generously treated the entire crew to hot coffee, enhancing his reputation. A wave of unprecedented happiness enveloped her. Such visits were rare in contemporary America. The first time is always unforgettable. That day, amidst the playful banter and flirtatious gazes of the crew, Jessica left early. And together with Ye Feng, they drove to a mountaintop by the seaside. The cool sea breeze caressed their faces as they nestled together, sharing a kiss to welcome the new year. To avoid any lurking paparazzi, Ye Feng restrained his impulses, opting not to engage in anything overt in the car. After nearly half an hour of anticipation, the enamored couple quickly returned to the hotel. That night, Jessica Alba was particularly proactive and passionate. As Ye Feng reveled in the tender affections of the beautiful actress, Amare Stoudemire, who had been overshadowed and ranked second among rookies, was intercepted by an overly inquisitive reporter on the street. Having indulged in a bit of drink, the young star's displeasure was evident. "Feng? He has just been lucky. If I were playing alongside Shaquille and Kobe, my stats would undoubtedly be more impressive." Statistics do not fully encapsulate one's individual prowess. The Lakers' remarkable record is certainly attributed to Shaquille and Kobe. It has little to do with Feng. The Rookie of the Year award shouldn't solely hinge on statistics and team performance. I believe the selection criteria should be revised. We are set to face the Lakers in 2 consecutive games, and on the court, the truth will reveal itself. Who truly is the stronger player will soon be apparent. Originally, these words were nothing more than drunken bravado, spoken before a mere tabloid reporter. Stoudemire dismissed them lightly and returned home to sleep. Little did he anticipate the ensuing developments would spiral far beyond his expectations. It had escalated. Stoudemire has underestimated the current fame and influence of Ye Feng, as well as the Lakers' management's regard for him, and even more so, the esteem in which O'Neal and Kobe hold him, as the most prominent and outstanding player of Asian descent in the NBA today. Ye Feng has become the most popular and closely watched basketball athlete among the Asian basketball enthusiasts in America, as well as among young players aspiring to join the NBA. He has demonstrated, through his achievements, that individuals of Asian descent are not inferior to their black and white counterparts in the realm of basketball. Following Stoudemire's direct criticism, the Asian fans and young players in America have expressed their discontent. Recognizing this situation, the Lakers' official response was remarkably swift, promptly voicing their support for Ye Feng. Feng is one of the core players of the team, and his contributions have been indispensable to our exceptional performance. The management seized the opportunity to enhance goodwill. In the afternoon, upon receiving the news, O'Neal and Kobe publicly voiced their support. O'Neal stated, "Feng has demonstrated his stability and excellence over 32 regular season games, proving that the current Lakers possess not only the dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe, but an even more formidable KOF combination, with Feng being an irreplaceable asset." Kobe added, "Amare is impressive and talented, but there is no doubt that Feng stands as the strongest rookie of this season." Other players within the Lakers also voiced their support for Ye Feng. The entire purple and gold team reached an astonishing consensus on this matter. Even those few players who harbored jealousy or discontent towards Ye Feng chose to lend their support, showcasing an extraordinary sense of unity within the team. At this moment, anyone who dares to dissent may find themselves swiftly eliminated. On the side of the Suns, they undoubtedly stand firmly with their players. Regardless of how one perceives the situation, it is clear that Stoudemire's brash remarks have instigated this turmoil. However, they cannot afford to appear weak. Thus, an palpable tension arises between the two teams, reminiscent of an impending clash. Originally, the upcoming matches between the Lakers and the Suns, held both on the road and at home, were merely 2 ordinary regular season games that garnered little attention. Yet, they have now been imbued with a particular significance: the Rookie of the Year showdown. Ye Feng versus Stoudemire. The NBA has subtly been fostering this discourse, further elevating the stakes of the competition. It can be anticipated that in the forthcoming games, the victor between Ye Feng and Stoudemire, along with the one who boasts superior statistics, will bask in an influx of popularity, while the defeated may suffer a backlash from the very attention they sought. Ye Feng had been aware of this matter the following morning but had not paid it much heed. However, as the team dynamics shifted and fans actively defended their cause, coupled with the league's discreet encouragement, the situation escalated significantly. Upon returning to the team to continue battling in the regular season after a brief respite with Jessica, he was approached by Shaquille O'Neal as soon as he arrived at the arena. O'Neal declared, "Brother, in the upcoming 2 games. With the league's premier center, Big Shark, setting screens and positioning for you, feel free to drive into the paint. Do not suppress your scoring instincts. Showcase your abilities and let everyone know you are the undisputed Rookie of the Year and an indispensable core player of our team. Kobe's expression was earnest. Before Ye Feng could respond, Phil Jackson emerged from the corridor, clapped his hands to garner attention, and fixed his gaze directly upon Ye Feng. Feng. In the next 2 matches against the Suns, you will possess unrestricted shooting rights. A wave of gratitude washed over Ye Feng, touched by such recognition. Yet he was also somewhat taken aback by the solemnity exhibited by both his teammates and coach. Initially, Ye Feng believed that even without special treatment, given his prowess, he could outshine Stoudemire as long as no extraordinary mishaps occurred. Now, with the entire team, from the coaching staff to the players, eagerly supporting him and racking up statistics, what could Ye Feng do but acquiesce? Such opportunities are rare, and Ye Feng is eager to explore the limits of his potential. Nearly a month has passed since the day he unlocked and integrated the pinnacle of the Magician template. The intense competition of the regular season, coupled with daily training and additional practice, has significantly enhanced the fusion of both Ben Wallace's and the Magician's templates. Consequently, Ye Feng has experienced improvements across various attributes. Detailed as follows. Ye Feng age, 19 years gender, male height, 194 centimeters weight, 87 kilograms wingspan, 205 centimeters strength, 90, 92, speed, 85, 87, stamina, 94, 98, explosiveness, 83, 86, coordination, 88, 92, dunking, 86, 88, layup, 90, 96, mid-range, 82, 86, three-point, 73, 80, free throw, 81, 84, ball handling, 92, 99, driving, 85, 87, passing, 92, 99, defense, 92, 95, rebounding, 93, 97, overall rating, 89, NBA star, evaluation. A nearly all-star level point guard with a weakness in three-point shooting. The most notable improvements are undoubtedly in ball handling and passing, both surpassing the 90 threshold and now reaching a value of 92. It is evident that with a maximum value of 99 points, overcoming the bottleneck in these areas is considerably easier than in other attributes. It can be anticipated that these 2 aspects will be among the fastest to improve among Ye Feng's attributes exceeding 90. Of course, aside from passing and ball handling, Ye Feng has also witnessed enhancements in his other attributes, albeit to a lesser extent. Within just a month, such a comprehensive and substantial improvement has left Ye Feng exceedingly satisfied. He feels particularly confident about the upcoming match against the Suns. Reality, however, has not afforded him much preparation time. The day after the team reconvened post-holiday, the Lakers flew to Phoenix for their impending away game against the Suns, who currently hold a record of 20 wins and 12 losses, placing them 7th in the Western Conference. This record can only be described as mediocre, and it may not even guarantee a place in the playoffs. However, the roster of the Suns is undoubtedly commendable. Shawn Marion and Stephon Marbury are both indisputable star players, currently in their prime, each boasting an average of over 20 points per game this season. Together, they can contribute more than 40 points on average to the Suns' score. Moreover, this is only the beginning. This season, the Suns have acquired the physically explosive and exceptionally talented rookie, Amare Stoudemire, significantly bolstering their greatest weakness, the interior strength of the team. Coupled with the enduring prowess of veteran Anthony Hardaway and the promising capabilities of Joe Johnson, the team's potential has been notably enhanced. The paper strength of the Suns team is indeed impressive. However, the amalgamation of these exceptional players has failed to yield a harmonious chemistry. The crux of the issue lies with the 2 pivotal figures of the team, Shawn Marion and Stephon Marbury. Both firmly believe they are the unequivocal leaders of this Suns squad, neither willing to concede dominance to the other. Compounding this dilemma is the indecisiveness of the Suns management, which has been unable to commit to supporting one player over the other. As a result, a team that should possess formidable competitive prowess has yet to truly harness and unleash its potential. It is thus understandable that their performance this season has been mediocre. Faced with such an opponent, Ye Feng finds no justification for defeat. However, his ambitions extend beyond mere victory. The team has bestowed upon him the freedom to unleash his full potential, and he aims to secure a resounding triumph. This expectation applies both to the team and to himself. At this moment, within the Footprint Center, the players from both teams have taken to the court. Your luck ends tonight. With a cold snort, Stoudemire turned and walked away. Observing this, Ye Feng felt no anger, rather. He found it somewhat amusing. Is this guy too engrossed in his role? Does he take himself too seriously? Given the Suns' roster strength and Stoudemire's performance this season, who granted him such audacity and confidence to be so arrogant, Ye Feng resolved not to indulge him. He must be made aware of the harshness of reality. The game commenced swiftly. The Lakers retained their starting lineup, with Ye Feng having secured a stable starting position, while Derek Fisher remained unconcerned, content to play as a substitute. There was little room for discontent. Competing with Ye Feng was futile. The Suns deployed their starters, Scott Williams, Amare Stoudemire, Anthony Hardaway, Sean Marion, and Stephon Marbury. The lineup boasted stars, promising rookies, seasoned veterans, and a versatile center, presenting a truly commendable formation. The anticipation of the spectators was soon met as the referee blew the opening whistle. The basketball was tossed high into the air. O'Neal, fully focused, leaped at the moment the ball began to descend, overpowering Stoudemire to be the first to make contact with it. The Lakers launched their offensive. The ball was immediately in Ye Feng's hands. Rather than proceeding with the usual cautious approach, waiting for O'Neal to establish his presence before executing a strategy, Ye Feng seized control of the basketball and initiated a rapid surge. As Stephon Marbury approached, he was violently shoved aside, nearly collapsing to the ground and staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. This rookie possesses remarkable strength. His expression fell noticeably. As he was embarrassed by a rookie in the first grade, naturally, his mood was far from pleasant. With little regard for his opponent's current feelings, Ye Feng charged towards the basket. A few steps away, Sean Marion hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against giving up on defending Kobe. Meanwhile, Stoudemire, who had just arrived at the basket, wore a pleased expression and approached confidently, having resolved to teach Ye Feng a profound lesson. In truth, he felt quite regretful about having escalated the situation with his earlier bravado. This situation not only affected him personally, but also had repercussions for the team, leading to a direct conversation with the head coach, which left him quite displeased. However, since the matter had already transpired, he could only accept the circumstances as they were. Stoudemire remained confident in his abilities. After all, he had emerged victorious in the preseason clash against Ye Feng and was acutely aware of Ye Feng's shortcomings. The latter lacked a consistent shooting technique, relying instead on explosive dunks and layups to score. When faced with a formidable interior presence, his offensive potency would inevitably wane. And who better to fulfill that role than Stoudemire himself? The advantage was clearly his. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Ye Feng had already closed the distance, approaching him without any hesitation or delay. Utilizing the momentum from his sprint, combined with his inherent strength, Ye Feng asserted dominance in the collision. The once self-assured Stoudemire now bore an expression of disbelief. It had only been 2 months since their preseason encounter. How had Ye Feng's strength increased so remarkably in such a short time? This defies logic. Recalling the highlights of Ye Feng's matches he had watched before the game, he had felt a sense of disdain at that time, yet now he was acutely aware of the embarrassment on his face. It was not that the players Ye Feng faced were lacking in strength, but rather that Ye Feng was exceptionally formidable. After brushing past the little tyrant, Ye Feng executed a graceful layup in midair, deftly evading the outstretched hand of the little tyrant attempting to block him. With a slight flick of his wrist, the basketball obediently fell through the hoop. As he landed smoothly, he glanced at Stoudemire, who was just stabilizing his balance against the backboard, and with an air of calmness remarked, "Is that all? What do you mean?" Stoudemire felt belittled. In the subsequent play, he immediately positioned himself against Robert Horry in the paint, firmly establishing his ground while raising his right hand, demanding the ball. His gaze was resolute, exuding a fierce intensity. As a prodigy, he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by a fellow rookie in direct confrontation. He was determined to retaliate. However, on the Suns' side, the ball handler Stephon Marbury completely disregarded Stoudemire. His eyes locked onto Ye Feng. "Rookie, you are quite arrogant." And so? Ye Feng maintained a tranquil expression. With swift movements, he advanced forward like a venomous serpent, coiling in. Having already experienced Ye Feng's strength, Marbury was not foolish enough to engage in a head-on clash. He quickly changed direction and burst forth, showcasing remarkable explosiveness paired with exceptional ball-handling skills. As he swiftly maneuvered to Ye Feng's side, the young Marbury's breakthrough was indeed sharp, Ye Feng mused. Prepared for this, Ye Feng was not easily shaken off. He quickly adjusted his footwork and center of gravity, maintaining just a half-body distance while continuing to apply defensive pressure. Noticing this, Marbury's lips curled into a slight smirk. Not bad on defense. Then, just inside the free throw line, he suddenly halted and leaped without warning. Yet, before he could release his shot, a hand appeared before him, aimed directly at his eyes. At the moment when the hand was about to make contact, Marbury released the ball, his expression shifting. The rebound. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find the net. Beneath the Lakers' basket, Stoudemire, who had not secured possession, was filled with frustration but retained his composure. Understanding he was merely a rookie in the team and could not provoke Marbury, since the team's star refused to pass him the ball, he decided to seize it himself. Forcefully pushing aside Robert Horry, he claimed the advantageous position, leaping determinately towards the descending basketball, his eyes glimmering with confidence. He aimed to seize the rebound and execute a powerful dunk, seeking to reclaim the dignity he had just lost to Ye Feng. As his hands neared the basketball, Stoudemire had already begun contemplating how to celebrate. Suddenly, a massive hand emerged within his line of sight, snatching the ball from his fingertips with a single motion. My goodness! Stoudemire seethed with fury, his gaze filled with menace as he turned to confront the instigator. Before him stood the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, his expression fierce. Ah! I seem to have interrupted, O'Neal remarked, having secured the basketball. He passed it directly to Stoudemire, while casting a sidelong glance at him, saying, Rookie, you are no match for Feng. Stoudemire's reaction was one of disbelief and frustration. If it were someone else, they would have long since succumbed to the urge to retaliate, perhaps even resorting to physical confrontation. However, the individual in question is O'Neal. Confronted by his imposing physique and fierce gaze, the young player chose to exercise restraint. Without uttering a word, he turned and swiftly returned to defense. His eyes fell upon his own half of the court, where he spotted the rapidly advancing figure of Ye Feng, accompanied by Kobe, who was drawing Shawn Marion away from Ye Feng. This treatment certainly stirred a sense of envy within him. In stark contrast, his own situation with the Suns, well, it pales in comparison. Meanwhile, on Ye Feng's side, Shawn Marion was drawn away by Kobe, leaving the rest of the Suns players posing little threat to him. This included the relentless Marbury, who persistently sought to intercept the ball from him. As he stepped inside the three-point line, Ye Feng executed a powerful three-step leap, engaging in a physical contest with Marbury in midair. A resounding victory. The confrontation, lacking in intensity, had little effect on Ye Feng. With a powerful leap, he grasped the basketball with one hand, spun it in the air, and forcefully slammed it into the hoop, adding 2 points to his tally. The Lakers led with a score of 4-0. The Suns regained possession. Stephen Marbury brought the ball past half-court. Faced with Ye Feng's tight defense, Marbury sought to avoid becoming ensnared in a futile struggle, which would prove both time-consuming and exhausting. Just as he prepared to make his move, Stoudemire swiftly stepped in to provide a screen against Ye Feng. Quite considerate, Marbury adeptly evaded the defense, only to confront Kobe's timely support, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. One after another, it felt unending. Rather than withholding the ball due to a rivalry with Marion over team leadership, Marbury decisively passed the basketball. Marion, upon receiving the pass, was ready to shoot, only to realize that Ye Feng had already closed in. Ignoring the disparity in height and weight, Ye Feng pressed forward without hesitation, initiating physical contact. Although Shawn Marion, a small forward with commendable athleticism, was not fond of physical confrontations and lacked individual offensive skills, he heavily relied on assists. This is a player well suited for a no-ball tactical approach. Suddenly entangled by Ye Feng, Marion found himself at a loss. Unable to simply force a shot against a staunch defender, he promptly redirected the basketball towards the center. Stoudemire, who had just set a screen for Marbury, swiftly cut towards the basket, raised his hand to receive the pass, and prepared to execute a powerful dunk. Yet, he was met by the imposing figure of O'Neal, whose massive hand loomed to block his attempt. The formidable core strength of Stoudemire allowed him to alter his motion midair, transforming the dunk into a pass. The transition appeared somewhat rigid, revealing a lack of bodily coordination. Nonetheless, the pass was remarkably precise. Satisfied with his improvisation skills, Stoudemire soon faced an unwelcome sight, a Lakers player he least desired to encounter. Ye Feng, who intercepted the passing lane with an impeccable read of the game. Upon witnessing Stoudemire cutting in for the ball, Ye Feng noticed O'Neal primed for action. Trusting the prowess of the big shark, he distanced himself from Marion, positioning himself strategically between the two passing lanes. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. Watch out! Kobe's urgent warning echoed. Instinctively, Ye Feng switched the ball to his other hand. To his surprise, Marbury appeared at his side, reaching for a steal, but Ye Feng evaded him deftly, remaining vigilant. He detected hurried footsteps approaching from the other side. With a nimble flick of his left hand, he sent the basketball sailing through Marbury's legs, landing perfectly in Rick Fox's grasp. Ye Feng surged forward into the offensive zone. The Lakers launched a swift counterattack. Kobe, commanding the ball, crossed half-court and executed a seamless pick-and-roll with O'Neal. Just as everyone anticipated that Kobe would take the shot or drive towards the basket, the Black Mamba cleverly concealed the basketball, delivering it instead to O'Neal. Positioned high, the Big Shark lofted a pass towards the rim, having initially trailed Marbury to the corner three-point line. Ye Feng seized the moment when Kobe and O'Neal crossed paths, feigning a move to the 45-degree angle before swiftly changing direction and darting towards the basket, catching Marion off guard. With all his might, he leapt to receive O'Neal's pass and completed a thunderous dunk. Boom! The powerful alley-oop dunk elicited a sparse round of applause from the home team's fans, who soon regained their composure and began to boo vehemently. At the outset, Ye Feng scored 6 consecutive points, showcasing his offensive prowess while contributing significantly on defense, propelling his team to a 6-0 lead over the Suns. In stark contrast, Stoudemire appeared rather lackluster, with no comparability between the two players at that moment. The Suns regained possession, and a desperate Marbury, eager to break the scoring drought, disregarded the calls from Marion and Stoudemire for the ball, attempting a forced drive. However, Ye Feng's defensive positioning and footwork were impeccable, preventing Marbury from shaking him off. A long-range shot was unlikely to succeed under such circumstances. Aware of this, Marbury opted to penetrate the paint for an opportunity, but upon entering the key, he was met with a joint assault from O'Neal and Robert Horry. Meanwhile, Kobe and Rick Fox maneuvered laterally, poised to intercept any potential passes. The Lakers had woven a tightly knit defensive web around Marbury. Alas, Marbury regretted his hasty decision, but it was too late. Seizing a moment of distraction, Ye Feng reached into Marbury's blind spot, successfully tapping the basketball away. Horry grabbed the ball, raised it high, and spread his elbows wide. A deterrent not as formidable as O'Neal's, but sufficient to protect the ball. After surveying the situation on the court, Horry chose to pass to Kobe. The Suns had already discerned the Lakers' intention to feature Ye Feng prominently, naturally shifting their defensive focus towards him. Simultaneously, they pondered whether they should afford their young teammate more opportunities. Stoudemire chimed in, affirming the need for this support. The Lakers launched another defensive counterattack. Kobe, handling the ball, executed a fierce drive to the basket, but instead of forcing a shot as was his custom, he delivered a precise pass through the crowd. Positioned just inside the three-point line in the right corner, Ye Feng received the pass, bent his knees, leaped, and fixed his gaze on the hoop. At the apex of his jump, he flicked his wrist and released the ball. It arced gracefully through the air, capturing the attention of all, and crashed through the net with a satisfying swish. Ye Feng scored another 2 points, with his mid-range shooting attribute now at an impressive 82. His shooting percentage was commendable in the absence of defense. Ye Feng relished the opportunity to experiment with his shooting in a game setting, provided the chances were favorable. A reckless shot was beyond his current capability. Go for it. Big Shark will grab the rebound. O'Neal grinned. Beside him, Kobe encouraged, don't worry about missing. Be confident. Your mid-range game is game ready. Ye Feng felt a surge of emotion at their support. This is the allure of brotherhood in basketball. Just a few steps behind. Robert Horry and Rick Fox, while admiring, felt no envy. Ye Feng's strength and potential are deserving of such recognition. The current score stands at 8-0. The Suns have called a timeout. If this continues, the players' morale will surely crumble. The pause comes at a most opportune moment. By this point in the match, even those with a limited understanding of the game can discern that Ye Feng's performance on the court far surpasses that of Stoudemire. If the entirety of the game unfolds in such a manner, the ongoing hype regarding the so-called Rookie of the Year competition over the past few days becomes nothing short of a farce. What does Stoudemire have to compare with Ye Feng? The timeout swiftly concludes, and the players return to the court. The Suns regain possession, with Marbury once again controlling the ball. However, this time he appears remarkably composed, utilizing a screen to shake off Ye Feng's relentless defense. Faced with an immediate double team from Kobe, he refrains from hastily passing the ball, opting instead to attempt a drive. Yet, he finds Ye Feng equally formidable, unable to easily break free. As O'Neal in the paint sets his sights on him, Marbury seizes the moment to pass to the well-known, but less impactful Anthony Hardaway. Once a teammate, O'Neal feels a complex mix of emotions upon witnessing Hardaway, now frequently plagued by injuries and increasingly fragile, reduced to the role of a mere supporting player. After all, Hardaway had once been his brother. The conflict lay with the Magic's management, not with Hardaway. Their relationship was more about competition than animosity. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, O'Neal refocuses on the game. Against the defensive Rick Fox, the now less explosive Hardaway feigns a move to drive inside but unexpectedly passes the ball out. In a fluid motion, Shawn Marion receives the pass beyond the three-point arc and decisively leaps to take the shot. The choice of shot is impeccable, and the release is swift. However, his shooting form leaves much to be desired. Ye Feng, having switched onto him, jumps to contest the shot. With a disparity in height and wingspan, and Marion's own explosive leaping ability, the attempt at a block proves futile. Swish. The sound resonates as the basketball glides through the net, creating a cascade of net ripples. Without a doubt, the three-pointer is successful. Marion clenches his fist, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Yet, the Lakers deny the Suns any respite to celebrate. Swiftly initiating a baseline inbounds play, Ye Feng receives the ball, executing a graceful pivot to evade Marbury's risky steal attempt. He advances with the dribble, crossing midcourt with purpose, and delivers a long bounce pass that slices through the Suns' entire defense, landing perfectly in Kobe's hands. The little flying warrior catches the ball with poise, descending for a two-handed dunk. The score now stands at 10-3. The Suns, having just broken their scoring drought and seeking to build momentum, find their spirits abruptly quelled. The discomfort of this situation is palpable. Observing the unfolding events, Ye Feng's lips curl into a slight smile, seeking to gain momentum. Did you think to consult me? Meanwhile, the head coach of the Suns observed the high-fiving celebration of Ye Feng and Kobe as they returned to defense, his gaze ultimately settling on Ye Feng. He couldn't help but exclaim in his thoughts, is he really just a rookie? Capable of defending, driving to the basket, shooting, and excelling in playmaking? At that moment, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the coach's internal reflections. In this match, the entire Lakers team centered their tactics around him, granting him complete control over the ball. He could dictate the game as he pleased, which was undeniably exhilarating. It is no wonder that everyone yearns for the spotlight. Aspiring to be the strategic nucleus of the team, the sensation is entirely distinct. Ye Feng mused reflectively, who wouldn't relish being held in such high esteem? However, he quickly set aside these thoughts and refocused entirely on the game. Such opportunities are indeed scarce for him this season, and it remains uncertain whether a second chance will ever arise. Ye Feng is determined to cherish this moment. As for the so-called Rookie of the Year battle with Stoudemire, it has long since faded from his mind. The burgeoning talent of the future Little Overlord is undeniably formidable, yet at present, it is merely average. He falls short of reaching the star level, let alone the fact that Ye Feng has already surpassed the pinnacle of star status, attaining a half-step into all-star territory. According to the system's classification of professional players, the next tiers above are limited to all-stars, superstars, and the basketball deities. The disparity is vast, rendering any comparison moot. In Ye Feng's eyes, Stoudemire no longer holds significance. He simply desires to revel in the game. Fully immersed in the competition, Ye Feng showcases exceptional prowess on both ends of the court, captivating the attention of various head coaches and assistants from the league who were watching this match. Previously, while playing as a supportive role alongside Kobe and Shaquille, his capabilities were not as apparent. Now, as he steps into a pivotal role and becomes the tactical linchpin of the team, his comprehensive personal abilities speak for themselves. What is most astonishing, however, is his leadership. He has undoubtedly acquired the strength to serve as the tactical cornerstone of the team. Moreover, Ye Feng is only 19 years old. In 3 months, he will celebrate his 20th birthday, an age ripe for growth and further development. If the teams that initially had their sights set on Ye Feng were primarily those with championship aspirations, now a plethora of weaker teams lacking foundational core players gaze upon him with eager anticipation. Such a performance from Ye Feng captivated them immensely. Instead of languishing in the uncertainty of the draft, the prospect of having a ready cornerstone like Ye Feng before them undoubtedly minimized the risk significantly. Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Lakers, recognized this truth as well. Amidst pride and joy, there lingered a hint of anxiety within him. On the court, the game continued unabated. The first quarter concluded swiftly. Over the course of 12 minutes, Ye Feng attempted 11 shots, successfully making 8, alongside converting both of his free throws, amassing a total of 18 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. His performance was both comprehensive and efficient, rendering it nothing short of perfect for a single quarter. In stark contrast, Stoudemire managed to score merely 2 points with 2 rebounds, a dismal showing indeed. The disparity was too great, leading spectators and fans to abandon discussions regarding the Rookie of the Year race. Judging by the current state of the game, it was highly probable that Ye Feng had already secured this accolade, even with the season not yet half complete. His superiority was indisputable. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a commanding lead, 29-17, widening the gap by 12 points. The second quarter commenced with Ye Feng leading the team's bench unit, continuing to wield unchecked defensive freedom and maintaining his formidable performance. Even with Marbury still on the court for the Suns, they failed to close the gap. When Kobe and Shaquille entered the game, the lead further ballooned to 16 points. The arrival of the dynamic duo unleashed a barrage of offense upon the Suns, who had already lost their fighting spirit. Observing the lead swell beyond 20 points, Ye Feng could not help but sigh. It seems this game will not yield a triple-double. Indeed, as the halftime score reflected a 23-point advantage. Ye Feng played less than half of the second half before being substituted. The match saw no further appearances, as the remaining time had devolved into garbage time. The Suns first substituted their entire bench, conceding defeat. Phil Jackson, of course, would not allow Ye Feng to remain on the court to pad his statistics, as that would be too blatant. Ye Feng, unlike others, had no interest in such antics. Consequently, his personal statistics for the game were finalized at 25 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. In less than 25 minutes of playtime, he achieved such a comprehensive and outstanding performance, leaving a profound impression on all who witnessed the game. By the time the news of Ye Feng's and Stoudemire's contrasting situations, as well as the outcome of the match against the Suns, reached the domestic audience, it was already an hour after the game had concluded. Everyone was left bewildered. Was the American media blind? That African-American center only scored 5 points, while Ye Feng amassed 25 points in under 25 minutes. Is there truly any comparability between them? How could they even be juxtaposed, creating some so-called Rookie of the Year debate? What could the other player possibly offer in comparison to Ye Feng? Ye Feng is undeniably extraordinary. Given the opportunity, he can score effortlessly. His defensive intensity remains high, and his organizational skills are remarkably proficient. He has even developed a mid-range shot, showcasing an all-around proficiency that is astonishing. I have already begun to envision the collaboration between him and Yao Ming on the national team. It would be nothing short of magnificent. Yao Ming has now acclimatized to the intensity and pace of the NBA, consistently delivering double-double performances in recent games, occasionally achieving 2010 stats. No one is calling him a bust anymore. Indeed, he still pales in comparison to Ye Feng. The Lakers are experiencing a remarkable season, boasting a solid roster with aspirations of clinching a 4th consecutive championship, while Yao is diligently working to help his team reach the playoffs. By the way, the NBA All-Star Weekend voting is about to commence. We must ensure that both Ye Feng and Yao Ming are included in our votes. No problem. We have plenty of support. In this era, although the internet has yet to become ubiquitous, forums have begun to flourish, with the largest basketball forum in the country buzzing with fervent discussions among fans. The focus swiftly shifted to the impending All-Star Weekend voting. As the current face of the NBA in the country, both Ye Feng and Yao Ming are undoubtedly poised to be the primary beneficiaries. As for Wang Zhizhi, well, with an average of just 10 minutes of playing time per game with the Clippers, he clearly has not been utilized to his full potential. And his presence in the domestic sphere is also rather minimal, partly due to being blacklisted by the authorities. It is indeed somewhat regrettable. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions among fans, the Basketball Association was also deliberating over the rising prominence of Ye Feng in the NBA, whose domestic recognition has become increasingly uncontrollable. The crux of their discussion was straightforward: whether to integrate Ye Feng into the national team, and if so, when. In contrast to the currently thriving Yao Ming, along with the remarkably promising and formidable Ye Jianlian in the men's basketball interior, the evident aging and decline of the perimeter players raises considerable concerns. The situation is truly alarming, with the old fading and the young lacking the assurance to inspire confidence. In such circumstances, Ye Feng emerged as a formidable force, adept at resolving the issue at hand. However, Ye Feng was not a product of the established system. He lacked relatives or friends within the domestic sphere and was still entrenched in the American NBA League. Compared to the already subdued Yao Ming, Ye Feng's situation presented numerous reservations. The decision of whether to utilize him remained under consideration. Yet, one certainty stood out: unlike De Gea, they could no longer suppress Ye Feng. Attempting to control Ye Feng as they did with Yao was an impossibility, compelling them to seek a compromise that would be acceptable to all parties involved. Ye Feng's attitude and demands were pivotal in this regard. Unbeknownst to him, after concluding their away game against the Suns, they swiftly returned to Los Angeles. That evening, they faced the Suns once again at the Staples Center. Playing on home turf, Ye Feng maintained his unrestricted offensive privileges. It was evident that the Suns had not yet recovered from their defeat the previous night. Their performance was rather lackluster, especially as they were on the road again. Initially, there was hope that Stoudemire would regain his vigor, which might have made the game more competitive, but he faltered instead. Ye Feng felt disappointed, and the ramifications were significant. As the third quarter concluded, Ye Feng had played less than 25 minutes. Yet he amassed an impressive stat line of 26 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. His performance was nothing short of stellar. He effortlessly led his team to a victory over the Suns once more, claiming credit for the triumph. The competition for Rookie of the Year had devolved into a farce. Not only did they lose the game, but Stoudemire also succumbed in their individual matchup, leaving him utterly dejected. With back-to-back victories over the Suns, Ye Feng and his team had little time for respite or celebration. A day later, a formidable opponent emerged, the Kings, currently boasting a record of 22 wins and 8 losses. Positioned 4th in the Western Conference, featuring stars such as Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Peja Stojakovic, along with exceptional role players like Vlade Divac, Jim Jackson, and Doug Christie. The Kings possessed a robust roster. Their strength far surpassed that of the Suns, who, despite having stars, lacked cohesive combat effectiveness. Beyond their impressive player lineup, the coaching abilities of Kings head coach Rick Adelman were equally remarkable. By employing the well-honed Princeton offense, he successfully molded the Kings into a potent and aesthetically pleasing NBA powerhouse. Last season, they pushed the Lakers to a full 7 games in the Western Conference Finals, nearly eliminating the purple and gold juggernaut, which left the Lakers in a cold sweat, almost costing them a chance at a three-peat. This season, the Kings have retained their core roster, maintaining formidable strength. During the previous season's Western Conference Finals, some controversial officiating decisions left the players of the Kings deeply dissatisfied. Their starting point guard, Mike Bibby, even proclaimed before reporters after the conclusion of the finals, "The Kings are stronger." This statement ignited a media frenzy, leading an increasing number of individuals to seek out highlight reels of those contentious calls, revealing a troubling bias in officiating. One cannot help but ponder how the outcome might have differed had these calls not been made. The prevailing sentiment suggests that the Kings would likely have emerged victorious in that series, even though the Lakers ultimately claimed the championship and established their dynasty. Basking in unparalleled glory, the discourse remains unabated, intensifying in fervor. After all, should the Kings triumph in a decisive Game 7, their prowess would likely position them as formidable contenders for the championship. It could be argued that the Lakers have surreptitiously appropriated the Kings' rightful title. Consequently, the perceived value of the Lakers' championship has diminished significantly in the eyes of many, tarnishing the glory of their three-peat. Initially, the Lakers basked in the euphoria of their triumph in the establishment of a dynasty, yet the emergence of such discussions has proven quite irksome for them, instilling a sense of discontent towards the Kings. The animosity between the players of both teams was palpable, although time ultimately dulled these sharp sentiments. Nevertheless, the recent encounters in the regular season have rekindled these unpleasant memories, particularly for those who were part of the teams last season. The management and coaching staff of both franchises regard this matchup with utmost seriousness. Following last season's Western Conference Finals, this marks the inaugural clash of the new season between the two teams. The desire to win is extraordinarily high for both the Lakers and the Kings, each eager to assert their superiority. Should the Lakers falter, it would indubitably validate the notion that the Kings are the stronger side. Conversely, if the Kings were to lose, the sympathy they have garnered for their perceived injustices would evaporate. Neither side wishes to concede defeat. Even before the game commenced, supporters from both factions were engaged in verbal sparring. The Lakers, as a storied franchise, boast a vast legion of supporters. The Kings, emerging as a formidable force in recent seasons, not only excel in performance but also play an aesthetically pleasing brand of basketball, thus attracting a substantial following. This rivalry has garnered immense attention, prompting the league to designate the game for nationwide broadcast. In this charged atmosphere, the highly anticipated matchup between the Lakers and the Kings commenced as scheduled. Ye Feng continued as a starter, partnering with Kobe in the backcourt, while Rick Fox served as the team's starting small forward. Shaquille O'Neal and Samaki Walker anchored the interior. Robert Horry, having struggled with his shooting in recent outings, found himself relegated to the bench. On the Kings' side, the starting lineup featured Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, Doug Christie, and Mike Bibby. The strength of this lineup is undeniably formidable. Inside, we have the remarkable Vlade Divac, a man capable of being exchanged for Kobe Bryant, while Chris Webber stands as one of the top 5 power forwards in the current league, showcasing an extraordinarily comprehensive skill set. At the small forward position, Peja Stojakovic is arguably the most proficient three-point shooter among big men in the NBA today, boasting an impressive shooting percentage. Although Doug Christie may not exhibit a strong desire for offensive play, his defensive prowess is exceptionally sharp, particularly with his quick hands and formidable stealing ability. As for the point guard position, Mike Bibby may not command a significant presence. He often quietly executes the team's strategies on the court, seemingly lacking in flair. Yet, one glance at his post-game statistics reveals his remarkable talent. Each member of the starting 5 is anything but ordinary. It is no wonder they seamlessly fit into the Princeton system, which demands high basketball intelligence and individual skill, producing an offense as fluid and fierce as Mercury. Such an opponent undoubtedly stands as a formidable rival on the Lakers' quest for the championship this season. At this moment, the starting players from both teams have taken their positions on the court, enveloped in a palpable silence. Even Shaquille O'Neal, typically known for his jovial demeanor, wore a serious expression. Both sides place immense significance on this match. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Ye Feng dispelled all extraneous thoughts from his mind, channeling his focus entirely on the game. At center court, the referee wasted no time, glancing at the poised Divac and O'Neal before blowing the opening whistle. With a sharp sound, O'Neal and Divac leapt simultaneously towards the soaring basketball, both towering at a height of 16 meters, yet O'Neal outweighed Divac by nearly 70 pounds. Not only did O'Neal's weight surpass that of his opponent, but his explosive power was also on an entirely different level, enabling him to make contact with the ball first with a considerable advantage. The Lakers initiated their offensive. Ye Feng advanced the ball across half court with a composed demeanor. Noticing Mike Bibby's defensive posture, which favored guarding against drives rather than shots, he swiftly flung the basketball to his right. With a burst of energy, he maneuvered past Bibby, stepping inside the three-point line. As Kobe received the pass, he immediately opted for a return. The timing was impeccable. Ye Feng comfortably caught the ball and feigned a drive to the basket, only to unexpectedly release the basketball over the rim. In the Kings' paint, O'Neal soared like a fish leaping from water, grasping the ball with both hands, and amidst a chorus of gasps, executed an alley-oop dunk. Boom. Divac was sent sprawling, while Chris Webber remained distant, as O'Neal, upon landing, turned and sprinted back towards the Lakers' half. Without granting O'Neal a moment to celebrate his score, the Kings quickly inbound the ball and launched a fast break. After Bibby crossed half court, he immediately passed to Webber. The latter, appearing to back down Walker, abruptly tossed the ball behind him. Off ball, Christie's swift movement brought him alongside Kobe, who received the pass and dashed to the corner. As he turned and leapt, Kobe instinctively jumped to block. However, the opponent chose not to shoot, but instead altered his trajectory mid-air, delivering the ball to Peja positioned at a 45-degree angle. Through his off-ball movement, Peja had successfully evaded Rick Fox's defense, and upon receiving the ball, he decisively launched a three-pointer. Though his form was not entirely orthodox, his release was remarkably swift. Fox, despite his best efforts to close the gap, was unable to reach him in time and could only watch as Peja executed the shot. Swish. With a sharp crack, the score stands at 2-3, and the Lakers now possess the ball. The Kings' defense is remarkably swift. However, the Lakers are not inclined to rush into a fast break. Ye Feng methodically dribbles past the half court, waiting until O'Neal is properly positioned before delivering a lob pass just beyond the three-point line. The big shark catches the ball, executing a powerful pivot. Divac is forcefully pushed back several steps, and just as O'Neal prepares to leap for a thunderous dunk, a hand strikes heavily against his wrist. The sound resonates painfully. The referee immediately blows the whistle. O'Neal, with a grave expression, approaches the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, leveling the score at 3-3. The Kings initiate their offensive play. Ye Feng closely shadows Bibby, attempting to engage in physical confrontation and seeking an opportunity for a steal. At the very least, he aims to disrupt Bibby's rhythm. By restraining the opposing point guard, he effectively extinguishes the initiation of their offense. This tactic has proven successful against other teams' point guards, yielding tangible results time and again. Yet, against Mike Bibby, Or more accurately, against this Kings roster, the strategy falls short. Although Bibby is a point guard, he is not the orchestrating core of the team. Chris Webber boasts a higher assist rate, and even the center, Divac, frequently takes on the role of facilitator from the high post. In terms of playing style, Divac can be seen as a less potent version of Pau Gasol. His ability to orchestrate from the high post is exceptional. It is no wonder he could exchange blows with rookie Kobe. Besides these two, Peja and Christie also possess impressive passing skills. Consequently, Ye Feng realizes that even with tight defense on Bibby, it proves futile, as the Kings have multiple organizational and scoring options. Each of the 5 positions can create plays and score effortlessly, making defense exceedingly challenging. Particularly when the Kings players exhibit abundant energy and excellent form, it becomes increasingly difficult to impose limitations, while the defense fails to exert significant pressure on the opponent. The Lakers encounter troubles on the offensive end as well. Is it not true that the regular season also employs the strategy of hacking the shark? Ye Feng felt somewhat speechless. While one occurrence could be deemed a coincidence, 2 times began to suggest something amiss. O'Neal had stepped to the free throw line 3 times in quick succession, which was telling in itself. The Kings aimed to exploit the situation, given their interior configuration. It was evident that they had to adopt such tactics to unsettle O'Neal's mindset. The effectiveness of this strategy was undeniable, as it was widely acknowledged that O'Neal struggled with free throws, his shooting percentage hovering around 50% year after year. Rather than conceding 2 points, it was wiser to allow just 1. This approach extended beyond O'Neal. The Kings' defensive intensity against Kobe was equally formidable. Doug Christie exhibited remarkable stealing proficiency, and with the support of his teammates in defensive rotations and double teaming, Kobe's efficiency was notably diminished, leading to turnovers. Observing the score of 12-4 on the scoreboard, Ye Feng noted the lack of any response from their head coach, who remained aloof in his seat, lost in thought. Ye Feng understood that as the on-court commander, he needed to instigate change. As he dribbled beyond the 3-point arc of the Kings, Ye Feng decisively initiated a powerful drive. Mike Bibby exerted all his effort to defend alongside him, yet at the moment of contact, he was abruptly shoved aside, wearing an expression of helplessness. As a fitness enthusiast, Bibby had always been confident in his strength. During the pregame analysis, he had acknowledged Ye Feng's formidable power but believed he could hold his own. However, the reality proved he was no match. I need to practice more. I must increase my strength training time, Bibby thought to himself. He could accept defeat but could not tolerate being overpowered by a player in the same position. This is a profound disrespect towards the sweat he has invested in his fitness. At this very moment, Ye Feng has already penetrated the paint of the Kings' territory. Facing the defensive intervention of Chris Webber, without flinching, he boldly advances. The point guard steadfastly confronts the power forward. Such matters can only be orchestrated by Ye Feng, the audacious novice. As he felt the immense power emanating from Ye Feng, and realizing the futility of his attempts to block, Webber steeled himself and brazenly pressed forward with both arms. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air at the opportune moment. Webber's aggressive defensive maneuver was far too conspicuous to be overlooked. Moreover, this was the Staples Center, the home ground of the Lakers. Impartiality was the least one could expect. Although Ye Feng's layup did not find its mark, he successfully drew a foul from Webber, an advantageous exchange. Chris Webber serves as the tactical linchpin for the Kings, and if he can be restrained by fouls, it would undeniably benefit the Lakers. Standing at the free throw line, Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor and confidently sank both shots. The score stood at 6-12, with the Lakers trailing by 6 points. On the defensive front, Ye Feng and his teammates found themselves at a loss against the Kings, whose seamless passing, agile off-ball movement, and synchronized pick-and-rolls rendered them nearly unguardable. Particularly, Peja Stojakovic proved to be an insurmountable challenge. The individual was utterly consumed by fervor, and when faced with an insurmountable defense, he chose to disregard it entirely. Ye Feng, adhering to his strategic approach on the offensive front, began to relentlessly drive towards the basket, creating opportunities for scoring. In one-on-one situations, he confronted his opponents head-on without hesitation. Should the Kings employ a double team against him, he would deftly pass the ball to an open teammate. Kobe, sharing a telepathic connection, also commenced frequent incursions into the paint. The Lakers launched a coordinated assault, leaving the Kings' formidable interior defenders in a state of distress. If they chose to defend aggressively, they risked fouling, thus diminishing the defensive strength around Shaquille O'Neal. For the Big Shark, a one-on-one scenario was nearly akin to a gift, as the Kings could not afford to foul him on every possession. Conversely, if they opted not to defend, Both Ye Feng and Kobe possessed remarkable scoring prowess near the basket. Ye Feng's extraordinary strength rendered him a formidable challenge for typical interior defenders, while Kobe's diverse offensive arsenal and explosive athleticism ensured high efficiency in scoring. The first quarter concluded under these conditions of mutual vulnerability, with the pace of the game accelerating. Particularly, with 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, after O'Neal took a breather, Ye Feng intensified the tempo, engaging in fast breaks against the Kings. Leveraging their individual talents and seamless coordination, he and Kobe managed to close the gap in the score. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed the Kings by a mere 2 points, 25-27. Observing this outcome, Rick Adelman furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ye Feng's significant impact on the court. The audacious strategy of drawing fouls proved to be a source of concern for him. Unlike other point guards who would falter under such pressure, Ye Feng stood apart with his interior-like strength and remarkable physicality, unperturbed by contact. The situation was quite challenging. If it were merely O'Neal and Kobe, the Kings might still possess the capacity to impose limitations. However, with the addition of the multifaceted Ye Feng, their task became considerably more daunting. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with the Kings substituting 4 players, led by Chris Webber and the bench unit. Meanwhile, Ye Feng continued to lead the Lakers. In contrast to the starting 5, the Kings' 1-4 lineup exhibited a significant decrease in intensity. The fluidity of their passing and off-ball movement diminished, rendering them less formidable. While guarding Bobby Jackson, Ye Feng allocated part of his focus to monitor the situation on the court, seeking opportunities for steals. After playing the full 12 minutes of the first quarter, Chris Webber's desire to score in the second quarter was less pronounced, as he faced tight coverage from the freshly entered and energetic Robert Horry. To conserve energy for the remainder of the game, Webber concentrated more on neutralizing the Lakers' defense or positioning himself high to orchestrate plays, creating opportunities for his teammates. This is also the Kings' team's consistent strategy. Otherwise, even if Chris Webber's physical condition is commendable, he would not withstand such tactics. The Lakers' tactical approach is quite straightforward, revolving entirely around Ye Feng. For several exchanges, the two teams engaged in what appeared to be a harmonious offensive battle, with the score alternating. Yet the Kings maintained their lead. Everything seemed unchanged. However, soon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. During the Kings' possession, Ye Feng, who had been closely guarding Bobby Jackson, suddenly shifted direction, extending his arms as far as possible, his fingertips barely grazing the basketball. With a swift motion, he knocked the ball away. Quickly turning and sprinting a few steps, he bent down to retrieve the ball, executing a deft behind-the-back maneuver to shake off Bobby Jackson's defense, charging towards the Kings' basket. He feigned a jump, but it was merely a ruse. Almost simultaneously, a towering figure clad in the Kings' number 4 jersey soared into the air. Who else could it be but Chris Webber? With a calm demeanor, he observed his opponent flying out of bounds as Ye Feng effortlessly laid the ball in for 2 points. Without a glance back, he turned and returned to defense. Watching Ye Feng's retreating silhouette, Chris Webber clenched his teeth, his anger surging. In the subsequent possession, Webber refrained from orchestrating plays as he had earlier. After receiving the ball, he skillfully pivoted, discreetly nudging Robert Horry with his left elbow, causing Horry to falter, a grimace of pain crossing his face. The referee remained silent. Seizing the opportunity to elude his defender, Webber prepared to make his move, only to notice a figure rapidly approaching, directly entangling him. Upon closer inspection, it was Ye Feng. "Why are you everywhere?" Webber thought, as he continued his momentum, leaping with 3 strides. Yet, Ye Feng caught up, leaping to block. Webber executed a nimble evasive maneuver mid-air, dodging Ye Feng's attempt, ready to shoot when a hand suddenly emerged from behind, swatting the basketball away. Devin George, a few steps away, seized the ball and passed it to Fisher. The latter advanced the ball rapidly. Unfortunately, his speed was not sufficient, and Jim Jackson caught up to him. In the ensuing struggle, Jim Jackson's expression changed dramatically as he found himself shoved aside by the seemingly less formidable Fisher, who then successfully executed a layup. Internally cursing, he thought, "Kobe does this, that rookie from the Dragon Country does the same, and even you rascal, are no different. Do you all spend every day in the weight room? How can you possess such strength?" Alas, no one heeded his complaints. Thanks to Fisher's 2 points, the Lakers successfully overtook the Kings by 1 point. The game continued, and Webber was now filled with frustration. Having been toyed with by Ye Feng and subsequently blocked by Horry, his team had also lost the lead. Clearly, the blame rested on his shoulders. He needed to reclaim the advantage. On the Sacramento Kings bench, Rick Adelman observed the visibly agitated Chris Webber, his brow furrowed with concern. Given Chris's current emotional state, he was an easy target for criticism, as he hesitated between calling a timeout to help Webber regain his composure or substituting Mike Bibby into the game. A surge of cheers jolted Adelman back to reality. Upon assessing the situation on the court, his expression immediately soured, revealing a hint of vulnerability. What a fool. On the court, as soon as Chris Webber received the ball, before he could even make a move, he was closely guarded by Robert Horry. Opting not to pass, Webber failed to quickly identify an outlet. Within a mere 2 seconds, Ye Feng had already converged upon him, with Devin George advancing alongside. It was 3 against 1. In a triangular formation, Derek Fisher roamed the perimeter, poised to intercept any pass from Webber. Suddenly, Webber snapped back to reality. He realized he was in trouble. The Lakers were clearly intent on exploiting his predicament. If only he had passed the ball sooner, he might have avoided this predicament. But it was too late. While Webber's focus was consumed by Ye Feng and Horry, he overlooked Devin George, who successfully stole the ball. The Lakers launched a fast break. The ball quickly found its way into Ye Feng's hands. Confronted by the approaching Jim Jackson and Bobby Jackson, Ye Feng did not charge recklessly. Instead, he pivoted and retreated, holding the ball for 2 seconds before delivering a precise pass to the wide-open Derek Fisher. From a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, Fisher decisively released the shot. Swish. The crisp sound of the net confirmed the success of the three-pointer. The Lakers have extended their lead to 4 points, prompting the Kings to call a timeout. Mike Bibby and Peja Stojakovic were swiftly substituted onto the court, while Chris Webber received focused attention from Rick Adelman. It can be said that this timeout was primarily called for Webber. In response, the Lakers strategically brought Kobe Bryant into the game to further bolster their perimeter defense. The match resumed without granting Bibby the opportunity to dictate the pace, as Ye Feng immediately applied pressure. The opposing team lacked explosive speed, alleviating concerns of being easily outmaneuvered. Faced with Ye Feng's relentless defense, Bibby appeared somewhat helpless. This was a tactic he often employed against his adversaries. Indeed, those who engage in such tactics must eventually face the consequences. Given the current circumstances, not only was controlling the tempo out of the question, but merely safeguarding possession and avoiding turnovers consumed a significant portion of Bibby's energy. Without lingering on the ball, Bibby seized an opportune moment to pass to Clark, who was positioned at the high post. Clark, holding the basketball aloft, surveyed the court for less than 2 seconds before releasing the pass. In comparison to Divac, Clark's abilities were evidently lacking. Webber received the ball without hesitation and immediately shifted it to the corner. There, Stojakovic had already positioned himself, hands raised in anticipation of the catch. Unexpectedly, Kobe appeared in the passing lane, successfully intercepting the ball without hesitation, and promptly initiated a long pass down the court. Just outside the three-point line, Ye Feng leaped to secure the basketball, and as he landed, he deftly maneuvered it through his legs, allowing it to bounce back into his left hand, all while evading Bibby's attempted steal. With a powerful push-off, he surged past the off-balance Bibby's defense. With no defenders ahead, Ye Feng confidently drove to the basket, executing a two-handed slam dunk that added another 2 points for the Lakers. These 2 points are exceedingly critical. Upon returning from the timeout, the Kings, invigorated and eager to score, found themselves thwarted, resulting in an expanded deficit that left their spirits considerably dampened. It felt akin to being struck forcefully, leaving a weighty sensation in the chest. With a 6-point lead, the Lakers have firmly established their advantage. The Kings now possess the ball, demonstrating active passing and positioning. In this instance, Peja successfully received the pass, yet Kobe's timely defense left him with limited shooting opportunities, forcing him to pass the ball out. Webber, upon receiving the ball and facing Robert Horry, executed a graceful hook shot for 2 points. The composed Chris Webber presented a formidable threat. In a one-on-one situation, it was challenging for Horry to contain his scoring potential. After successfully scoring, Webber was elated. But a basketball soaring over his head compelled him to suppress his excitement and hastily retreat on defense. Unfortunately, he was too late. Ye Feng and Kobe displayed remarkable synergy, passing the ball back and forth as they advanced. Together, they penetrated the Kings' defense. Ultimately, Kobe, exploiting his size advantage, scored on a layup while drawing a foul from Jim Jackson, who was visibly frustrated. Simultaneously, he felt utterly helpless against Kobe's prowess, as even with such a heavy hand, Kobe still managed to score, truly an unreasonable display of strength. As Kobe approached the free throw line, he glanced back at Ye Feng, who had swapped positions with Devin George, preparing to seize the rebound. A moment of understanding passed between them, and Ye Feng nodded knowingly. To onlookers, it merely appeared as an exchange of glances with no discernible significance. Kobe began his free throw, taking a deep breath, and after his signature preparatory motion, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop as he released the ball. Meanwhile, Weber and the other Kings players swiftly positioned themselves, ready to contest the rebound, only to be taken aback by the sheer force of Kobe's free throw. It resembled not a free throw, but rather a powerful slam against the rim. Suddenly realizing the situation, it was unfortunately too late. Ye Feng quickly sprang into action, leaping to catch the rebounding ball before it touched the ground. Without a moment's hesitation and without glancing at the unfolding events behind him, he tossed the ball back over his shoulder. Kobe, already in position beyond the arc, received the pass unchallenged within a 2-meter radius. With a brief glance at the hoop, he took his shot with poise. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air before swishing through the net. Swish. Not just a single point, nor merely 2, but 3. The pass was executed flawlessly. Kobe exchanged a celebratory high-five with Ye Feng as they transitioned back on defense. Initially, Ye Feng had anticipated a 2-point attempt. It was a surprise to witness a 3-pointer instead. He couldn't help but marvel at Kobe's audacity. "It's you again, truly bold. I believe I can make it," Kobe replied confidently. Having scored, he brushed off any further commentary. Ye Feng, suppressing a chuckle, nodded nonchalantly. Kobe remarked, 2-3. This directly accounted for 5 points, extending the Lakers' lead to 9. On the other hand, the Kings players wore expressions of disbelief, exclaiming silently, "Can it really be played this way?" What rendered them even more speechless was that this 3-pointer seemed to have unlocked Kobe's potential, igniting an unparalleled fervor in his shooting touch. In the ensuing minutes, the Little Flying Knight scored a remarkable 9 consecutive points, culminating in a total of 14 points without interruption. It appeared that every shot he took found its mark, defying all logic. During this stretch, the Kings missed 2 shots, causing the deficit to swell to 13 points. Observing the discouragement among his players, Rick Adelman reluctantly called for a timeout, substituting in his main players. The Lakers also made adjustments, with Ye Feng leaving the court while the remaining 4 were all starters. Kobe's exceptional performance undoubtedly provoked Shaquille O'Neal. Upon entering the game, the Big Shark was eager to showcase his skills but found himself repeatedly fouled by the Kings, resulting in a modest 50 free throw success rate, converting only 2 out of 4 attempts, leaving him quite frustrated. In a timely manner, Kobe reclaimed possession, continuing his scoring exhibition. While not as efficient as before, he maintained a commendable level of play. On the Kings' side, Chris Webber remained on the court without respite, and it was evident that his energy was waning. With O'Neal closely marking him, his contributions were evidently constrained, compounded by the Lakers' focused defense on Peja, which significantly diminished the Kings' offensive prowess. However, in the absence of Ye Feng's restriction, Bibby began to showcase his offensive capabilities, as Fisher failed to contain him. In previous scenarios, Phil Jackson might not have been particularly concerned, but having witnessed Ye Feng's brilliance, Fisher's defensive lapses were increasingly intolerable in the coach's eyes. Alas, Ye Feng was not a machine, and it was impractical to expect him to perform for the entirety of 48 minutes. Even if he could, such intensity was unsustainable. Casting a glance at Rick Adelman, Phil Jackson mused to himself, "I am not fond of overexerting my starters." The first half swiftly drew to a close. With the point differential narrowing to 11, the Lakers maintained a significant advantage. With a mere 15-minute intermission, there was just enough time to address physiological needs. As the second half commenced, at the onset of the third quarter, both the Lakers and the Kings fielded their full starting lineups. Facing an 11-point deficit while playing away, the Kings found themselves under immense pressure in a must-win scenario. However, following the halftime adjustments, the emotions of players like Webber had settled, allowing for a fluid and dazzling offensive display to emerge at the outset. The Kings' starting lineup had been meticulously honed by Rick Adelman, enabling each player to maximize their role within the Princeton offensive system. In contrast to their offense, the Kings' defensive intensity was noticeably lacking. Nevertheless, their defense was highly targeted. They continued to employ a strategy of fouling Shaquille O'Neal, taking turns to commit fouls, embodying a mindset aimed at the Big Shark. Frustrated, O'Neal's efficiency diminished significantly, leading to unnecessary movements on the offensive end, making him susceptible to fouls. Subsequently, his agitation only escalated, trapping him in a vicious cycle. As for Kobe, the Kings consistently deployed double-teaming tactics against him. unlike other opponents. Even when facing 2 or 3 defenders, Kobe could typically find opportunities to shoot. Yet, with Christie's swift hands, any lapse in judgment could lead to a steal, compounded by teammates' supportive double teams, making it exceedingly challenging for the Black Mamba. With only 5 players in the starting lineup, the Kings had exhausted almost all their resources in their targeted defense of O'Neal and Kobe. Against Ye Feng, they merely assigned Mike Bibby for individual defense. After a few possessions, Ye Feng, having discerned this situation, was not inclined to hold back. While typically content to play a supporting role, he recognized the moment demanded his emergence. In this scenario, both O'Neal and Kobe willingly allowed Ye Feng to take on more playing time. After all, in comparison to the two of them, Ye Feng's success rate was undoubtedly higher. Consequently, during the remaining time in the third quarter, Ye Feng was granted the freedom to shoot at will. Bibby struggled with his defensive success against him, as Ye Feng's versatility was unparalleled. Possessing the ability to dominate as a guard, along with exceptional ball handling and playmaking skills, Bibby found himself in a state of helplessness. Ye Feng's tactical approach was refreshingly straightforward. He aimed to penetrate the Kings' defense, taking his own shots whenever the opportunity arose, and passing to open teammates when double-teamed, while occasionally executing mid-range shots. When faced with minimal defensive pressure, his shooting accuracy from mid-range remained commendable. A guard who not only excelled at driving but could also shoot posed an undeniable threat, leaving the Kings utterly bewildered. In a single quarter, Ye Feng shouldered the offensive burden for the Lakers, scoring 15 points and delivering 4 assists, with the majority of the team's points closely tied to his contributions. Observing the scoreboard, which not only failed to close the gap but rather extended the lead to 13 points, Phil Jackson's gaze was fixed upon Ye Feng. Amidst admiration and praise, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. With such exceptional talent, could the Lakers retain Ye Feng? Or would he be content to remain as the third or second option with the team? Noticing Phil Jackson's unwavering attention, Ye Feng discreetly stepped back a couple of paces, thinking to himself, given that the Zen Master and Genie Bus's relationship has already been revealed, he must be a perfectly normal man. Upon reaching this point in my thoughts, I felt a considerable sense of relief. I have immense admiration for Phil Jackson. This old man is truly remarkable. Not only does he engage with a much younger partner, but he also courts the daughter of the team's owner. Indeed, America is quite liberal, had this occurred domestically. The daughter of a wealthy magnate dating a man nearly 16 years her senior would likely face severe backlash. The intermission was rather brief, and Ye Feng swiftly regained his focus, ready to take the stage once more. Indeed, he did not rest during the fourth quarter, as Phil Jackson had him join Kobe in leading the bench players into battle. On the Kings' side, Divac and Pedro were not in peak physical condition, and Doug Christie had already crossed into his 30s. Unlike the future small ball era, the current NBA was characterized by intense physicality, resulting in significant energy expenditure. The trio who had played the entirety of the third quarter were not fit to continue. Consequently, the Kings could only rely on Chris Webber and Mike Bibby to lead their charge. Rick Adelman appeared quite helpless, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the duo. He was envious of the physical prowess exhibited by Kobe and Ye Feng. While acquiring Kobe was out of the question, if he could secure Feng, given his skills. Even with a slight height disadvantage, he could undoubtedly excel at the point guard position. The key was that this young man possessed exceptional stamina and considerable potential for development, making him a perfect fit for my tactical system. As Adelman's thoughts grew increasingly tantalizing, his gaze towards Ye Feng became increasingly fervent. Phil Jackson, who happened to catch this heated glance, furrowed his brow in discontent. Could this fellow be coveting my phone? The unsettling thought lingered. On the court, the final quarter of the game had commenced. The Lakers initiated their offensive strategy. Without Christie's defensive constraints, Kobe felt liberated, facing Jim Jackson's defense. He effortlessly executed a back-to-the-basket move to score 2 points. This season, through diligent practice, the young Black Mamba had honed his post-up skills to a remarkable level, significantly elevating his threat on the court. He could execute back-to-the-basket moves from any area within the three-point line, unfazed by the opponent or the location. When he chose to employ this skill, it reached a level of mastery that was terrifying. Kobe hit 3 consecutive shots, displaying an eagerness to continue. The Kings could no longer endure this onslaught and resorted to double-teaming him. This meant that Kobe single-handedly drew the attention of 2 defenders. He effortlessly overpowered Bibby, having comprehended his capabilities after 3 quarters, and easily broke through his defense, drawing in the Kings' help defense before dishing out a pass. This set of skills has been mastered by Ye Feng to an extraordinary degree. Fisher and Robert Horry have emerged as the principal beneficiaries. First, it was Kobe, then Ye Feng, leading to a flourishing offensive effort from the entire team. At the onset of the final quarter, the Lakers unleashed an unparalleled offensive barrage, proving to be an unstoppable force, while their defensive strategy focused on tightly restricting Weber. This tactical approach struck at the very heart of the Kings' game plan. With Peja and Divac absent from the court, Weber's performance became severely hampered, lacking the necessary support both in the high and low posts. Akin to a railway missing a segment, the Kings' offense, which should have flowed seamlessly, repeatedly encountered significant disruptions, as the point deficit not only failed to diminish but instead widened. Rick Adelman had no choice but to substitute Divac and Peja back into the game, with Christie following closely behind. This adjustment finally set the team's offense back on track. However, a 16-point gap proved to be a formidable challenge to overcome. In the latter half of the final quarter, due to the relentless hack-a-shack strategy employed earlier, the Kings found themselves in foul trouble, with only Mike Bibby, who floated on the perimeter with 3 fouls, remaining relatively unscathed, while others had accrued at least 4 fouls, and Weber had even reached 5. In such a predicament, Shaquille O'Neal was finally liberated. The frustrated Big Shark, who had endured nearly the entire match, took control in the final minutes. Ye Feng, in a remarkable display, recorded an astounding 10 assists in a single quarter, bringing his total assists for the game to an impressive 22, alongside scoring 28 points, securing 6 rebounds, 4 steals, and 1 block, marking the first time in his career he achieved a double 20-plus stat line. The Lakers triumphed in this match, with Ye Feng playing a pivotal role. The final score stood at 112-97 in favor of the Lakers. Following their defeat, the Kings departed the court in a state of utter discontent, skipping any form of acknowledgement as they swiftly exited. This obstacle is undoubtedly insurmountable. Meanwhile, within the Lakers camp, spirits are high as they celebrate their victory, engage with fans, and partake in interviews with reporters before departing the arena. By triumphing over their formidable rivals, the Kings, the Purple and Gold Brigade has successfully vindicated themselves. However, during the post-game press conference, the words of Kings head coach Rick Adelman elicited exuberant reactions from the reporters. Without Feng, we would have undoubtedly secured the win. His praise for Feng's on-court performance warranted a maximum salary contract. Among this year's rookies, Feng is indisputably the strongest, without question. We merely fell to the Lakers who possess Feng, not to the Lakers dominated by the OK duo. It is evident that Rick Adelman was quite dissatisfied with the outcome. His statements brimmed with admiration for Ye Feng, subtly suggesting that had it not been for Ye Feng, the Lakers, solely reliant on the OK combination, would have been defeated. A clear attempt at sowing discord. The reporters, in turn, instinctively drew parallels to the controversial calls from last season's Western Conference Finals, as the scene bore a striking resemblance, with each one displaying unrestrained delight. The sensational material was secured. Monetary rewards were assured. Whether Adelman truly intended that meaning was of little consequence. The following day, numerous basketball publications and magazines featured a plethora of related articles. On one hand, they continued to exalt Ye Feng while simultaneously resurrecting old grievances. Once again, the Lakers found themselves thrust into the limelight, their dynasty's legitimacy called into question anew. Initially, the victorious Lakers were in high spirits, but upon encountering these headlines, they felt as though they had consumed something utterly distasteful, especially the players from last season's championship roster, who felt as if they were back in the moment when their title and the fairness of the Western Conference Finals were publicly scrutinized. It was eerily similar. It was infuriating. That old man was certainly deliberate in his words. Shaquille O'Neal seethed with anger. Beside him, his loyal teammate Devin George wore a matching expression, declaring, "Next time we meet, we must annihilate them again." Absolutely. The others echoed his sentiments, their gazes fixated on Ye Feng. Observing this, Ye Feng, who was contemplating whether to follow in Atan's footsteps and invest in or directly acquire basketball news outlets to control public opinion and evade undue praise, looked perplexed and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Dear Feng, my dearest brother, it has been far too long since we gathered for a meal." Now, the once fierce and gritting-teeth demeanor of O'Neal has transformed. He appears remarkably affable, adorned with an ingratiating smile. Not only the formidable Shark, but the other members of the Lakers also exhibit a similar expression. Even Kobe, who had remained silent during the earlier protests to maintain his persona, now gazes at him with eager anticipation, prompting a chuckle from Ye Feng. "No problem, it's all arranged." This incites a chorus of cheers from the crowd. That evening, all the Lakers players gathered at Kobe's villa. Initially, they were to convene at O'Neal's residence, but the little flying hero expressed a desire to host the dinner at his own abode. Ye Feng, seeing no objections from O'Neal and the others, acquiesced without further thought. The ingredients were procured by the servants, and the kitchenware was readily available, as the previous items had been left behind. To avoid monotony with hot pot, Ye Feng prepared a hearty northeastern stew, simple yet delectable, and abundantly portioned, perfectly catering to O'Neal and his companions' appetites. 3 large iron pots were set up in the courtyard, with everyone divided into 3 groups, enjoying food, drinks, and lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Observing his teammates becoming increasingly adept with their chopsticks filled Ye Feng with a sense of accomplishment. Ye Feng, O'Neal, and Kobe shared a single pot. This arrangement was not a matter of team hierarchy, but rather due to O'Neal's prodigious appetite. Adding just one more person would surely result in someone leaving unsatisfied. Thus, it was just enough for the 3 of them to partake together. During this period, thanks to the mediating presence of Ye Feng, the relationship between O'Neal and Kobe had significantly improved compared to before. Their on-court collaboration also regained its former harmony. However, in private, they still couldn't resist bickering. Just like at this moment. "Shaquille, you're eating too much," Kobe remarked earnestly. After considerable effort, he had finally managed to reduce O'Neal's weight slightly, and he was concerned that this meal would undo that progress. A large pot brimming with carbohydrates and meats was undeniably delectable, yet the caloric content was equally staggering. Realizing this, Kobe grew anxious. O'Neal, who had been relishing his meal in blissful silence, shot him a glance. "Come on, Kobe, let me indulge just this once. Don't ruin the fun." He wore an expression that suggested any further admonition would be met with resistance. Before Kobe could respond, Ye Feng interjected, "All right. Letting him indulge this once isn't such a big deal. We can always take Shaquille to the gym for some practice later. Just indulge him." Kobe took a deep breath, ultimately opting for compromise. Observing this, O'Neal smiled and winked. "Feng, my good brother, you really are kind to me." Ye Feng feigned a gagging motion, preparing to tease O'Neal, when he noticed Pelinka approaching briskly with a briefcase. "Feng, we need to discuss something." Nodding, Ye Feng signaled to Kobe and O'Neal before following Pelinka into the villa. Watching their departing figures, O'Neal quickly swallowed his mouthful of meat and curiously inquired, "Do you know what it's about? When did you become so nosy?" Kobe retorted disdainfully. O'Neal fixed his gaze on Kobe. "Are you going to spill it or not?" "It's likely about the sneaker contracts." Kobe hesitated before revealing. "Oh, seems like our good brother is about to strike it rich." "Not necessarily. It depends on whether those 2 contracts can impress him. You know, Feng is quite opinionated and confident. Indeed, that guy is all about maximizing benefits. He is ambitious and somewhat greedy." In agreement, O'Neal then realized 2 sneaker contracts from Nike and Adidas. He trailed off, suddenly aware of his own folly. Given Ye Feng's current popularity and on-court performance, not to mention his identity as an Asian and a representative of the Dragon Nation, any reasonable person would recognize that enlisting Ye Feng as a spokesperson was a surefire investment, likely to yield substantial profits. Nike and Adidas, the 2 titans of the sneaker industry, are certainly aware of the situation. A few steps away, figures like Derek Fisher were discreetly listening, their expressions a tapestry of envy, jealousy, and astonishment. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Pelinka had already arrived at the villa's living room. "Take a look," Pelinka smiled. "Both Nike and Adidas have sent over their contracts. It seems the offers are quite substantial." Accepting the contracts, Ye Feng perused them swiftly. These were preliminary agreements, not the final versions, and he skimmed through them with ease. Pelinka had highlighted some critical points, such as duration, amounts, and obligations, making them readily apparent. Before long, Ye Feng had finished reviewing the contents. "Both offers are for 5 years at $35 million US. Have they agreed on this?" he inquired, lifting his gaze. Pelinka shook his head. "That shouldn't be the case. This is not the final offer, and there is room for negotiation. If I recall correctly, Kobe signed a 5-year deal for $45 million last year, right?" Ye Feng hinted. Understanding his implication, Pelinka's expression turned serious. "You have played less than 40 games so far. While you have undeniably showcased remarkable talent and potential in comparison to Kobe, who has thoroughly proven himself with 3 championship titles, even with the advantage of the Chinese market, there remains a considerable gap." Noticing Ye Feng's calm demeanor, Pelinka continued,